This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Fangxing. Year 717 of the Starry Sky Calendar. Eagle Star. Maple Leaf City Yutsa High School. Class 1 and 2 of Senior High School. Year 1 of the Starry Sky Calendar. Mankind entered the Interstellar Era. The first light-speed spaceship discovered Layun Star, confirming the existence of extraterrestrial intelligent life. And the third kind of contact began. History teacher Lan Fei wore a black suit on the upper body, and long legs and stockings on the lower body. There was a thrilling arc in the concave part of her chest, and the large area of white and smoothness revealed made many boys swallow their saliva unconsciously. Even Fangxing, who was slacking off, had to admit that this was a beauty. And a beauty that just hit the sweet spot in the hearts of most teenagers. For most young boys who are just beginning to fall in love. Royal sisters are obviously more popular than Lolita. Lan Fei's voice was mellow and heavy. And she continued, the era of interstellar discovery began. In the same year, the Blue Star Federation was established. And mankind ushered in the most glorious and brilliant era. Until her eyes turned and she called out, Student Fangxing, please tell us about the Great Disaster Day. Fangxing was startled and stood up. Okay. Teacher. He looked only about 16 or 17 years old, with a medium-thin build, wearing a white shirt, the school uniform of Yutsa High School. He looked energetic and refreshing, but there was a hint of suspicion and uneasiness in his eyes. I traveled through. Fangxing's heart was like a storm. He was just an ordinary social animal on Earth, busy with heavy work every day, and his only hobby was reading novels. Unexpectedly, one day he fell asleep from reading novels and woke up to sit in class. The real environment around him and another memory in his mind made him feel very contradictory. But he was born with a big heart. He had a calm face before, just observing and digesting memories silently. But he didn't expect that the teacher would find out the clues. I thought that the distraction skills I practiced in college had reached the pinnacle. But I didn't expect that I would be caught by the future teacher. Blue Star Federation? Is this the future of the Earth? Have I traveled to another world? Or to the future? Fangxing was confused. But soon, the boy next to him poked him, making him concentrate and answer according to the knowledge in his memory. The Great Disaster Day originated from the 112th year of the Starry Sky Calendar. At that time, the Blue Star Federation had discovered hundreds of life planets, and interstellar exploration became the most popular activity. Every interstellar explorer was a household name, successful and famous. Humans enjoyed the fruits of interstellar exploration, and various technologies exploded. Everything was like the Golden Age, until November 1st, when the interstellar explorer Klin discovered the canine roan star. The Chuanrong people above are war-loving and extremely crazy. They directly slaughtered the entire fleet, cracked the coordinates of Blue Star in the intelligent brain, and launched a war against the Blue Star Federation. In 119, the Blue Star Federation army pushed back to Chuanrong Star, and the Chuanrong people were defeated. But until the army cleared their sacrificial temples, we found that they were bloody and crazy but mastered advanced technology. They were extremely contradictory. They were just servants of another interstellar race, the Ross race. Above the Ross race, there was an even more terrifying existence. Humanity faced a more cruel test. The Federation directly entered an era of war that lasted for hundreds of years. Later, after a federal referendum, the omniscient brain passed a resolution to set November 1st as the day of the Great Disaster. Fangxing talked freely. Very good. Students, please sit down. Lan Fei gave Fangxing a look that said you passed the test. And his voice became very heavy. We originally thought that the mainstream races in the universe were civilized, just like the giant rock tribe and the wood god star people we discovered before. But after the Great Disaster Day, we realized that in the dark universe jungle, madness is the mainstream. And the Chuanrong tribe and the existence behind them are the real cancer of the universe. For hundreds of years of war, our Blue Star Federation has paid a very painful price. Even so, our civilization has never succumbed to those extraterritorial evil gods. After Fangxing sat down, his consciousness was still a little dazed. He looked at the textbook in his hand. This textbook seemed to be made of ordinary paper, but it had no weight at all. It had a sense of science fiction and was a projection product. On the cover, there was a line of text written, Atlas of Alien Races. He flipped through it and found the page of the Chuanrong tribe. He found that the illustrations were very blurry, and it seemed to have been intentionally processed. The outline looked a bit like a dog-headed man. And at the back, there is a mark of lower servant level. A few pages after the Chuanrong tribe, there is a group of black mist-like figures, marked as the Ross tribe. Upper clan level. Evil gods family. Fang Xing murmured in his heart. In the deep universe, there are alien evil gods who stand above many alien families, lurking in the deep dimensions, and accompanied by terror and madness. They are extremely terrifying and powerful, and are the mortal enemies of the Blue Star Federation and other advanced alien civilizations. Just some of their families and servants have enough power to destroy the primary civilization of the universe. However, these alien evil gods are not completely invincible. Otherwise the Blue Star Federation would have been extinct long ago. Fang Xing turned to the last page of the alien race atlas, and a star that seemed to have been extinguished appeared in front of him. In the description next to it, it was clearly recorded that the devouring star Turum, whose body was a star, was the first outer evil god killed by the Blue Star Federation, and was a lower ruler. Lower? Does the outer evil god have levels? The Federation put him in the textbook, definitely to boost morale. But this extinguished star was definitely not his true appearance. It is said that most of these outer evil gods have the attribute of not being able to be looked at directly, and humans will collapse their reason when they see it. Even their subordinates have similar memes that spread madness. According to scientists' speculation, this kind of blind and stupid domain or power performance may be related to their having the same source or worship. But this speculation is very desperate, which means that above the outer evil god, there is a higher level existence similar to the creator. Fang Xing thought to himself. Just then, the bell rang. Today's class ends here. Goodbye, students. On the podium, the hot teacher Lan Fei smiled and waved her hand. Her figure suddenly became illusory and disappeared. Hey, it's projection again. Lu Wei beside him wailed. Fang Xing saw the textbook in his hand also dissipate, and nodded secretly. The teachers and teaching tools in the Federation now use projection mode, but the sense of reality far exceeds the so-called 3D. Lu Wei is the same age as him. He was Fang Xing's deskmate and friend. He has a slightly high hairline and some acne on his face. He looked at Fang Xing and complained, I don't understand. Didn't the Federation announce that the learning device for direct knowledge infusion has been successfully developed? Why do we still have to go to school and delay our part-time jobs? I want to pay off the loan early and buy the house I live in now. Fang Xing sighed. The main thing is that the next martial arts class must be taught in real life, not even projecting real people. After all, the illusory martial arts will is a problem that is difficult to solve by technology today. The human mind is more complicated than any science, and there are some safety and moral issues in learning ordinary knowledge through consciousness infusion. If there are evil cultists with bad intentions who tamper with the textbooks, the disaster will be great. Morality? What morality do we biochemical people have? Lu Wei spread his hands and seemed very speechless. Fang Xing recalled the life experience of this predecessor with the same name as himself, and couldn't help falling into silence. With the development of science and technology, human fertility concepts are also constantly changing. In addition, the war forced the aging of the population and the problem of low birth rate to become prominent. After the Great Disaster Day, the Blue Star Federation passed a series of bills, calling on citizens to donate eggs and sperm, and then the state randomly matched them, nurtured them in the incubator, and raised them uniformly. Such people are called biohumans, and according to the ancient custom, those born after 10 months of pregnancy are called natural persons. So, I was born an orphan just following the crowd. When Fang Xing scanned this memory, his heart was full of complaints. But fortunately, it was just equivalent to a test tube baby, which was cultivated in vitro for 10 months. The Federation still has a conscience and did not engage in cloning and genetic modification. If you think about it carefully, the original parents may still be alive, and even hold high positions in the Federation. Why hold high positions? Naturally, it is because the better the genes, the more valuable they are to cultivate. If those who did artificial insemination in the previous life could choose, they would definitely hope to choose the excellent genes of Nobel Prize winners, or even Olympic champions. What Fang Xing was really sad about was that he owed a large amount of child support to the federal government when he was born, which was equivalent to taking out a loan when he was born. If he still hadn't paid it off after he became an adult, he would be forced to work to pay off the debt. And most likely, he would go to the front line to serve as a soldier. Just as he was complaining, the classroom environment changed drastically. Teaching aids such as textbooks, paper, and pens disappeared directly, and the desks and chairs automatically sank into the ground, revealing a smooth floor. Not long after, a tall 30-year-old yellow man with bulging muscles all over his body, wearing a military green sweat-permeable thin shirt, strode into the classroom. Fong Xing met his eyes, and suddenly felt a chill. This person is definitely not a projection, but a real living person, and a very powerful warrior. Is he Fong Xing martial arts teacher? Xiao Long? I wonder what level of martial arts he is. In this world, the ancient martial arts on the blue planet exude a different kind of vitality after being exposed to the advanced technology of the universe, becoming one of the most common ways of evolution for humans. And martial artists have also become the most popular profession. Fong Xing lowered his eyelids, but a hint of expectation emerged in his heart. Chapter 2 Sword Light. Why do you want to learn martial arts? There was still some time before class. Fong Xing looked at Xiao Long and began to be distracted as usual. He recalled the scene of the first martial arts class in his mind. At that time, Xiao Long was still standing in the same position, and his voice was deafening, because you are reserve soldiers. One day you will go to the battlefield and fight to the death with those evil gods. Learning martial arts is to survive. Remember this, and then practice hard. Practice hard. You will have a chance to survive in the future. Your background means that you cannot invest a lot of resources and take the career path of Mecha Master or Mind Master. Martial arts, with the least investment of resources and a good future prospect, is your best choice for evolution. I hope that before graduation, you will at least reach the second level of martial arts and master an A-level martial arts. Otherwise you will die on the battlefield. There is no other possibility. The bloody cruelty immediately brought Fong Xing into reality. At this time, Xiao Long also began to lecture. Most of the evil god's followers have mental pollution. Even the lowest level servants will release mental shocks. At the beginning, the Federation's fleet and mecha division suffered a lot, and the Federation's mental hospitals at that time were full. But later we discovered that after the evolution of human martial arts, the martial arts will produce can resist this kind of mental pollution. Although it is difficult for you to enter the courage realm and gain a trace of artistic conception when you are an adult, the Federation has developed many martial arts that can use hypnosis to allow low-level martial artists to gain almost the same power. This is the origin of A-level martial arts. Fong Xing listened to it with a sour tooth. Martial arts. It is said that the evolutionary path, with the least resource investment and the highest output ratio in the Blue Star Federation is actually the cannon fodder system. There are actually many ways to resist the mental pollution of the evil god's followers. But whether it is the pharmacist's potion, the mind amulet of the Mind Master, or even the psychic armor, the specially modified mecha, it is not something that I can dream of. For a cyborg like himself, there is only one way. That is to learn martial arts. Then go to the front line to swing a knife and cut down the family. If you don't die for a few years, you will have a chance to retire alive. Of course, the Federation has not completely blocked the way out for cyborgs. After all, there is not much difference between cyborgs and natural people, and they have infinite possibilities. Fong Xing used to sit here just to get into college and then successfully postpone military service. According to federal laws, once you successfully get into college, you can get a scholarship and postpone your military service until after graduation. It is said that many martial saints and martial gods in the Federation take this path. College entrance exams. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Even Xiao Long actually subconsciously thought that none of us had a college degree. After all, one of the most basic requirements for college entrance exams is to reach the third level of martial arts. Unpolished jade. Before graduating from high school, the 3 levels of martial arts. The first level is skin and flesh. The second level is tendons and bones. And the third level is unpolished jade. A warrior who reaches the unpolished jade level has a body that goes against the innate nature, and the 5 internal organs are integrated into one. All hidden injuries are automatically repaired, and the internal and external circulation is extremely perfect. You can live to 120 years old without illness or disaster. Fong Xing sighed in his heart, and then looked at Xiao Long movements in front of him. At this time, the other party was posing in a standing posture, and the spine on his back was shaking like a big dragon. Today's class, First stick to the big dragon posture for 30 minutes. Then practice the 12 styles of military boxing with me. Big dragon posture, needless to say, is the best posture for refining the skin and flesh in the first realm of martial arts. After countless simulations by the Federation's highest intelligence brain, the all-knowing brain, it has reached the perfect level and can exercise the skin and flesh of the whole body without any omissions. Standing in the posture cannot be static. The body must move with the mind. Imagine the torso is a big dragon. The spine is the dragon bones. And the limbs are the dragon claws. Big dragon posture should not exceed 1 hour a day. If you have the conditions, you can go to the store to buy D3 nutrient solution. Xiao Long explained in detail, but sighed in his heart. The cheapest D3 nutrient solution costs 5,000 star yuan, and ordinary biochemical students may not be able to afford it for a long time. But there is no way around it. The resources of the Federation are limited, and martial arts is already the cheapest and most popular career evolution route. If you don't show a certain talent, it's not worth the school or even your own investment. Breathe. Inhale. Fang Xing calmed down and took the posture of the dragon stance. A sense of familiarity immediately emerged from his heart, as if he had practiced this stance for a long time. He began to slow down his breathing unconsciously, and his mind began to visualize a majestic dragon, and the bones on his back trembled slightly. In this state, he felt his skin membrane throbbing. Numb, sore and itchy, all kinds of strange feelings surged, and his muscles began to heat up. Persist. Persist. It was a rare opportunity to travel through time and come into contact with such extraordinary power. Fang Xing gritted his teeth and persisted. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt a loss of strength all over his body. His eyes went dark, and a feeling of reaching the limit surged through his body. It was like a sudden loss of strength during a long-distance run, and his body could no longer produce a trace of strength. Have I reached the limit? Will I faint? Will I be carried to the infirmary? That would be so embarrassing. At this moment, Fang Xing consciousness was in a trance, and he seemed to have returned to the night when he stayed up late to read novels. A sword light seemed to appear in front of him, and under that sword, it seemed that a world was being born and destroyed. Is this the scene when I traveled through time? Why do I think it is a sword, instead of a knife light, or even other brilliance? Under that sword light, it seems that some kind of terror is suppressed. Fang Xing had no time to think about it. He saw the sword light fall and turned into 2 light balls, one red and one white. The 2 balls of light chased each other, like 2 fish, or like a red and white Tai Chi diagram. Suddenly, boom, the red and white light collided, and the terrifying brilliance annihilated everything. The red and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly collapsed, and then, a faint fluorescence appeared in front of him. What game panel is this? Is it my golden finger? It seems to be related to the scene I saw when I crossed over. Fang Xing's heart moved, and then, all kinds of insights about the big dragon pillar emerged, and he suddenly felt that his limbs and bones had strength again, as if a new stream of water was injected into a channel that was about to dry up, so that he would not faint immediately. That's right. Although I had inherited the original owner's mind and muscle memory, there was still a difference in how I actually performed it. That is, my mind and hands knew how to do it, but there was no coordination and my skills had declined. But now, this attribute panel has come out, and it has proven to me that my proficiency will only increase, not decline. Until now, I have completely taken over everything from the original owner, even the martial arts. If I could hit points. Fang Xing was a little greedy, but he couldn't find the option to hit points no matter how hard he looked, so he had to give up for the time being. Okay, 30 minutes are up. A few minutes later, Xiao Long gave an order, and the students who were originally standing in the stands felt relieved one by one, and Lu Wei even fell to the ground, sweating profusely and panting. Fang Xing was fine, but he felt his legs were slightly weak. But he didn't need to lie down. Xing, your stance seems to be even stronger. Did you secretly practice more at home tonight? Lu Wei saw that his brother in distress didn't fall down, and couldn't help but complain. This is my normal level, Fang Xing answered with a heavy breath, but added in his heart, it's just that this is Fang Xing peak moment. People's states can be good or bad, but with a solidified attribute bar, his state will always be at the peak. In Lu Wei's view, it seems that Fang Xing has improved again. Hee. Your Shuanggong is indeed a little better than mine, but it may not be the case in the future. Lu Wei smiled and got up. Xiao Long also shouted at this time. Don't lie down. Now you are in good condition. Stand up and practice. The first of the 12 military boxing styles. Bow step cannon punch. Fong Xing's spine is like a bow. And his tendons are like strings. The 5 fingers of his right hand are put together. And the joints actually make crisp sounds. He imagines that his body is a big bow and shoots his fist out. Bang! This punch was thrown. And the air in front of him actually made a muffled sound. Which scared Lu Wei next to him. Xing! How come you are so awesome? Xiao Long saw that many people in the class were punching. And the lines on his face softened a little. Well, the ancient boxing classics say that a sound is worth 1,000 gold coins. If you can make the sound, you would be Ming Jin warriors in ancient times. And you can defeat 10 people. But it's not enough. It's far from enough. Why is this first move bow step cannon fist called cannon fist? Bow step is just the beginning. Imagining your body as a bow is just the beginning. You should imagine yourself as a cannon. Ignite the gas, blood and gunpowder with the fire of the heart. And use your fist as a cannonball. As he spoke, Xiao Long punched. Boom! It was the same bow step cannon punch. But it was as if a cannonball exploded in the air. Fong Xing only felt a pain in his eardrums. And even his heart seemed to be oppressed. With a bit of chest tightness, this punch probably took at least 20 years of practice. I can't block it. Xiao Long closed his fist and stood. When can you perform a real cannon punch? A cannon explosion is worth a lot of money. Only then can you practice this style to a small degree. The key is the heart fire. Using the heart as the driving force to circulate the qi and blood. While speaking, Xiao Long came behind a student and casually pressed a palm on the other's back. The student's face suddenly turned blood red. And he waved his hand and punched. Although there was no cannon explosion, the crisp sound was obviously a bit louder. This kind of teaching by example is incomparable to any projection. But it seems that only students who make a sound can get this treatment. While Fong Xing was thinking, Xiao Long had come behind him and pressed his 5 fingers on his vest. Punch! He suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. As if gunpowder was ignited. And he was eager to find a breakthrough to vent. Ha! Fong Xing shouted in a low voice. Punched out. And then the whole person was a little exhausted. Not bad. Pay attention to the footwork next time. Xiao Long pointed out and walked towards another female classmate. And Fong Xing sat directly on the ground. Breathing heavily. But he was a little excited in his heart. He consciously went to the attribute panel and found the subcolumn of military boxing. Military boxing 12 styles. 56 out of 100. Beginner. Proficiency increased by 1 point. If I do it a few dozen more times, can I complete the military boxing entry practice and enter the next stage? But I can't stand it if I do it a few dozen times. Feeling the pain in his arm, Fong Xing shook his head secretly. Suddenly, his eyes focused. At the bottom of the attribute bar, a new strange symbol appeared. This rune seemed to be composed of twisted lines, faintly forming the outline of a mirror. When his consciousness fell on it, a new line of text appeared. Gate of the Heavens, 1/100 capturing. Chapter 3 Workers and House Buyers. Sunset. At the school gate, Lu Wei held 2 bottles of salty soda. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, thank you. Fong Xing took the soda and took a sip. The special soda reflected colorful light in the sun. And it was full of various flavors. The beautiful bubbles were distinct and burst on the tip of the tongue, bringing a hint of coolness, which was very refreshing. The consistent light salty taste forced him to open his mouth and drink in big gulps. Refreshing. Drinking salty soda, Fong Xing and Lu Wei went home together. The house they rented was nearby. Not far from the school, a small river meandered by. The river water was clear, and the embankment was white. I must get into college. Suddenly, Lu Wei threw the soda bottle far away, looked at the water, and suddenly spoke. Fong Xing was calculating his family assets, thinking about enjoying the food, drink and fun of this era, and studying the newly appeared Gate of the Heavens. Suddenly, he heard this and turned his head to look at Lu Wei. I must be admitted to a university and transfer to other departments, preferably the mecha department. There is no way to practice martial arts, Lu Wei said seriously. Warrior is just a professional prefix. According to the customary practice of the Blue Star Federation, a warrior can only be considered a professional martial artist when he reaches the 4th level, the courage and spirit level. Of course, after becoming a martial artist, You can continue to study and become a martial arts mecha master. Or something. Even in ancient times, the combat power of armored warriors and unarmored warriors was very different. Not to mention mechas. According to the experience of the predecessor, even the lowest level military exoskeleton can make an ordinary person immediately gain the strength to match the courage and spirit level martial artist. Alas, it's just that there are not enough resources. Otherwise everyone can happily drive mechas together. He sighed in his heart. Why did the Blue Star Federation vigorously develop the martial arts system and create a bunch of biochemicals? Isn't it because the front line lacks cannon fodder, mecha divisions, and resources? It is rumored that there have been proposals from senior officials to open up gene modulation technology and change the 10-month in vitro culture chamber of biochemical human bodies to 3 months or even shorter. But this has been refuted by many people who believe that in this way, the potential and infinite possibilities of human beings will be truly lost. According to current technology, once gene modulation is carried out, the probability of biochemical people advancing to the 4th realm of martial arts in the future will be greatly increased. But the possibility of becoming the 8th realm martial saint or the 9th realm martial god will be greatly reduced. But when the Blue Star Federation is defeated once and resources are even more stretched, it is hard to say. After all, cannon fodder is cannon fodder, and you can't expect too much. And the martial saints and martial gods are not particularly strong. The destructive power of mecha masters, mind masters, sword masters, and even the top level of other professions is even higher. Of course, each profession is not isolated from each other. For example, warriors need to wear special external skeletons or even special mechas to exert their maximum combat power. Well, come on! After thinking about it for a long time, Fong Xing said only these 3 words. After the two separated, Fong Xing returned to his home. It's called a home, but it's actually similar to an apartment. You can see the living room as soon as you enter the door. In addition, there are kitchens and bedrooms. The space is quite large. Now the housing price of Xingfuyuan community seems to be 10,000 star yuan per square meter. Fong Xing looked around, and a thought emerged in his mind. Even if the rent is not cheap, it is indeed difficult to afford if it weren't for the federal student loan. He took out his mobile phone, skillfully opened an app, and saw his wallet. Balance, 14,231.9 star yuan. It's just enough to buy a little over 1 square meter. And this is the result of my active part-time work in my spare time. Fong Xing thought of the original owner's dream, which was not to get into college, but to buy a house. Not on this Eagle Star, but to buy a house on the Capital Star, which is the origin of the Blue Star Federation. Blue Star. The house price on Blue Star also needs immigration, plus the spaceship ticket. I don't even have enough. I'm afraid only those big names in the profession can afford it. Fong Xing calculated and was a little speechless. This dream is much bigger than Lu Wei's. You have to survive before you can consider buying a house. Fong Xing, who had suffered the oppression of modern mortgages in his previous life, now sneered at the original owner's wish. This little money should be enjoyed first. The entertainment in the Interstellar Era is rich and colorful. Although it is just an ordinary education planet, there are also many fun things. Recalling the basic information here, Fong Xing couldn't help but be amazed at the generosity of the Blue Star Federation. The Eagle Star is located in the Black Mountain Galaxy. The main components of the air are nitrogen and oxygen. It is composed of 44.6% continents and islands, and 55.4% oceans and water bodies. The standard gravity is 1.2 times that of the Blue Star. As an educational planet, its main industries are various schools and training centers. It can be said that the entire planet is an industrial chain cluster built around this industry. It is precisely because of this that Lu Wei feels desperate. Unless he obtains the ability of interstellar navigation, he can't escape from this planet at all. For those biochemical people who think too much, the Eagle Star is a huge cage, and even the sky and the universe are oppressive. But for Fong Xing, how big is your heart that you feel that a planet can't accommodate that little bit of personal freedom? He thought about it, and opened a certain ordering app on his mobile phone. Not long after, the sound of propellers came from the balcony. A flying machine landed on the balcony, and below it was a steaming package. Confirm receipt. Dear, please give a good comment. A cute lowly voice sounded, and then the flying machine withdrew directly. A very primitive way of delivering food. Fong Xing commented. Open the lunchbox. and a strange fragrance came out. After a closer look, I found that the lunchbox was filled with rice. The rice was the size of the tip of my little finger, and each grain was plump and crystal clear, like a red jade. Well, this is blood-tooth rice. It is said that eating it can greatly replenish chi in blood. In addition, there is also shero meat steak. This gravy. He picked up a piece of steak with chopsticks, looked at the crystal-like meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. A strong meaty aroma filled his mouth. The shero meat was processed so that it melted in the mouth and did not get stuck in the teeth at all. Every time he chewed, he could feel the large amount of gravy bursting, paired with vegetables and fragrant rice. It was simply a must-try. Delicious. Unconsciously, Fong Xing looked at the empty lunch box, and a trace of unsatisfied expression appeared on his face, although it costs more than 100. It's worth it. Have another cup of milk tea after dinner. This little life is so comfortable to lie down and buy a house and go away. As for graduating from high school 3 years later and joining the army, Fong Xing has selectively forgotten it. After he finished eating, he threw the fast food box into the trash can and took out a pair of sci-fi glasses from the drawer. After putting it on, an illusory world suddenly appeared. Huh? The virtual reality games in this world don't have an 18+ rating? I've given it a rave review. The next moment, Fong Xing seemed to have discovered a new world and was addicted to it unconsciously. The next day, in the bedroom, Fong Xing's face was red. He was panting like an ox and sweating like a pulp. He stood like a bow. His spine was like a dragon, and he was practicing the big dragon stance. Although he had a lot of fun playing games yesterday, he was an adult after all, and he knew how to be restrained. He went to bed on time before 12 o'clock. After waking up in the morning, he simply washed up and started practicing. Half an hour later, Fong Xing gasped for air and focused his consciousness on the attribute panel. There is no change in the big dragon posture and the 12 forms of military boxing. Is it really difficult for quantitative change to lead to qualitative change in one day? It is the gate of the heavens. Fong Xing transferred his consciousness to the mirror-like symbol, and some inexplicable information suddenly emerged in his mind. It increased by 1% in one day? So, as long as there are 98 days, we can open the gate of the heavens and go to another world? He was a little excited. Another world. This may be a new time travel. Or even, maybe we can return to the original Earth. Although, if we go back, we will continue to be a social animal. And we still can't afford a toilet in the capital. Compared to this, the golden finger of the time travel belt seems to be a good way to change life. Fong Xing's mouth curled up slightly. More importantly, there is a way out. Even if he fails the college entrance examination in the next 3 years, and must be forced to serve in the military, he can go to another world without having to take risks on the battlefield. It's just that. A journey to another world? I must prepare well. He looked solemn, opened the mobile mall, and looked for some equipment he needed. The simplest air detection device, food-grade toxin test paper, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and even protective gear and weapons. After all, another world may be extremely dangerous, and we must make all-round plans. Fortunately, there is still enough time. In terms of protective gear, the Federation has a lot of good stuff, such as primary nano-protective clothing, which can generate masks and provide all-round protection without dead angles. Ordinary people who are powerless can't break the defense even if they wear it. This is the case with protective gear. But the Federation has restrictions on weapons. Huh? Fong Xing saw the most expensive weapon in the mall, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the top bar of the product page, there is a picture of a gun display. The silver-white gun body looks very sci-fi, and the smooth lines must be very handy to hold. Xuanlong class laser gun, civilian version. Priced at 200,000 star yuan. Xuanlong is a giant in the federal arms industry. The ray attack fired by the laser gun will surely kill even a brave martial artist in the fourth realm. It's a pity that it's a civilian version. Fong Xing felt a little regretful. The so-called civilian version naturally means that the gun has been locked by a program and cannot attack humanoid creatures. If I travel to a monster world, it will be very useful. But it's a pity. I can't afford it. It seems that I have to start working hard again in the next 3 months. Could it be that this is the fate of working people? Chapter 4 White Moonlight. On the way to school, Fong Xing was still thinking about the problem of powerful weapons. Now his martial arts journey has just begun. And he has not even finished tempering the first level of flesh and blood. So he is just a small shrimp. If you rashly cross the alien world, you will easily encounter danger. But what humans are best at is using tools and relying on external forces. Laser gun. If there is a military grade one, it would be great. The military version of the laser gun certainly does not have the program requirements of not being able to use it on people. And it can be called a small killing weapon. Don't think about this in the general mall. But the black market. Fong Xing kicked out a stone. Swish. The stone flew out and landed in the stream, making a dozen water splashes. Inside the Blue Star Federation, humans are by no means harmonious, but have been in constant conflict since ancient times. Not only that, those terrible extraterritorial evil gods even master the authority of the imaginary space, and could send their followers, and even more dangerous evil gods' offspring into the human territory. The damage caused is still a small matter. The main thing is the spread of faith, and even the development of a group of hidden cultists. Cultists, rebels, are the biggest troubles within the human race. It is said that there is a black market outside Maple Leaf City, where everything can be sold, and there may even be traces of cultists. This is too deep. I am a good student. What's more, there is not enough money. When Fong Xing thought of the balance in his wallet, he suddenly had no idea. Next, study hard, work hard, try to save money. If you can't afford a laser gun, you can buy an electric baton. 3 days later, in the school, Fong Xing stood on the big dragon pile, looked at the attribute bar, and was a little silent. After 3 days of hard training, the fastest growth is actually in the gate of the heavens. I'm speechless. The most important realm of martial arts. Skin refining only increased proficiency by 1 point. According to this calculation, I still need 231 days to complete the skin refining practice, and then refine the flesh. After the skin and flesh are perfect, I can try to break through the second realm of martial arts. Tendons and bones. Skin refining takes nearly a year, and flesh refining will be even more difficult. Not to mention that 3 days to increase a little is the early stage, and in the later stage it may be 4 days a little, or even 5 days a little. According to this calculation, it is really a dream to want to break through to the third realm of martial arts before graduation. Fong Xing pursed his lips. Of course, the account is not calculated in this way. Whether it is special nutritional medicine or even auxiliary training equipment, it can greatly increase the speed of training. But he has no chance of these. The only way is the big dragon pillar. My big dragon pillar is still at the entry level, so the efficiency of refining flesh and skin is naturally not high. But when it reaches a higher level, the efficiency will definitely be incomparable. It's a pity that the big dragon pillar is not improving fast. The road of martial arts is really difficult. Fong Xing sighed secretly. Axing, get ready to work. This time we are going to the rich area. Have you heard of the brilliant Jiang Mansion? Lu Wei came over with a sly look, his eyes rolling. Oh, that famous rich area is full of rich people. Fong Xing seemed to think of something, and his mouth curled up slightly. That guy in school seems to live in the brilliant Jiang Mansion. Hearing this, Lu Wei's face turned red, and he looked around. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going? I will definitely go. Fong Xing agreed immediately. I'm short of money, but let me make it clear first. I won't accept orders from the second realm. Of course, the second realm warriors don't look down on us. Lu Wei answered as a matter of course. With the technology of the Blue Star Federation, it is now difficult to find a job that only requires physical labor. What the original owner and Lu Wei found before was naturally not an ordinary job, but a human stake. For a warrior, hitting a dead stake is not as fast as hitting a living person. Some natural students have the need to hire a human stake to practice martial arts. The human body is the most sophisticated and complex, and there are special training robots. But it is too luxurious to use it for a first-level warrior. Far less than hiring a person. This is a cost-effectiveness issue. On the way to the brilliant Jiang Mansion, Fong Xing pondered secretly. After getting off the suspension train, his eyes lit up. What appeared in front of him was a piece of green mountains and green waters, with a few villas dotted in between, which looked extremely harmonious and quaint. The streets were clean and tidy, and there were few pedestrians on the road. But everyone was well dressed. The environment near Yusai High School is already good, but compared to this side, it is immediately the difference between a chicken and a phoenix. At the entrance of the brilliant Jiang mansion, there were two uniformed security guards standing straight, as tall as pine trees, with an inexplicable temperament. Fang Xing knew at a glance that these two people definitely possessed the entry-level Delongzuang, and their aura was even more powerful. Is this the rich area? Even the security guards are at least 3-level warriors, he complained in his heart. And Lu Wei next to him had already stepped forward with a smile. Hello. Two seniors. Brother Wang. Have a cigarette. They had worked here before, and they were familiar with each other. They knew that the two security guards were from Yusai High School, and were tough guys who had survived the battlefield. If you are not a tough guy, you can't compete for this job. Brother Wang had honest features, waved his hand, and said righteously, Xiao Lu, even if we know each other, we still have to go through the procedures. Register first, and then let the owner call, and then we can release him. Of course. Of course. Lu Wei nodded repeatedly, asked Fang Xing to come forward to register, and gave him a look. Fang Xing came forward, turned his body in a direction, and blocked the surveillance. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Wei put a pack of cigarettes into Brother Wang's pocket without leaving any trace, and nodded. This technique is so skillful. It's even harder than the 12 styles of military boxing. But Fang Xing still understands the principle that it's easier to deal with the devil than the devil. So he can only curse in his heart. Galaxy brand? More than 1,000 per pack. Right? It's quite shady. Brother Wang took the cigarette and smiled. I received a call. We will take you there. This is the rule. As he said, he walked towards the maglev car next to the sentry box. Get in the car. This is obviously to prevent visitors from wandering around and disturbing other owners. Fang Xing and Lu Wei got on it, and the maglev car immediately took off and flew towards a villa. Along the way, the leather seats were very comfortable, and there was no bump at all. Lu Wei looked around, as if he was here for the first time, which made Fang Xing laugh in his heart, knowing that the other party was looking for his white moonlight Ouyang Qianqian. Ouyang Qianqian is Lu Wei's classmate. She has a well-developed figure, fair skin and big eyes. More importantly, the other party is a natural person, although there is no legal barrier between natural persons and cyborgs. The gaps in ethnicity, resources, social status, etc. are enough to make the young boy feel desperate. Because of this, Lu Wei has always kept his admiration in his heart. Except for Fang Xing. No one in the class knows that he has a crush on Ouyang Qianqian. At this time, another hovercraft flew over and crossed with Fang Xing and the others. In the car, it seems that there is only one young girl. Huh? Lu Wei turned his head suddenly. His eyes widened, but he quickly shut up. Okay. We're here. Brother Wang sent Fang Xing and Lu Wei to the gate of a villa, and then got in the car and left. At this time, Lu Wei spoke, axing. The person just now seemed to be Bai Liani. Right? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. After all, it was just a glimpse. But Fang Xing felt that it was 70% to 80% possible. Bai Liani is a cyborg like us. How could she afford to live in such a place? She is also the top student in the class, but she has never liked to associate with us. Could it be that the rumors are true? Lu Wei's eyes rolled around. Fang Xing was speechless. Bai Liani looked good, and the key was that she had a kind of temperament of a beautiful girl from a small family. In terms of appearance, she was even more beautiful than Ouyang Qianqian. There were many people who admired her in school. In addition, she was not very sociable and had no girlfriends. So rumors gradually spread. It is said that it costs 400 yuan per time. Lu Wei seemed to be talking to himself. Ahem. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors, what's more. Fang Xing raised his chin slightly, indicating that the employer was about to come out, and there was a surveillance camera at the door. So Lu Wei should not do such a stupid thing. Alas. Lu Wei sighed. It's a pity. I don't have money. Fang Xing couldn't help but look sideways, knowing that Lu Wei had more savings than himself, and was even stingier than himself. Where is your white moonlight Ouyang Qianqian? Is she still not as good as the Cinnabar mole? Just as he was about to say something, the door of the villa opened automatically, and a girl's voice came out. Are you here? Come to the training ground by yourself. Fang Xing walked through the garden and came to a flat ground. There were some wooden stakes and racks placed around, with various weapons on them. He sniffed and smelled a strong smell of medicine, knowing that this was a special wooden stake, which could effectively repair body injuries and activate blood after being soaked in medicine. Next to the wooden stake, there was a girl standing. She had a bun on her head and looked only 13 or 14 years old. Her face was still childish, with delicate features, very cute, wearing a training suit, and holding a wooden sword in her hand. The wooden sword was dark red, with visible textures and a layer of grease-like luster. I don't know how long it had been rubbed. My name is Gu Yun, and I hired you. Gu Yun swung the wooden sword and pointed at a weapon rack. Do you know what to do? Go get 2 wooden sticks. Let's practice. This, little sister. It's not good. What if we accidentally hurt you? Lu Wei picked up the wooden stick and waved it, making a muffled sound in the air, and said a little embarrassedly. Gu Yun raised her eyebrows. If you can hurt me, I will double your salary. Okay, Lu Wei shouted, holding the stick with both hands, and with a move of strengthening Huashan, the shadow of the stick fell violently. Snap! The stick hit the ground with a crisp sound. So fast! Fang Xing's face twitched, recalling the movements of the little girl just now, and felt that the other party's footsteps were like a civet cat, moving like a gust of wind. Kill! While he was thinking, a shadow flashed by, and with a cry, a knife shadow chopped on Lu Wei's shoulder. Ah! Lu Wei screamed and flew away, and it seemed that his shoulder was dislocated. If it was a real knife, his shoulder and half of his body would probably be chopped off. Lu Wei fell to the ground, looking at Gu Yun, and couldn't help wailing. Perfected flesh training? And B-level martial arts magic knife? Fuck. Even a second-level warrior may not be able to beat you. This list is wrong. But I am a first-level warrior, and I haven't broken through yet. Gu Yun smiled sweetly and looked at Fang Xing. It's your turn. But I'm really too strong, so this won't have any training effect. She pressed the ring watch on her hand, and her clothes suddenly lit up. Wait until I activate the gravity suit before fighting you. Chapter 5 Magic Knife. Gravity suit? Fang Xing was shocked. In the Interstellar Era, adapting to different gravity is a compulsory course for warriors. Gravity suit is a kind of equipment to assist in training, which can easily adjust the gravity of the warrior. In addition, this gravity acts on the whole body, penetrates into the cells, and is very uniform, which is better than any weight training effect. But the price is also very attractive. There is also the B-level martial arts magic knife, which is the prerequisite for the A-level martial arts ghost knife. This Gu Yun, at most 14 years old, has already perfected the first realm and is about to break through the second realm. He also started practicing a B-level martial arts. Comparatively speaking, why do I feel like a loser? He was speechless in his heart, but he didn't dare to relax his hands. He danced to stick flower and blocked in front of him. The next moment, swoosh, a black shadow flashed by, as fast as a civet cat, and the wooden sword in his hand seemed to have a hint of magic, slashing across the sky. Snap! Fang Xing only felt a strong force coming from his hand, and the wooden stick in his hand almost flew out of his hand. But it didn't. Blocked. It's not that I'm much stronger than Lu Wei, but that the other party has a gravity suit. The speed is much slower than before, and the strength is also. He has a clear understanding in his heart. Kill! Kill! Gu Yun's little face is not cute at all, but full of murderous intent. She slashes with the magic knife again, and her eyes are a little blood red, as if she has a blood feud with Fang Xing. The magic knife is indeed a magic knife. It is very murderous. Fang Xing feels like a small boat sailing in a storm, and it may be destroyed at any time. B-level martial arts magic knife is originally a sword technique full of magic, which contains some hypnotic methods and spiritual cultivation, just to bring out the potential of the warrior. The negative emotions and influences brought about by this are also very terrifying. If you don't go crazy, you won't live. It is said that the A-level martial arts ghost sword is even more terrifying. After all, this is a terrifying martial art that can make low-level warriors face the followers of evil gods. And it comes from the era of bloody battles between humans and alien races. Suddenly, Fang Xing saw Gu Yun swinging the wooden sword in his hand, one after another, and the two sword shadows seemed to overlap. With double strength, double overlapping swords. No, I can't stop it. The wooden stick in his hand flew out, and he saw Gu Yun slashing with a sword. Stop! At this moment, a deep voice came. The wooden sword in Gu Yun's hand fell in front of Fang Xing, and was caught by a white jade palm. I failed to hold back in time, And I failed again. Gu Yun seemed to come back from a trance. Breathing heavily, looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Dad! The middle-aged man was burly, at least 1.9 meters tall, and just shook his head when he heard it. Don't be discouraged, Xiao Yuner. You have performed much better than last time. This demon sword was a pure magic martial art in ancient times, which contained a demonic nature. The practitioner would definitely create a bloody storm. But now the secret has been cracked. That is, to get the sword but forget the sword. Defeat the enemy but not kill. In order to tame the demonic nature. Only in this realm can you try to practice the ghost sword for the first step. Otherwise you will be mentally insane at best, and die directly from the reverse flow of blood and qi. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked at Fang Xing and Lu Wei again. Thank you for your hard work. Today's salary will be doubled. Thank you, boss. When Lu Wei heard it, his body seemed to be less painful, and he smiled immediately. Half an hour later, after walking out of the brilliant Jiang mansion, Lu Wei became silent and cursed for a long time. Damn it, if I had known it was this kind of sparring, I wouldn't have come. Double salary is only enough for medical expenses. That person looks like a professional. But I didn't expect him to be so stingy. Fang Xing, however, recalled the last words of the middle-aged man and shook his head. He actually has compensation, which is the secret of practicing the magic sword. Natural people's families are good. This kind of teaching by example is hard to find in school, unless you get the favor of teacher Xiao Long. Fuck. I am considered. I can see that the girl is using us as tools. She is practicing the magic knife technique, which is difficult to control. So she needs to sacrifice a living person to the knife. But once this kind of thing is done, it is like stepping into the abyss. The so-called getting the knife, but forgetting the knife means to use one's own will to tame the devil in the magic knife, to defeat us without killing us, and to leave room for us to attack, so that the magic knife can be truly cultivated. The girl's father deliberately hid in the dark, just to control it at all times, to monitor whether the girl can hold back, and to stop her at the last moment. Lu Wei is not stupid. In other words, the cyborgs who can go to high school are basically elites. They can't help but be amazed when they see something. The magic knife is so difficult. What about the A-level martial arts ghost knife? But we are indeed tools. Fortunately, we get paid. Fang Xing still has the golden finger, so he is not very depressed. He smiled and said, they even give double. With this, at least the primary nano-protective suit can be ordered. Humph. This is what we exchanged for our injuries. Lu Wei rubbed his shoulders and continued to chatter. I originally thought that those who lived in the brilliant Jiang mansion were all wealthy people. But now it seems that they are just middle class. Middle class is a false proposition. Do they have industries? It's more like the middle-income group. Fang Xing also complained, from the fact that he arranged a martial artist career for his daughter. We know that this family is not rich. The truly wealthy ones will directly drive a mecha. Yes. It's just a middle income. And they still think they are rich. Lu Wei was very happy. And it seemed that his injuries had healed a lot. Happy home community. It arrived so soon? Fang Xing looked at the express delivery at the door and scratched his head. I just placed the order on the way. He opened the door with the express delivery in his arms. After scanning the identity verification, the express box opened automatically, revealing one of the silver-white metal balls. Fang Xing pierced his fingertips, causing a drop of blood to fall on the silver-white metal ball. This is not a blood drip to recognize the owner, but to let the nano-suit remember his DNA information. Ding! After a slight sound, Fang Xing followed the instructions and let the silver-white metal ball contact the skin on his arm. The silver-white metal ball instantly dissolved, like liquid, covering his whole body. Well, very thin and breathable. Fang Xing moved around and found that there was no obstruction at all, and the weight was also very light. Mask mode? He shouted softly, and a silver mask was immediately put on his face. And even the eye sockets were protected by a layer of transparent film. All-round protection without blind spots. Color change. Rose gold. Under Fang Xing command, his entire nano suit instantly changed various colors, and finally fixed on snow white. No need to be so careful at school, he thought for a moment. Turned the nano suit into a white short-sleeved shirt, casually lay on the chair, and picked up the holographic glasses. Let's play. Let's play. A few hours later. Alas, as expected, Fong Xing lay on the bed with laziness and satisfaction on his face. I'm addicted again. Even if I travel through time. If I don't have the golden finger, I'm still that salted fish. Admitting one's mediocrity and incompetence is also a test that needs to be faced in growth. Fong Xing knew very well that he was a social animal who used to work from 9 to 5 and didn't learn history very well. Even if he traveled to ancient times, the biggest possibility was that he would die because of language barriers, diseases, famines, and wars. The other world was even worse, which meant that most of the experience and knowledge of the traveler would be invalid, especially in a world with advanced technology. In fact, the only thing he could rely on was the golden finger. If there was no golden finger, he could only accept his fate step by step. Lying down is also a kind of wisdom. Fong Xing looked at the time and forced himself to sleep. After all, he had to go to class tomorrow. The next day, Yusai High School. The hot teacher Lan Fei said in a mellow voice. The evil god's followers are divided into lower servants, upper servants, lower followers, upper followers, and between upper followers and rulers, there is another level. That is, the descendants of the evil god. The descendants of the evil god are far stronger than the upper followers in terms of pollution and ability. It is even rumored that the most powerful descendants of the evil god have power and authority close to the lower rulers. But the birth conditions of the descendants of the evil god are extremely strict. The number is rare, and they are not considered a tribe. Fong Xing looked around and found it empty. Lu Wei was injured and asked for a class leave. He was receiving treatment in the school clinic. The treatment room in the school clinic can quickly connect even broken hands and feet. The key is that students have discounts. Lu Wei must be reluctant to receive treatment outside. While thinking, Fong Xing took notes. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and saw a glance sweeping over him. Is it her? Bai Lianyi? Fong Xing saw a female classmate with delicate features, looking at him thoughtfully. The other party had fair and delicate skin, like a fine porcelain doll, with a temperament like a beautiful girl from a small family, wearing a snow-white training suit, with a black belt wrapped around her waist, and a little more cool and capable feeling. It seems that I didn't make a mistake in the brilliant Jiang mansion before. Is he guilty? While he was pondering, the class was finally over. With a change of environment, it would soon be time for the martial arts class that Fong Xing wanted. Axing, I'm back. At this time, Lu Wei also trotted over, and the acne on his face was jumping and red. Any student can skip cultural classes, but he certainly doesn't want to miss martial arts classes. Martial arts teachers, like Xiao Long, charge at least 10,000 star yuan per hour for private lessons outside. Are you healed? Fong Xing glanced sideways. Of course, full of energy. Lu Wei showed off his muscles. The medical technology in the Interstellar Era is really not to be underestimated. And the arm was not broken, so it healed very quickly. Teacher Xia is here. Fong Xing wanted to say something, but saw Xiao Long walk into the classroom. He looked around with a fierce look, and his voice was like a bell. Roaring, standing first, then punching. Yes! All the students agreed together, and at the same time, they set up the big dragon stance. With a uniform beauty, Fong Xing concentrated on practicing the stance, and gradually forgot about himself. Suddenly, his spine seemed to be whipped, and he was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. Standing is too rigid, and the blood and qi need to be paid attention to the third node of the spine. Xiao Long's voice came to his ears. Fong Xing followed subconsciously, and felt his skin tighten all over his body, and his skills became deeper. He shuddered and looked at the attribute panel. Big dragon stance, 69 out of 100, beginner finally. Teacher Xia gave instructions again. Sure enough, there are two completely different things with and without instructions. Chapter 6, Discussion. Although Fong Xing never missed a martial arts class, he could not get Xiao Long guidance in every class, especially when he was just starting to practice Kung Fu. He seized the opportunity and carefully experienced the difference. After half an hour of Dalong Zhuang, it was time to practice the 12 styles of military boxing. Fong Xing was very serious and expected to get Xiao Long guidance. Unfortunately, this time Xiao Long just glanced at him, nodded and shook his head. The classmates have made progress, which is good. But the final point of martial arts is still in actual combat. If you are good at actual combat, you can say anything. But if you are not good at actual combat, it is all bullshit. Now, The class will form groups of 2 and start actual combat exercises. He clicked the watch on his hand, and a blue light curtain appeared in front of him. Fong Xing and other names kept changing on it, and finally froze. The first group. Bai Lang versus Chihiro. Xiao Long announced expressionlessly. Other students. Please make way. Please teach me. Bai Lang, who has a slender figure and short haircut, bowed politely first. Please teach me. Chihiro, wearing a green training suit and a pumpkin head, bowed in return. Pa! The next moment, Bai Lang's footsteps were like bows and arrows, and he shot several meters away and came in front of Chihiro. He put his 5 fingers together and punched with a cannon. A crisp sound came from the air, and it was obvious that he was very skilled in bow and cannon punching. Bang! The cannon punched into the air, and Chihiro made a posture similar to the iron bridge. It was hard to imagine that her slender waist could bend to 90 degrees. Then, Chihiro pressed her hands on the ground, and her long legs were soft and boneless, and it was like a pair of pythons strangling. 12 military boxing styles, double snake legs. The next second, Bai Lang was strangled and fell to the ground, like a prey entangled by a giant python. Naked choke. I give up. Bai Lang's face was flushed, and it was unknown whether it was due to lack of oxygen or excitement. Anyway, Fong Xing felt that he was not depressed or disappointed. Oh, this kid made a big profit. Beside him, Lu Wei also slapped his thigh in regret. Why didn't I go up? Next group. Ian versus Cole. Xiao Long had no expression and asked the next group to go forward. Ian was thin and small, with dark skin, while Cole had a typical white appearance and was nearly 2 heads taller than Ian. At this time, he heard the order. A grim smile appeared on his face, and his right fist swung back, and then shot out like a bow and arrow. Bang! The punch was too fast, and Ian had no way to avoid it. He flew backwards, and even a sharp bone cracking sound came from his hastily raised arms. One punch. The students around were a little shocked. Cole's punch is already very close to the one cannon is worth 1,000 gold. Bow step cannon punch. The word cannon is the real meaning. So powerful. This big guy relies on his body and strength, and he has too much advantage in the early stage of martial arts training, which is equivalent to those people with extraordinary talents in ancient times. Lu Wei also murmured. Although the 12 styles of military boxing are only C-level martial arts, it is not bad to be able to practice to this level in the first year of high school. Xiao Long crossed his arms and nodded secretly in his heart, ready to put Cole on the observation list. But he didn't say much, and said directly, come on. 2 students. Send Ian to the infirmary. The next group. Lu Wei versus Bai Liani. Hearing this, Fong Xing immediately looked to the side. Lu Wei suppressed his excitement and calmly said, Student Bai, please teach me. Bai Liani nodded gently, looking like a white lotus, and her voice was soft and delicate, which made people think of the lotus in the south of the Yangtze River. Be careful. Student Lu. Before she finished speaking, she flashed and came in front of Lu Wei. So fast. Fong Xing watched coldly and was amazed. This student Bai's speed is probably the best in the class. As a biochemical person, he has surpassed many natural students in martial arts training progress. This is really unbelievable. What's even more unbelievable is the terrible sound of the wind afterwards. Sizzle. Bai Liani raised her right leg high, and her white training clothes rustled. The air seemed to be torn apart by a giant axe, and the axe was Bai Liani's long legs. Military boxing 12 styles. Battle axe kick. Giggle. Fong Xing heard a sharp bone-breaking sound, and then saw Lu Wei seem to be hit by a high-speed train head and screamed in midair, my hand. It's okay. Isn't it just a broken hand? Hey. Send him to the infirmary. Xiao Long frowned. He didn't know that even if the school infirmary was cheap, it would still charge a fee. Next group. Fong Xing. To Ouyang Qianqian. Fong Xing originally wanted to send his desk mate and friend to the infirmary, but when he heard his name, he could only give Lu Wei an apologetic look and go to the battlefield. Lu Wei didn't cry anymore, and the classmates, who refused to go to the infirmary, immediately just watched from the side. After all, one was his best friend, and the other was his secret crush. He thought about it and shouted, axing. Come on! Anyway, natural students like Ouyang Qianqian always rank among the top in the class, so they will definitely not lose. It is natural for you to cheer for your friends. Although he shouted for encouragement, he did not think Fang Xing had any chance of winning. Please teach me. Fang Xing was in a good mood. He smiled at Ouyang Qianqian and set up the military boxing stance while manipulating the nano suit to give up defense. After all, it was just a class exercise, so there was no need to cheat. Please. Ouyang Qianqian's hands were like orchids, graceful and elegant, and she suddenly nodded. Not the way of the 12 military boxing styles. This is her family martial arts violin finger. It is a C-level martial arts, which is good at training the flexibility of fingers. Well, much weaker than Gu Yuan, as both are natural families. If Gu Yuan is a middle-income family, Ouyang Qianqian is a poor person, of course. No matter what, it is better than a cyborg. We are born in debt. Fang Xing made a mistake in his steps and dodged Ouyang Qianqian's finger, then put his 5 fingers together and turned it into the punch he was most familiar with. Bow step cannon punch. The man is like a pine. The steps are like a bow. And the punch is like a cannon. Boom! A muffled sound came from the air. And Fang Xing punched hard and heavy, hitting Huanglong directly. Ouyang Qianqian, however, was like a willow catkin, facing the wind and backwards, barely avoiding the punch. Willow catkin body movement. Then, she twisted her body and came to Fang Xing's right side. Her right hand fingers were like jade, and she lightly tapped to drive a strong wind. Although the moves were fierce and vicious, the posture was graceful, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Fang Xing twisted his waist and did not retreat but advanced. Snap! He felt a pain on his back, but he did not hesitate at all. Opened his hands and gave a bear hug. Ah! Accompanied by Lu Wei's scream. He and Ouyang Qianqian fell to the ground together. It doesn't matter if you are stronger than me. I can pull you to the area where I am best, and then use my rich experience to defeat you. Fang Xing smiled in his heart. The current situation is very favorable to him. After all, when competing in ground fighting skills, girls will always suffer a little. Lu Wei must be envious to the point of bleeding from the nose. But he stared at Ouyang Qianqian's unyielding eyes and patted the ground. I give up. Although they were pulled to the same level, and even had a certain advantage. But this female classmate must have a higher progress in refining the flesh and blood than himself. And her basic physical quality is stronger. Although it may be due to gender, she is a little restrained when fighting on the ground. But it takes some effort to win. In the end, he got injured and embarrassed. So why bother? After all, this is just a harmless classroom exchange. Okay. Stop. Xiao Long nodded and said to Ouyang Qianqian, who got up and looked unwilling. I have told my classmates not to rely too much on so-called family martial arts. No matter how good the family martial arts are, can they compare with the school? Or even the Federation? Ouyang's family martial arts obviously bear the imprint of ancient martial arts. And he still pays attention to grace when he attacks. So he gave Fang a chance. The 12 military boxing styles are specially developed for battlefield killing. There is absolutely no redundant movement, even if the posture is a little indecent. Winning and surviving are the most important. For example, just now, if Fang continued to connect with a move of Zhu Po Long flip, the probability of winning is very high. He opened his mouth and pointed out the strategies and responses of both sides, which made Fang Xing feel that he benefited a lot. Indeed, if Ouyang Qianqian had not made some mistakes at the beginning, he would not have been able to knock down the opponent. The next group? Xiao Long gave some instructions, and continued to let the next group of students come forward. In his heart, he was slightly moved. This Fang Xing is not bad. For him, Ouyang Qianqian, as a student from a natural person family, has family resources invested, and the progress of refining flesh and blood is faster than that of biochemical people. But she was forced to this point. Obviously, she has extremely scarce practical experience. And there is nothing to say. But Fang Xing is a bit interesting. He has a good combat awareness. Obviously, he has experienced some actual combat. And he can admit defeat in the end. He is sensible, knows how to advance and retreat, and knows how to make choices. And it seems that every time he attends class, he can see a little progress from him. Even if it is very small. This is a bit complicated. Xiao Long recalled the past. Even excellent students like Bai Liani and Cole did not make progress in every class. Occasionally, they would be affected by various trivial things. But Fang Xing is different. although his realm is very low and his moves are not proficient. He takes one step at a time and walks very steadily. Maybe Fang Xing is in a particularly good state during this period. Let's wait and see. After all, it's just a small matter. Xiao Long quickly put Fang Xing matter aside and prepared to observe for a while. Xing. Fang Xing came to Lu Wei's side and received a look full of resentment from his desk mate. You actually threw Qian down. Ahem. Didn't I admit defeat? Otherwise, if we continue to fight, the scene will be very ugly. Fang Xing coughed. In fact, he mainly wanted to show off in front of Xiao Long. We have been friends for many years, and the boat is about to capsize. But you should send me to the infirmary first. Lu Wei quickly gave up the entanglement, and the two walked towards the school infirmary together. After passing a flower bed, Fang Xing paused. There was a girl standing in front of her, wearing a snow-white training suit, and her temperament was like a lotus in the south of the Yangtze River. It was Bai Liani. Chapter 7 Cannon Fist Achievement. Student Bai? Fang Xing greeted politely, knowing that this student Bai was here to find the two of them. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed just now. Bai Liani's eyes were warm, and her voice had a tremor in it, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Coupled with her temperament, Lu Wei inexplicably felt pity and trance. I had seen that person in the brilliant Jiang mansion before. Was she her? No. No. There will definitely be casualties in a martial arts competition. Lu Wei hurriedly said, How can I blame you? Classmate? That's great. Bai Liani took out an old frog wallet from her arms and pulled out a campus card. Please be sure to put the medical expenses this time into my account. The warm and gentle sunlight shone through the shade of the trees and sprinkled on the girl's face, with a hint of firmness and holiness. You say, did we blame him wrongly? Coming out of the infirmary, Lu Wei's expression became a little confused. I just took a sneak peek, and there weren't many stars on Bai's card. Young man, that's because your rank is too low. Fang Xing complained in his heart, and then said seriously, whether it is or not, it has nothing to do with us. And we didn't spread rumors. Yes. Fortunately, Lu Wei carefully put away the campus card. This must be sent back to him as soon as possible. He could even imagine the scene of Bai working part-time and not even having enough money for food. Fang Xing was speechless when he saw this scene. This youthful atmosphere, even if it's stupid, even if it's embarrassing, it's still youth. Anyway, Lu Wei doesn't meet her conditions, so just do whatever you want. He intuitively felt that Bai Liani had no ill intentions in coming to his door this time, and was just performing. He returned to Xingfu Garden Community and received several more express deliveries. Well, not bad. Fang Xing looked at the selfie stick in his hand and the drone next to him, and nodded with satisfaction. With all these preparations, plus the air detection device and weapons, you can basically put together a monkey version of the alien exploration equipment. There are also other devices such as gravity detection. The school training room has them. Let's see if I can borrow them, which will save a lot of money. Since we are training interstellar warriors, we need to face the dangerous environments of different planets. There are specific alien combat courses in Yutsai High School. Fang Xing feels that even if it is an alien world, it should not be a big problem to follow the process in the textbook. A few days later, Xingfuyuan Community. The training room. Fang Xing wore casual clothes and took the big dragon pile posture, sweating like a pulp. 59 minutes. 60 minutes. Time's up. Fang Xing sat on the ground, panting. Sure enough, 1 hour of Daolong Shuang every day is almost my limit. But limits are meant to be broken. During this period of time, he has challenged his limits many times. And finally, he can change from 2 separate 30-minute standing to 1 60-minute standing. It's not that it can't be longer, but it will obviously damage the body and do more harm than good. Teacher Xiaolong's judgment is very accurate. For most students, 1 hour of Zhuanggong every day is the limit. Although he can challenge the limit, if it comes at the cost of damaging his body, Fang Xing obviously refuses. He panted again, then stood up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing into a set of dry clothes, he almost slumped in the chair, posing the most comfortable posture, and consciously looked at the attribute panel. It has been 9 days since the time travel. According to observation, if there is no external force such as Teacher Xiaolong guidance, relying on my own hard practice, it will take about 3 days to increase the proficiency of the dragon pile. As for the military boxing and other moves, It is indeed different with guidance. And the progress will be faster. The progress of refining the skin and flesh will be accelerated with the progress of the dragon pile. But I can't form an increase at all at this point. If this goes on, after more than 3 months, I can only improve the dragon pile and military boxing to the next level. But it will be difficult to break through the warrior realm. Even in the skin and flesh realm, I can only stay at the superficial skin refining, not the flesh refining. If it is just refining the skin, there will not be much difference with ordinary people. Fong Xing thought about it, and suddenly felt a little irritated. Damn it. Why should I work so hard? Wouldn't it be nice to just lie around and do nothing? At least I can get through 3 years of high school. The other world is too dangerous. Why should I take risks? Some messy thoughts emerged, and were carefully savored by Fong Xing. I just came here. Do I still have negative emotions such as confusion and fear? After secretly analyzing his own psychology, he put on holographic glasses. Don't panic when encountering something. Play 2 games first. Fuck. Do you know how to move? Primary school students? What a broken mechanism. I might as well play 18+. After venting, Fong Xing couldn't help but feel very relaxed until he received a text message reminder. Dear Mr. Fong Xing, your current account balance is 754.23 star yuan. Oh no. I don't have enough money. Fong Xing's face suddenly became very solemn. Purchasing a series of products such as primary nano-protective clothing and drones made his already tight wallet even worse. Working, or being forced to work. I was forced to work in my previous life, and I was still forced to work after traveling through time. Didn't I travel through time in vain? Just then, a communication was connected. Axing. A visitor is here. Clock in. Lu Wei's 3-dimensional image appeared. Okay. I'll be there soon. Fong Xing hurried out with a piece of bread in his mouth. Greenwater Courtyard. I want to fight 10 people by myself. A little kid of 11 or 12 years old shouted arrogantly. Well, when is the best? Next to him, a mother with an average appearance, but a gentle look was smiling and encouraging. I'm so envious. Lu Wei gave Fong Xing a look. The father is away from home for a long time and can't train the child. This is our chance. Fong Xing hard moved and he made a gesture. Then, the two of them faced the little brat. Look at my lightweight fist. The little brat threw a punch, but it didn't even reach the Ming Jin. Seeing this scene, Fong Xing and Lu Wei felt relieved and knew that they had met a good guest. At least, not as bad as the last Gu Yun. Ah! Fong Xing took the first punch and then flew backwards with a scream. Lu Wei rushed over and fought with the little brat. 2 hours later, the two left with their arms around each other, with a hint of joy on their faces. This young master is really easy to serve. Sure enough, the last one was a bad guy. Lu Wei was still impressed by the last Gu Yun. If all the customers were like this, he would have quit long ago. At this time, he rubbed his shoulders, and suddenly his expression became a little suspicious, axing. Why do I feel that you are more relaxed than me? It's very simple. Because I wear protective clothing. Children can't tell the difference. Fong Xing answered seriously. Damn. You cheated? No. You actually bought protective clothing. And you can't live like this? Lu Wei widened his eyes, and then said earnestly, you are not trying to take any crooked paths. Are you? City Hunter and Bounty. If you don't have the strength of the third realm, you are all going to die. What nonsense are you talking about? Fong Xing didn't want to talk about this issue more, but changed the topic. You have been very close to Bai Lian recently. What's the matter? We are just ordinary classmates. Lu Wei answered immediately, with clear eyes and a frank expression. Really? That classmate Bai is not simple. Just don't forget what we saw before. Fong Xing reminded. I'm sure she's not. What's more, for us biochemicals, it's instinct to seize every opportunity to move forward. Lu Wei waved his hand. It's not a big deal. After entering the Interstellar Era, a chaotic private life is indeed not a big problem. Fong Xing stared at Lu Wei for a few more times, confirming that the other party did not seem to be trapped by love, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. I always feel that there is something wrong. If Bai Lian is not, then the problem is even bigger. Lu Wei's closeness to the other party may not be a good thing. I still need to remind her more in the future. Of course, considering the current friendship between the two, it's just a few reminders. Fong Xing obviously won't secretly investigate Bai Lian for Lu Wei, because he is still too busy with his own affairs. Next, let's practice well. Fang Xing secretly made up his mind. As an educational planet, Eagle Star cannot be considered 100% safe, but the public security is also quite good. In addition, Fang Xing was just an ordinary high school student before, and the relationship was very simple. He has always been low-key and doesn't cause trouble, so the probability of trouble finding him becomes extremely low. In a trance, a month passed quietly. Yusai High School. Fang Xing swung his right arm and punched hard. Boom! There seemed to be a sound of a cannonball in the void, and the students around were all startled. This is... A cannonball is worth a lot of money? A classmate was surprised. Fang Xing, you have achieved a small success in bow step cannon punch? I just got into the state by chance. Fang Xing closed his eyes, as if he wanted to grasp this feeling. In fact, he knew that he had achieved a permanent success. This time he completed the real cannon punch, and he would definitely be able to do it next time. At this time, he closed his eyes and just focused his attention on the attribute column. Other students, on the other hand, were slightly surprised at the beginning, but later they quickly found reasons to convince themselves. They all saw Fang Xing's performance. He made progress every day, and this bow step cannon punch was the focus of his practice. Now that he has finally achieved a small success, it seems that it should be reasonable. Chapter 8 Funding. My 12 military boxing styles are still entry-level. When Fang Xing focused his attention on the military boxing section, a magical scene occurred. The symbol representing the 12 military boxing styles unfolded, and another 12 subsections emerged. Bow step cannon fist, 1/100, proficient, half step collapse fist, 77 out of 100, entry level, blocking horizontal fist, 81 out of 100, entry level, tomahawk kick, 55/100, entry level, double snake kick, 67/100, entry level, a total of 12 subsections, corresponding to the 12 military boxing styles. These days, I have carefully selected a few moves and practiced them hard, and they really have a good effect. Especially the bow and cannon fist, which has surpassed the entry level and reached the proficient level. Is it what teacher Xiao Long said? A cannon shot is worth a lot of money, and the cannon fist is a small success? But the other moves are still at the entry level, so the overall evaluation is still entry level? Fang Xing felt that he gradually figured out the rules of the attribute panel. Okay, a cannon shot is worth a lot of money. Fang Xing, your bow and cannon fist in ancient times is already considered to be a real master. Just then, a tall figure walked into the classroom. It was Xiao Long. He glanced around and finally landed on Fang Xing. Fang Xing, come to the office with me. Yes, teacher. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he followed Xia to the office. After opening the door, there was a huge space inside. On the mahogany desk, there was a set of celadone tea sets. A kettle was steaming on a small stove. Sit down. Would you like some tea? Xiao Long sat down with his arms and legs folded, and began to order tea as smoothly as flowing water. Fang Xing couldn't help but stare at the scene. Why? Do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Long held the teacup in his hand and smiled. According to scientific research, if you want to master a little artistic conception, the most important thing is to follow your heart. The process of brewing tea, in my opinion, is an ancient ritual of cultivating the mind, which can make me calm. Cultivating the mind. Fang Xing nodded, looking like he didn't quite understand, but was shocked. What is artistic conception? Artistic conception can be wind, rain, thunder and lightning, heaven and earth, or flowers, birds, fish, insects, and all kinds of creatures. In short, it is the power of the heart. However, this kind of thing is very mysterious. We can only say that everyone should go with the flow and find the most suitable method for themselves. A true genius can understand the artistic conception of the dragon even if he stands on the big dragon pile until the end. Xiao Long waved his hand. It's too far away for you to say these things now. Just to give you a goal. Fang Xing, I have been paying attention to you for a while. You are very good and make progress every day. Today you gave me a little surprise. It's all because of the teacher guidance. Fang Xing smiled modestly. Your hard work after class is also indispensable. Xiao Long felt that this might be a hard-working genius, but he didn't need to say it out loud, for fear that he would be too proud. He nodded. I called you here today just to give you something. Take it. As he spoke, he opened the drawer, took out a box, and handed it over. Fang Xing took it, and after opening it, he saw a row of test tubes neatly stacked in the box. Inside the test tube was a viscous blue medicine, with a little bit of stardust flickering in it. D3 nutrient solution? A hint of excitement appeared on his face. But he was secretly shocked in his heart. This box must cost at least tens of thousands. Right? As expected of teacher Xiao Long. But professional private tutoring is indeed very profitable. For him, it is just a few hours of tutoring outside of class. Recalling the money that his predecessor had saved up for who knows how long, Fang Xing had the urge to burst into tears. Teacher, this is too expensive. To me, it's not even a drop in the bucket. Xiao Long shook his head. As a teacher, I hope to teach some good students. The better your grades, the higher my performance and bonus will be. This is a two-way benefit. You don't have to worry about anything. Then, thank you, teacher. Fang Xing bowed gratefully. Well, work hard. I hope to see you do well in the final exam. Xiao Long smiled. Compared to those natural students, you still need to work harder. Their resources and conditions. You know, nutrient solution is just a small matter. Yes. Fang Xing walked out of the office, feeling that the box in his hand was a little heavy. Although this is nothing to many people, it is a timely help to me. I have to repay it when I have the chance in the future. Happy home community. After returning home, Fang Xing suppressed his impatience, finished his meal first, and rested for a while before coming to the practice room. D3 level nutrient solution, which is concentrated with many alien nutrients by high technology, and is prepared by the all-knowing brain. It is confirmed to be most suitable for the practice of low-level warriors. Take 20 milliliters orally at a time. He opened the box and first looked at the contraindications and precautions on the drug instructions. Then, he picked up a test tube and slowly opened it. The blue viscous liquid exuded a strange smell that was hard to tell whether it was pleasant or unpleasant. Deep feelings. Swallow it in one gulp. Fang Xing took out the measuring cup, poured 20 milliliters, and swallowed it directly. Gurgle. A cold feeling passed through the throat and went straight into the stomach. The nutrient solution took effect quickly. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Fang Xing felt a strong sense of fullness. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have eaten dinner, and I could have saved a meal. An idea emerged in his mind, and then all his limbs seemed to be wrapped in heat, and his bones were numb, as if he had received a high-level physical therapy, which was very comfortable. Open the liver. After confirming that the drug was effective, Fang Xing immediately took the posture of the big dragon pile and began to practice hard. Breathe. Breathe. With a long breath. His back began to tremble slightly, like a big dragon, driving his limbs like dragon claws. Fang Xing emptied his mind and gradually immersed himself in the practice, forgetting the passage of time in the outside world. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sat down on the ground. He looked at the clock next to him and was shocked. It's 10:20 p.m. and I've been standing for 3 hours? Fang Xing quickly checked and found that his body seemed to be no different from the previous 1-hour exercise except that he was a little weak. Is this the effect of D3 level nutrient solution? Can I extend the exercise time without worrying about damaging my body? For me, this is a threefold increase. His eyes lit up and he glanced at the attribute panel. Big dragon posture, 81 out of 100, beginner, 1 exercise. It increased a little. If it continues at this rate. Fang Xing couldn't help but smile. The next day, Yusai High School. Martial arts class. Different. Everything is different. Fang Xing opened his fists and felt that he had undergone a transformation, especially when practicing bow step cannon punches. The circulation of qi in blood, the coordination of the limbs, all had a wonderful sense of smoothness, as if the originally obscure machine had been reoiled. Silky. Wonderful. Is this the feeling of proficiency? What if I wait until all the 12 styles of my military boxing are broken through, and even the dragon pile is broken through? He couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Warm-up is done. Today's class. Let's continue with the actual combat. Xiao Long strode over at this time, glanced at Fang Xing. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and then it disappeared in a flash. And then he shouted, "Start the grouping." Teacher. At this time, a tall white classmate raised his hand. It was Cole. What's the matter? Xiao Long frowned. It's like this. Sparring with other students doesn't work well for me. I want to ask Fang Xing for advice. Cole stared at Fang Xing with undisguised hostility on his face. Obviously, he was the most valued student by the teacher before. His cannon punch was close to a minor success. How come he was suddenly surpassed by this unknown person in the class? After all, he was still a teenager, too impulsive. Fang Xing had a blank expression on his face and waved his hand again, telling Lu Wei not to worry. Are you going to designate a sparring partner? Xiao Long touched his chin and laughed a little like a fool. It seems quite interesting. Fang Xing. What do you think? I will follow the teacher arrangement. Fang Xing answered without comment. Then make way for the field. You two go first. Xiao Long nodded and asked the students to make way for a vacant space. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei looked at Fang Xing worriedly. Ah Wei. Bai Liani came to Lu Wei. Are you worried about Fang Xing? Yes. Although Ah Xing has made rapid progress recently. Cole. Alas. Lu Wei looked at the field, but Ah Xing has rich experience in being beaten. So there shouldn't be any big problems. Right? Bai Liani looked at the field, with a hint of curiosity in her clear eyes. Ouyang Qianqian glanced at the two of them without leaving a trace. As a sensitive girl, she actually knew that Lu Wei had a good impression of her, but didn't dare to tell her. I didn't expect that it had only been a few days. My dog ran away with someone else. Although she didn't like Lu Wei, she didn't know why she was very angry. Immediately, she quickly set her sights on Fang Xing. Last time, the other party took the initiative to admit defeat, and there was no chance to exchange hands afterwards. In fact, she also wanted to try her hand with Fang Xing again. Start. Xiao Long looked at the two and spoke directly. Boy, I want you to know. Cole's face was full of grimace. His figure was like a flexible bear, and he rushed over in a blink of an eye. Fang Xing felt the strong wind in front of him and raised his right hand calmly. Hua la la. The blood in his body circulated like gunpowder and suddenly ignited. 5 fingers put together, like a cannonball fired out. Bow step cannon punch. A cannon shot is worth a lot of money. Boom! Like a cannonball fired out of the gun. There was a loud bang in the void, causing the nearby students to cover their ears, and a trace of pain appeared on their faces. Ah! Lu Wei was shocked to see that Cole flew back at a faster speed than when he came, and couldn't help showing a look of shock. Chapter 9. Breakthrough in Zhuanggong. Bang! Cole fell heavily to the ground, unable to make a sound for a while, as if he was knocked unconscious. Cole, actually? He is a natural person. The top student in the class. The classmates around were silent for a while, and someone murmured after a long time. Wait, didn't Fang Xing say that he just had a flash of inspiration before and couldn't hit the cannon punch stably? You believe this? What's the difference between this and a top student saying that he didn't do well in the exam? You make a lot of sense. Axing, you actually killed Cole? Lu Wei stepped forward and patted his best friend on the shoulder. How are you so powerful? Of course, it's because of my persistent hard training. Fang Xing said the right nonsense, smiled at Bai Liani next to Lu Wei, and put his right hand behind his back without leaving a trace. In fact, Cole's physical fitness is better than his, but he lost in the technique. This time, he was able to win because he was unexpected at the beginning and hit with all his strength. Now his fist still hurts a little. Fang Xing, you are really amazing. I look forward to fighting with you next time. Bai Liani said softly, remember to show mercy. Yes. Let's make progress together. Fang Xing nodded. After school, on the riverbank, he took 2 bottles of soda and threw one to Lu Wei. Actually, I think Ouyang Qianqian is more suitable for you. Gulyalu. So cool. Lu Wei drank it in one gulp, and then said, actually, I think there is a big gap between me and Ouyang Qianqian. After all, she is a natural person, and I am just a poor biochemical person. On the contrary. Bai Liani. Okay. I'm kidding. I've been getting close to her recently. Not because I want to pursue her, although I do have some feelings for her. Bai is a good person, and the part-time jobs she shared recently are all very profitable. So it's for part-time jobs to make money? It seems that you haven't forgotten your dream. Fang Xing nodded. Of course. I have also worked hard in secret, although I can't compare to you. Lu Wei showed a big smile. By the way, there is an order recently from the brilliant Jiang Mansion Do you want to take it? Fang Xing suddenly spoke. Brilliant Jiang Mansion. Could it be? Lu Wei shuddered unconsciously. Yes. It's that Gu Yun. Fang Xing nodded. This is the order he deliberately found. For Lu Wei. He really took great pains. After all, we are classmates and have the same rest time. If you run into Bai Liani in the brilliant Jiang Mansion again, then you should wake up. Right? Alas, I can only help you here. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. That Gu Yun is very ruthless. Lu Wei hesitated. But she pays. Fang Xing answered as a matter of course. I suffered a lot last time. But they pay me. Never mind. It's just money. Right? Let's go! Lu Wei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It's great. Fang Xing nodded. Glorious Jiang Mansion. Villa. Training ground. Let's make a deal first. You turn on the gravity suit first. And we practice together. Lu Wei waved his hand when he saw Gu Yun with pigtails. Don't worry, I can definitely practice the magic sword this time, and completely control this evil nature. Gu Yun held the wooden sword, full of confidence. Come on! Lu Wei learned his lesson this time, and directly blocked the wooden stick in front of him. Okay! Gu Yun shouted, and the wooden sword slashed out. Swoosh! She was even faster than last time. And one sword shadow after another appeared in the air. The three sword shadows seemed to be in no particular order, and they chopped on Lu Wei's wooden stick at the same time. Threefold knife. Swoosh! A shadow flashed, and the wooden stick disappeared. Huh? Where's my stick? Lu Wei's eyes widened, and then he screamed and was chopped away. Kill! Gu Yun was obviously a little bit excited again. She stepped on the chest of Lu Wei who was lying on the ground, and the wooden knife fell down, aiming at Lu Wei's throat. This kind of vital position, even a wooden knife, can cause serious injuries. Dang! At the critical moment, another wooden stick flew over and blocked the wooden knife. Gu Yun's eyes seemed to have a hint of dark red. With a flash of knife light, the wooden stick was chopped away, and then faced Fang Xing who rushed over. Ha! Fang Xing's footsteps were like bows, and a layer of silver-white nano-protection covered his fists, as if he was wearing a pair of gloves. Bow step cannon fist. One trick. Eat all the world. Naturally. The trick he is most proficient in now is still this one. Bang! The silver-white fist collided with the wooden sword, and Fang Xing only felt a surge of force, causing him to unconsciously step back a few steps. This Gu Yun, who looks like a little girl, is even more powerful than Cole. Could she have already broken through the second level of martial arts and started to temper her muscles and bones? If there is no protective clothing, I would be stupid to use my fist to touch the sword, even if it is a wooden sword. In an instant, many thoughts turned over in Fang Xing's mind, and he took a deep breath, ready to let the protective clothing cover his whole body. But Gu Yun shuddered slightly, and the scarlet in her eyes dissipated a lot. Looking at Fang Xing, a trace of satisfaction appeared on her face. Primary nano-protective suit? Very good. This is called professionalism. I can also use my full strength, and there is no need to worry about accidentally killing you. Wait. Fang Xing secretly said that it was not good. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Yun turn off the gravity suit, and a trace of bloodthirstiness and excitement appeared on her delicate little face. Kill! 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 Half an hour later, the middle-aged man from last time appeared in the training field, looking at Fang Xing and Lu Wei, and paused on Fang Xing's nano-protective suit. This protective suit is good. Don't wear it next time. The impact feeling is different, and the training effect is also different. But forget it this time. It's not bad to vent occasionally. He smiled and said, I see you are practicing the 12 styles of military boxing. Right? Except for the first punch. The others are still a bit awkward. I can teach you. 20 minutes. This time, the fee will be based on the standard. Fang Xing and Lu Wei looked at each other. Please teach me. When I first started practicing martial arts, I also learned the 12 styles of military boxing. But I prefer leg skills. Let me show you the battle axe kick first. The middle-aged man kicked out in the air. Snap! The air seemed to be cut open, and the invisible leg wind swept past, and the wooden stake several meters away suddenly exploded, revealing a deep knife mark. So amazing. Uncle, you are definitely a real professional. Right? Lu Wei was stunned when he saw this scene. Although he had seen Bai Lian's battle axe kick, he knew that compared with this Uncle Gu, it was nothing. It's just SOSO. I gave up learning the 12 styles of military boxing. After all, although this martial arts move is concise, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. However, if you practice it deeply, its military realm is also quite powerful. The middle-aged Uncle Gu smiled and began to explain. The essence of this kick is. 20 minutes later, Fang Xing and Lu Wei left. Both of them still felt a little unsatisfied. Is this the guidance of a real professional? Lu Wei touched his chin. It feels worse than Teacher Xia's. But we charge less money. Isn't it a bit of a loss? It's better than practicing by yourself. Teacher Xiao Long is not only a professional, but also a professional education practitioner with rich teaching experience. How can it be the same? Fang Xing shook his head. He could see that Uncle Gu was a bit frugal, so he used guidance instead of extra compensation for injuries. But even so, Lu Wei didn't know how. But he definitely made a lot of money. The change in the attribute panel is proof. Military boxing 12 styles, 76 out of 100, beginner, not bad. Not bad. This is an overall improvement. But I'm still no match for the daughter. I still have to keep working hard. Fang Xing made up his mind secretly. Time flies. Fang Xing has been taking medicine and practicing martial arts for a while, occasionally going out to work with Lu Wei, and playing games online in his spare time. His life is extremely fulfilling. This day, Xingfuyuan community. In the practice room. The last bit of nutrient solution. Fang Xing opened his mouth, swallowed the last 20 milliliters of D3 nutrient solution, and began to practice the dragon posture. He forgot about everything else and immersed himself in the pile exercise, constantly circulating his qi and blood. 3 hours later, something mysterious happened. Roar! His blood circulation accelerated suddenly, as if he had broken through a barrier. Then, the bones all over his body moved, and countless notes overlapped, as if turning into a dragon's roar. Big dragon posture, 1/100, proficient, upgraded. Fang Xing was delighted, feeling that his posture had made great progress. What was even more amazing was that every move had a mysterious flavor. My posture method before was rough. So rough that it was simply unbearable to look at. After a slight comparison, Fang Xing felt that his posture had many improvements. He even felt that after such improvements, the progress of refining skin and flesh would definitely be greatly improved. The next day, the first stage, skin and flesh, skin refining, 44/100, Fang Xing looked at the slight increase in the progress of skin refining, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The skilled level of the dragon pile is indeed not comparable to the entry level. According to this estimate, I can increase my proficiency a little bit in about a day. The speed of cultivation has been greatly improved. It's only the skilled level. What about the higher levels? The future is promising. The future is promising. Sure enough, I am only one golden finger away from success. Chapter 10 Shocking Changes. Glorious Jiang Mansion. Villa. Training ground. Fang Xing and Lu Wei came here to work several times later. But unfortunately, he did not see Bai Lian. Perhaps that time was just a coincidence. Nevertheless, Fang Xing was also happy to accept Gu Yun's order. After all, although Uncle Gu was not as good as Xiao Long, occasional guidance was much better than guessing blindly. What's more, there was an excellent training target. Bang bang. Two figures crossed each other in the open space, and the silver-white boxing gloves and wooden swords kept colliding, bursting out dense sounds. After a long time, Gu Yun stopped and swung the wooden sword. No. You've improved so fast. It's only been a short time, and I can't beat you even with the gravity suit. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Like a little fox. Is my father's teaching so powerful? No. If he was so powerful, he would have applied for a teacher or a private instructor long ago, and he wouldn't have patrolled the streets every day. Come on. I turn off the gravity suit and fight again. After all, I'm a few years older than you. This gravity suit is a good training device, so keep it on. Fang Xing was a little ashamed. I'm 2 or 3 years older than the other party, but I can only tie with the other party who has double the gravity. I still need to work hard. Why can't I add points to this panel? Bad review. No. I can't beat you. How can I defeat you without killing you and tame the devil? The gravity suit must be turned off. Gu Yun obviously couldn't hear Fang Xing's voice, but answered seriously. What is needed to practice the magic sword is an opponent who is weaker than her, so that she can easily control the opponent's life and death, so that she can defeat but not kill with a firm will at the most dangerous moment, and thus subdue the devil. The state of taming the devil of the magic sword is very precious. Once it is achieved, practicing the ghost sword is almost a smooth road, even according to gossip. Subduing the devil is very helpful for comprehending several magic realms. Otherwise, Uncle Gu would not have chosen such a sword technique for his daughter and invested a lot of resources. After a fight, Fang Xing said goodbye to Gu Yuan and walked out of the brilliant Jiang mansion. This time, Uncle Gu was not present and there was no guidance, which was a bit regrettable. He took the suspended train and passed by the city center, looking at the lights and wine outside. He secretly decided to return to his doghouse to continue practicing, now that the big dragon pile has been upgraded. This pile skill is indeed the most suitable skill for the skin and flesh realm warriors, and the daily progress is amazing. He only needs to invest time to practice, and he can quickly improve his martial arts realm. Then, let's see how Guyan will take me down. I can also selectively show off a little in school to impress Xiao Long, and maybe I can even win a scholarship. Fang Xing was quite proud. We have arrived at the Xingfu Garden Community Station. Please sit tight and hold on to the bus, and get off in an orderly manner. A mellow mechanical sound rang in his ears. Fang Xing got off the bus directly and walked towards his community. Suddenly, boom, an explosion sounded. Huh? What happened? Fang Xing stood there, a little confused, but at least he still had the reaction of a warrior, and immediately adjusted the primary nano-protective suit on his body to the full body coverage mode. After the sound wave impact, the fire wave and high heat swept in. He saw a ball of fire exploded in the distance, and countless thick smoke rolled. Reinforced concrete buildings shattered, and a large amount of mechanical debris flew around, occasionally mixed with human debris. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment, and then quickly started again. Roars and curses lingered around. Bang! Before Fang Xing could react, he felt a huge force hitting him and flew backwards. What is that? His chest felt tight, but it didn't hurt much. At this moment, he looked down and saw a cement component the size of a human head falling at his feet. Is it a cement block that came from the explosion? That speed and power just now. I couldn't stop it at all. If I wasn't wearing protective clothing, I would have died. Fang Xing's expression was still a little confused. As a social animal in his previous life, although it was hard, he had never experienced such a life and death situation. Not only him, but even the original owner had no relevant memories. Help! Help! A groan came from the side. Fang Xing turned his head mechanically and saw a young man. The other party seemed to be half lying on the ground, with several steel bars piercing his chest. Obviously, he was also a victim of the explosion just now. Just as he stepped forward to help, he saw that the young man's lower body was gone. It was no help. No. If he enters the medical cabin right away and replaces his lower body with a bionic body or mechanical structure, he should be able to save him. Fang Xing's mind raced, and he was about to take action to save him, when he suddenly heard another piercing sound. Chi-chi. It was like the chirping of countless insects, suddenly overlapping. It was like all kinds of musical instruments exploding in his mind. He saw that in the flames and smoke, there seemed to be inexplicable limbs emerging, even though it was covered by thick fog. It could be vaguely seen that it was a giant 3 or 4 meters tall, with compound eyes and mouth parts similar to insects. No! The blurred and hazy lines of the other party seemed to have some subtle arcs, which made people unconsciously indulge in it, wanting to see, wanting to study, wanting more. Is that the evil god's family? No. You can't look directly. Fortunately, there was a thick smoke blocking the mysterious pattern on the other party's body. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Fang Xing hurriedly lowered his head and ran in the opposite direction, according to the content in the textbook. He took a last look and found that the young man, with only half of his body left, had already lost his breath. It was the sound of insects. Sonic attack? I'm fine. I'm wearing protective clothing, and even my ears are protected. But ordinary warriors should be able to withstand it. At most minor injuries. But for seriously injured people, this is too fatal. Fang Xing had never felt the fragility of life so clearly as he did at this moment. Swoosh! He accelerated madly, and his figure seemed to turn into a series of afterimages. Swoosh! In the sky, a harsh sonic boom appeared. He looked up suddenly, and his eyes caught the flame tail of the missile. In addition, there seemed to be several figures going upstream, rushing towards the location of the terrifying clan. It's a martial artist. It's a professional. Someone in the fleeing crowd cheered. Fang Xing kept walking and clenched his fists secretly. All the previous experiences, whether it was the ecstasy of obtaining the golden finger, or even the little pride of boxing and breaking through the big dragon pile, were shattered at this moment. I swear, I will take my own destiny into my own hands. I don't want to experience such a thing. Such powerlessness. Again! More than 10 minutes later, Fang Xing came to the school and saw Xiao Long standing at the school gate, leaning on a giant sword like a dean, looking seriously at the direction he fled from. Go to the classroom first. You know where the school shelter is. Wait for notification. Xiao Long ordered seriously. Fang Xing nodded. He certainly understood that there was no safer place than Yusai High School in the nearby area. It was not only because there were more than a dozen martial arts teachers above the fourth realm, but also because there was a high-level shelter here. It was said that even if they encountered a high-level family, they could last for more than 48 hours. There was some turmoil on campus, but the situation was generally good. Fang Xing glanced and saw many classmates, including Lu Wei. Look at the official website of Maple Leaf City. It's officially announced. No one was in the mood to greet each other at this time, until a scream pierced the eardrum. Everyone quickly went online and came to the official website of Maple Leaf City. The upper servant Moonworm Beast has been killed. The air defense alarm has been lifted. The imaginary space tunnel has been closed. All rescue activities are being carried out in an orderly manner. Please keep calm. If you find someone in an abnormal mental state, please contact the nearby security unit immediately. Look at the time. It was released just 10 seconds ago. Fang Xing eyes condensed. The extraterritorial evil gods are the enemy of the Blue Star Federation. The war between the two sides has lasted for hundreds of years. These extraterritorial evil gods have the power of imaginary space. They can open the void tunnel, bypass the interstellar fortress defense line where the Federation has heavily stockpiled troops, and send their followers to the Federation's hinterland galaxy. Even if the Blue Star Federation uses various means to intercept 99.99% of the attacks, there are still fish that slip through the net. The attack encountered before is one of them. Is it just an upper servant? This probability is enough to buy a lottery ticket. After all, the original owner has never encountered it once in his previous 16 years of life. Should I move? Let's not talk about the issue of whether there is money or not. From the concept that two shells will not fall into the same shell pit, it seems that Xingfuyuan community is the safest place now? He continued to read and found that the bottom page of the website had turned black and white. In this attack, the current statistics show that 134 people were killed and 528 people were seriously injured. Mental pollution is being assessed. In order to quickly kill the Moonworm Beast, Professional Lin Jia and Gu Renwang sacrificed. Fang Xing could not help but remain silent. Gu Renwang. Looking at the other person's avatar, he couldn't help but think of Gu Yuan, the man of the Gu family. The man who didn't make much money, but wanted to give his daughter the best of everything. The man who taught him several times. Now he has become a black and white portrait. Fate. Fang Xing pursed his lips tightly and reached forward with his right hand, but could only grab a ball of air in vain. Chapter 11 Crossing. More than a month later, Fang Xing walked on the road, and his pace suddenly slowed down. He returned to the platform of that day. After a month of emergency repairs, the ground here is now flat. The buildings are neat, and the pedestrians are like a tide, which is completely different from before. It is unbelievable that this place was a devastated battlefield more than a month ago, causing thousands of casualties. Xingfuyuan community. Fang Xing opened the door and couldn't help complaining. There was no compensation for such a thing, and the landlord didn't even reduce the rent. He opened a box of lunch. While wolfing it down, he checked the address book. Seeing that Guyan still hadn't contacted, he couldn't help feeling sad. But Fang Xing also knew that as a sparring partner, he really had no position to comfort others, and others didn't need his comfort. If you really want to comfort the other party, unless you revive Gu Ren, otherwise anything you do is redundant. Believe her. She will come out by herself. Fang Xing sighed, washed up, and fell asleep. The next day, early morning, with a sense of expectation, he looked directly at the attribute panel. At this moment, the mirror-like symbol in Fangxing's mind suddenly shone brightly. Some inexplicable information emerged, letting him know that he had gained the ability to travel to another world. As long as he actively activates it, he can travel. Fangxing's eyes moved, and he looked at the bottom of the attribute bar. Gate of the Heavens, charging, there is not even a capture progress bar? I thought I would capture the next world directly, or I would have to stay in another world for 100 days before coming back. I didn't expect that after the progress bar is completed, I would directly obtain the right to go back and forth in a world. I just don't know when the capture of this second world will start. But it's good this way. Otherwise, if he needs to stay in another world for 100 days before returning, he really doesn't know how to cover it up. Fangxing took a deep breath and took out the tools he bought one by one. Drones, air detection devices, drug test strips, selfie sticks, and a pet cage with a few mice in it. He was wearing a primary nano-protective suit, and the most important weapon was his. He relaxed and pulled out a black stick from under the bed. No, it was an electric baton. He couldn't afford a laser gun, so this RT-700 electric baton was the most suitable weapon he could find, and he worked hard for it. At this time, Fangxing picked up the electric baton, which was about 70 centimeters long, of moderate thickness and weight, and very handy. The most important thing is that after pressing the button, a ball of electric sparks immediately appeared at the top of the stick. Crack! According to the seller, conventional current can directly electrocute even an elephant. This is just the conventional function. In addition, this electric baton has been modified to shoot current from the top of the stick. Although the distance is very short, it can also catch people by surprise. Putting the electric baton on his waist, Fangxing let the nano suit cover his whole body, picked up the backpack, and packed the supplies one by one. According to the information of the Gate of Heavens, it seems that I can only pass through it immediately, and I can't open the portal or anything. The selfie stick is useless. He sighed, and then his mind moved. 1, 2, 3. After counting 3 times silently, a ball of silver-white light appeared in front of him. This light instantly engulfed him. In the bedroom, there was no trace of Fangxing. Wild jungle. A lizard monster with 2 heads suddenly raised his head, and then saw a ball of silver-white electric light. Pa! The next moment, a current came across the sky and turned it into charcoal. I seem to be too careful. Fangxing looked at the palm-sized 2-headed lizard corpse, without removing the nano-suit on his body. I really traveled through time. At this time, he was looking around quickly and checking the way back. Well, I can teleport back, but there is a delay of about 3 seconds. Unfortunately, I can't use it to escape immediately. I've lost a life-saving magic. Fangxing frowned slightly, then started to fly the drone and turned on the air detection device, accompanied by instrument analysis. The results soon appeared. Mainly nitrogen, oxygen content 22%, rare gas 1.2%, and 0.0001% of completely undetectable components. But it is generally confirmed that there are no toxic and harmful gases. Fangxing looked at the little white mouse in the cage next to him, who was still jumping around, hesitated for a moment, and turned on the nano mask. Yeah, I can breathe normally. The air is very fresh. At this time, the drone has also transmitted the surrounding images back, and a wild jungle can be seen, like emerald, with a jade-like river flowing slowly in the middle. In an open space, a wild boar-like monster is running. It is more than 6 or 7 meters in size, like a small mountain, with 6 pig tusks growing side by side. What is amazing is that on these pig tusks that look like ivory, there seems to be a layer of mysterious blood-red light. It is actually an extraordinary species? It seems that there is more than one. Fangxing's eyes lit up. It seems that this world has rich resources. Set the automatic cruise mode. After thinking about it, he immediately set the drone to automatic cruise, and also assigned a task to make a nearby map and search for other creatures, just in case. These technological products will never be brought back to the world where the Blue Star Federation is located. Fangxing secretly made up his mind. Although he made a lot of preparations, it is really hard to say whether there are backdoors in these products. Therefore, the best way is not to test human nature. Just treat it as if it exists. Leave these items in the other world forever. There will be no possibility of data leakage after uploading to the internet after returning. Alas, The world with advanced technology is troublesome. Even if I get some resources here, it is not easy to sell them for a while. After all, Fong Xing is just an ordinary student. How to explain that he suddenly got many strange things? Even the wealth skyrocketed? I need a channel to get cash or even an anonymous account. A channel to sell a large amount of materials. After all, I still have to deal with the black market. Fong Xing sighed and looked for a suitable place on the map scanned by the drone to set up a camp. This kind of address selection is also very knowledgeable. It must be close to the water source and safe. He has taken similar courses and can easily handle it. Half an hour later, Fong Xing took the river water, poured it into the pot, and slowly boiled it, and looked at the roasted birds and fish on the fire. These foods were naturally found by him. There seemed to be an unusual number of small animals in this forest. Of course, the river was not safe either, because in the drone's glimpse, he seemed to see a giant python more than 10 meters long swimming in the river below. Because the environment was simple, Fong Xing used local materials and first made roasted birds and roasted fish. The fish in the river were very big. One was more than half a meter long, with strong and dense bones. So he made fish soup. In addition, there were berries and mushrooms picked from the bushes nearby. After the meal was ready, Fong Xing did not start eating, but took out the drug test paper and tested it one by one. Well, there's nothing wrong with bird meat and fish meat. There's nothing wrong with mushrooms either. Gosh, these berries are actually poisonous? Looking at the test results, Fong Xing was a little confused. It seems that I can't eat this first meal in this alien world. I continue to order takeout when I go back. But if you want to use the resources of this world, you still have to try it in the future. Follow the process. After the test paper, then the mice. He took some fish and bird meat and fed them to the pioneer mice. As explorers of the new world, these mice can be called pioneers, helping Fong Xing to take on a lot of risks. Fong Xing waited for half an hour and found that the mice that had eaten meat were not abnormal. He nodded, observe for another day. Wait until tomorrow, and feed them berries. I don't know how toxic it is. It can be used to kill rats. After setting up a control group for observation, I can take back a little food, and then find an opportunity to try it next to the school clinic. Watching the mice eating meat and drinking soup, Fong Xing was a little hungry. He couldn't wait for takeout, so he quietly ate the biscuits he brought with him. Even the water was bottled water he brought with him. I have to say, this meat is quite fragrant. It increases appetite just by smelling it. After eating and drinking, he stood up and habitually set up the big dragon pile. The skilled level of the big dragon pile is the foundation of Fong Xing's current martial arts progress. And he can't slack off for a day. Huh? This time, he clearly felt something different. Is it an illusion? If it's the entry-level Delongzhuang, you may not be able to feel it, but I just feel that my qi and blood seem to be running more lively. With a thought, Fong Xing immediately looked at the attribute panel. Delongzhuang, 14/100, proficient. The proficiency of the Zhuanggong has increased a little. Didn't I just increase it yesterday? In the past, it took 2 or 3 days to increase the proficiency of Delongzhuang a little bit. The circulation of qi and blood may be an illusion, but the data on the proficiency panel will not be wrong. Fong Xing seemed to think of something, and looked at this world with a little greed. At this time, the mountains and water seemed to have some special charm in his eyes. I heard that the speed of cultivation varies on different planets. Even in some treasured places in the universe, the cosmic energy is extremely abundant, and the speed of cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Many universities in the Federation are built in such secret cosmic realms. This place may not be as good as any secret cosmic realm, but it is obviously more abundant than the cosmic energy of the Eagle Star. There is actually a bonus for practicing martial arts in this alien world. What secrets are hidden here? Chapter 12 Encounter. Yusai High School. Xiao Long walked into the classroom and saw Fong Xing. His eyes lit up. What good things did you eat secretly? Kid? How come the skin refining progress is so fast? A figure flashed, and he came to Fong Xing, patted his shoulder, and looked at Fong Xing's skin carefully. Thick and tough. When the skin is fully refined, it will not be ordinary cowhide. It should be copper skin. As for jade skin, it is unlikely. Teacher, I have only heard that warriors who have fully refined their skin have skin as tough as cowhide, and are not afraid of ordinary blunt attacks. Is copper skin and jade skin a higher state? Ouyang Qianqian raised her hand to ask. The top students in the class have made good progress in skin refining. According to Fang Xing estimation, at least half of them have completed it. Especially natural students, who have family channels, know more, and are more eager for these realms of knowledge. Well, there are differences between warriors who have mastered skin refining. A copper-skinned warrior is not afraid of any sharp blades. As for jade skin, that is a true martial arts genius. If one of you emerges, he will shine in the future 100 stars joint examination and receive more rewards from the teacher. Xiao Long still looked at Fang Xing. Fang Xing had already prepared to show off something. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "Thank you for your support, teacher. My Delongzhuang feels like it has entered a new stage. The efficiency of refining skin and flesh has greatly increased." Delongzhuang? It turns out that your Delongzhuang is broken through. Xiao Long nodded. You poor guy doesn't have money to buy any martial arts secret medicine. So I guess this is the most likely possibility. Martial arts is just the most popular evolutionary route. Even the increase in lifespan will only be more obvious after the fourth realm. A true natural person rich man can even live more than 200 years, or even longer through gene surgery when he is an ordinary person. The same is true for the early stage of martial arts. Although it is said to be the most cost-effective, the more rare resources are invested, the faster the progress. Teacher, can you practice copper skin after breaking through the big dragon pile? Lu Wei's eyes lit up. And he also had the ambition to take the college entrance examination. Well, in the second stage of the big dragon pile, the probability of practicing copper skin is more than 81.4%. This is the statistical result of the omniscient brain on all high school students' data. Xiao Long nodded. If you can practice the big dragon pile to the third stage, it is not you who adapt to the pile method, but the pile method to adapt to you. The progress is faster, and there is a 67.99% probability of practicing jade skin. For jade skin warriors, the skin of the whole body is crystal clear like jade, which can be retracted and released freely, and has many magical uses. More importantly, it can lay a solid foundation. Work hard, classmates. Most of the federal martial saints and martial gods in history have reached the jade skin realm. Martial saints? Martial gods? Many students felt a trace of yearning in their hearts, and a trace of sadness, because they also know that this is almost impossible unless a miracle happens. Or, if the realm is not enough, resources can make up for it. But this is obviously not suitable for ordinary people. Then, is there a fourth stage of the big dragon pile? Fang Xing asked. He remembered that Xiao Long mentioned this matter. Yes, there is a fourth stage in the Great Dragon Pillar. Only one person can achieve it. That is to achieve the dragon's artistic realm. Xiao Long replied, achieving the artistic conception does not mean that you are a fourth-level warrior. After all, you do not have the foundation of the unpolished jade. It can only be said that you are much stronger than warriors of the same level. And once the unpolished jade realm is perfected, you can immediately be promoted to the courage realm. Of course, warriors who have achieved the artistic conception will not be driven insane by the overflowing spiritual pollution when facing the evil god's followers. This is a great advantage, especially for you. Even if the military camp will provide sufficient protection and medicine on the battlefield in the future, there will always be omissions in the war. Many of the retired star warriors every year end up in a lunatic asylum. If you can achieve the artistic conception before the fourth level, you can basically be recommended to college. But you will still have to go to the battlefield after college. This is the fate of every citizen of the Blue Star Federation. Entering college is just a delay in military service, which Fang Xing has known for a long time. He considered making a lot of star yuan by reselling materials from the two worlds, and then paying off the loan. But obviously, if the source of the money is unclear, it will bring greater danger. In short, if it really doesn't work, go to college first, and then look for opportunities in college. After school, I always feel that Xiao Long guidance is beginning to help me less. Fang Xing kicked the stone, feeling a little melancholy, axing, it's time to get on the clock. Lu Wei ran over, with a hint of temptation in his words. No, I want to go back to play games. Fang Xing waved his hand. He has been eager to explore the other world after school recently. Even if he practices martial arts in the other world, the efficiency is much higher than here. So naturally he doesn't have much free time. Guzi, you have changed. Lu Wei looked at Fang Xing back. wanting to say something but stopping. Another world. It seems that the time flow rate on both sides is the same. And another experiment can be carried out. After comparing the time on both sides, Fang Xing fed a berry to the mouse, and saw that the mouse died of poison after tens of seconds. The last person who knew about it was also silenced. He nodded and took a bite of the roasted bird wing. It turns out that the drug test paper I bought is not invalid. After double verification by the mouse, and outside the infirmary, Fang Xing finally started his own food journey in the other world. It smells so good. The bird meat in the other world is very tender. But the meat is quite tight, and it requires a strong bite force of teeth to tear it. He has a big appetite, but he feels full after eating a little here. Even after being full, his limbs and bones seem to be wrapped by a warm current, which is quite comfortable. In terms of feeling, it is somewhat similar to taking D3 nutrient solution. It's probably equivalent to 1/3 or even less of the effect. But it's everywhere here. Opening up a different world is really a great deal. After eating and drinking, Fang Xing immediately began to practice the big dragon pillar. It's impossible to concentrate on practicing in a different world. Although there are some traps and alarm devices set up around, Fang Xing is still a little uneasy. After an hour, he took the initiative to stop and glanced at the attribute panel. With this progress, I will be able to refine my skin perfectly this summer before the end of the first year of high school. Fang Xing clenched his fists and felt that he was not far from having his skin refined and functioning smoothly. Maybe I can even try to make a jade skin? A tall building rises from the ground. And so does martial arts. The more solid the foundation, the greater the potential in the future. Fang Xing smiled and looked at the monitoring screen again. The next second, his smile froze on his face. Did the drone capture a human figure? Do humans live in this alien world? He called up several surveillance videos, zoomed in, and adjusted the angles. Finally, he saw 4 martial artists dressed in ancient style. Most of them wore robes, tied their hair into a bun, held swords in their hands, and dressed in ancient style. Even their clothes were mostly cloth and linen, and some even carried bamboo baskets. Looking at the productivity, it should be similar to the ancient feudal period. Fang Xing observed carefully and concluded, but very strong. From the movements and movement speed of these 4 people, they can walk on flat ground in this rugged jungle, which is at least equivalent to the second-level muscle warriors. Even the middle-aged man leading the group, with well-developed muscles, made his clothes look one size smaller, and there was a majestic temperament between his glances. In Fang Xing's opinion, his martial arts were powerful, and he should have the strength of a third-level unpolished jade warrior. As a martial arts student in the new era, I dare not say anything else, but I have watched countless martial arts videos, so I still have this kind of judgment. Of course, I can't beat a Jade Realm warrior, but with a primary nano-protective suit and electric baton, I can fight him. At least I can save my life. The most important thing is to hide my origin. The language barrier is definitely a problem. After all, reality is not a game. We can speak the same language after traveling through time. In addition, I have to prepare ancient costumes and wigs. Maybe I should grow long hair. Anyway, the school doesn't have any regulations. Fang Xing had no intention of going to meet this team of warriors, but just prepared to observe secretly. It's better to install more surveillance, take pictures of the other party's language, and try to decipher it. With the technology of the Interstellar Era, as long as there is enough basic data, it will take only a few minutes to decipher a language. Otherwise, it will be impossible to communicate with the natives on countless planets. From the route, this team should not be able to find me here. It seems that they are heading for that wild boar monster? Fang Xing looked at the surveillance again and touched his chin. Old Third, what are you doing? In the dense forest, the burly man watched Old Third looking up at the sky from time to time, and couldn't help cursing. Boss, I feel like something is flying in the sky. It's not a bird. Maybe it's some kind of monster? Old Third, dressed in green, with bright eyes, but with a bit of a sneaky temperament, answered with some worry. It's hard to say. Everyone be careful. The burly man touched the animal skin bag on his chest, and he had more confidence. Speed up the progress. We pick the red dragon grass and leave. The 4 people immediately sped up the progress and came to the edge of the wild boar monster's territory. They obviously planned it, and waited in the bushes for a long time, and the sky gradually became dark. one after another. Colorful light spots were flying around the bushes. There were also some red herbs with thick leaves growing sporadically on the edge of the bushes. Now! The burly man sprinkled odor-isolating powder on himself and sneaked forward with a few brothers to pick Julong grass. They moved quickly and seemed to have been specially trained. But unfortunately, Fang Xing saw in the surveillance that the wild boar monster that looked like a small mountain had come behind the four people at some point. Huff! Accompanied by the unique nasal sound of wild boars. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the darkness, and a fierce blood-colored aura appeared on the 6 pig teeth. Puff! The two strong men were unable to dodge, and they were pierced on the pig teeth before they could even pull out their swords, and blood gushed out. Chapter 13 in secret. Second brother? Fourth brother? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned red, and the long sword in his hand let out a dragon roar, flashing a sword light several inches in the dark, and slashed with the sword. Puff! The long sword slashed across the wild boar monster, leaving a long bloody wound. The injury that would surely kill a human was insignificant to this boar monster, and it aroused its ferocity even more. Huff! It raised its hoof high and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground trembled. Like an earthquake, a circle of khaki light emerged and spread rapidly around. The third brother was directly enveloped by the light, and several earth spears appeared on his chest, nailing him to the ground. Third brother? The burly man knew that he was doomed this time, and he stopped hesitating immediately. He took out a bright yellow talisman from the animal skin bag on his chest and tore it open with great care. Dang! A circle of golden light appeared around him, vaguely forming the shape of a golden bell. A few earth spears fell on the golden bell, making a dull sound. After activating this hard-earned golden bell talisman, the burly man no longer hesitated and turned around and ran. In the darkness, a ball of golden light was running desperately in front, and a huge black shadow with blood-red fangs was chasing behind, which was extremely eye-catching. After the two left, the sound of propellers turning suddenly came from the air. A small black drone landed, and its mechanical claws stretched out, picked up some small things on the ground, and quickly disappeared into the night. Temporary camp. Sword light? That person's strength is indeed at the level of unpolished jade. In addition, there is also a talisman? What is this, cultivation? Cultivation? Fang Xing looked at the surveillance video with a shocked look on his face, and looked up at the sky again. Here it comes. He controlled the drone to land and reached out to take the grab debris. As expected of a drone from the Interstellar Era, it is not only cheap, but also has greatly enhanced endurance and carrying capacity. With a sigh, Fang Xing put on rubber gloves and began to sort the items. Among them, the most dazzling ones are naturally a few red dragon grasses. After all, these people even lost their lives for it, so it must be a good thing. Well, there are quite a lot of extraordinary species around here, and there seem to be some strange herbs near their nests. Fang Xing looked at the red dragon grass, touched his chin, and suddenly thought of a way to make money. That is to use drones to pick various rare herbs. There are many advantages to doing this. First of all, it is concealed enough. Drones are dead objects to many wild animals, and are difficult to be discovered. In addition, they have the ability to fly, move quickly, and act secretly, with a high success rate. Of course, if they are seen by monsters in person, they will definitely be destroyed. But this involves another advantage: cheap. Even if they are discovered by monsters, at most one drone will be lost. In Maple Leaf City, this is almost equivalent to a child's toy, and the price is very cheap. Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Fang Xing sighed and looked at other sundries. There are not many things looted, including a black dagger, which is cold and sharp when it is pulled out. In addition, there is a small purse. This purse seems to be made of animal skin, gray and inconspicuous. After opening the bag, there are 3 strange ores and 4 strange crystals the size of rice grains. This bag is tied very tightly. Obviously, the original owner is afraid that these gravels will be lost accidentally. Fang Xing put a crystal in front of him and looked at it carefully. He found that the crystal was as transparent as jade, and there seemed to be a cloud of mist in it. In addition, with the help of the external light source, it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of illusory and blurred colorful luster. You can tell at a glance that it must be a good thing. He put the things away casually and looked at a large map on the electronic screen. After a few days of exploration, Fong Xing had a general understanding of the surroundings. There are many extraordinary species and many beasts. It's a dangerous place. According to the route these 4 people took today, the direction of the human gathering point should be the east. Go back and buy a few more toy models and explore the east. With a thought, Fong Xing set up the automatic cruise and released the drone again. Then, he counted 3 seconds in his heart, and a silver-white light appeared in front of him. The light was so bright that it swallowed him up. When he came to his senses again, he was already standing in the bedroom. It is known that now I can travel to another world at will. And I only need to delay for 3 seconds. And I don't need to consume other things. As for the place of crossing, it seems to be based on my location. Finally, the items in this world, and even the living white mice can be brought to the other world. And the things in the other world can also be brought here. Fong Xing looked at his palm. And the small purse was lying quietly in his palm. Good things are good things. But it's a pity that I dare not take them out for identification, let alone sell them. Even the supplies I bought before were a little strange. If I buy in large quantities next time, although the Federation attaches great importance to privacy, citizens are free to buy anything as long as it is not on the list of prohibited items. But Fong Xing habitually wants to hide something. Maybe I should go outdoors more and create a persona of an outdoor survival maniac? Now I only buy and don't sell. So it's not a big problem. He confirmed one thing again. Or the principle of future actions. Items from another world must never be sold with this public identity. It seems, I still can't avoid the black market. Fong Xing sighed. Oak Park. The green vegetation is endless. The lawn is continuous. And there are colorful flowers in the flower beds at the edge. It was night, and the lights were dim. There were few pedestrians on the road paved with various cobblestones. There were long benches every few meters, and they were made into various small animal shapes. Because of the quiet environment and beautiful scenery, it has always been a place where lovers in Maple Leaf City like to come. Lu Wei was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, waiting anxiously, when suddenly a soft and gentle voice came to his ears. "Ah Wei, I'm here." Lian Yi. Lu Wei seemed to be startled, and then seemed to want to hide the flowers behind him. But he felt a bit embarrassed. "What do you want me to do?" Lian Yi did not wear her usual training clothes, but changed into a white dress, which made her temperament more beautiful. I. Lu Wei seemed to have made a lot of psychological preparations, and finally spoke. "I think it very clearly. I don't like Ouyang Qianqian." But Lian Yi had a smile and loneliness in her eyes, shook her fingers, and stopped Lu Wei from continuing. "No." "Why?" "Because of what you did in the brilliant Jiang mansion." I know everything. I'm not a fool. I don't mind." Lu Wei's face flushed, and even the acne on his face seemed to be shaking. "What's there to mind? I just have a rich boyfriend." Lian Yi answered frankly. "I'm not stupid. I can't say the same thing as those annoying girls." Lu Wei was speechless. Indeed, this is what he found out. Lian Yi is not as bad as those female classmates said. But there are some other things. For example, the other party's rich boyfriend is a little old. It seems that in the minds of white people, finding a sugar daddy is nothing, especially for academic studies. It feels a bit inspiring. Lu Wei had an inexplicable thought in his mind, and then promised, "I swear, I will treat you well. I will get into college." As he was talking, he suddenly got stuck, because the boy really had nothing, and was even in debt. All that can be given is the future and hope. But none of these are as good as the present. This is the first love of the young boy. Lian Yi twisted her fingers. "I will cheer for you." "And Ah Xing." "Ah Xing?" Lu Wei had an inexplicable feeling. "Why did you mention him?" "Because there seemed to be light in the girl's eyes. Ah Xing is so amazing. He has practiced the big dragon pile to the second stage, and there is a great possibility that he will be admitted to university in the future." Lu Wei suddenly fell silent. He felt like a loser. Compared to the present, he is not as good as that person. Compared to the future, he is not as good as Ah Xing. Obviously, he no longer minded, and even admired the girl in front of him, and wanted to give her a guarantee. Why did things turn out like this? He was heartbroken for a moment, and didn't know what he said, and staggered away. The night wind was cold and silent. The monitor on the Park Street lamp made a click sound, as if it was short-circuited. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Lian Yi, seemingly observing all this silently. "Well, I have successfully aroused his resentment. If you come to him now, use Fang Xing as a comparison, and invest in him. He will definitely accept it. Bai Lian's voice was cold, like the snow lotus of Tianshan Mountain. Well, in this way, we have one more partner. I believe that after seeing those great people, he will definitely agree. The Black Shadow made a deep and rich voice, but compared to this, I am more optimistic about his classmate. Bai Lian frowned slightly. Xiao Long pays more attention to Fang Xing, and he has been staying at home recently and no longer working. I threw bait through Lu Wei several times, but he didn't take the bait. It's a bit strange. Is he scared by the last messenger's arrival? It's not impossible. The spiritual impact brought by the messenger can even change a person completely and imperceptibly. The Black Shadow was silent for a while, and replied, if so, it's useless and has no value. The talents we need will at least pass the college entrance examination in the future, so that there is a slight possibility of becoming a high-level member of the Federation. But this kind of thing may require a long wait. Bai Lian sighed. Nowadays, the average life expectancy of people in the Federation is very long. And the higher the level, the more so. Martial arts is only the cheapest way to evolve. But it can also greatly prolong life after the fourth realm. Self-evolution, genetic surgery, medicine, superpowers. All kinds of life-extending methods make the ruling time of the federal upper echelons extremely long. Hee. For those great beings, time is completely meaningless. The voice of the Black Shadow gradually became low and finally disappeared. Chapter 14 Superpowers. Thank you for buying products from Gaofei Toys Company. Dear, please give me a thumbs up. Fang Xing opened the express box and took out the drones and monitoring equipment inside. A mellow and sweet voice sounded, and then fell silent. These drones were all shaped like various simulated birds at Fang Xing's request, and the monitoring equipment was also equipped with camouflage functions. My wallet. He silently mourned for his wallet for 3 seconds, and then got ready and started to travel. A flash of silver light. Another world. A temporary camp. At this time, the camp had been covered with a layer of camouflage. From a high altitude, it was no different from the surrounding jungle. The reason for this was that Fang Xing was frightened by a flying monster before, and hurriedly upgraded the camouflage of the camp. After all, it was just a temporary camp. Not safe enough. It was time to consider setting up a permanent camp. You could choose a rock cave or a hole underground, the deeper the better. For Fang Xing, there was nothing that would block him from leaving the house. Therefore, the deeper the cave, the more time you can buy yourself to escape for 3 seconds. And the safer it is. Wait, doesn't this mean I'm going to become a burrowing rat? No. Hamsters seem to be more adorable. Fang Xing complained and looked at the monitoring screen. Huh? After a few glances, his eyes suddenly lit up. According to the route of the 4-man team before, he asked the drone to conduct a strong scout in the direction they came from. That is, the east. And it really yielded results. After 100 miles to the east, there are traces of human gathering places. Fang Xing looked at a photo, on which the outline of the field ridge appeared. Around the field ridge, there are houses built of wood and thatch. And it seems that someone is farming in the field. Farmland? It seems that these surveillance cameras will come in handy. These farmers, even warriors, are all in their 70s and 80s. They may be deaf and blind due to insufficient qi and blood. If they can't find the surveillance immediately, we can send out simulated bird-shaped drones to spread surveillance disguised as stones and beetles. According to Fang Xing's estimation, only the leader of the 4-man team he met before, the warrior in the Jade Realm, has a certain chance of finding the surveillance equipment. After all, most warriors who have reached the Jade Realm have an innate spiritual sense and are good at finding all kinds of hostile eyes. Although the surveillance equipment is more like dead objects, there is a certain probability of being discovered. If it is a Jade warrior from the Blue Star Federation, the probability of discovery is even greater. The native warriors here should not understand technology, and there are no interference and detection equipment. So the probability of discovery is lower. Let's do it. Fang Xing set up the program and ordered the simulated birds to take off one by one. If you look closely, you will find that these simulated birds are holding small things such as stones and beetles in their claws. These simulated birds will cross 100 miles to the farmland area, and then drop pebbles, beetles and other monitors. Then, silently collect information and data. 10 days later, Yusai High School. Fang Xing stood silently. His consciousness focused on the attribute panel. First realm. Skin and flesh. Skin refining. 99/100. Military boxing 12 styles. 9/100. Proficient. Big dragon posture. 29/100. Proficient. Just a little bit. And the skin refining can be perfect. Looking at the martial arts realm, Fang Xing couldn't help but be very satisfied. It's just that the big dragon post has not yet entered the next level, which is the third stage mentioned by teacher Xiao Long. It is likely that it can only achieve copper skin. Fortunately, the skin and flesh are in the same realm. After refining the flesh, if the big dragon post reaches the third stage, it will also silently refine the membrane and change the copper skin into jade skin. At this moment, he glanced and saw a pair of eyes that did not hide their hatred. These eyes were bloodshot and came from a tall white young man. Cole. Fang Xing smiled. Why? Do you still want to spar with me? No. Let's wait until the final exam. Cole retracted his gaze and answered politely. This kind of forbearance made Fang Xing look up to him, and he was slightly alert. Axing, you have to be careful. It is said that Cole's family has some money. After losing to you last time, he hired a special private coach and spent a lot of money to buy blood and chi medicine. Lu Wei came to Fang Xing and reminded him in a low voice. Martial arts training requires one step at a time. Today's spiritual breakthrough and instantaneous increase in supernatural powers do not exist. Even if there are famous teachers to teach and there are enough resources, it will take some time to realize them. Fang Xing can even feel that Cole's strength is in a period of rapid growth. When it comes to the final exam, it may be a surprise. Don't worry. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is invalid. Fang Xing answered confidently. He has an entire alien world as his resource base, and a cultivation environment like a secret universe. He will become stronger faster than Cole. After all, Cole's family background is just like that. Maybe even worse than Gu Yun's. If the other party really waits until the final exam to make trouble, Fang Xing doesn't mind letting the other party feel what despair is. Axing, you have changed a lot. Lu Wei couldn't help but be silent. People will change. Fang Xing replied. Yes, people will change. I hope I can become stronger. I don't have the resources, and my talent is not as good as Axing. Now I can only pray that one day I will suddenly wake up and become a superpower. Lu Wei said as if joking. Superpower? This evolutionary path is not very good. Fang Xing shook his head. The so-called superpowers can also be said to be mutants, with a strange origin. Although most scientific studies have shown that the abilities of superpowers are all kinds of strange, most of them come from gene mutations, which is a very random process. But it is undeniable that the emergence of superpowers did not occur after humans entered the cosmic age, but after the Great Disaster. Although genes are prone to mutation, it is reasonable for humans to start their own evolution after coming into contact with the universe. But according to the deduction of the Blue Star Federation, this slow evolution of genes should be in units of 10,000 years. After the Great Disaster, this process seemed to be advanced thousands of times by a certain existence. Some sects also claim that superpowers are the darlings of extraterritorial gods and are new humans. Because of this, finding the extraterritorial evil god who is suspected of having superpowers is one of the key strategies of the Blue Star Federation today. Because the origin of superpowers is unclear, if superpowers are suddenly awakened, it may not be a good thing. Fang Xing continued. I think superpowers have nothing to do with the evil gods from outside the domain. They are just the result of normal gene mutations, and the probability is too small. I'm just saying it. Besides, wasn't the top scorer in the college entrance examination on our Eagle Star last year a superpower? He was not subject to any control or discrimination. Lu Wei looked disapproving, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. He thought of a certain black-clad cultist who suddenly came to his door before. The other party was trying to win him over to join the sect, and the condition he offered was that he could awaken a flesh and blood superpower, whether it is iron body or super speed regeneration, even the lowest level of strength multiplication. It is of great benefit to warriors. Once obtained, it is not impossible to make rapid progress in martial arts training. After all, even a low-level superpower of strength multiplication would be at the level of natural divine power in ancient times, equivalent to a gifted martial arts genius. He was indeed hesitant. After all, compared to the naturally awakened superpower, This kind of active awakening is 100% related to the evil gods from outside the domain. Once involved, it's like falling into the abyss. But if I can't awaken my superpowers, how can I surpass Ah Xing? If I can't even surpass Ah Xing, how can I pass the college entrance examination in the future? How can I escape from the battlefield of flesh and blood? How can I let Lianyi look at me? Lu Wei secretly clenched his fists. Why do you suddenly mention this? Could it be you have awakened? Fang Xing suddenly looked at Lu Wei, a little suspicious. It would be good if you awakened, Lu Wei answered calmly. He is still in the swing period and has not received the gift. So he is quite frank. Even if he goes to the infirmary for genetic testing, it will definitely not detect anything. That's right. Although awakening superpowers on your own is dangerous, for people like us, if we want to succeed, we have to give it a try. Even if you become a superpower, you are better than cannon fodder. What's more, maybe the emergence of superpowers is a natural law, and the Federation is just overthinking. Fang Xing thought that this classmate might have really awakened some superpowers, and changed the subject with a hint of comfort. It was this kind of comfort that hurt Lu Wei's self-esteem. Yeah, it would be great if there was, Lu Wei murmured. Originally, he was still a little hesitant, but watching the classmates in the class make rapid progress, especially Fang Xing, who had the same background, surpassed him, and finally made up his mind. Even if I fall into the abyss, I want to see the light of the moment. Chapter 15 Brutal Hands. Another world. In the temporary camp, Fang Xing turned on a smart computer bought from a second-hand market. Start data transmission. He pressed his 10 fingers quickly, and scenes appeared. Among them were a large number of videos shot by simulated bird-type drones, as well as pictures and sounds recorded by beetle monitors. Well, it is indeed an ancient agricultural society. The farming techniques are very primitive. The most common thing in the monitoring screen is farming. Looking at the ragged farmers sweating profusely facing the lus and the sky, Fang Xing was a little silent. Because these farmers are at least warriors of the first and second realms. And even the unpolished Jade Realm occasionally appears. Fortunately, the local unpolished Jade Realm warriors are generally vigilant, or have never seen simulated monitoring equipment, so they did not find any flaws. These warrior farmers work silently most of the time, with numb faces and no vitality. Only in very rare cases will they say a few words to each other. After so many days of collection, the data from mouth shape to pronunciation is complete. What Fang Xing needs to do is to let the intelligent brain do the final integration, and then learn this new language. It's a pity that there is no learning device. But it won't take me much time to learn this language. After all, he is an excellent student from the exam-oriented education. And Fang Xing is quite sure about this. The practice of martial arts is actually a kind of evolution. The memory and activeness of the brain will be greatly improved with the growth of the realm. Warriors here can only farm or pick up manure, or go to the wilderness for adventure. Looking at the second-hand computer sorting and analyzing data, Fang Xing began to scan the surveillance images and try to understand the ecology of warriors in this world. He has seen warriors farming, transporting manure carts, and adventures. Most warriors live very poorly, and only warriors in the unpolished Jade Realm live a slightly better life. Besides that, there are people with higher status. Fang Xing turned on a surveillance video, which was shot from a very long distance. He could see a slightly fat middle-aged man wearing a silk robe and dressed like a clerk, collecting supplies from door to door, including rice, ore, herbs, and even crystal sand in his hands. In the end, he took several large trucks full of supplies away. The escorts were all Jade Realm warriors, but in front of this middle-aged clerk, they were obviously of lower status and seemed very polite, even a little respectful. This was not just a difference in status, but more likely in strength. This short and fat man was suspected to have the ability to kill several Jade Realm warriors. Talisman. Fang Xing thought of the talisman that the leader of the 4-member adventure team had used, as well as the image of the golden bell cover, and made a judgment in his heart. The most urgent thing is to learn the local language first, then change clothes and try to contact. He looked at the second-hand computer screen and found that the decoding progress marked as otherworld language was less than 10%. There is still time. Huh? At this moment, Fang Xing ordered the crew's surveillance drone to send back another picture. In the picture, a woman with torn clothes and bloodstains on her body was running away in a panic. Look at the direction. In a few minutes, you will find a temporary camp. Huh? Is it the result of the wild boar again? Fang Xing frowned. The beast nearby is quite powerful. Except for the leader of the four-member team in the unpolished Jade Realm, who barely escaped with the power of the talisman. The other herbalists who encountered it were bound to die. And they were simply herbalist killers. Even the bodies of those herbalists eventually fell into the wild boar's belly and died without a complete body. This woman must be a herbalist who was forced into a panic by the wild boar. But why did you come to me? Fang Xing felt a headache. Judging from his speed, he should be less than the third realm. But a second realm warrior. He should not have any dangerous items on him. Otherwise, even if he had a talisman, he would not be forced to this extent by the wild boar. He sighed. Let the protective suit cover his whole body, even his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and picked up the electric baton. Let's go and have a look. Whoosh! The figure flashed, and Shui Yuling used her body skills to pass through a thorn bush. She was tall, with fair skin, and a pair of long legs that once made the immortal master linger. If she hadn't encountered difficulties, she would not have come out alone to take risks to collect herbs. Damn it. I was cheated. The purchase price of Julong grass in Qinglanfang has increased, and it is indeed more dangerous to pick it. Those people above don't want to give us any loopholes. Shui Yuling gritted her teeth. Competition in the market was too fierce, and it was said that some female immortal masters who specialized in seduction techniques came to compete for food. Although the business of the half-open door could be done, it was just barely enough to avoid starvation. Wanting to buy spiritual rice and pills to improve martial arts is simply wishful thinking. Therefore, she had to come. Who would have thought that she would encounter a wild boar monster that seemed to have advanced to a small level? Not only was the team wiped out, but she herself also fell into such a miserable state. It's almost time. As long as she runs a little further, there will be a river. At that time, she can jump into the river to escape. Shui Yuling was not sure whether the wild boar monster was still behind, but she had suffered hardships since childhood, so she would definitely think about the worst possible situation. The rivers in the wilderness are extremely dangerous, but they can wash away the smell on her body. This is the only way to survive. Suddenly, she saw the grass in front of her move, and a silver-white humanoid monster jumped out. What the hell? Shui Yuling shouted delicately, but she did not hesitate at all for her ruthless character in the lower class. She raised her hand, and 3 cold lights were like flying stars, hitting Fang Xing's chest heavily. Hidden weapon? Fang Xing was startled, and then saw 3 darts fall to the ground, with blue light flashing on the sharp blade, obviously quenched with a layer of poison. Fortunately, he was wearing a nano-protective suit, which did not break the defense at all, and even relieved a lot of strength, but just felt a little stuffy in his chest. You dared to kill me first. No matter which world. The next step can be considered as my legitimate defense. Fang Xing shouted, and the electric baton in his hand fell. What's the weird cry? Shui Yuling didn't understand Fang Xing language at all, but it didn't prevent her from having an iron judge pen in her hand to block the electric baton. The move was quite exquisite. The tip of the pen even trembled slightly, pointing directly at several acupuncture points on Fang Xing's body, obviously containing an extremely fierce counterattack. This set of splashing wind pen brush strokes, if placed in the mortal martial arts world, would be a first-class miraculous skill. Dang! Feeling the power from the judge's pen, Shui Yuling felt relieved. This weirdo is so weak. But the next moment, she was shocked to see a ball of electric sparks flashing on the other party's black stick. The terrifying electric current followed, causing her to fly backwards and fall to the ground twitching. Blood refining instrument? You actually have a blood refining instrument? Shui Yuling looked at the humanoid monster coming over, and confirmed that the other party should also be a human, and hurriedly shouted, Sir, spare my life. With her delicate face, she really felt pitiful. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Fang Xing guessed at the other party's words, and probably understood the word you. But he also knew that he was begging for mercy. It's a pity. The more beautiful the woman, the more trouble, so you die. Fang Xing pointed with a stick. Sizzle! A silver-white electric current emerged from the top of the electric baton and hit Shui Yuling's forehead accurately. This merchant is a liar. He clearly said that he could electrocute an elephant. But this woman can still talk. Shock a few more times, just in case. Fang Xing poked with the electric baton to confirm that the woman was really dead, then put on rubber gloves and went forward to touch the body. This woman didn't know that he had the sky of the drone. So he naturally knew that the beast monster had given up chasing. But the life that the other party thought he had chosen was a dead end. I don't know if this woman would be so angry that she would die again if she came back to life. Wait, is this my first time killing someone? Should I vomit? Fang Xing realized it a little bit later, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Okay, maybe the time travel was too incredible. Plus I accepted the memory of my previous life and suffered from the suffering of the biochemical man. In short, he found that he was not very nervous or afraid. After a few deep breaths, he was only calm, and calmly began to touch the body. Nice figure. The spoils, a pair of judge's pens, a purse, 3 jade bottles, huh? There's even a book? Fang Xing picked up a book. The paper of this book is of average quality, bound in thread, with yellowed pages and some traces of insects and dirt. On the cover, for characters from another world were written in a flamboyant style, and Fang Xing didn't recognize any of them. Good stuff. But he didn't dislike it at all. This is excellent research data. Taking it to the intelligent brain for analysis can greatly speed up the decryption progress. As for the purse, after opening it, there were only 3 grains of sand that were exactly the same as the one obtained before. It looks a bit like a general equivalent currency. So, I have a total of 7 coins in my hand? Fang Xing touched his chin and looked at the jade bottles again. 2 of the bottles had been opened, and he didn't dare to smell them rashly, let alone swallow them. He was going to try it with a poison test strip and a white mouse later. The last bottle had a wax seal on the mouth, and it looked intact, having never been opened. On the bottle, there were 3 characters from another world engraved, which he still couldn't understand. What was the probability that the intact bottle was a trap containing poison? If it was a trap, the humans in this world wouldn't eat the spoils of war directly from the enemy. Right? Chapter 16 Jade Skin. The night in the other world is exceptionally quiet, and the starry sky is exceptionally bright. In the temporary camp, Fang Xing drank a full pot of fish soup and began to practice the dragon posture. Under the dual effects of the mysterious environment of the other world and the tonic fish soup, his progress in body training increased rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, the flashing computer screen suddenly froze and emitted a mechanical sound. Beep. The mission is completed. Sure enough, after adding books as samples, the deciphering progress is very fast. Fang Xing came to the computer, clicked on the file, and saw the words of the other world, with the corresponding federal text and pronunciation annotations next to it. It can be said that he got a dictionary of the other world, and it is an audio version. In addition, the information that the farmers talk about in daily life can also be understood, and some outlines can help me understand this world better. His eyes lit up, and he began to learn foreign languages. For Fang Xing, learning a foreign language is a very happy thing, especially since it also represents huge benefits. First of all, this is the great wilderness, and there are people called cultivators. Cultivators, they can refine talismans, elixirs, and magical instruments, and cast spells, and even after reaching a high level, they can prolong their lives until they can move mountains and fill the sea and enjoy immortality. Even if they are just cultivators in the Qi training stage, they are stronger than Xiantian warriors. Well, the localized name for the unpolished jade warriors in this world is Xiantian. 100 miles away, there is a market for cultivators called Qinglinfeng, with tens of thousands of cultivators and countless mortals. It is said that Qinglinfeng, it was built not long ago. It was forcibly built by a powerful immortal cultivation force in order to open up the wilderness and relocate a large number of cultivators and mortals. Therefore, the surrounding environment is very dangerous. If you are not a warrior, you have almost no ability to survive. The martial arts in this world are also very simple. That is, acquired, innate. But no matter how strong the innate warrior is, he will only die when facing the well-prepared Qi training cultivator. Speechless, when will the martial art stand up? This is the general information that can be obtained from the monitoring during this period of time, which makes Fang Xing very speechless. After understanding the background, he immediately looked at the ancient book. According to the deciphering, the 4 words Dan Dao Ping Jian are on the cover, and the content inside describes the appearance and medicinal properties of some common elixirs in Qinglinfeng, as well as some simple identification techniques. Fang Xing took out the 3 jade bottles, compared them one by one, and found that one bottle was a golden wound medicine, and the other was a detoxification pill. As for the last unopened bottle, it was chi and blood pill. According to the book, afterbirth warriors swallowing chi and blood pill can strengthen their chi and blood, temper their skin membranes, muscles and bones, and make rapid progress. I still don't believe it. Let's try it with a drug test strip and a white mouse later. Fong Xing turned a page, and his breathing suddenly became a little rapid. He saw the description of a new pill, Xiantian pill, white in color, fragrant. Taking it can strengthen the chi of the 5 internal organs and help afterbirth warriors break through the Xiantian realm. This Xiantian pill can actually help break through the unpolished jade realm. Fong Xing eyes lit up. The martial arts realm of the Blue Star Federation is the first realm of flesh and blood, the second realm of muscles and bones. It is almost equivalent to the afterbirth realm in another world. After the perfection of the tendon and bone realm, the warrior must temper his internal organs, strengthen his internal breath, and polish it to perfection inside and outside, like a rough jade. So it is called the rough jade realm. But this step is very difficult. Is it that Xiao Long feels that it is difficult for a college student to come out of the class now? But now, only one pill is enough. The Blue Star Federation must have medicines and other equipment to assist the second-level warriors to break through the third level, but I can't get it. The resources required are too great, and the gains are not worth the losses. But in this alien world, it is not necessarily the case. Fong Xing eyes suddenly burned with a certain flame. Looking at the chi and blood pill, first, we need to verify the medicinal properties of the pills in this world, as well as the toxic reactions. He thought about it, put on the mask, and opened the bottle stopper. In the jade bottle, there are a total of 10 blood-red pills. Qi Shui Dan. A warrior only needs to swallow one pill each time he practices, and the effect can last for several days. I always feel that the elixirs in this world are very effective. This is not because of advanced technology, but because they are not afraid of waste and use resources to pile up. Fong Xing first took out a Qi Shui Dan and identified it according to the method of Dan Dao evaluation. According to the book, many cultivators and warriors dare not take elixirs of unknown origin. So the bottom of the bottle of a real good elixir has a mark. And there are spiritual talismans and wax seals on the bottle. Once opened, there will be traces left as a simple anti-counterfeiting mark. He looked at the bottom of the jade bottle and found a green leaf mark. This should be the mark of a famous merchant in the market, representing credibility. But I don't believe it, especially since this book Dan Dao review came from that unlucky guy. It does not rule out the possibility of forgery. Forged a bottle of poison pill into chi and blood pill, and also attached an instruction manual. If this is true, then the female warrior is really a talent, even if she is investigated by the big forces who forged the mark afterwards. The person is dead. Fong Xing thought about it, took out the toxin test paper, and tested each chi and blood pill first, and found that everything was normal. Back to the Eagle Star. I went online to buy a cage of mice. The logistics arrived quickly. Fong Xing looked at the lively and cute mice, and unhurriedly scraped out some debris from the pill, and then compared the weight of the person with the weight of the mouse to determine the dosage. This step is critical. Otherwise, in terms of the dosage for humans, even life-saving medicine may poison the mice to death. The next day, Fong Xing got up and looked at the mice, and found that they were all alive and kicking. Squeak! Squeak! The little white mice were running around, hitting and biting the iron cage, as if they had a lot of energy that they couldn't vent. Well, you are all very energetic. I send you to eat berries over there some other day. He nodded, carefully put away the chi and blood pill, and went directly to school. Although the 2 tests did not find any problems. But just in case, Fong Xing decided to take the medicine next to the infirmary, so that even if something happened, it would be easier to rescue. I seem to think too darkly about human nature. But even so, my life is more important than anything else. If Fong Xing hadn't seen the news about the Xiantian pill this time, and was ready to verify the effect of the pill from the other world, he wouldn't be so radical. He came to Yutsai Middle School and skipped Lan Fei's cultural class. Now this female projection teacher can no longer shake his mood in the slightest. Outside the infirmary, Fong Xing found an open space, stretched out his hand and yawned. Silently, a chi and blood pill was covered by his palm and directly put into his mouth. Hot! So hot! After the pill entered his stomach, Fang Xing first felt a stream of heat flowing from his lower abdomen to his limbs. The continuous generation of blood and qi made his face flush, his skin tense, and the blue veins underneath twisted like earthworms. He seemed to have turned into a furnace of blood and qi, and he urgently needed to find a direction to vent. The next moment, Fang Xing immediately opened the big dragon posture. The skilled big dragon posture has a charm like flowing clouds and water when it is performed. As the most suitable pose for refining skin and flesh painstakingly developed by the Blue Star Federation. Fang Xing felt the difference in an instant. The vigorous blood and qi in his body seemed to have found an outlet for mountain torrents, and immediately began to erupt fiercely. The skin began to crack, and even blood beads oozed out. On the attribute panel, the realm column, Skin Refining, 99/100, flashed and immediately became Skin Refining, 100/100. Skin Refining is complete. Fang Xing's heart moved, and the skin of his whole body tightened, as if it became firm in an instant, like cowhide, and exuded a brass color. The next moment, a large amount of blood and qi were constantly consumed, but the brass color gradually faded, turning into a white jade feeling. Is this jade skin? Is it obvious that my Zhuang Gong has not yet broken through? No. This is equivalent to using a large amount of resources to force a breakthrough. It doesn't matter if the Zhuang Gong can't keep up. The resources consumed by this qi and blood pill may be more than 10 or 100 D3 level nutrient solutions. The resources in the other world are really rich. The jade-like brilliance covering Fang Xing's skin flashed slightly, and then disappeared without a trace. As a jade skin with perfect skin refining, the only external manifestation is that the skin is whiter. But in fact Fang Xing feels as if he is wearing a layer of armor, and can even actively relieve force. Just a qi and blood pill. It actually made me go so far in flesh refining? Fang Xing stared at the attribute bar. The big dragon pile has also improved rapidly. But the key is the progress of flesh refining. It actually jumped to 9%. Fang Xing pondered for a while. This may be because when I trained the membrane before, I must have trained the muscles as well. The more important thing is naturally the effect of the qi and blood pill. One pill is like this. So if I take a bottle, I should be able to perfect flesh refining soon. After all, qi and blood pills are originally for postnatal warriors to practice. And the so-called postnatal in the other world actually includes the two realms of skin and flesh and tendons and bones in the Blue Star Federation. In other words, qi and blood pills are very effective for second-level tendon and bone warriors. It's a bit of a waste to eat it at my current level. After a little training, Fang Xing felt that he had been reborn. At least, the skin membrane is fully developed and turned into jade skin, which means the foundation is quite solid. Well, for safety's sake, let's go for a physical examination first. Fang Xing made a decision and walked towards the infirmary. Just as he arrived at the door, another classmate came towards him. He looked closely and immediately raised his hand to greet him. Away? Axing? Lu Wei was shocked when he saw Fang Xing. You are also in the infirmary? Fang Xing nodded. I'm here for a physical examination. What about you? I have a stomachache. Lu Wei suddenly hugged his stomach. No. You go first. I go to the toilet first. Looking at the other person's back, Fang Xing shook his head and walked into the infirmary calmly. He was already a genius certified by Xiao Long, and the perfection of skin refining just now was nothing. As for the jade skin, as long as he didn't do relevant tests, the ordinary doctors in the infirmary would naturally not be able to see any clues. Chapter 17 Jing Xia. Lu Wei must be hiding something from me. After school, Fang Xing did not go home with Lu Wei, but walked alone to the happy home community. On the white embankment, the river gurgled, and the sound of water remained. But Fang Xing knew that the relationship between the two could not go back to the past. If it was the original owner, he would be very sad. Right? After all, he is a close friend. But to me, he is just an ordinary friend. He sighed, returned to the dormitory, got ready, and began to travel. Another world. A temporary camp. Fang Xing first started to practice the pile exercise, then daily digging, renovating and expanding the temporary camp, and then learning the language of the other world. Under the influence of multiple effects, he made rapid progress. Chirp! Just as he was practicing, simulated birds returned, holding stones, beetles, and other monitors in their claws. The recycling of items is also very important. Although this world is completely different from the Blue Star Federation, there is no unified order, and the poor imagination may not be able to associate it with time travel. If the monitor is discovered, it is very likely to be regarded as some kind of sophisticated puppet. But if it can be perfect, it is better to be perfect and not reveal any flaws. Even if it is a broken monitor, it must be recycled. Now that there are enough chi and blood pills, there is no need to rush to contact them. Learn foreign languages first. Fang Xing has already planned his next move. It just so happens that this semester is about to end, and there will be a 2-month vacation after the final exam. At that time, it will not be too late to explore the other world. After all, it is really difficult to enjoy the exploration that can only be carried out at night or on weekends with classes every day. Early in the morning, Fang Xing trotted all the way to Yutsai High School. This Qi and blood pill is really powerful. If it is combined with the big dragon pill, it should be possible to complete the flesh refining before the final exam, the end of the first year of high school. The flesh refining is complete. This result is barely passable. At least there is finally a little hope of entering university. While running and exercising, Fang Xing was thinking about a lot of things. By that time, Mai Wang should be able to enter the 3rd stage with the help of elixirs. Even if the jade skin is exposed, it will not be a big deal. On the contrary, it can attract more investment. The streets in the early morning are very quiet, and there are few pedestrians on the road beside the river bank. There is only a lady in sportswear and a baseball cap who is walking her dog. Bully dog? Fang Xing glanced at it and felt a little strange. After all, it is rare for a girl to raise such a big bully dog. As if attracted by his gaze, the bully dog immediately jumped in front of him with all 4 limbs. And the dog's face looked quite ferocious. For some reason, Fang Xing actually felt a terrible danger. I am a jade-skinned perfect flesh-refining warrior. Would I think a dog is dangerous? Fang Xing's heart moved. A little strange. Ginger, sit down. At this moment, the lady in the baseball cap shouted. The bully dog immediately sat down obediently. But he still looked very ferocious. Sorry. Ginger is in a bad mood today. The lady in the baseball cap smiled apologetically. My name is Jingxia. What's your name? Little brother? I never say my name when I'm out. Fang Xing shook his head and continued running. Haha. Interesting little brother. Jingxia looked at Fang Xing back and touched his waist. Ding-ling-ling. A phone rang, and Jingxia took out a mobile phone from his waist. After listening to a few words, an impatient look appeared on his face. You are a small team, and you can't even deal with a cultist. Weak chicken. Rookie. Wait for me. She put the phone away and pressed the watch. Whoosh. A skateboard emerged from midair and hovered directly in front of her. Jingxia stepped on the skateboard and slid towards the city not far away in a flying motion. Woof woof. The bully dog named Ginger roared, and the flesh on its back squirmed, and a pair of devil-like flesh wings grew out, and it flew behind Jingxia. Not far away. Fang Xing looked at this scene, his face a little solemn. Dare to fly so swaggeringly. Not afraid of traffic control. Either a powerful cultist or an official. Even cultists would not be so stubborn as to fly in public. So is it an official? I don't know if it's a martial artist, a mecha master, or a superpower. A beast master? Recalling the strangeness of the bully dog before, Fang Xing's face was a little solemn, and he touched his pocket. In his pocket, there was a chi and blood pill. I was a little careless. This dog has a really good nose. Life is always like this. Full of surprises, tomorrow or an accident. I don't know which will come first. But fortunately, the other party didn't doubt it. Fang Xing thought about it, and decided to go to school according to his daily schedule. And, you must work hard and get a good grade in the final exam. A little martial arts genius will definitely receive more attention and investment. Occasionally, it is normal to have a little good stuff on him. Somewhere in the city center. Boom! A huge ball of fire appeared, mixed with several figures. Some of them were covered with black nano-protective suits. Some were equipped with exoskeletons, holding guns with thick barrels, and had a strong style. But at this time, they looked a little embarrassed. It's the blood drop school, a team member yelled, and extremely cold air spewed out from the exoskeleton. In an instant, the flames were extinguished, and there was not even a few wisps of green smoke. It's over. The secret arrest has become an open war. The report after the incident has to be written for several more pages. And the big sister will scold me as a rookie. The team members wearing black nano suits were a little desperate. For them, it seems that compared with more reports, the big sister is more terrifying. Roar! Here it comes! Accompanied by a few strange roars. A monster rushed out from the ice and snow. It looks like a human, but it is more than 3 meters tall, with all kinds of wrinkles and mucus all over its body, and various heads grafted on its chest and shoulders. Among them are human, tiger, leopard, and other beasts. It looks like a human figure that was randomly pieced together. Just looking at this scene will bring a strong mental shock and shock to those who are not firm in mind. It has slightly lower servant level pollution characteristics. An alien body? The blood drop school really likes to do this kind of thing the most. The tone of the team member who spoke first was full of disgust. Evil God sect. This is the cancer inside the Blue Star Federation. Those extraterritorial evil gods hold the authority of the imaginary space and can deploy power to the human territory. Although the Blue Star Federation has established a defense line. In general, the larger the individual, the more difficult it is to break through. Just like a fishing net, small fish and shrimp can easily swim out of the mesh, and the big fish can only end up as a turtle in a jar. It is the easiest to deploy servants, but it is basically useless to humans. At the level of the clan, it is considered a threat, but not big. What the extraterritorial evil gods are striving for is to descend into the human territory and start a crazy harvest. Of course, this kind of descending is difficult, so they have to settle for the second best. First through the clan, descend some power, corrupt humans into cultists, and then let these cultists find a way to summon them to descend. This attempt has not been successful so far, and the best result is to create a tragedy through various bloody and cruel means, and at the same time give birth to the offspring of evil gods. Therefore, many Blue Star researchers believe that those extraterritorial evil gods have a certain rationality. But this is often contrary to the occasional disorder and madness of their believers. It can only be said that even evil gods have to be associated with madness, and rationality is always only temporary. The Bloodfall School is one of many cults. The extraterritorial evil gods worshipped by these cultists are codenamed Endless Blood Sea, and their real names are extremely confidential. After all, such an existence may only be a real name and pronunciation, which will bring pollution and corruption. Even the dead devouring Stark Turum is like this. The names recorded in the textbooks are not real names, but pseudonyms for such existences. Their concepts of existence are dualistic, and both contradictory sides can exist at the same time, and the boundaries between death and survival are quite vague. In the words of the cultists, even death will disappear in front of their lord. What are you doing? Just as the monster of the Bloodfall School roared, a flying skateboard fell from the sky. Swish! A dazzling knife light fell, and it actually split the monster in half from the middle. Snap! Then, a leather boot stepped on one of the monster's heads, causing the head to explode like a watermelon, and the brain and blood flowed all over the ground. Jingxiu looked up and looked at his team members. Useless. Useless. Every one of them is useless. Not even as good as my dog. Woof! The bully dog next to him opened his mouth, which became bigger and bigger, completely exceeding its head and body. The bloody mouth was like rubber, expanding continuously, with countless saw teeth in it, as if forming a vortex, swallowing up the remaining flesh and blood of the monster. When the other team members saw this scene, they couldn't help but fall silent. Chapter 18 Final Exam. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is the time for the final exam. The high schools on the Eagle Star also have exams in June. And then, there are 2 months of vacation. Finally, after the exam, I am no longer a freshman, but a sophomore. Fangxing did not go to the other world last night, but chose to rest in the community. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled into the bedroom, he slowly opened his eyes and focused on the attribute panel. Qi Shui Dan is worthy of being the best auxiliary pill for acquired warriors to practice. Just one bottle has brought me close to the perfection of the first realm. Even the rich people on the Eagle Star may not be as extravagant as me. Fangxing's face showed a hint of joy. The drug-taking trend really makes sense. Before I had pills, I thought that I would be able to perfect my skin refining at the end of the term. But now I am close to perfecting my flesh refining. The barrier of advancing from the first realm to the second realm is not a problem as long as there are enough qi and blood pills. There is also the big dragon pillar. if I successfully enter the third stage mentioned by teacher Xiaolong. It doesn't matter if my jade skin is exposed. The hard training during this period of time has brought him great gains. Even in the imaginable future, the speed of cultivation will be faster. For Fangxing, getting into college in the third year of high school is no longer a problem. The key is to get into a good university. The best university in the Federation should be Blue Star University on Blue Star. In addition, Saint Armor University and Nine Swords Academy, which are located in the secret realm of the universe, are also top-notch institutions. Fangxing silently recalled relevant information. The original owner's biggest dream was to buy a house on Blue Star, and the second was to get into a university. As for what school, he didn't dare to think about it at all, as long as it was a university. But Fangxing naturally knew how important it was to go to college. The transition of class. This is the first step, even if he has a different world. After being admitted to college, it can help him make better use of the resources of the other world. Apart from other things, he can first set up a top biological research institute to study the elixirs of the other world, so that he doesn't have to take risks next to the infirmary. Although there are drug test strips in mice, for Fangxing, swallowing elixirs is still risky, and his life is obviously more precious than anything else. After getting out of bed and washing up, Fangxing habitually set up the Big Dragon Pile. The mastery level of the Big Dragon Pile has a completely different feeling from the proficiency level. If the proficiency level of the Big Dragon Pile just makes him feel familiar, with a unique charm in every move, mastering the Daolong Zhuang, Fangxing no longer had to adapt to this Zhuang Gong, but automatically modified a few places to make this Zhuang method more suitable for him. It should be noted that everyone has different physiques. Although the Daolong Zhuang is said to be perfect after being deduced by the intelligent brain, the template is also that of most ordinary people. What Fangxing is practicing now can be said to be the Fangxing Special Edition, which is completely tailored to him as a template, and the effect and progress are incomparable. With such a level of Daolong Zhuang, it is no wonder that it can be tempered into a jade skin, although I have already achieved it. After practicing the Zhuang Gong, feeling the coordination of his own skin and flesh, Fangxing suddenly reached out and wiped his face. The next moment, the skin on his face began to swell, the cheeks became fatter, and the eyebrows became longer. In an instant, he changed from a green boy to a gloomy man in his 20s. After refining most of the muscles, controlling the facial muscles and skin can completely achieve disguise. This is a magical skill that is essential for home travel, murder and arson. Yusai High School students, we will have the cultural exam today. Everyone should work hard. Teacher Lan Fei changed into another professional suit, black stockings and high heels with glasses, with a special elite temperament. Also, remember not to cheat. The punishment is very severe. I always feel more tempted. Recently, the blood and qi have grown too fast, and the evil fire is a bit strong. Fangxing had a blank expression, picked up the test paper, and answered the questions quickly. There are many courses to be taken in high school. Universal language, interstellar survival, evil god race illustrations, various weapon maintenance and repair, battlefield first aid. Each course has a test paper, but it takes a morning to finish the test, and each course has only about half an hour to answer questions. Swish. But for these high school students, it is commonplace. For a while, there were only various pens in the classroom. Even Lu Wei, who seemed unreliable, was writing furiously. As warriors, their wrists are incredibly strong. They write very fast, and their thinking is active. Even so, it is difficult to finish a test paper within half an hour. After all, the difficulty of the test paper is to estimate their ability. Just stuck at the limit, just to select the best students. As for cheating, nowadays, the classroom is under all-round surveillance, which is basically impossible. Fortunately, I have seen this question. Well, this question is also relatively simple. The last one is a bit troublesome. That is, the calculation is a bit complicated. Fangxing wrote quickly. As a master in the late stage of the first realm, he has a high level of martial arts and can better support this kind of high-intensity answering. Time is up. It was noon soon. Fangxing put down the electronic pen in his hand, walked out of the classroom, and prepared to buy something to deal with the afternoon meal. I have to say that although the ingredients in the other world are more delicious and nutritious, my cooking skills are average. In terms of taste alone, The dishes of the Blue Star Federation are better. Not to mention that I am a poor guy and have not really seen the tonic medicinal food on Blue Star, which is said to take into account both taste and nutrition. Even the entire Eagle Star is just an ordinary planet. Even the richest man on the planet is nothing in the entire Blue Star Federation. He looked at his classmates while chewing the meat roll. Bai Lang. Ian. Xian Chuan. Oh Yang Qian Qian. Bai Leonie. Kerr. Lu Wei. Huh? I don't know if it's an illusion. Fang Xing always feels that Lu Wei today seems to be more confident. Fang Xing. Kerr strode over. The actual combat in the afternoon. I look forward to fighting with you. The actual combat in the afternoon adopts an elimination system. As long as the two win all the way, they will always meet. In the afternoon, all the teachers in the school gathered together, and Xiao Long was among them. The actual combat assessment for the first grade of high school begins now. There are a total of 10 arenas. Students whose names are called come up. They are not allowed to use protective gear, weapons, or potions. The rest are up to you. Xiao Long's voice was like a huge bell, shaking the air around him. And then he showed a grim smile. You can kill as much as you want. And see if our teachers above the fourth realm can rescue in time. There are no taboos in this regard. Of course, don't think about how high the ideological and moral and behavioral scores are. This seems to be indulgence, but it is actually a reminder. Fang Xing saw this scene and thought to himself. Not long after, the list of players was announced. He took a quick look and found something fishy. The seated players were divided into different groups. Generally speaking, they would only meet at the end. Fang Xing looked at the huge electronic screen, nodded and shook his head, but it's just a school-wide score. It's actually a bit crude. It's not bad this way. Ring number 1. Group 1. Dilisai vs. Chao Xiong. Ring number 2. Qing Yun vs. Honka. Soon, all the martial arts teachers sat in the ring and started today's competition. Fang Xing was called to the stage before he could see the situation of Lu Wei and other students. Ring number 8. Fang Xing vs. Phoenix. When Fang Xing came to the ring, he saw a red-haired girl opposite him. The other party was wearing a black suit, showing off her exquisite curves, with blue eyes like the sea and milky white and delicate skin. It can be said that she is definitely a great beauty. It's her, the beauty of Class 4. He was moved and bowed first. Phoenix. Please teach me. Fang Xing. Please. After Phoenix bowed, she took the initiative. Pa! Her hands were like phoenix wings, tearing the air. 12 styles of military boxing. Broken wing hand. Military boxing is a compulsory martial arts subject in high school, which covers everything, including boxing, palm, leg, body and finger techniques. Phoenix's broken wing hand looked ordinary at first, but there was a sense of being familiar with it, and it was obvious that she had a deep attainment in this style. Fang Xing bent his body and dodged this move at the last second. Good boy. On the ring not far away, Xiao Long was distracted watching the fight and couldn't help laughing. Not only is the pile work solid, but the military boxing is probably also advanced. Fang Xing dodged this move and prepared to end the fight as soon as possible. He raised his right foot slightly, like a giant axe, tearing the air. Phoenix felt the sharpness coming towards him, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Battle axe kick. Bang! She barely overlapped her arms, protecting her chest in a cross shape, and then flew backwards, landing on the edge of the ring, and stood up again. But her right arm had already drooped limply. Are you still not admitting defeat? Fang Xing frowned. Although he had retained a lot of strength in this kick, the opponent's right hand should have been broken. Faced with such a gap, rationally admitting defeat is the best choice. Admit defeat? For biochemical people like us, every point is very important. How can we admit defeat? There was a hint of madness in Phoenix's eyes, and the only remaining left hand stabbed like a spear. It seems that some hypnotic or body-destroying secret techniques were used? Fang Xing saw this scene, but his heart was a little sad. For biochemical people like them, they really need to do their best to seize every opportunity. Even if they lose, it is important to express an unyielding spirit, and they may get a higher score later. Perhaps for natural people, this is nothing. But for biochemical people, a difference of 1 point may determine their future fate. Chapter 19 Actual Combat and Superpowers. I feel your spirit. Facing such an opponent, Fang Xing could not help but express his respect. Then he put his 5 fingers together, shaped like a bow, and leaped out in one step, spanning several meters, occupying the position that Phoenix was about to arrive. But if spirit is useful, what is the use of material? Boom! There was an explosion in the air. Bow step cannon punch. A cannon is worth 1,000 gold. After Fang Xing got serious, Phoenix flew back at a faster speed than when she came. This time, she flew directly to the ring and fainted. Damn. Fang Xing from Class 2 is not a human being. He actually knocked Phoenix unconscious. I remember you. See you in the ring? As a beautiful girl. Phoenix has many fans, which immediately caused a commotion. Fang Xing has never cared about the buzzing of these flies. Humph. If I hadn't won so quickly, with the opponent's character, he would have lost even more miserably and been hurt more severely. He snorted in his heart and left the ring. At this time, even louder exclamations came from the ring next to him. So cruel. This has perfected the skin? It's not even ordinary cowhide, but a bronze-skinned warrior? Is it Cole from Class 2? Class 2 is really lucky to have a martial arts master. Huh? Fang Xing walked to the ring next to him and saw Cole roaring with his fists raised. And there was a classmate who fell to the ground and fainted at his feet. Looking at the classmate's appearance, it was simply horrible, as if he was crushed by a steamroller. After listening to the exchanges of the audience around him, he knew that in the previous battle, Cole showed terrible strength, and no matter how the opponent hit him, he was not moved at all. Such a defense is definitely perfect, and it is not even ordinary cowhide. What is more frightening is that after gaining an overwhelming advantage, this Cole is extremely brutal. Roar! Cole raised his fist and roared like a beast. His somewhat scarlet eyes turned, and when he saw Fang Xing, he immediately grinned and made a throat-cutting gesture. So arrogant. Fang Xing folded his arms. His expression was cold, and he was not provoked at all. After all, Cole was no different from an ant on the roadside to him. People will not fight with ants. They will just step on them to death without caring. He soon ushered in the second opponent, his classmate Qianxuan. Qianxuan was wearing a training suit and still had a pumpkin head. Classmate Fang, please show mercy. Obviously, she knew how much Xiao Long was optimistic about Fang Xing, and she also knew that she was not Fang Xing's opponent. Even so, she still wanted to challenge her own limits. Please! Fang Xing raised his hand slightly, and saw Qianxuan leap up, with two legs linked in a chain, which was the double snake kick of the 12 styles of military boxing. He slightly twisted his hands, opened his big hands, and grabbed the opponent's ankles. With a little more force, Qianxuan was thrown off the ring. You? Qianxuan's face flushed slightly, and then she couldn't hide her surprise. You have perfected your skin? Only with this level of defense can you take her moves as if nothing happened. That idiot Cole has perfected his skin. It's normal for me to reach this level? Fang Xing smiled and answered. Then you don't know that in order to support his martial arts training, Cole's family has taken out a loan. Qianxuan stood up and patted the dust on his body, and answered with a smile. Don't tell me that his mother quit her job to take care of him full-time at home, and even took out a loan to buy a house. Fang Xing's expression suddenly became a little strange. These two things, plus the crazy investment in raising children, are the three traps of middle income in the previous life. How is that possible? Louise was originally a full-time wife, but later Cole's martial arts training expenses were too high, so he had to go out to find a job. Qianxuan obviously didn't catch Fang Xing's joke and answered seriously. That's a pity. Fang Xing shook his head, and a voice came to his ear, and his expression suddenly changed. Ring number 9. Lu Wei versus Cole. Huh? He hurried to the edge of the ring and saw Lu Wei walking up, and opposite him was Cole, who was only wearing a tight vest and looked much stronger. Lu Wei, it just so happens that you are Fang Xing's best friend, right? Cole clenched his fists leisurely, and the bones rubbed against each other, making a harsh explosion. It's just right. Kill you first, and then kill him. Axing didn't cripple you at the beginning. He was really too lenient. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. Ahem, you two students can start now. A teacher in charge of the ring coughed twice in silence. They are just high school students, but they are more arrogant than each other, and they keep shouting about fighting and killing. Do they think their martial arts teachers are dead? Although I know that momentum is very important when martial artists fight, I have to know when to stop. Die! Cole charged forward like a tank or a mad brown bear. From his footsteps and punches, he obviously learned another set of fighting skills. His fighting style is completely different from before and extremely fierce. With a perfect level of skin refining, he can definitely compete for the top position of the first grade of Yusai High School. This Cole is not bad. A martial arts teacher pushed his glasses. He has perfect skin refining and learned the black snake fighting technique. He is definitely the first in the previous practical combat. Xiao Long moved his ears and heard a subtle voice from a very far distance. He said disdainfully, "As far as I know, Cole took the black man essence. Although this medicine is not listed as a contraband, it is almost the same. It seems that his coach is also a short-sighted person. He only pays attention to the progress at the moment and ignores the potential and development later." Just as the two teachers were talking, on the ring, Lu Wei had already faced Cole, and both of them pulled their arms back and punched at the same time. The surface of Cole's fist was rough, with a faint blue-black color, just like a hammer. The fist wind was already extremely fierce before the fist arrived. Lu Wei also put his 5 fingers together and punched. But when this punch was thrown, the muscles on his right arm seemed to come alive, squirming and expanding wildly. Bang! A loud bang. Cole screamed, and his right arm was broken into several sections. Not only that, his whole body was like a cannonball, flying backwards and being knocked off the ring. Huh? Fong Xing was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Lu Wei actually defeated Cole? Although there has been no contact recently, the progress made by the other party is too terrifying. Right? Swoosh. Several figures came to the ring at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye to check Cole's injuries. The arm is broken, and the ribs are also considered serious injuries, but they can be cured. A female teacher checked Cole's injuries and spoke. Xiao Long looked at the muscles on Lu Wei's right arm that were wriggling like a living thing, his eyes slightly shining. Superpower? Lu Wei, have you awakened your superpower? Yes. The power side of activating muscles. Lu Wei answered frankly. Yes. Although the superpower has limited potential, it can enable you to use most of your body's strength. In addition, it also has a huge advantage in the progress of refining skin and flesh. Judging from your realm, you should be almost perfect in refining skin. Right? Xiao Long did not hesitate to praise. Work hard. Finally, there is a student in my class who has the hope of being admitted to university. Obviously, in Xiao Long's eyes, Fong Xing, who had been hiding before, may not have met this condition yet. But Lu Wei, who awakened the muscle activation ability, has reached this standard. Please rest assured, teacher, I will work hard. Lu Wei became much calmer, walked down the ring slowly, and seemed to look at Fong Xing. Cole, this idiot, said he would teach me a lesson, but he was eliminated first. Fong Xing complained and looked at his next opponent, Ouyang Qianqian. He accidentally drew a classmate in the 3rd round and continued the civil war. Student Fong, please teach me. Ouyang Qianqian was full of energy and had obviously gone through some hard training. At this time, she attacked with her flying orchid fingers, which were dense and infinite, and even had a feminine force, which was much better than last time. Student Ouyang has made great progress. Fong Xing sighed, withdrew his defense directly, and took the opponent's 18-finger force. Zheng Heng. The finger force that was enough to break bones and muscles fell on him, but was blocked by a layer of extremely flexible force. Fong Xing felt as if someone was giving her a massage. The place where the finger touched her felt numb and quite comfortable. Is this also the special effect of jade skin? Force release? Generally speaking, if it is cowhide or copper skin, although it can also withstand Ouyang Qianqian's finger force, it is inevitable to suffer some penetration and recoil injuries. But Fong Xing felt that her skin that was touched trembled slightly, dispersing the finger force that was originally condensed to the extreme. Ouyang Qianqian made a killing move, but returned in vain. She looked at Fong Xing as if she was looking at a monster. I have tried so hard, but I didn't expect that I am getting farther and farther away from you. She felt a little sad. Whether it was Fong Xing or Lu Wei, they actually completed the leap in martial arts climbing at a speed that she could not imagine. In comparison, she, who was born as a natural person, felt like a waste. I give up. Ouyang Qianqian raised her hand to signal the referee teacher, and then looked at Fong Xing. I will definitely surpass you. Chapter 21st. With Fang Xing current strength, the ring battle will naturally advance all the way. After the 8-4 and 4-2 exams, the rings are getting fewer and fewer, but the number of spectators for each battle is increasing. Until the last game, Fang Xing versus Lu Wei. You will decide the first and second place in this practical test. On the ring, Xiaolong looked at both sides and smiled. In any case, the top 2 places in the practical test have been taken by his first and second grade classes. If the principal doesn't say anything else, he should at least give more benefits this year. Right? If one of these 2 people can get into college, he will be given a huge bonus. A Xing. Lu Wei looked at Fang Xing, and a hint of eagerness appeared on his face. Come on. I have long wanted to see your true strength. As he spoke, the muscles on his body squirmed like water, looking extremely strange. But Fang Xing suddenly sighed. Lu Wei is very strong. Awakening the superpower is equivalent to changing one's fate. And it is also the most immediate power side superpower. Once the fight starts, it is difficult to deal with the opponent without using all your strength. This makes it easy to leak some things. After all, the Jade Skin can be said to be the 3rd level of the Big Dragon Pile. And the rapid progress of the pile is due to his amazing understanding. But the progress of most of the flesh refining is not easy to explain. Even if the talent is good, it is still impossible without a lot of resources. Second in actual combat is also a good ranking. Not to mention, there is also a written test. The passionate boy met his former friend in the final battle, and won with difficulty after a bloody battle. It's not my style. Fang Xing thought about it and finally said, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Xiaolong frowned. But the students and teachers around him were in an uproar. Give up. Why give up? It is said that Lu Wei and Fang Xing are good friends, and they have been playing together since childhood. Maybe he just couldn't bear to fight? Nonsense. My childhood friend and I are only friends with each other. When I took the high school entrance exam, he didn't hold back and beat me into a pig's head. Isn't it normal for friends to learn from each other? Humph. Stupid. As a cyborg, I have nothing, and can only speak with grades. The scores of the final exam of the first year of high school are very important. If you encounter the same score in the future college entrance examination, you must check the files for a comprehensive comparison. Then this historical score may become the last weight of the scale. How unwise Fang Xing is. Some people admired, and some people sneered. Lu Wei's face suddenly darkened. Why? I don't want to fight with you. This is the reason. Fang Xing let out a long breath. What's more, the second place in actual combat is almost the same. Lu Wei's heart moved, knowing that the final score of the final exam was obtained by combining the written test with the actual combat. And his academic performance? It can't be said to be a mess. But it is always a little worse than Fang Xing. Well, since the person involved admits defeat, Lu Wei wins this battle. Xiaolong coughed, and a smile appeared on his face. This final exam has ended successfully, and the results will be issued immediately, with the intelligent brain marking. The written test results have actually been released a long time ago. The reason why I waited until now is just for the actual results. Soon, Fang Xing saw his score. Written test score, 874 points, total score 1000, practical score, 98 points, total score 100, comprehensive score, 175.6, comprehensive score ranking, 1, huh? I became the first in the grade? Fang Xing was a little speechless. And then he understood. It seems that those top students in the written test lost miserably in this actual test. How is it possible? I'm only third? Lu Wei also saw his results, and found it hard to accept. This is normal. The comprehensive score is 90% of the practical score plus 10% of the written test. Your practical score is the first in the grade, with a total score of 100. Your written test score is 840, and the total score is 174. You are 1 point behind the second ranked by Liani, and you are ranked third. Xiaolong looked at Fang Xing again. You know you can't win, and you admit defeat decisively, although it is also a kind of courage. But some teachers think you are afraid of fighting, so they give you a lower score. Otherwise, you are the second in the grade, and your practical score is usually 99 points. Fang Xing, you have to keep working hard. This result is easy to be recognized by others. Yes, teacher. Fang Xing nodded. This summer vacation, I plan to study and practice in seclusion. Very good. I hope you three can keep up this progress. I will apply for scholarships for you next semester. Xiao Long said to Fang Xing and Lu Wei, and then looked at Bai Liani. With an irrepressible smile on his face, student Bai's academic performance is very good, but he still needs to work harder in actual combat. This time, the classmates in the class really made him proud, taking the top 3 places in the grade. Even at the principal's dinner, he had to toast him a few more glasses of wine. Thank you, teacher. Fang Xing glanced at Lu Wei and Bai Liani, and always felt something was a bit strange. Thinking of the dog-walking girl Jingxia who appeared that day, he suddenly felt that he should stay at home and explore the other world this summer. As for living expenses? Anyway, there will be a scholarship soon, and there is no need to go out to work. It's finally over. Happy home community. Fang Xing closed the door and lay comfortably on the bed. After the final exam, the school began to have holidays. 2 months of vacation is enough for him to explore that other world. Power. I need stronger power. Thinking of Lu Wei's progress, Fang Xing actually felt a thorn in his back. This is not that he is afraid that his brother will suffer, and he is afraid that his brother will drive a Land Rover. But Lu Wei's transformation is a bit strange, although it may be normal in the eyes of others. The original owner is a brother who grew up with Lu Wei, coupled with some things that Lu Wei occasionally revealed before. Fang Xing still felt the approach of danger, although it may be that I am overthinking. Lu Wei just got lucky and got a genetic mutation and gained superpowers. But we still have to cut it off as soon as possible. Fang Xing looked directly into his heart. And in fact, he was still alienating Lu Wei to avoid the good friend of the original owner discovering his abnormality. Even if I have the memories of the previous owner. But after all, I am not the original Fang Xing. The habits of a time traveler always have some traces that others cannot find. But Lu Wei may be able to detect. Therefore, I was gradually alienating him before, even if it was unconscious. Fang Xing sighed. The friends of the original owner are not his friends after all. In the novels he read in his previous life, those protagonists who immediately recognized their parents and were loyal to their brothers and friends after traveling through time were not his style. If there were no memories of the original owner, it would seem even more false. I am who I am. Just be myself. Fang Xing sighed and prepared to play a game to commemorate his lost youth. Well, there are new products in the 18+ games. Let me criticize them. He put on his holographic glasses and immersed himself in a new masterpiece. Unaware of the passage of time in the outside world, it was unknown how much time had passed. When Fang Xing sighed with satisfaction and took off his glasses, he found that it was already dark outside. The takeaway has arrived? Fang Xing looked at the prompt and came to the door, and saw 2 more express parcel boxes. After opening it, he found a wig and the retro robe he requested. If you want to pretend to be a person from another world, it is necessary to have long hair. Now that time is limited, you can use a wig first. Retro style is also popular on the Eagle Star, and it doesn't seem abrupt for him to buy a set of ancient clothes. This kind of ancient clothes is very similar to the wide-sleeved robes in the other world. In addition, he specifically requested the old-fashioned treatment, which uses coarse linen and dyed blue, so it doesn't look much different. After eating and drinking, I will travel through time tomorrow. This time, I will go to the Qinglin market over there. After this period of foreign language learning, Fang Xing has basically mastered the language of the other world. At least there is no big problem in face-to-face communication. He even approached those farmland areas secretly, and talked to a few honest-looking farmers without being discovered. In 2 months, I hope to get some results. At least, I need to get the channel of Xiantian Dan. Advancing in martial arts will be easier if there are sufficient resources. From the first level of flesh and blood to the second level of tendons and bones, it is not a big problem as long as there are enough qi and blood pills. But it is a bit difficult to advance from the tendons and bones to the unpolished jade level. Exercising the internal organs and strengthening the internal breath are not overnight achievements. Many high school students find it difficult to complete them and eventually miss the opportunity to go to college. As long as I have the Xiantian pill, I will have a smooth journey to the unpolished jade realm. If I can practice the Great Dragon Pillar to the 4th stage and comprehend the dragon's intention, I can smoothly advance to the 4th stage of martial arts. The Courage Realm. If I reach the Courage Realm in my senior year of high school, not only will I be able to secure a place in college, I can even try to get into a first-rate school, the top-notch Blue Star University, and Nine Swords Academy are still a little difficult. Fong Xing was silently making plans for the future, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. In such a brilliant interstellar era, wouldn't it be a pity not to go to the forefront of the wave and try it? Chapter 21 Qilin Market. Early morning. Mist was hazy. Qilin Market is located on a green mountain, and the mountain is surrounded by a kind of green giant trees. The mountain is shrouded in thick fog, and it is a little unclear. At the foot of the mountain, there are rows of sheds, most of which are built with local materials and thick giant wood. They look very narrow and closed. There is no ditch at the door, and sewage flows freely. Is this Qilin Market? It's really better to hear about it than to see it in person. Fong Xing was wearing a green robe, with a bun on his head and a basket on his back. His face had been disguised. He was a young man with honest features, and he looked not much different from the locals. At this time, he sighed and secretly controlled a simulated yellow bird in the sky to fall and get into the basket. He took great pains for today's exploration. He planned many escape routes alone, and wore a primary nano-protective suit inside his robe, with an electric baton on his waist, which was fully armed. Not only that, there were simulated bird-shaped drones on the way here, constantly monitoring the surroundings, which allowed him to avoid several groups of guys who looked difficult to deal with. Is this a Xiaoxian market or a slum? After entering the shantytown, the first thing that came to his face was an unpleasant odor, which made Fong Xing couldn't help but fan the air in front of his nose. The road was muddy and overgrown with weeds, and occasionally a piece of white bone was exposed. It looked like a human thigh bone. Oh my! Fong Xing looked at the corner in front of him, and it seemed that a fresh corpse was lying there. No one knew who killed it, and its body had been stripped clean. Several pedestrians on the road looked hurried, and occasionally you could see eyes peeking through the gaps in the wooden boards and behind the windows. Everyone seemed to be accustomed to corpses. Chaos, disorder, death is possible at any time. To survive in such an environment, the mental pressure must be very high. Fong Xing secretly complained, and then his eyes condensed. A tall, thin middle-aged man walked in front of him. He was wearing a gray talus robe and looked cold and gloomy. More importantly, the gray talus robe on the other person seemed to have a little spiritual light flashing while he was walking. Rubber? Monk? Fong Xing's heart moved, and he quickly imitated several nearby warriors, standing aside and making way for the main road in the middle. A few warriors even bowed deeply, with a humble and flattering smile on their faces. Everything was so natural, as if it was a convention. Etiquette is high and low. The strong prey on the weak. If I don't give way and salute, will I be killed? Will I die in vain? With a heavy heart, Fong Xing walked out of the shantytown and went up all the way. The mountain path was paved with bluestone slabs, some of which were already covered with moss, which was a different kind of scenery. After reaching the halfway point of the mountain, large buildings could be vaguely seen, which looked much neater, and the ground was paved with stone slabs, which was relatively clean. Several warriors were sweeping the floor not far away, some carrying wooden barrels, like servants. After walking a few dozen meters, Fong Xing saw an archway with the words Qilin Market written on it. After entering the market, the flow of people increased significantly, and there were all kinds of vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the road. And the goods were also all kinds of strange, exotic flowers and plants, fruits and vegetables covered with morning dew, bees' skins and bones, white rice. Of course, there were also all kinds of strange weapons, strange talismans, and bottles and jars. Many people were in front of the stalls, either concentrating on watching or bargaining. Fong Xing watched coldly and generally confirmed that most of the transactions here were barter. In addition, the most used thing was a thing called spirit sand, which was the rice crystal in his hand. In addition to the stalls, there were many shops in the market. King Danfeng, Baidao Pavilion, Huolianfeng, Zia Futang, Tingyu Tower. Some of the shops sell what you can tell from their names, but others require guessing. Fong Xing paused slightly in front of Tingyu Tower, and there seemed to be a lewd sound in his ears, and he immediately knew what place it was. Hey, young man, do you want to play? 1 lingsha per time. Perhaps he stayed for too long, and a young lady with half her breasts exposed waved to him. Her eyes were almost silky, and she was so soft and charming. Lingsha? It seems to be the upper currency of Lingsha? Fong Xing's heart moved, but his face pretended to be slightly red. And he left shyly, causing a silver bell-like teasing behind him. Half an hour later. How much is this Zhulong grass? After a round of walking, Fang Xing stopped in front of a stall and pointed at a red jade-like herb with thick leaves on the stall. The stall owner was an old man who looked like a farmer. He was smoking a dry pipe with a brass mouth, and wisps of green smoke came out of the pipe. Hearing Fang Xing question, the old man was not in a hurry. He took another long puff and then calmly knocked the pipe against the bluestone slab beside him. There was actually a dent on the bluestone slab. I don't know how long the old man had been knocking it habitually. 2 lingsha for 1 Zhulong grass. But if you want to sell it to me, it will only be 1 lingsha for 1. The old man spoke slowly. How do you know? Fang Xing's heart moved, and his face was a little flustered, like a young man who had not experienced much of the world. Hee. The old man smiled proudly. I can smell the smell of medicine in your basket from a distance of 10 feet. Is it Zhulong grass? If you want to sell it at a high price, ask around first. You really have a keen eye. Fang Xing smiled honestly. He made a lot of preparations for this trip to the market, and the main supplies were Zhulong grass. After all, there were a lot of this kind of herb in the territory of the wild boar monster, and using drones to pick it is not very risky. This time Fang Xing carried 20 fresh Zhulong grasses and prepared to take a look at the market. To tell you the truth, Zhulong grass is only useful to those who practice Qigong. We warriors just earn hard-earned money. But the purchase price in the market has increased recently. Otherwise, you could only exchange 2 or 3 pieces for 1 spiritual sand in normal times. The old man didn't have much business, so he was leisurely and chatted with Fang Xing casually. Young man, I won't lie to you. Even if you take this Zhulong grass to the store, it will be the same price. But I can give you a discount. 10 pieces can give you 11 spiritual sands. How can I have so much? I worked hard to get these pieces. Fang Xing shook his head, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Let me see. He didn't say much and turned to blend into the crowd. The bottom line of people in this world is too low. I really don't trust them. Comparatively speaking, at least the reputation of a store is higher than that of an individual. My little profit should not be worth the store turning against me and damaging my own reputation. But it may not be the case for an individual. After comprehensive consideration, Fang Xing was ready to go to the store to trade even if the purchase price was lower. Selling talismans, freshly drawn talismans, wind-controlling talismans, fire rain talismans, golden bell talismans, spirit testing talismans. Everyone come and have a look. At this time, Fang Xing was attracted by a burst of shouting and came to a stall. His expression was stern. The stall owner looked middle-aged, wearing a robe with awe-inspiring aura. He was actually a cultivator. Wind control talisman. Stick it on your legs. It makes you feel like you're walking on the road. Selling cheap. Only 1 spiritual sand for 1. Fire rain talisman. A first-level low-grade attack talisman. 5 spiritual sands. Spirit testing talisman. Can detect spiritual roots. As we all know, mortals cannot cultivate without spiritual roots. You may have made mistakes when you were young. Today is your second chance. You can change your fate in 1 fell swoop. Only 8 spiritual sands. Fang Xing was moved when he heard this, and looked at the last golden bell cover talisman. This talisman was placed in the middle of the stall, and it was obviously a high-end item. A first-class mid-grade golden bell guard talisman is enough to withstand several attacks from a mid-stage Qi training cultivator. But it is the best of the best. I only sell it for 3 spirit stones. I am losing money. Fang Xing has been shopping for so long and already knows that 10 spirit sands can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. He immediately thought that the stall owner's words were quite interesting. He squeezed out of the crowd and compared several shops, and finally walked into the Qingdanfeng. The reason why I chose this place is that it seems to be a pill shop, and there must be a demand for herbs. The second is that the green leaf mark on the plaque is exactly the same as the mark on the bottom of the Qi and blood pill bottle, which gave Fang Xing a little good impression. Sir, what kind of pill do you need? When he walked into the shop, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth came to greet him. Even though she saw that Fang Xing was just an ordinary young warrior, there was no trace of disgust on her face. Although it is an ordinary service level in the Eagle Star, it is very rare in Qinglin Market. Fang Xing sighed in his heart, and then answered, I want to sell medicine. Do you buy Zhulong grass? Of course I will. 1 lingsha for 1 plant. I wonder how many customers there are. The girl was startled, and then answered, That's all. Fang Xing took off the basket on his back and took out 20 Zhulong grasses. Well, freshly picked. Although the technique is a bit unfamiliar, but the medicinal properties are generally intact. A total of 20 lisha. What do you think? The girl checked them one by one and gave a price. Yes. Fang Xing was very frugal with words, and soon saw the girl take the Zhulong grass and take out 2 crystal stones. Low-grade spiritual stones? His eyes lit up, and he took the spiritual stones and put them in his palm. This low-grade spiritual stone was only the size of a fingernail. Crystal clear, and the mist inside was even thicker, and it felt cool when held in the palm of the hand. What else do you need? The girl seemed to want to make another deal. Shi Shui Dan. Fang Xing thought for a moment and asked tentatively, How much is the price? Shi Shui Dan is for mortal warriors. Very cheap. Only 1 spirit stone per bottle. The girl chuckled and answered. Although her tone was the same as usual, she naturally had a sense of superiority. Give me a bottle. Fang Xing handed over the spirit stone he had just received and had not yet warmed up, and bought a jade bottle exactly the same as the one seized by the female warrior. After leaving King Denfeng, he looked at the stall and thoughtfully entered another building, which was the Zia Futang. Chapter 22 Breakthrough to the Second Realm. The small talisman hall is indeed very small. After entering the shop, you can see rows of wooden shelves, on which various spiritual lights flash, and there is no other space. Under the protection of the spiritual light of the wooden shelves, there are talismans of different colors and lines. In the middle is a counter, and there is only one waiter sitting behind the counter. When Fang Xing came in, he ignored him. The service atmosphere in this world of immortal cultivation needs to be improved urgently. It seems that King Denfeng is just a special case? Fang Xing complained in his heart and said directly, The spiritual talisman. I wonder how much it costs. 1 spiritual stone per piece. The green-clothed waiter answered without raising his head. Why is it so expensive? The stalls outside only want 8 spiritual sands. Maybe they can sell 6 or 7 if you bargain. Fang Xing subconsciously refuted. Hee hee. Every talisman in this talisman hall is a masterpiece drawn by a master. How can those inferior goods outside be compared? The servant became excited and took out a talisman with gestures. Look at this talisman paper. This talisman ink. All of them are exquisite. How can those outside be compared? Can they be compared? For example, if you buy inferior products, the test results will be wrong, which can delay the life of a young genius. Not to mention other attack and defense talismans, which will be fatal if they go wrong at the critical moment. I don't know which wild cultivator drew the talisman paper on the stall outside. Can you believe it? Although the attitude was not good, Fang Xing felt that the other party made sense. So he took out the spirit stone and bought a talisman for testing spirits. So far, he had sold all the bird eggs from the Zhulong grass, and he couldn't take any of them back. They were all left in the market. Alas, it's true that you make money in the market and spend it in the market, and you don't want to take it home after parting? Walking out of the small talisman hall, Fang Xing sighed. Fortunately, what he had seen and heard today was enough. So he no longer lingered and strode out of the market. After leaving the shantytown, a yellow bird flew out of his backpack and monitored everything around. Originally, Fang Xing was just taking precautions, but it didn't take long before he couldn't laugh anymore. In the surveillance screen, a sneaky figure clearly appeared, following behind him, looking at his hunched figure and a pipe on his waist. It turned out to be the old man who set up the stall. It's just 2 spirit stones. What about the trust between people? Fang Xing complained and accelerated suddenly. With the help of the surveillance in the sky, it is not difficult to get rid of the other party. Although the other party is just an ordinary warrior, and he is old and weak. He may not have 1 or 2 unique skills or even talismans. I settle accounts with you later. Fang Xing figure accelerated several turns and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the old man who had been setting up the stall before came to where he was, looking at the footprints that disappeared on the ground. A trace of regret flashed across his face. Temporary camp. At this time, the camp had already been rebuilt, and all the ground buildings had disappeared, leaving only a lawn. Fang Xing came to a place, lifted the lawn, and an entrance emerged. Going down along the entrance, he arrived at a cave. There was a ventilation hole dug inside the cave, and there was another smart computer working. The surrounding surveillance images were constantly displayed on 9 screens. He looked at the system log and found nothing unusual except for a few wild beasts fetching water. He nodded with satisfaction, silently recalling what he had seen and heard today. Fangxing opened a document and began to record today's prices, market geography, and some insights and experiences. At the end, he even deeply marked the appearance of the old man who was setting up the stall. He remembered this grudge. I got a soul-testing talisman and a bottle of chi and blood pills. I can practice silently for a while. It won't be a problem to break into the second realm. Fangxing put down the pills and looked at the soul-testing talisman in his hand. The talisman paper was bright yellow, with runes outlined on it, which seemed to have hidden spiritual light and a faint scent of ink. The talismans in the world of immortal cultivation. Low-level talismans will work once they are torn apart, and some mortals can use them. But slightly higher-level ones, such as the first-level mid-grade golden bell cover talisman that has entered the grade. In addition to immortal cultivators, only innate warriors can barely use it, and it must be activated with innate true chi. More advanced talismans, except for some special types that deliberately lower the usage requirements. Most of them require the mana of immortal cultivators to stimulate, which means that non-immortal cultivators cannot use them. These common senses of using talismans are all the after-sales services that Fangxing asked for from the green-clothed servant without any shame. After all, if you buy a talisman, you have to tell me how to use it, right? It's a bit embarrassing to be treated as a country bumpkin. But Fangxing has never cared about face. The spirit-testing talisman is a relatively common talisman. It can be used as long as it is torn open. It is used to detect spiritual roots. As long as there are spiritual roots, light will appear on the talisman, and the color and brightness of the light will be used to distinguish the cultivation qualifications. Many warriors followed the pioneering work with great difficulty. In addition to wanting to accumulate spiritual sand and buy elixirs to break through their own martial arts realm, they also placed their hopes of cultivating immortals on the next generation. My body is a combination of excellent sperm and eggs from the Blue Star Federation. I have the great luck of traveling through time. I must have spiritual roots. At most the spiritual roots are different. I can definitely cultivate immortality. Otherwise, why would the gate of the heavens capture this world? I want to cultivate immortality. Fangxing silently encouraged himself. Immortal cultivators not only have many methods, but also have a long lifespan, which can be said to be the first evolutionary path. Not to mention, flying in the sky with a sword and living forever are the childhood dreams of many people. If you can cultivate immortality, who would practice martial arts so hard? With a hint of expectation, he tore open the spirit test talisman. A ray of light fell on him, and then dimmed. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. This spirit testing talisman, won't it be broken? Fangxing scratched his head. Alas, although cultivating immortals is good, it takes too long to form combat power. A retreat requires years or even decades of hard work, and it may even take 100 years to improve a level of skills. How can martial arts make rapid progress? What kind of broken immortal method? Are you trying to mess with my martial arts heart? Get out of here. After venting, Fangxing recovered his mood. Practice martial arts. Just immortals. One day, they will be blown up by my martial arts. A few days later, Fangxing opened the big dragon pile, and his consciousness silently focused on the attribute panel. After mastering the big dragon pile, it becomes more and more difficult to improve. If there is no other help, it may take about a year to improve to the 4th stage and give birth to the dragon's artistic conception. My martial arts realm is now improving rapidly. With the mastery level of the big dragon pile and the blood and chi pill, Fangxing progress in refining the flesh can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. At this point, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He opened his eyes and silently swallowed a chi and blood pill. A warm current emerged, but the pills that usually boosted his chi and blood and increased his proficiency felt a little powerless this time. It's the bottleneck between the first and second realms. Fangxing had an epiphany in his mind, uncorked the bottle, and poured pills into his mouth one by one. Hua la la. His lower abdomen seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, and he could hear the blood flowing inside his body, making a sound like a river. Fangxing suddenly felt that his skin and muscles seemed to melt, and a strong heat flow covered his tendons and bones, finally causing his tendons and bones to begin to be tempered, making a loud bang. On the attribute column, the column representing the martial arts realm suddenly blurred. And then a new information emerged. Second realm, bones and muscles, tendon refining, 1/100 breakthrough. Second realm of martial arts. Fong Xing clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force surging from his tendons and bones, and his mouth curled up slightly. A second-level warrior can learn B-level, or even A-level martial arts. The skills and martial arts of the warriors in this world are still too crude, far inferior to the advanced system of the Federation martial arts honed in the bloody battle. Once I master an A-level martial arts, I feel that I can compete with the innate warriors in the second realm without external forces. It's a pity that I'm still on vacation. Due to the vacation, there was no famous teacher to guide him. So Fong Xing didn't know whether refining meat was the same as refining skin. And there were also grades such as cowhide, copper skin, and jade skin. It is even more impossible to directly receive the teaching of A-level martial arts such as Ghost Sword. If I choose to cultivate immortals, can I really get the training of the Federation system in this world? Not to mention, martial arts can also drive mechas at the end. And the destructive power is extremely amazing. And it can even explode a star with one blow. I'm afraid it's hard for ordinary immortals to imagine. The blood and chi pills are about to run out due to the bottleneck of breaking through. Next, I will adapt to the new realm, and then go to the market again. Fong Xing looked at his body. The originally thin figure has become much stronger. After taking off the shirt, clear muscles can be seen. Not only that, even the height seems to have grown a little taller. Look thin when dressed, and have muscles when undressed. If I had this figure in my previous life, women might chase me. Fong Xing touched his strong muscles, and sighed a little. It's a pity that the days of the previous life are gone forever. Chapter 23 Revenge. Qinglin Market. A chubby young man, with an ordinary face strode into it. This man was Fong Xing. Since he broke into the muscle and bone realm, Fong Xing found that he could even fine-tune his body shape, and he could become fat or thin as he wanted. He thought that when he reached a high level in the muscle and bone realm, he could change his height and bones at will. So, he changed his image and entered the market for immortal cultivators again. Golden spirit fruit. Delicious golden spirit fruit. Only 1 grain of spiritual sand. Selling talismans. All kinds of talismans. 30% cheaper than the shops. Magic instruments. There are even magic instruments. The market was as lively as ever. Fong Xing even saw a group of people gathered in front of a stall, looking at the stall owner, who was full of evil spirit and looked difficult to mess with. Or, looking at a magic instrument flying sword in front of the other party, with eagerness on their faces. Is this a magic weapon? Fong Xing took a quick look and found that it was a dark iron sword, only the length of a palm, with some marks of damage on the surface. Second-hand low-grade magic weapon. Black feather sword. Only 20 spirit stones. The stall owner folded his arms. A trace of impatience flashed across his face. Poor guys. Don't come here. Perhaps because of his high level of cultivation, the people nearby made way for him, and no one dared to attack. Alas, what a pity. Why isn't it a blood-refined magic weapon? An innate warrior looked at the black flying sword and sighed. Compared to talismans, the control of magic weapons has higher requirements. Even innate warriors cannot use low-grade magic weapons, unless it is a blood-refined magic weapon refined by special techniques, which can allow warriors to activate it with their own true chi or even blood essence. Although the power of blood-refined magic tools is not great, it is only comparable to ordinary low-grade magic tools. But it is difficult to make, and the materials used are rare. At least 100 low-grade spirit stones are needed. So don't dream about it. A cultivator next to him sneered. Fong Xing watched the excitement for a while, and left on his own. He couldn't afford it anyway. King Danfeng. The maid was not there last time. But this time she was replaced by a woman in her 20s. She was wearing a peach-colored Taoist robe, which was well-cut, and had a bright temperament. When she saw Fong Xing, she smiled before she spoke. How can I help you? Sir? Selling herbs? Fong Xing said briefly, and took out a white fruit. The fruit was the size of a baby's fist, with a layer of snake-like patterns on the surface, and a faint fishy smell. This is snake orchid fruit? This spiritual medicine is quite rare. I can offer 2 spiritual stones for it. The eyes of the Taoist robe woman lit up. How many does this guest have? Only 2. Both of which were obtained at the risk of one's life. Fong Xing took out another snake orchid fruit and said with some regret, "In fact, he has a box of such fruits. The picking place is a bit dangerous. That is, the habitat of the giant python in the river. Several simulated birds were swallowed, just from various performances. The giant python is stronger than the wild boar monster, and obviously more dangerous. The herbs near the nest may be more rare and expensive." After testing it this time, it turned out to be true. After taking 4 low-grade spirit stones, Fong Xing bought a bottle of qi and blood pills first. After walking out of the Kingdom, he saw the sign of the small talisman hall and walked in unconsciously. "Give me a spirit testing talisman." Maybe. There is something wrong with the talismans in this small talisman hall. It's not a single case. And it's not safe to try a few more times. After walking out of the small talisman hall, Fong Xing walked around again, preparing to buy another spirit testing talisman from the stall. If the results are the same 3 times, he can only accept his fate. "Sir, do you want spirit rice?" Just as Fong Xing was looking for a stall selling talismans, a timid voice suddenly interrupted him. He turned his head and saw a spirit rice stall. A girl in red was looking over with anxiety and expectation. "Is this low-grade spirit rice?" Fong Xing stepped forward, picked up a handful of spirit rice, and asked lightly. "This spiritual rice is much larger than ordinary white rice, with a fragrance of lotus leaves, and just smelling it makes people salivate." "Yes, only 1 spiritual sand per pound." The girl quickly showed a flattering smile. "Those cultivators eat this every day. It is said that if mortals eat too much, they are more likely to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots." "Oh, if I eat too much, can I grow spiritual roots myself?" Fong Xing became interested. "That's impossible. There is no example of spiritual roots born after birth in the world of cultivation." The girl shook her head repeatedly, saying it as if it were common sense. Fong Xing suddenly felt a little depressed. "Then I won't buy it. I'm not a cultivator. It's useless." "Who said it's useless? Those powerful warriors usually buy spiritual rice to eat. It can increase qi and blood, and the spiritual rice is pure and natural, without any poison," the girl said quickly. "EP1 poison?" Fong Xing paused. "Yes. Taking elixirs frequently will cause elixir poison. If accumulated, it will damage the body and even reduce potential, making the cultivator stuck in a bottleneck and unable to make any progress. Therefore, those immortal cultivators take spiritual rice every day to practice, and only take elixirs at the critical moment of breaking through the barrier." The girl added, "This is what my grandfather said." Fong Xing became interested and felt that the girl was a little inexperienced, so he chatted with her for a few more words. Only then did he know that although there was elixir poison in the elixir, it was actually not a big deal for immortal cultivators. After all, many casual cultivators had long been trapped and died before the major realms. And with the improvement of the skills, or even the breakthrough of the major realms, there will be a process of changing muscles and washing marrow to expel some toxins from the body. What's more, the human body has a self-purification function. As long as the accumulation of elixir poison does not exceed a certain limit, it is not a big deal. "Thank you, little girl. I buy 10 kilograms of spiritual rice. By the way, what's your name?" Fong Xing felt a little embarrassed to get something for free, so he took out the spiritual stone. "My name is Ding Hongxiu. My lotus-scented spiritual rice is the best among the lower-grade spiritual rice." Ding Hongxiu puffed up her chest with some pride. "Uh-huh. I remember it." Fong Xing carried the cloth bag filled with rice, waved his hand backwards, and blended into the crowd. After a while, After shopping around, Fong Xing finally bought a spiritual talisman at a low price. When he saw a medicinal material stall, his eyes suddenly condensed. The one who set up the stall there was the old man with a pipe who had followed him before. However, the other party obviously did not recognize the disguised self. "It just so happens that my strength is broken through. I will take revenge if I have grievances. And revenge if I have grudges?" Fong Xing thought about it, turned a corner, and reached out to wipe his face. As his skin and flesh moved, his face became simple and honest again. Just the vest he used last time. No need to go to the old man. Just let him see it accidentally. Fong Xing quickly made a plan. The warriors in this world are at the top of the innate level, and this old man is not a cultivator. At most innate. He may have some hidden tricks on him, and he needs to prepare 1 or 2. A few hours later, Fang Xing swaggered out of Qinglanfang City and plunged into the wilderness. Behind him, the old man with a pipe narrowed his eyes and followed closely. Is he really following? Fang Xing maintained a constant speed, running for more than 10 miles. He clicked on his watch and immediately saw the surveillance of the simulated bird-shaped drone in the sky. And there were no other people nearby, so there should be no external help. Judging from his body movements and speed, it is confirmed that he is the same as he said before. Just a warrior. He is not lying. In this case, Fang Xing pressed his chest, and a layer of silver-white nano-protective clothing immediately covered his whole body, and the electric baton fell on his right hand. Huh? Where is the person? Did the fat sheep escape again? The old man with a pipe broke into a dense forest, and did not see Fang Xing trace, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. As the bottom of Qinglanfang City, he can choose to kill and rob people. It's rare to meet a suitable fat sheep. But the other party ran away, and it happened twice, which is really a bit. Just then, his ears moved, and he suddenly looked up. I saw a small bird like a yellow bird standing on the treetop, staring at him without blinking. Am I old? How can an ordinary bird feel dangerous? The old man was quite emotional. When he was young, he was also invincible in the martial arts world. Almost a supreme figure in the martial arts world. If he had not been bewitched by a ghost and followed an immortal master to find the way for mortals to cultivate immortality, he would not have been moved to this remote place. In the end, even the immortal master he followed died, and he could only survive. Puff! Just when the old man was distracted, the yellow bird actually flapped its wings and flew down. It seemed that there was a talisman in its claws, and the vermilion cinnabar ink on it was very conspicuous, exuding a dangerous breath. No. Is that a fireball talisman? Fireball talisman? It is a talisman that only a few mortals can tear open and use. But without the magic power of the immortal cultivator to guide and aim, it is easy to hurt oneself. The price in the market is not high. Just a low-grade spirit stone. The next moment, boom! A ball of fire suddenly appeared, swallowing the yellow bird and enveloping the old man. Not far away, Fang Xing looked at this scene with a slight smile on his face. Learn about non-contact combat. As long as a drone is equipped with weapons, it can be instantly upgraded to a terrifying life harvester. Of course, the Blue Star Federation is still very strict on weapons control. But the other world is different. Here, everything is sold with spirit stones, even for fear of insufficient power. Fang Xing sold snake orchid fruit and obtained 4 low-grade spirit stones. He bought 1 for Qi and blood pill, 1 for spirit test talisman, 1 for lotus fragrance spirit rice, and the remaining 1 for fireball talisman. Of course, he had 2 spirit testing talismans on him. But the vendor at the stall was forced to bargain for only 7 spirit sands, which was enough to cover the cost with his previous savings. A drone plus a fireball talisman is a flying bomb, and there is no problem of accidentally hurting myself. Huh? Fang Xing glanced again, and suddenly his eyes condensed. On the screen, after the flames dissipated, the figure of an embarrassed old man emerged. At this time, the opponent's beard and hair had some traces of burnt black, but his body was covered with a layer of weak golden light. This layer of golden light was extremely weak, and after another second, it disappeared directly. A first-level inferior defense talisman. The golden light talisman? The defense power is inferior to the golden bell cover talisman. Is this your trump card? Fang Xing controlled more drones to appear, and several birds grabbed the talismans and flew towards the old man. The old man was so scared when he saw this that he turned around and ran away. It seems that this is the only defensive talisman he has. Fang Xing made a judgment, and rushed into the dense forest in a flash. The drone that appeared later was real, but the talisman was fake. Just a fake disguised with yellow paper and red ink. The old man didn't dare to look at it carefully. It's good to be able to cheat so many things. Damn it. I'm going to fail this time. The old man retreated quickly, his face a little ferocious. Then, he saw a silver-white figure appear in front of him, with a black stick in his hand. Ha! He raised his pipe and blocked the black stick to attack. Swish! The next moment, a silver-white electric light suddenly emerged from the top of the black stick and shot towards his face. Ah! Let's die together. The old man had a calm face, as if he was indifferent to life and death. He pressed the mechanism on the pipe, and a poison needle flew out of the pipe, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Extremely poisonous. This was a hidden weapon he accidentally got in the secular martial arts world. Named Jiutian Needle. Ranked first on the Jianghu hidden weapon list. Ding! A black poison needle was blocked by the nano suit and fell to the ground. And the surrounding grass and trees began to wither rapidly. Then, the old man's charred body flew out and fell to the ground. Chapter 24, Stall Training. Old Ding. Gold coins are popping up. Fang Xing stepped forward and began to touch the corpse with his hands covered in nano gloves. At this moment, the drone warned that there were monks approaching nearby. He did not dare to stay. Hurriedly took the harvest and immediately left in the opposite direction. In the temporary camp. This old Ding is quite fat. Fang Xing picked up the old man's purse, poured out 5 low-grade spirit stones and 8 spirit sands from it. And his eyes lit up. This killing and robbing is faster than my hard work selling herbs. The old man did not have many spoils, but each one was a fine product. In addition to the purse, there was also a pipe, which was made of some unknown metal. It was very heavy to hold, and could also fire poison needles. The craftsmanship was amazing in ancient times. Finally, there was an ancient book. Qingmugong? Fang Xing looked at the words on the title page and took a breath. It's actually a method for cultivating immortals? He flipped through a few pages with interest and found that they all taught how to calm down, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and absorb and refine it into one's own magic power. The traces on the ancient book were obvious, and it looked like it had been read countless times. According to Qingmugong, this method is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are the initial stage of Qi training. The 4th to 6th levels are the middle stage of Qi training. And the last 3 levels are the late stage of Qi training. Once you have cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, there is another nickname. That is, the Qi training perfect cultivator. You can prepare to break through to a higher level of foundation building. This book Qingmugong is a wood-attributed method that can be practiced to the 9th level of the Qi training stage. It's a pity that for people without spiritual roots, it is no different from trash. Fang Xing turned to the last page and saw a line of comments. Without spiritual roots, I can't cultivate immortality. Hate. 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 There were 7 big hate characters in total, each of which was written with great force. And it was obvious that the person who wrote it was extremely indignant. Fang Xing felt a little sad when he saw it. Without spiritual roots, you can't cultivate immortality. It seems to be an iron rule. He sighed, put away the method, and then pasted a spirit testing talisman on himself. After a while, this spirit testing talisman turned into ashes, and no miracle happened. The next one was the same. Sure enough, I don't have spiritual roots, so I can't cultivate immortality. Fang Xing shook his head. Fortunately, I can still practice martial arts. And the martial arts of the Federation can also achieve immortality if you practice to a high level. A few days later, in the cave, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, calm and composed. He had maintained this posture for more than 3 hours. But his body was still straight, without a single shake. In front of Fang Xing, the book Qingmugong was spread out, revealing the first level of inducing qi into the body. It still doesn't work. After a long time, he opened his eyes, his face showing no sadness or joy. Fang Xing was naturally very interested in studying this book of cultivation techniques. He could even understand every word on it, and could understand the meaning when they were connected together. But the first step of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I just can't sense it no matter what. As expected, without spiritual roots, you can't cultivate immortality. You can't even become a mark on the attribute panel. As long as you can get started, even if it's 1 in 10,000, Fang Xing will be so hard. But facing a monster that doesn't even show its health bar, what else can you do? If I can cultivate immortality, the value of this world will be higher. Now? Not low either. Fang Xing stood up, patted the dust on his body, and came to a cave next to him. Here, a small electric rice cooker was keeping warm there, and it was obvious that the rice had been cooked long ago. Now the power supply in the base all comes from a nuclear fusion battery, which is enough to supply the entire camp for thousands of years. After all, for the Blue Star Federation, controlled nuclear fusion has long been a solved problem. The lotus fragrance rice is really fragrant. After the rice was steamed, a faint lotus leaf fragrance spread in the cave. Fang Xing took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a little hungry. and his saliva began to secrete crazily. My body is longing for spiritual rice? He turned on the rice cooker, and as the steam rose, the aroma of rice suddenly became 10 times stronger. In the rice cooker, there was a pot full of rice that seemed to emit fluorescence. Each grain was extremely plump and had an amazing aroma. Fang Xing picked up the bowl and chopsticks, filled himself with a bowl of white rice, and took a big bite. The spiritual rice melted in the mouth, and it had a strong rice aroma. The taste seemed to be better than the blood-tooth rice. More importantly, it's more nutritious. Even if he didn't want the dishes, Fang Xing was very satisfied with the meal, and he kept filling the rice, and finally ate the whole pot of rice cooker. Well, I'm really satisfied. After eating and drinking, Fang Xing touched his stomach, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Unlike swallowing the qi and blood pill, there is no violent qi and blood surging, but it seems like there is a stream, clear and bright, flowing through the whole body. It's really spiritual rice. It really doesn't have any poison. It feels very comfortable. If it lasts for a long time, it will definitely have a subtle effect and improve your physical condition. He felt that if he kept eating spiritual rice, even without Xiantian Dan, he would be promoted to the unpolished jade, courage realm, or even a higher level in the future. The foundation will become more solid, and it will be easier to break through the bottleneck. Spiritual rice is really a good thing. I should buy more next time. When thinking of spiritual rice, Fang Xing couldn't help but think of the little girl Ding Hongxiu who sold spiritual rice. Although the other party seemed a little inexperienced, she had a grandfather with broad knowledge. He could make close friends with her and get a lot of information. After a night of hard practice, Fang Xing generally confirmed that although the effect of spiritual rice was not as rapid as that of elixirs, it was better in subtle effects and lasting effects. And from the perspective of poison, it is indeed necessary to pay attention. The only thing that is not so good is the price. I eat at least 3 caddies of spiritual rice a day now. 10 caddies of spiritual rice takes a little more than 3 days. This requires a spiritual stone. This is not something that ordinary people of the lower class should eat. As expected, those who are dressed in silk and silk are not silkworm breeders. But for Fang Xing, since spiritual rice is more effective and has no side effects, even if it is a little more expensive, it should be considered as much as possible. With spiritual rice, I can also refine my tendons and bones as soon as possible, and then break through the jade realm. The tendons and bones realm is more troublesome than the flesh realm. Not to mention other things. Just say that hundreds of bones in the body have to be tempered one by one. Not only that, there are also abnormally critical parts such as the skull. And you must be very careful when practicing, which is very time-consuming. Let's go! Fang Xing mind moved, took some wild flowers and fruits, as well as picked herbs, filled a small backpack, and prepared to set up a stall in Qinglin Market. Selling at a stall is one aspect. The price is higher. And another aspect is that it is convenient to get information. He had already inquired clearly before that there was no charge for setting up a stall in Qinglin Market, unless it was a fixed stall or shop. Monthly rent would be required. Qinglin Market. It was still popular. Damn it. The 3 brothers of the Luo family were in trouble. It is said that several monsters came to the vicinity at some point, and some Taoists were unfortunately killed. Alas, we shouldn't have opened up the wasteland in the first place. Although this great wasteland is barren, there are also opportunities. Didn't the ancestor of the Zheng family in the market accidentally enter the cave of the predecessors when opening up the wasteland and obtain a foundation building opportunity, so that he successfully promoted to the foundation building major repair and has been in glory ever since? Now the Zheng family controls the auction house business in the market and makes a lot of money. It is said that the ancestor of the Zheng family is preparing to marry the 37th concubine recently. Pedestrians were talking about it, as if they were talking about the migration of monsters. Fang Xing was not very interested in this. After all, with the drone exploration, he had avoided several dangerous places early on. After walking around, he came to a stall. Miss Hongxiu, we meet again. There were several baskets on the stall, full of spiritual rice, and the seller was Ding Hongxiu. It's you. Ding Hongxiu also recognized Fang Xing's face after the disguise, and nodded. I haven't asked yet. My last name is Fang. Fang Xing smiled slightly, spread out a piece of coarse cloth, took out his goods, and started to set up a stall. Ding Hongxiu saw Fang Xing setting up a stall next to her, Her face suddenly blushed, but she was too embarrassed to say it. So she glanced at Fang Xing Goods. Fang Dao Yu. Are you in the medicinal materials business? That's right. Your lotus fragrant spiritual rice is good. If it's cheaper, I'd buy a few more kilograms. Fang Xing smiled, making the little girl too embarrassed to continue speaking. He smiled in his heart, picked up a book and read it, occasionally chatting with people who asked about the price. Looking like he was enjoying himself. Tian Gang Qigong? Ding Hongxiu saw the cover and couldn't help but be curious. Is this the martial arts secret book? Yes. There is a stall selling it at the corner in front. One book costs only 1 spiritual sand. It's very cheap. Fang Xing sighed. It's not easy for warriors to live in the Xiaoxian market. Many warriors sell their best skills just to make a living. Unfortunately, this kind of magical secret book that would cause bloodshed in the martial arts world and the mortal world is the cheapest commodity in the market. Especially the handwritten copy that has been copied several times. One book costs 1 spiritual sand. In order to increase his understanding of the warriors in this world, Fang Xing bought a few books for fun. The Tian Gang Qigong in his hand is the best quality. It can be cultivated to the Xiantian realm. And it also comes with a martial arts secret technique called Xiantian Gongqi. According to Fang Xing's opinion, this Xiantian Gongqi can have the power of federal B-level martial arts, which is already very good. As for A-level martial arts, that should be a level above divine skills, and can enable a warrior to overcome his innate nature, which is relatively rare. There is not much soil for martial arts in this world. A warrior who has reached the top of his innate nature is only worthy of being a slave to the immortal cultivators. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. Perhaps it is because of the suppression of the immortal cultivators, and the extinction of martial arts, that there has been no innate realm comparable to the courage realm. In terms of the closeness and self-containedness of the immortal cultivation world, even if a warrior breaks through the innate realm, he will not be taken seriously. Maybe the secret technique of breaking through is gathering dust at the bottom of the library of a certain immortal cultivation sect. Chapter 25 Invitation. Using the pretext of buying spiritual rice and martial arts secrets, Fang Xing and Ding Hongxiu had a pleasant conversation. It turns out that Miss Hongxiu is actually a cultivator. I am so disrespectful. Hearing the other party's identity as a cultivator, Fang Xing couldn't help but pretend to be serious and bowed first. No. My qualifications are low. I can only practice qi at the 2nd level. Grandpa doesn't let me go out of the market to make a living. Ding Hongxiu waved her hand. I'm afraid that I will be killed by some martial arts master. Oh! I wonder how the innate master will win or lose in the battle with a qi training cultivator. Fang Xing became interested. I don't know much about it, but I heard from my grandfather that if a cultivator in the early stage of qi training fails to use defensive talismans or magic tools in time, and is approached by an innate master, it will be very dangerous. Ding Hongxiu said, of course. This situation will be much better in the middle stage of qi training. Once the distance is pulled away and they are prepared, cultivators in the middle stage of qi training can easily slaughter innate warriors. Those great masters in the late stage of qi training are not even comparable to any innate peak warriors. So that's it. Fang Xing nodded. This is an evaluation from a cultivator, which should make sense. Can a Jade Realm warrior pose a threat to a cultivator in the early and middle stages of qi training? What if it is a Jade Realm warrior who has learned A-level martial arts? What if it is a martial artist in the Courage Realm? He felt that after he was promoted to the 3rd and 4th realms of martial arts in the future, he would probably be able to gain some sense of security. I don't know what big forces there are in this market. After thinking about it, Fang Xing felt that it would be better to figure this out. In the market, the Qinxian sect is naturally the most respected. This sect is the founder of Qilin Market. There is always an elder in the foundation building stage sitting in charge. More than 60% of the shops in the market have close relations with it. In addition, the Zheng family has a Zheng family ancestor in the foundation building stage, which can be the 2nd. The Black Tiger Gang was formed by several independent cultivators who have completed qi training. Its leader, the Black Tiger Master, is a mysterious dragon that is hard to find. It is said that he is secretly preparing to build a foundation. It can be the 3rd largest force in the market. An old voice sounded, interrupting the conversation between Fang Xing and Ding Hongxiu. Fang Xing looked over and saw an old man with a white beard, wearing a Taoist robe that didn't fit him well. There were many defects on it, but it still had a trace of spiritual light. If you get a little closer, you can feel a sense of coolness. This is the cold and heat immunity effect of the robe. This robe must have been used for who knows how many years. Probably about the lower grade of the first rank. Fangxing looked at the old man in Taoist robes, and saw that he had dark skin, a lean body, and a large yellow gourd on his waist, which slightly exuded the aroma of wine. The most impressive thing was his red rosacea. It is very suitable for someone who grows spiritual rice to learn to make wine. Fangxing's heart moved, and he felt the old man's somewhat terrifying aura. He knew that he should not be in the early stage of qi training, but a cultivator in the middle stage of qi training. Grandpa, you are back? Ding Hongxiu was overjoyed to see the old man in Taoist robes. But she looked at the wine gourd on the old man's waist with disgust. You went to drink again? Good Hongxiu. You don't know that your grandfather's practice of the drunken immortal technique is to drink wine. As the saying goes, drink 3 stones a day and become an immortal in 100 days. Ah! The old man in Taoist robe burped and bowed to Fangxing. My dear brother. I am Ding Bushan. I heard you talking with Hongxiu before, and I couldn't help but interrupt you. Please don't mind. No. No. The old man has a wide range of knowledge, and I really benefited a lot from it. Fangxing smiled and bowed, and said to Ding Hongxiu, give me 30 kilograms of lotus fragrant spiritual rice. Give me a discount. Okay. I originally wanted 3 spiritual stones. How about giving you 3 spiritual sands now? Hearing that business was coming, Ding Hongxiu's eyes lit up, and she felt that she had spent half a day chatting. And finally it was not a loss. Fangxing took out a low-grade spiritual stone from the harvest of today's stall, with 17 spiritual sands, counted them to Ding Hongxiu, and carried the basket on his back, waved his hand behind him, and walked out of the market. In the sound of the wind, it seemed that the conversation between the grandfather and grandson could be heard vaguely. Grandpa, you are too nosy. My dear granddaughter, do you know who this person is? He doesn't even rent a shack in the market. He is either a desperado or a pauper. Do you think he looks like a pauper? In the future, don't associate with such people. The voice gradually became weaker and finally disappeared. Fangxing just smiled and said, as expected, people become wiser with age. But I am also worried about my granddaughter. This is human nature, and he will not bear any grudges for this. Back to the temporary camp. Everything began to get back on track. The most useful thing for me in this world is the environment suitable for cultivation. Various elixirs, spiritual rice, or those low-level talismans and blood-refined magic tools. In the cave, Fangxing was practicing the big dragon pole while thinking about random things. In fact, these talismans and magic tools are of no use to me. After all, when I have money in the future, I can directly buy a laser gun, which is more useful than any blood-refining magic tool. But I can prepare a few low-level talismans as a trump card for unexpected events. In this world, these are the things that can help me the most at present. Practice well, and when you reach the perfection of the tendon and bone realm, go buy the Xiantian pill immediately. Fangxing has inquired about the Xiantian pill. It is sold in Qingdanfeng, but the price is not beautiful, requiring a full 50 low-grade spirit stones. In terms of value, it is comparable to a low-grade magic tool. It is said that this is because refining the Xiantian pill requires the consumption of some spirit medicines used in the qi refining stage. In addition, there are not many cultivators willing to buy Xiantian pills as rewards for their warriors, because the market is too small. But for Fangxing, 50 low-grade spirit stones are not difficult to obtain. As long as there is follow-up drone support, you can slowly pick spirit herbs and turn them into cash. And you can always get them. Time has unknowingly come to July. Eagle Star. Happy home community. Feeling the somewhat hot temperature outside the house, as well as the chirping of cicadas and birds, Fangxing was quite emotional. Counting it up. My birthday is coming soon. Right? The birthday of the biochemical Fangxing is naturally based on the time he left the cultivation chamber, which is July 17th. Therefore, although he really wants to continue practicing in the other world until school starts, he still has to come back at this time to deal with some matters, so as not to be thought of as missing and cause some twists and turns. Fangxing glanced at the attribute panel. Since taking the spirit rice, the progress of tendon training is basically about 1 point a day. Although it is much slower than the elixir, there is a very stable feeling, without the slightest feeling of blood and qi deficiency. 1 step at a time. Very steady. If this continues, The progress of tendon training should be improved by more than half before school starts. This is already very brave and diligent. It is not good to improve too fast without the guidance of a teacher. Thinking of the guidance of a wise teacher, Fang Xing sighed a little. It is indeed a bit troublesome to lose Xiao Long guidance during the holiday. If nothing else, I don't know who to learn the advanced martial arts after breaking through the second realm. How about calling teacher Xiao Long? Or hire a private teacher? But I don't have money. Some videos on the internet can be used as references. But if you really believe them, you will die without knowing how. The teaching of martial arts is still face-to-face. Teaching by example, which is the safest. After all, everyone's physical fitness is different, and it is necessary to teach according to their aptitude. Not to mention, the internet cannot reflect such mysterious things as martial arts will. He opened his phone and replied to some text messages. His eyes turned and stopped at Lu Wei's number, and he was a little silent. In the past few years, Fang Xing birthdays were inseparable from this bad friend. Now, alas, the past cannot be retrieved. Fang Xing sighed and saw another message. His eyes suddenly condensed. After thinking for a moment, he called back. Whoosh! A 3D projection appeared, and Gu Yun, who still looked like a little girl, looked much colder. She looked around. So you live in this kind of environment? Miss Gu. Fang Xing nodded and greeted, and then found that his words were a little inappropriate, probably influenced by the language style of the other world. Miss, what an ancient name. You can call me Miss Gu. Gu Yun said without hesitation. I need a sparring partner. Xing Yuan is easy to talk to. Do you want to come? Come! Glorious Jiang Mansion. Training ground. Gu Yun had a cold face, wearing a training suit, and still holding the wooden sword in her hand. No! In Fang Xing's opinion, after her father Gu Ruang died in battle, the girl's temperament had changed a lot. At this moment, her temperament was just like a piece of ice. This time, I hope you will go all out and wear protective clothing. Gu Yun stood with the sword across her face, and said coldly, if I hurt you, I will compensate for the medical expenses. I didn't bring the nano suit. Fang Xing smiled, but I am sure he left the nano suit and the electric baton in the other world, and he didn't plan to take them back. He only wanted to bring back some things from the other world. Now he is thinking about how to go to the black market to get some money. The spiritual rice and talismans in the other world are incompatible with the specialties of the Eagle Star, and even the black market is not easy to sell. But there is gold and silver there. In the Interstellar Era, gold is not considered a precious metal, and the price has fallen a lot, but it is still relatively valuable. In Jinglin market, gold is a kind of refining material, and it takes tens of thousands of kilograms to extract a few taels of gold essence from it. The raw material gold is not very expensive, and a piece of Lingsha can buy a lot of it. After discovering the same metal in the two worlds, Fang Xing immediately thought of reselling it. It's enough to make enough money for one move. At least, I have to buy a real self-defense weapon. My current strength is too weak. If I encounter a well-prepared mid-stage Qi training cultivator or a great master in the late stage of Qi training, it will be very dangerous. And I'm making rapid progress. I need an excuse. I need to make money, or even launder money, before I can use it openly to buy nutrient solution and invest in myself. You dare to be distracted when practicing with me? Suddenly, a clear shout came, interrupting Fang Xing meditation. Swish! The knife light was brilliant, and it fell directly on his head. Chapter 26 Birthday. The knife light was sharp and cold, and it also had a kind of fascinating magic. B-level martial arts magic knife. Fang Xing had no doubt that even though it was just a wooden knife, in Gu Yun's hand, it had enough power to split stones. This girl is crazy. Full firepower. Do you really want to kill me? Fortunately, Fang Xing is no longer the same as before. Facing this knife, he twisted his waist. His feet were like a swimming dragon, and he moved several meters sideways in an instant to avoid the range of the knife light. 12 military boxing styles. Swimming dragon step. Then, he took a half step forward, and his fist was like a giant axe that split the sky, with the power of breaking the sky and splitting the earth. Half step collapsed fist. Gu Yun turned the knife handle slightly, and the person followed the knife. In a blink of an eye, he had exchanged several moves with Fang Xing. In the venue, there was a range of human figures. Knife lights and fist shadows intertwined. and the strong wind was pressing. Zheng! Suddenly, there was a sound like a bowstring breaking. Fang Xing punched the wooden sword, but he took several steps back. Damn! B-level martial arts are amazing. In his heart, he felt helpless. In terms of realm, he and Gu Yun are both in the second level of tendon training, which is considered to be the same. But in terms of martial arts, there is a big difference. The magic knife is a B-level martial arts, and the 12 military boxing styles are a common C-level martial arts. If the realm is the same, the use of martial arts is greater. The martial arts of the Federation are obviously much stronger than those in the other world. Although he collected many martial arts secrets like picking up garbage, Fang Xing didn't look down on any of them. After all, the strongest one among them, Xianqian Gengqi, is at the B level, and it is limited to Xianqian warriors. That is, those who have reached the third level of martial arts before they can start practicing. In the Federation, a second-level warrior can learn B-level martial arts, simplifying high-level martial arts so that low-level warriors can get started is a great innovation in the Federation's martial arts. That's why Fang Xing disdained martial arts in the other world and wanted to come back to learn a powerful method. For example, if you can get started with an A-level martial art and become proficient, then in the other world, you will definitely have innate combat power. You have trained the magic knife to be able to send and receive as you wish? Fang Xing stared at Gu Yun with a serious expression. Everyone's realm is similar, but there is a big difference in martial arts. In terms of proficiency, being able to send and receive the magic knife as you wish should be at the proficient level. This is funny. My military boxing 12 styles are not only inferior to others in rank, but also inferior in proficiency. This is the real C player who was admitted to the university. He complained in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh that Gu Renwang had definitely put a lot of effort into cultivating his daughter. Kill! Gu Yun did not answer. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she suddenly chopped with a knife. Swish! The knife light was extremely beautiful, and suddenly it was divided into 7. The knife light was heavy, blocking all of Fang Xing retreat routes. Fang Xing's face did not change, but a talisman appeared on his right hand. Golden bell cover talisman. With the defensive power of this talisman of the first order middle grade, even a warrior in the unpolished Jade realm could not break through the defense in a short period of time. Even with a few more offensive talismans, Gu Yun could be killed on the spot. This is Fang Xing trump card. Even if it is used, at most it can be said that it is a prop of a superpower purchased accidentally in the black market, and it is specially made into a retro style. Anyway, people with normal brains will think in this direction, rather than time travel or something. But his eyes moved, and he held back, watching the wooden sword fall on his forehead and stop less than a centimeter away from the center of his eyebrows. On the other side, Gu Yun's expression was cold, like ice for thousands of years, but her eyes were clear, like crystal. Congratulations. Fang Xing smiled. If Gu Yun continued, he would definitely activate the talisman at the last moment. But at the critical moment, he decided to trust Gu Yun once. After all, he owed her father a favor for the last attack by the evil god's servants. Facts have proved that she did not disappoint him. Master the devil, you can already try to enter the A-level martial arts ghost sword. Fang Xing sighed, and you still have several years to improve your cultivation. As long as you break through to the unpolished Jade realm in the 3rd year of high school, you will be admitted to university with a certainty. In a few years, I will be a freshman in the second half of the year. Senior, Gu Yun said. What? Your age? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Special recruitment. Besides, it's only 1 or 2 years earlier, and the principal also gave me a scholarship. Gu Yun said coldly, I can't bear it anymore. I have to go to the battlefield as soon as possible to avenge my father. It seems that you are going to apply for a military school or join the army after graduation. Fang Xing sighed, and already understood Gu Yun's plan. In fact, I took the college entrance examination just to fulfill my father's expectations. Gu Yun's eyes only flashed a trace of warmth when he mentioned his father. But it soon turned cold. Okay. Today's employment has been completed, and I will transfer the money to your account. Why do I have a subtle feeling? Junior, after being kicked out of the villa, Fang Xing's expression was a little strange. After all, we will be classmates in the future. You are so disrespectful. At least invite me to stay for a cup of tea. Gu Yun should enter Yusai High School and become his junior in the first year of high school. After all, in the second half of the year, he will be a sophomore in high school. Think about it this way. There are only 2 years left before the college entrance examination. So scary. Fong Xing glanced at his own martial arts realm and curled his lips. Now he has gone from a huge gap to slightly inferior to Gu Yun. After all, Gu Yun had to turn on the gravity suit to hold back before. But today he let go and lost by 1 move. After a few months, he will probably surpass the other party and leave him far behind. Although, surpassing a girl younger than me is not something to be proud of. I still have to learn an A-level martial art as soon as possible. Fong Xing sighed. Immediately, he recalled the information he had collected. There are not many A-level martial arts taught in the school. The most popular ones are only 3. The first one is the ghost sword. It is said that with a sword in hand, ghosts and gods will not stay. However, it is very difficult to learn. It is best to start with the magic sword. In addition, there are the crazy 18 strikes and the crazy stick technique. The names are very creepy. And it is true in fact. If you want to be fearless of the spiritual pollution of the alien evil god servants in the first 3 realms, you have to be crazy and not survive. Or, I went crazy first. So you can't make me crazy again. The person who created the martial arts method is really a genius of logic. Among them, the most suitable one for me is actually the crazy 18 strikes. Because it is the 12 styles of military boxing. The subsequent kung fu is all fist and kick. If you don't want to learn, there are sword techniques and stick techniques. I don't want to. I want to learn sword. Flying like a fairy with a sword and fluttering white clothes is the style of a sword fairy. Dancing with swords and sticks is too bloody and brutal. And it's not classy. It's a bummer. To be honest, if there is a choice, Fong Xing definitely doesn't want to choose these 3. However, the school has limited choices. Only these 3 A-level martial arts. Of course, there are many warriors in the outside world. And there must be A-level martial arts with swords. But Fong Xing doesn't have the money to hire a private teacher. What's more, the other party may not teach as well as the school teacher. Although Xiao Long may not be as good as some top warriors. At least the lower limit is high. It seems that I have to learn crazy 18 strikes next semester, my image. My style. When Fong Xing thought of this, he felt a little distressed. Ding! While he was heartbroken, the phone suddenly rang again. He took out his phone and saw a line of messages. And his expression became silent. The next day, July 17th, the sunset was blood red. A barbecue stall. Fong Xing sat in the stall with a few bottles of drinks in front of him. Well, the federal government is very strict about alcoholic beverages. It is forbidden to drink alcohol if you are not an adult. And the store will not sell alcohol. Therefore, you can only drink juice and soda. It was cold. And minors were not allowed to gamble or go to the red light district. With a trace of resentment, Fong Xing took a bite of the barbecue in front of him. It must be said that in this era, the shopkeepers who can open a shop have a unique skill. The barbecue meat is delicate and chewy. And it is sprinkled with a variety of spices. When you bite it, the full gravy almost overflows. The key is that the price is still cheap. No wonder Fong Xing and Lu Wei, who used to be poor, would find opportunities to come here to have a feast. But for Fong Xing now, the roasting skills and spices are good. But the quality of the barbecue meat is dragged down. Although the meat used in this shop is also of the best quality, how can it be compared with the various rare animals and birds that are pure and natural and nourished by spiritual energy in the other world? Well, you can buy some barbecue spices. Wait until you get to the other world. And roast some monster meat to try. In the market, monster meat is occasionally sold. And recently it seems that due to the frequent appearance of monsters, there is a big price reduction. According to the information I got from Ding Hongxiu, monster meat is a great supplement for qi and blood. And the effect is better than low-grade spiritual rice. It's a pity that this depends on luck and cannot be obtained stably. But it is still the favorite of many top warriors and physical practitioners. That's right. Among the immortal cultivators, in addition to the magic cultivators, there are also some physical cultivators who are unconventional. It is said that their physiques are very amazing. When they reach a high level, they can catch magic weapons with bare hands and are difficult to be hurt by low-level spells. However, the prerequisite for becoming a physical cultivator is to have spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, Even sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the body cannot be done. Everything is due to the dead end of spiritual roots. Otherwise, the utilization efficiency of resources in the other world can be increased by at least 10 times or 100 times. Fong Xing took another sip of the drink and sighed silently in his heart. Not long after, a figure sat in front of him and unceremoniously picked up the cup and drank it all, axing, "Happy birthday. This person is Lu Wei. You are here?" Fong Xing also picked up the cup and took a sip. Although it was just a drink, he actually felt a little tipsy. Now Lu Wei, who was sitting opposite, seemed to have changed. Although his appearance was still the same, his temperament was completely different, and his clothes were almost burst by his muscles. Like a bodybuilder. "I'm here." Lu Wei didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent. "You shouldn't." "Never mind," Fong Xing complained, not wanting to play the martial arts style anymore. "We are all classmates. I'm very happy that you are willing to come and congratulate me on my birthday." When Lu Wei heard this, the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up slightly, but then quickly smoothed down. Chapter 27 Black Market. "I toast you." Lu Wei picked up the soda cup again. "We biochemical people have a hard life. Just like weeds in the cracks. We have to fight for a little sunshine and rain. After today, I will focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. From now on, we will not be friends, but competitors. Well, toast to the opponent." Fong Xing also raised his glass, but he was a little surprised. Lu Wei, this kid, actually wanted to cut off ties with him. Friendship between men. He was silent for a while. Lu Wei walked quickly, as if this party was just a final farewell to the past. In the end, only Fong Xing was left. And he ate all the barbecue. "This is quite expensive. Can't be wasted." He went home as usual, and his expression became a little solemn until he closed the door. Lu Wei. Originally, it was just some speculation. But judging from today's situation, this best friend of the original owner might really be involved with some forces. But judging from the fact that the other party took the initiative to cut off ties with him, his character is not bad. As for the competition on the ring, that shouldn't be about friendship. It's not a fight of life and death. If I have the ability, I will help. Unfortunately, I can't even protect myself now. Fong Xing sighed and fell asleep. The next day, Fong Xing carried a shoulder bag and got on the maglev train. The range of the Eagle Star is very large. 99.99% of the places have achieved traffic and network coverage. Only some areas with chaotic magnetic fields, or broken walls, or a wilderness, have become the wounds of planetary civilization. And the black market is in these places. Outside Maple Leaf City, there is a city ruin. It originated from an attack by the evil god's followers, which made the original city half ruined, and even left a lot of dangerous pollution and radiation. Although the Federation can clean it up, it costs more than building a new city, and the gains do not outweigh the losses. In the end, a new Maple Leaf City was built, and the original old city gradually became deserted, becoming a paradise for scavengers and people without identity, and eventually derived a black market. If you think darkly, the high-level officials of the Eagle Star deliberately left these civilizations to deliberately create soil for the black market. Fong Xing thought to himself while holding the bracelet. "Dear passengers, the train has arrived at the terminal. Please sit tight and hold on, and get off in an orderly manner." After an unknown amount of time, the suspension train arrived at the terminal. Fong Xing got off the train and found that this was already the edge of Maple Leaf City. He got off the train and walked. His speed gradually increased, and then avoided various surveillance probes and went into the streets and alleys. For this trip to the black market, he had already left all his electronic equipment at home. As he walked through the darkness, the flesh and veins on his face throbbed, and he immediately changed his appearance and put on a black mask. When he came out of the alley, Fong Xing had changed his clothes and turned into a weird man wearing a leather jacket, a peaked cap and a black mask. And he went into the junction of the new city and the old city. Whoosh! The old city had lost its maintenance, and there were broken walls and ruins everywhere. A breeze blew, raising a few wisps of dust. The road was in tatters. There was originally a commercial street on both sides, but now most of the signs were broken. Crack! Fong Xing stepped down and stepped on the poster of an out-of-date actress. The sound startled several hyenas in the shadows. Looking closely, I found that these hyenas were different from ordinary dogs. Some had 2 heads, and some had 4 eyes and 8 legs. Deformed creatures. Fong Xing recalled the relevant information in his mind. This was due to the mixture of evil god pollution and radiation, which caused the nearby creatures to mutate, leaving behind deformed offspring. Although it is far from the standard of a lower servant, it may have some strange abilities. The 3-headed hyena in the lead roared a few times, as if it felt that Fong Xing was not easy to mess with, or it had already eaten its fill. So it turned around and left with a few hyenas. Fong Xing walked through the commercial street and came to a residential area. Looking at the buildings that had collapsed, he walked around and found a convenience store. In the ruins, a convenience store that was barely still in business was eye-catching. Ding! When he walked into the door of the convenience store, a green light flashed and a mechanical sound was made. Very good. Very clean. I don't have any positioning and communication tools on me. Behind the counter of the convenience store, a round-faced young man smiled. He was wearing a convenience store uniform. His hair was half brown, and he was holding a comic book from an ancient era. At this time, he was slowly putting down the comic book in his hand. Guest, welcome to the JO convenience store. What do you need to buy? First, a communication device. Fong Xing scanned the row of communication devices on the counter and nodded. The communication devices on the black market are naturally anonymous accounts or other people's numbers, which make communication safer. No problem. How do you pay? The young man picked up a black watch and said with a smile, 10,000 star dollars. Only cash or equivalent transactions are accepted. It's really a robbery. No. How can robbery be profitable in the black market? Fong Xing glanced casually and saw a primary nano-protective suit on the shelf. Here, the price is 100,000. Obviously, an ordinary nano-protective suit is not worth so much money. But after removing the manufacturer's backhand, it is worth this price. Will you accept the gold? Fong Xing took out a fist-sized nugget from the shoulder bag behind him, estimate the price, and deposit the extra money into the new account. Okay. The convenience store owner took the gold and tested it a little. The purity is not high. The net weight of the gold inside is 2,340 grams. And the price of gold is 176 star yuan per gram. So it is 411,840 star yuan. After deducting 20% of the handling fee and 10,000 star yuan, the remaining 319,472 star yuan has been deposited into the communicator account. After taking the communicator, Fong Xing added the store owner's contact information and came to the back of the convenience store. Here, there is actually a dilapidated street. Although it looks desolate, there are occasionally a few figures walking among the ruins, each exuding an aura of not being easy to mess with. This feeling is somewhat similar to those casual cultivators in Qinglin Market. Fong Xing took a look and actually felt a sense of familiarity. These golds were naturally exchanged for spiritual sand in Xiaoxian Market, which can be said to be extremely easy. If it were the other way around, it would be a bit difficult to exchange a large amount of gold for spiritual stones, and the price might even be severely reduced. Weapons, potions, assassins' guilds, casinos. He turned around a little, and had to admit that the shops here were quite complete. More than 300,000 star yuan. I am also considered a rich man. With a little excitement, Fong Xing walked into a gun shop. The owner of this shop was a strong man who looked difficult to mess with. He was wearing an external skeleton armor, and had at least the strength of the 4th realm. Seeing Fong Xing come in, he ignored him, and just wiped a section of the gun barrel in his hand. Fong Xing glanced casually, and saw the Xuanlong brand laser gun that he had wanted very much. There is a small label under the silver-white gun body, Xuanlong class laser gun. Second-hand, 90% new. Can be used on people. 2 million star yuan. 2 million? Fong Xing pupil shrank. And then he looked at other guns, and found that this laser gun was actually one of the cheapest guns in the store. Sorry, I bothered you. He stepped back a few steps, and walked out of the store directly. I was careless. The things in this black market are really shady. More than 300,000 star yuan are very simple. Thinking so, Fong Xing walked into another store. Half an hour later, according to the instructions he bought with star yuan, he walked into a half-collapsed ruin. In the ruins, there was only a wooden table, and a woman with her head and face wrapped, with only her palms exposed, was sitting behind the counter. Fang Xing glanced and found that there were dense blue tattoos on the woman's palms. The energy here is not very good, giving people a sense of danger. He muttered to himself, walked to the woman, pulled out a chair and sat down. Squeak! The old wooden chair made a wail of being overwhelmed. But the tattooed woman opposite suddenly laughed. Customers come to our store to find some solutions? Yes. I want to launder money, Fang Xing said solemnly. He didn't want to lose the identity of biochemical Fang Xing, so he couldn't do it too much. But he didn't want to suppress his martial arts progress, so he would definitely need an explanation when the second year of high school started. Without a source of income and a large amount of nutrient solution support, how could the realm be improved so quickly? Therefore, it is necessary to launder the black money into legal income, and then purchase a batch of nutrient solution through formal channels. How large is the scale? The tattooed woman's eyes lit up. Hundreds of thousands. This little money. The tattooed woman immediately sat back, looking somewhat bored, turned left at the door. Go to the casino to gamble a few times, and you will be charged 30% as a handling fee. You can't go through the casino. Fang Xing was speechless. He was still a minor, and this road was obviously not feasible. This little money is obviously redundant to start a company and make some money. The tattooed woman smiled. It's just a small customer. She thought for a while and answered, we acquired a gaming company, which can let you win a small prize. A prize of hundreds of thousands is not eye-catching at all, as long as you pay taxes well. The Federation will not care at all. This, you can have it. Fang Xing touched his chin. The Blue Star Federation prohibits minors from gambling, but it is much more relaxed about lottery. And this little money of his is indeed not even a small shrimp. And basically no one will investigate it. Let's do it. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least in this way, the second and third years of high school can make rapid progress. And it doesn't seem abrupt. Even if there is a thunderstorm in the future. As long as I can get into college, become a certified professional, and become a privileged class, this little thing is nothing at all. Very good. 50% handling fee. The tattooed woman smiled, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, which made Fang Xing suddenly feel a pain in his heart. Almost bleeding. What a pit. Chapter 28 Professionals. Although it is a scam, it is still necessary to make clear the source of the large amount of star yuan. After walking out of the money laundering shop, Fang Xing let out a long breath. It's so shady. Maybe I can use cash directly for various living expenses in the future? He wanted to launder some money just to have a record of buying a large amount of nutrient solution to prove the source of his rapid progress. But in fact, Teacher Xiao Long and the school may not check me. Even the federal detectives are mostly looking at businesses worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions. I am not even a small shrimp. While thinking, Fang Xing began to look for the store he had been thinking about. The main purpose of coming to the black market this time has been achieved. The rest is to look around and see if there is any A-level martial arts suitable for me, or even anything that promotes martial arts. To be frank, in addition to various special resources, all kinds of teachings and secrets are definitely better in Young Eagle Star than in Qinglanfeng City. Not long after, Fang Xing stopped in front of a place that seemed to be an abandoned gymnasium. This gymnasium had long been scrapped, and the dome was broken, but it seemed to have been repaired and was generally intact. The original name of the gymnasium had been smeared with a layer of blood, and replaced by a huge line of words: Blood Cage Fighting Arena. Underground Fighting Arena? Black Boxing? After seeing it clearly, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. These biochemical students, who practice martial arts, actually knew about black boxing. Even Lu Wei had been looking for some part-time jobs before, which included this aspect. After all, biochemical lives are cheap. If you want to make money and make rapid progress in martial arts, participating in underground fighting is actually a good choice. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become a master. Of course, Lu Wei and Fang Xing were very clear-headed at the time, and they knew that many biochemical seniors who took this path were either beaten to death in the ring, or ended up with serious injuries and disabilities, and owed huge debts, and could not pay medical expenses. Therefore, they didn't even consider it. There must be masters in the underground black boxing, and there are rich rewards. A-level martial arts are even simpler. Fang Xing walked into the blood cage fighting arena, and found that the venue was very quiet. At the reception desk, there was a girl wearing a cute bunny girl suit, looking at him with big eyes. Dear guest, The blood cage fighting arena is open after 8 p.m. Fong Xing certainly knew that the black boxing fights in the black market were the favorite activities of many office workers in the new city. After a heavy day of work, watching a fist-to-flesh, bloody fight, and venting depression and fatigue with roars is the favorite way for many office workers to relieve stress. I'm just here to take a look. I wonder what the welfare benefits of boxers are like now. After thinking about it, Fong Xing asked. Anyway, he was just asking. And he wouldn't go on the field himself. Boxers in our fighting arena. The bunny girl smiled. As long as you win a game, you can earn at least tens of thousands of star yuan. If you win consecutively, your money will double. The more you win, the more money you make. You can even earn money from our fighting arena to make it into legitimate and legal income, without charging any fees. In addition, there are all kinds of forbidden potions, A-level and S-level martial arts, and even martial arts rewards beyond S-level, which are all possible. Speaking of this, the bunny girl blinked her eyes, looking a little playful. It is said, just said, the elite students in the high school nearby who are expected to sprint to college will secretly come here to practice boxing. Earning resources is only secondary, and the main purpose is to see blood and gain practical experience. There is a word martial arts in martial arts, and it is obvious that you can't make progress by working behind closed doors. Those who practice in seclusion all the time and then increase their strength greatly are immortal cultivators. A warrior should temper his body in constant confrontation, forge an invincible spirit, and cultivate a magnificent trend. It seems that this blood cage fighting field has a big backstage. Fong Xing thought for a while, and then said, very good. I will consider it. Dear guest, my code name is Meat Bun. This is my business card. Please keep it. Before Fong Xing left, the bunny girl handed over a business card with a smile. Whether you want to be a spectator or a boxer, you can find me. Thank you. I remember it. Fong Xing looked at the other party's very distinctive purple eyes and tall and plump figure, and couldn't help but smiled and nodded. It's easy to enter the black market, but how to leave the black market is a problem. At the border of the old city, Fong Xing still didn't take off his mask, and looked around vigilantly. Generally speaking, those customers who just come to the black market to watch boxing matches and don't spend much will not be targeted by anyone. As for the high rollers who spend a lot of money, fighting arenas and other businesses will keep the people. Even in the black market, you have to have a little credibility. Otherwise no one will come, and you won't be able to do business. But I am obviously not in the protection group. Like a fat sheep who comes here for the first time, which reveals a certain amount of wealth. Hundreds of thousands of star coins will definitely not attract warriors in the courage realm. Even the unpolished jade realm is a bit embarrassing. Psychics, not to mention mecha masters. I should be able to deal with it. Right? Fong Xing secretly encouraged himself. In a fight to the death in the black market, it is obviously impossible to use weapons purchased openly. Aren't you afraid of data leakage? This is also one of the reasons why the black market weapon shops are expensive. But for people like me, expensive weapons are obviously like a cannon hitting a mosquito, and the possibility of encountering them is extremely small. The biggest possibility is that it is still a gang of thieves composed of ordinary low-level warriors. No. The biggest possibility is that no one cares about me. It was not until I arrived in the new city area and saw the clean and tidy roads, as well as the street lights and cameras standing on both sides of the road, that Fong Xing was relieved. Fortunately, I was lucky this time. The talismans prepared in advance are no longer needed. For the black market, the lethality of talismans from another world can only be considered average, but they have many effects. Among them, the concealment and acceleration types are the life-saving trump cards that Fong Xing prepared for himself. Of course, the reason why the trump card is a trump card is that it is best not to use it. It is impossible to use weapons from regular manufacturers in the black market, and various black weapons are too expensive. Strictly speaking, my talismans are more cost-effective, because there will definitely be no leakage. The safety is beyond doubt, but I obviously can't set up a stall to sell talismans in the black market. Fong Xing changed his makeup and calmly took the maglev train. Although everything went well today, he still felt a little unhappy, living too cautiously. In the final analysis, it is because of insufficient strength. After I break through the 4th level of martial arts, courage, I will immediately go for professional verification and register as a real professional. Professionals are real citizens of the Blue Star Federation and have many privileges. Apart from other things, ordinary residents of the Eagle Star are not eligible to buy spaceship tickets, but real professionals can. There are also many military equipment that are not open to ordinary citizens, but professionals can also buy them. The lifelong wish of many biochemical people is to become a professional and complete their class transition. No matter whether they are biochemical people or natural people, they are all upper-class people after becoming a professional. Of course, for the real federal high-level people, professionals are just the beginning. But for many lower-level people, it is a ticket to the upper circle. It is everything. If I were a real professional, the federal government would not care about such a little extra income, let alone investigate anything, which is ridiculous. At the same time, there are more channels and resources that can be used to collect the things you like. How about setting a small goal first and completing the professional certification before the college entrance examination? Fong Xing's eyes were bright. This is actually for self-protection. Lu Wei's changes, and even some other signs, made Fong Xing feel that something bad would happen. But if you are a professional, even if you face the accusation of a cultist, you can get more opportunities to turn around and defend yourself. A few days later, ding! Your account received 159,736 star yuan, and the current balance is 160,072 star yuan. A prompt message appeared, and Fong Xing couldn't help but nod slightly. The speed is quite fast. Just yesterday, he casually bought a lottery ticket that was drawn today, and then he won the prize, although it was only a small prize of hundreds of thousands. Luck is so simple. However, the 50% handling fee is really a pitfall, and the key is that this little money still needs to be taxed. Fong Xing exhaled a long breath, then clicked on them all, looked at the D3 level nutrient solution and other martial arts potions, and began to place orders quickly. As long as there are these purchase records, there is a reasonable explanation for his rapid progress in martial arts after school. Although, not everyone cares about these. The Federation's martial arts potion seems to be just average. The D9 level, which is better than the D3 level nutrient solution, is just more nutritious. As for the one that helps to break through the realm, there is none? Fong Xing thought about it, and felt that his level was a little low. Or, not enough authority. If you are a professional, you should be able to see more items that can be purchased. But the Federation's resources are scarce, which is also evident, or we, and even the entire Eagle Star, are not worth investing in. After all, it is just a cannon fodder production star. No. Perhaps, intentionally controlling the breakthrough resources is a big plan. Only warriors, who can stand out under the most difficult conditions, have the potential to be promoted to a higher level in the future? But for people like us, it's too cruel. I'd better follow my own plan. By integrating the resources of the two realms, one's own martial arts realm will surely advance by leaps and bounds. As for the problem of future potential, once you can't get into college, there will be almost no future. So why bother considering it? Chapter 29 Beast Tide. Another world. Underground camp. After dealing with the matter of the Eagle Star, Fong Xing immediately returned here, feeling the fresher air and even the more suitable environment for martial arts training. He showed a touch of excitement on his face before school starts. I will try not to leave, just to work hard. This trip to the black market made him feel a lot, and he realized his weakness more deeply. Weakness is not terrible. Just catch up. Huh? After coming to the monitoring room and checking the system monitoring log, Fong Xing's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? There are so many more monsters. During the monitoring these days, the number of monster activities around the camp has increased a lot in one go. Even the camouflaged lawn on the ground seems to have been plowed. It looks messy, and there are pits everywhere. Huh? Many simulated bird drones are broken. Fong Xing quickly released a new drone and immediately saw a series of amazing scenes. On the vast land, monsters are running and fighting. The original territory of the wild boar monster has long been replaced by a group of red fist-sized ants, and the ferocious wild boar monster that killed many warriors has turned into a white skeleton, standing quietly in a certain place, as if telling of pain and unwillingness. Although I heard about the frequent activities of monsters in the market last time, but this has become too powerful all of a sudden. I really know too little about this world. Fong Xing sighed silently. Although it is very dangerous outside now, he has a reason to go to the market. Apart from other things, The elixir and the spiritual rise talisman must be replenished when they are used up. It shouldn't be too difficult to find a safer road through the drone. But the most urgent thing is to check the situation of the market first. If Qinglin market is breached, then it will be worthless. No. It's more worthwhile to pick up garbage. Fang Xing's expression became solemn. Here, I have nano-protective clothing and electric batons to use. With the talisman, my strength will increase greatly, but it's still not safe. Maybe. He thought of the product he had been thinking about. The Xuanlong class laser gun. Of course, the black market version is unaffordable. But the genuine mall version is okay. Although 200,000 is not a lot. As long as you go to the black market a few more times, you can make money. More importantly, even if you can't use it on people, you can kill monsters. It's a pity that the can't use it on people program in the laser gun is built in. And it is running even if you can't connect to the internet. Otherwise it would be great. Fang Xing found that there was another advantage to his shuttle between the two worlds, which was that he could bypass some restrictions. For example, the primary nano suit in his hand. Since he saw the backdoor-free version on the black market, he knew that it was the right decision not to bring modern products back. Of course, if the technological products in his hand can send data back to the Blue Star Federation across the world, it means that the Federation has long mastered the technology of traveling through different dimensions. And Fang Xing can only admit defeat. Most of the federal weapons that can be purchased through legitimate channels are not allowed to be used on people. But I can use them in the other world. As long as there is no built-in program, I can bypass it, and it can't report the alarm. And the talismans and magic tools in the other world, if I take them to the Eagle Star to kill people, they will definitely be very useful. And the most important thing is that they will not leave any clues. Any weapon has a source. But for the Eagle Star, the talismans and magic tools appear out of thin air, which can cut off many clues. It is possible that they are related to the evil gods. After all, they who control the authority of the imaginary space should also be able to deliver certain supplies. But the cultists? Aren't they just used to take the blame? Fang Xing is justified in throwing the blame on them. Puff! Puff! In the jungle, a few birds flew by. Their eyes were dull, but their bodies were very agile. After a while, a figure emerged, lurking forward in the dark. It was Fang Xing. This is a bit troublesome. Fang Xing was in his original appearance this time, wearing a bun, dressed in ancient costume, and a large basket on his back, which contained some herbs. After all, he consumed a lot of spiritual rice, so he had to go to the market to replenish it. For this trip, he mobilized a large number of drones to find a suitable safe route, and took a long detour, which was quite troublesome. But thinking of a monster he saw before, Fang Xing felt that there was a good detour. That monster was actually 6 or 7 meters tall, and its claws were bigger than my whole body, either the strength of the late stage of Qi training or comparable to the foundation building. It's better to take a long detour, he murmured to himself. In Qinglin Market, Fang Xing had also heard about the general classification of monsters. The monsters that could basically rival the cultivators in the Qi condensation stage were first-level monsters, and the monsters that corresponded to the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage were second-level monsters. Nowadays, even second-level monsters may appear. If I hadn't seen in the surveillance that the market was guarded by a formation and was as stable as Mount Tai, I wouldn't have gone, Fang Xing complained, and suddenly frowned. Is there something going on? Through a hummingbird drone that was exploring the way in front of him, he saw a scene. It was a group of monks and warriors besieging a strange monster. This monster was more than 3 meters long and looked like a red-haired tiger. The patterns on its body were gorgeous and dazzling, and a layer of glittering light appeared on its fur. Even if the wind blades, fireballs, and other spells cast by talismans hit it, they were all swept away without leaving much injury. Is this hunting monsters? Look at the coordination. It's quite skilled. Fang Xing took a closer look and found that there were 5 people, both men and women, led by an old man in a black robe, who occasionally used talismans and muttered something in his mouth. He must be a monk. Most of the others had amazing body movements, holding various weapons, and their every move was full of overwhelming power. They should be warriors. At this time, the old man finally finished chanting the spell, stretched out his hand, and a light blue wind blade appeared in the palm of his right hand. A sharp aura spread immediately, making the demon tiger a little alert. Good. Big Brother's wind blade technique has become more and more proficient. A charming woman among the 4 warriors immediately praised. Go! The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. And the blue wind blade flew out immediately, constantly absorbing bits of blue spiritual light in the air, and instantly became more than 1 meter long. And the speed was even more amazing. Ah! The demon tiger roared and tried to dodge, but was forced back by a man who used a huge iron hammer and was as tall as an iron tower. He could only take the wind blade. Chi. The spiritual light on the demon tiger's fur became extremely dim in the previous round of attack, and it actually collapsed directly at this time. The wind blade cut the skin of the demon tiger, tearing the flesh and blood, leaving a big wound on the right shoulder of the opponent. If the demon tiger had not dodged in midair, the wound might have landed on the neck. Good. Several warriors cheered, but the old man took a few steps back calmly, pasted a golden talisman on his body, and shouted, "Be careful of this beast's counterattack. The injured beast is the most dangerous. This is naturally applicable to demon beasts." The demon tiger was covered in blood, and suddenly roared and opened its bloody mouth. A trace of red light gathered and turned into a huge fireball, which exploded towards one place. No. Hide quickly. The 5 people were covered in dust. And then, they saw the demon tiger fleeing along the gap created by the fireball without any hesitation. Damn it. Chase. A spiritual talisman in the old man's hand burned and turned into a breeze, which was added to his legs. It was the wind control talisman. Several people hurriedly caught up. After all, they had been scouting for a long time, and finally encountered a weak demon beast that was alone. They invested a lot in this demon beast. If this demon tiger ran away, everyone would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. However, in the next moment, the roar of the demon tiger came from the front, and it seemed to be full of pain. Stop! The old man quickly raised his right hand and asked the 4 sworn brothers and sisters to stop and move forward slowly. After passing a bush, they saw the demon tiger lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was a young man in a silver robe standing next to him. Everyone, are you here to hunt this demon tiger? Fang Xing, wearing silver clothes and holding a stick, asked with a slight smile. After seeing these 5 people, he decided to come over to meet them and inquire about the news of the market. After all, the drone footage can only confirm that the market has not been breached. But if there are any changes in it, you need to ask others. Fang Xing naturally has to ask carefully to confirm that there is no danger in the market before entering the market. Otherwise, the nutrient solution of the Federation is not very good, but it can barely be used. With the environment here, the progress of martial arts training will not be too slow. But, exactly. The 5 people looked at each other, and the old man in black stepped out and said, "I am Chen Yi, and these are my 4 sworn brothers and sisters. Hua Feiyue, Chen Hantian, and Meng Yi, Shen Yusen and his wife. Thanks to the kindness of fellow Taoists in the market, there is a nickname of Sanshan 5 Righteousness. This is actually a bit modest. After all, if you don't have 2 brushes, you may not dare to go out of the market to hunt demon beasts at this time. The 5 righteous men of Sanshan are still ants to the 3 major forces in the market, but they are not unknown among the lower-level cultivators. So it's the 5 righteous men of Sanshan in person. I am Fang Xing and I am honored." Fang Xing smiled slightly. His eyes swept over the 5 righteous men of Sanshan one by one, and bowed. This time he planned to rent a house in the market with a new identity and establish another base for the cunning rabbit to hide in 3 burrows. So he used his true face. After all, after a long time of getting along, any disguise is easy to be seen through. So it is better to use his true face. Anyway, his true face has a clean experience and will never cause any trouble, so he can manage it well. Looking at the 5 righteous men of Sanshan again at this time, he was thoughtful. Chen Yi is a cultivator who practices qi and has many talismans. His strength should be the strongest among the 5. Hua Feiyue was wearing a pink dress, with charming eyes, about 30 years old, and really looked like a peach. Chen Hantian was the black-clad, iron-towered man who used a hammer. His face looked like it was carved with a knife and an axe, and his temperament was shrewd and strong. Meng Yi wore a green Confucian shirt and behaved elegantly, while Shen Yusen next to him had a temperament like a beautiful girl from a small family. The 2 of them looked intimate. Chapter 30 Settlement. According to the rules of the casual cultivators, The last blow of this demon tiger was taken by you, Brother Fang. So you can get a share. What do you think? Qin Yi's somewhat cloudy eyes swept over Fang Xing, and suddenly spoke. Brother. When Chen Hongtian heard this, he couldn't help but get anxious. How much effort did they spend on this demon beast? How could they give a share to an outsider? How many spirit stones did they spend on this? They, the 5 righteous men of Sangshan, are not kind people in the world of immortal cultivation. But Qin Yi shook his head, and used his eyes to stop his third brother from talking. On the contrary, Hua Feiyue laughed and said, That's right. This little brother can kill the demon tiger with one blow. So obviously his skills are not weak. I wonder which famous master he learned from. But he was trying to find out Fang Xing origin and background in a roundabout way. I have no sect or school. Fang Xing laughed. As for the materials on this demon tiger, you can take nothing. I just stayed out for a while, and didn't expect the market to become like this. I wonder what's going on in Qinglin Market now. He had a drone to collect herbs. So he didn't care about the materials on this first-level demon tiger. The main purpose of showing up was to get information. Everything is fine in the market. It's just that the prices of various materials have increased. The elders of Qinxian sect issued a demon hunting order. Now you can get an extra spiritual stone for killing a demon beast. Qin Yi exhaled a long breath, and his slightly old face had a bitter smile. We are a little overwhelmed. So we went out and took the risk to hunt demon beasts. So that's it. Fang Xing nodded in understanding, asked a few more questions, and after a while, he clasped his hands. Mountains are high and rivers are long. See you later? Immediately, the figure flashed and sank into the dense forest. The figure folded a few times and disappeared. Brother, why are you so polite to a kid? Chen Hongtian saw Fang Xing body movements, but his eyes flashed. I don't think this person is a cultivator. Not even a congenital one. Haha. Third brother, you are wrong. Can an ordinary acquired warrior kill the red flame tiger with one blow? Hua Feiyue's voice was soft and charming, and it was very touching. Ming Yi and Shen Yusen came to the red flame tiger, took out daggers and other things, and prepared to collect materials for the monster. At this time, the monster tiger was turned over. But he explained, Brother, look. Qin Yi walked over, and saw that the snow-white abdomen of the monster tiger was charred black at this time. Is this thunder magic? Thunder attribute talisman? Qin Hongqian's eyes condensed. No. I'm afraid it's a blood-refined magic weapon. Qin Yi thought of the stick in the silver-shirted boy's hand that had been pointing at him and others. But he suddenly felt cold. This person can't be provoked. Blood-refined magic weapon. Even in Qinglin Market, it is an extremely rare and precious thing. The holders are all at the peak of the innate level. With a blood-refined magic weapon, ordinary mid-stage Qi training cultivators have to be treated equally. But this one appeared on a postnatal warrior. What does this mean? If the other party is not lucky to pick up a corpse, he must have a deep background, and is extremely difficult to provoke. And from the conversation just now, the boy is definitely not a lucky and arrogant person. Big brother and second sister are good at judging people. Chen Hongtian touched the back of his head. Fortunately, that person doesn't distinguish between monster meat. Let's quickly get the materials and leave immediately. Well, what the third brother said is the most realistic. We should not stay here for long. Qin Yi nodded and ordered the 4 people to start skinning and pulling out the tendons of the red flame tiger. Each of them carried hundreds of kilograms of meat, as well as tiger skin, tiger bones, and tiger whips, and left quickly. From a distance, Ming Yi's slightly excited voice came. This monster tiger and its materials are worth at least dozens of low-grade spirit stones. This time we're rich. Hee hee. It's a pity that the number of monsters has increased. The price of monster meat in the market has fallen recently. Otherwise, we would have made more money. After these people left, the bloody debris on the ground attracted a few hungry wolves, who excitedly licked the remaining meat. And on the treetops that no one paid attention to, a kingfisher pecked its wings and flew away. It seems that the 5 people did not lie to me, nor were they blinded by greed. Not far away, Fang Xing looked at the surveillance and nodded. Qinglin Market doesn't seem to take this beast tide as a big deal, so it's worth going there and renting another house. It has to be said that houses are Fang Xing obsession. My predecessor had always wanted to buy a house on Blue Star, but it was still a long way off. If the house is cheap, maybe I can buy a place in Qinglin Market first? Fang Xing touched his chin and thought thoughtfully. Qinglin Market. This place is not much different from usual, and it seems to be a little more lively. The reason is probably because of the formation covering the entire market, which gives people a strong sense of security. Fang Xing entered the market as usual, and then went straight to an office set up by Qinxian sect. The Qinxian sect manager in charge of the shantytowns is named Zhang, with the Taoist name Qinjiangzi. He has a goatee and smiles at everyone. But when Fang Xing asked about the land price, he looked serious. Although our sect has a lot of land, there is no land for sale. The houses in the shantytowns are only rented and not sold. So that's how it is. I was being reckless. Fang Xing apologized repeatedly, but he complained in his heart, not selling. What's the matter with the Zheng family large house? Isn't it bullying us casual cultivators, who are weak and powerless? However, such a good business. I have to keep it going for a long time. And I can't sell the hen that lays golden eggs. The casual cultivators and warriors who rent houses have to pay every month. And the speed of changing tenants is very fast. And I don't know when they will die. At this time, the Qinxian sect can take back the house and make another profit. What about renting a house? He asked as a second choice. I'd like to tell you that the rental houses in this market are divided into 3 categories: upper, middle and lower. The upper category is inside the market, covering an area of more than an acre, with exquisite buildings. The middle category is at the edge of the market, full of spiritual energy, with a small courtyard. The lower category is at the foot of the mountain. You have also seen those sheds. Qin Yangzi resumed his smiling expression and stroked his beard. You don't need to ask about the upper category caves. The middle category caves cost 10 spirit stones a month. Generally, only those masters in the late stage of Qi training and those in the middle stage of Qi training with a special skill can afford to rent them. Speaking of this, he looked at Fang Xing. His eyes seemed a little provocative, but Fang Xing had no expression on his face, knowing that once he got too excited, he would fall into a consumer trap and be taken advantage of. Let's go with a low-class shanty. Low-class shanty. 1 spiritual stone per month. 1 more yuan for the deposit. This is the one that has not been selected yet. You can choose it yourself. Qin Yangzi's smile was much more restrained. He took out a thick booklet and handed it to Fang Xing. There are no ownerless houses without red ink annotations on it. You can choose any one. Fang Xing carefully observed and compared them one by one with a shantytown map taken by the drone in his mind. In fact, there is nothing to choose. The environment is the same anyway. The same bad and dangerous. However, Fang Xing still tried to choose a more remote place. Which is the most convenient for escape? Let's go here. Yes. Qinjiangzi took 2 spiritual stones, handed a brass key to Fang Xing, and reminded him, due to the beast tide, some unruly wild cultivators have also entered the market. Now the market is not peaceful. You can only wish for good luck. Thank you for telling me. Fang Xing bowed and left the office. Yes. Although Qinjiangzi is greedy for money, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. Holding the brass key, he didn't rush to his house, but walked around the market first. This walk, Fang Xing immediately found something different. Sure enough, the prices of various monster materials have plummeted, but the prices of daily necessities have risen sharply. After all, farmers either flee to the market or are eaten by monsters. So who will farm or do odd jobs? Most of the people in the market are still on the barter economy. If they encounter the financial means of the Interstellar Era, I don't know how badly they will be harvested. It doesn't seem right. After all, some people can overturn the table, such as the 3 major forces. They will probably watch me make a lot of spiritual stones with a smile, and then wait until the last minute to send out strong men to rob me directly, and borrow my head to calm down the resentment. Sure enough, in such a chaotic place, talking about revitalizing business is bullshit. And the truth is the big fist. At this point, Fang Xing no longer had any idea of making a lot of money in business. So he prepared to buy a few kilograms of spiritual rice. Then he found out helplessly that due to the abandonment of a large number of spiritual fields, the price of spiritual rice has risen sharply, reaching the level of 2 spiritual sands per kilogram, which is twice as high as before. What a robbery. No, it's not so profitable even if it's robbery. Instead of that, it's better to buy some monster meat and try it. Fang Xing wandered between the stalls, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he saw Ding Hongxiu and his grandson. The grandfather and granddaughter were guarding a spiritual rice stall. Ding Hongxiu was timidly soliciting business, while Ding Bushan was lying on the side, occasionally drinking a sip of wine. No. I'm in my true face now. They don't recognize me. Fang Xing heart moved, and he came to the spiritual rice stall. How much is this lotus fragrant spiritual rice? 1 spiritual stone for 6 kilograms. Ding Hongxiu replied that the price of the casual cultivator stall must be cheaper than that of the shop. Otherwise it would not attract customers. It's a bit expensive. Fang Xing frowned. In the past, 1 spirit stone was worth 10 kilograms. If I buy more, you can give me a discount. Otherwise, I might as well buy some monster meat. Big business. Ding Bushan quickly put down the wine gourd and came over. With a smile on his red nose, if you buy more than 50 kilograms, I can make the decision and give you a discount. How about 8 spirit stones for 50 kilograms? Forget it. That's it. Fang Xing waved his hand, knowing that there was no more discount. After the transaction was completed, looking at his back as he left, Ding Bushan said to his granddaughter, "Did you see it? This is what we call a young and handsome man." Just looking at the robe, you know he is not an ordinary person. He is generous and wants to buy spirit rice to eat. He must have plenty of spirit stones. Alas, Xiao Hongxiu, you should be more open-minded. When you find a grandson-in-law for your grandfather in the future, you have to look for one like this. Don't mess with the poor stall owner last time. Chapter 31 Barbecue. Number 57. T-Zone. Is this the place? The foot of the mountain. The shanty area. Fang Xing came to a place and saw a row of shanties scattered beside a red leaf forest. Not far away, there was a clear stream flowing by. These shanties were made of wood, and house numbers were nailed on the doors. He found his home and found it was locked. He immediately took out the brass key and opened the chain. With a creak, the door opened, and a gust of dust and moldy smell came to his nose. The environment is not very good, but at least it is private. Fang Xing put on a mask and started cleaning. Half an hour later, he finished cleaning the room and went out with a basket of garbage. The door of the next door opened, and someone just came out. Huh? Is it you? A cry came. Fang Xing turned his head and saw a bright and beautiful woman in her 20s, looking at him in surprise. You are the youngest of the 5 heroes of Sanshan. Shin Yusen? He recognized her at a glance. She was actually one of the couple. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's me. Dao you used to live next door? Shin Yusen thought of her eldest brother's evaluation and felt very strange. We just moved in today. We will all be neighbors in the future. We will take care of each other if there is anything. Fang Xing smiled and saw a little head popping out from behind Shin Yusen. It looked chubby and cute. Is this your son? Yes. Zijin. Come and meet your uncle. Shin Yusen pulled the child out with a hint of pride on her face. Uncle. Meng Zijin shouted. Be good. Uncle will buy you candy someday. Fang Xing smiled. But he was complaining in his heart. Am I that old? Call me uncle? Calling me brother is more like that. After a few polite words with Shin Yusen, he returned to his room, closed the door, and came to the kitchen. Firewood rice? It feels good. After opening the lid of the pot, a pot full of spiritual rice was seen, emitting an alluring aroma. Fang Xing thought about it, but did not start eating directly, but cut another beef. This beef was the monster beef bought at the market. Each one was thick and solid, with snowflake-like textures on it, and it was obvious that it was a good product. It's a pity to have rice but no vegetables. Fang Xing took out a bottle, which contained barbecue ingredients from the Blue Star Federation. He cut the beef into small pieces, skewered it with mahogany roots, and slowly roasted it on the fire, occasionally sprinkling some spices on it. It didn't take long before a burst of earth-shaking fragrance came out of the kitchen and then drifted to the neighbors. Next door. Boss, the young man we saw today is actually our neighbor. Shin Yusen was talking to Meng, who had just returned home, about what happened. What? Meng Yi's original good mood disappeared in an instant, and he touched the purse on his waist. That Sanshan 5 heroes finally killed a monster beast, sold it, and got a lot of low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that they are being targeted? Do you think? Is the other party coming for us? Meng Yi lowered his voice, unconsciously carrying a bit of murderous aura. In my opinion, it's not that. Any piece of clothing they have is worth more than our entire fortune. Shin Yu thought about it and shook his head immediately. It's okay if it's not. But if it is, we are not vegetarians. Meng Yi thought about it and said, I still need to talk to my eldest brother about this. Well, let Zijin come out. We will eat tiger monster meat tonight. And add spirit rice. You take care of these few kilograms of spirit rice. And make some spirit rice porridge for Zijin every day. He is now 5 years old. And he can officially test his spirit next year. Even if he doesn't have spirit roots, he can lay a solid foundation and learn martial arts well. Most of the warriors in the market have no way to move forward. And all they think about is the future generations. Zitian is born smart. I think he must have spiritual roots. Shin Yusen comforted her husband, and then prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Suddenly, a strange aroma of barbecue wafted over. What is this? It smells so good? Mengyi swallowed unconsciously. He had eaten a lot of barbecue. But this was the first time he had smelled such a fragrant barbecue. It was not their fault. After all, there were only a limited number of chefs in Qinglanfang City. And they were at the bottom. It was a big deal to put a handful of salt on the barbecue. How could it compare to the barbecue ingredients specially configured in the Interstellar Era? There were dozens of spices alone, which was an unimaginable luxury in ancient times. Could it be that the little brother also ordered a meal at Tianqinlu? That was a delicacy made by a spiritual chef. Only masters in the late stage of Qi training had the spare money to taste it. Shin Yusen was also a little surprised. Dad, I want to eat barbecue. At this time, Meng Zijin poked his head out. I want to go to Uncle Fong's house next door to eat barbecue. Woo woo woo. Well, as expected, the quality of this monster meat is extremely high. Plus the barbecue spices from the Interstellar Era. It is simply invincible. Fong Xing picked up the beef skewer strung with red tree roots, took a big bite, and a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. It feels better than the barbecue stall I had on my birthday before. It turns out that ingredients are better than everything. Although this beef monster meat is relatively tough, it is just right for Fong Xing, a second-level warrior. With beef, he ate a full pot of rice, and felt a pure blood and qi surging through his body. The effect of spiritual rice with monster meat is even stronger. With a little surprise, Fong Xing immediately set up the big dragon pillar, and slowly absorbed the blood and qi. Sure enough, monster meat and warriors are a perfect match. It feels like swallowing pills. But there is no pill poison at all. Huh? Why is there crying? Whose family is beating the child? Just next door? Today's Meng Zijin? Forget it. Beating the child on a rainy day is just for fun. The next day, Fong Xing pushed open the door, felt the fresh air, and nodded secretly. Practicing martial arts here is more efficient than in a temporary camp. There is a saying about spiritual veins among immortal cultivators. It is said that Qinglanfang City is built on a spiritual land. It seems that this is true. He stretched and was about to perform a set of boxing to warm up. The door next to him also opened and Mengyi walked out. Brother Fong. Brother Meng. Fong Xing returned the gift and thought about it, but still didn't ask about the child. After all, it is a family matter. Besides, it is not easy for biochemical people to find their parents to fight. So the child should not be ungrateful. Yesterday, my wife mentioned that Brother Fong had just moved in. I have nothing. So here are a few pounds of tiger bones as a gift for moving in. Mengyi brought a few tiger bones over. Seeing that the bloody smell on them had not dissipated. It was obviously from the demon tiger yesterday. Thank you. I will accept these tiger bones. I will use them to soak in wine as a specialty. Fong Xing took the tiger bones and chatted with Mengyi for a few words. Mengyi smiled bitterly again. My child is naughty. If I offend you in the future, please don't be offended. Brother Fong. No. No. Fong Xing thought for a while. Ran back and took out a bag of spices. This is my secret barbecue seasoning. Just consider it a return gift. Thank you. Mengyi then knew that the barbecue last night was made by Fong Xing himself. And immediately praised. Brother Fong's craftsmanship can have a place even in the market. My kid made a noise in the middle of the night. And today he finally calmed down. When he mentioned his own kid, a trace of pride appeared on his face. Fong Xing asked a few more questions, and learned that when children in this world are 6 or 7 years old, their spiritual roots have been formed, and can be detected by the spirit-testing talisman and the magic of the immortal cultivator. Mengyi and his wife naturally have high hopes for Meng Zijin. Alas, I don't ask that kid to be favored by the spirit tester of the upper sect. I just ask for spiritual roots. Even if it is the lowest, I will be satisfied. Mengyi mentioned this, and couldn't help sighing. Qingxian sect is a major sect of immortal cultivation, and it has always been a habit to collect children with excellent spiritual roots under its rule and accept them as disciples. Those warriors can obviously be arrogant in the secular world, but they want to go to the immortal world and get hurt. A large part of them is to pin their hopes on their descendants. As long as the descendants have spiritual roots and pass them down from generation to generation, it will be the inheritance of a small immortal cultivation family. The continuation of spirit, the continuation of blood. If you can't live forever, you can only pursue this? Fang Xing couldn't help sighing in his heart after hearing this. Anyway, he will definitely not be able to enter Qingxian sect. Not to mention that he has no spiritual roots. Even if he has spiritual roots, Qingxian sect does not like adult Qigong cultivators, unless they are really gifted or have a special skill. Fang Xing knew this, but it was just hard to cultivate loyalty. Today, we 5 righteous men are going to have a small gathering. I wonder if Brother Fang will come. Mingyi found that he and Fang Xing got along better and better, so he invited them. No, I have other things to do today. Fang Xing just refused, but suddenly his expression changed and he looked up at the sky. Chirp! The sound of birds chirping came, and then a huge black bird with a wingspan of more than 5 or 6 meters was seen. Its eyes were blood red, and it drove the strong wind and broke into the range of Qinglin Mountain. There is a demon bird. Mingyi looked up and saw the scene, and his face suddenly changed. Yusen, take Zijin to the market quickly. There is a large formation guarding there, so it is safe. Boss, what about you? Shin Yusen came out holding Ming Zijin and looked at her husband anxiously. I go and see. Mingyi looked in the direction of the demon bird, and there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his expression. The people here really don't take human life seriously, do they? Fang Xing looked at Mingyi's back as he left, and he was complaining in his heart. Are they going to fight the monster bird? It's obvious that they want to take advantage of the chaos. Although this market seems safe and can avoid minor chaos, if there is a big chaos, the closer to the center of the market, the more dangerous it will be. Although living here can improve the efficiency of martial arts training, I really don't feel safe. I'd better go to the black market a few more times and save enough money to buy a laser gun. Chapter 32 Danger Approaches. I'm 17 years old. Happy home community. Fang Xing focused on the attribute column and sighed. Qinglin Fang City will definitely be turbulent for a while if it encounters monster birds. At least, it must be very chaotic today. Therefore, he chose to travel back directly, according to the rules of the Gate of the Heavens. The next time he travels back, he should appear in the basement of his rental house number 57 in the Dingxi district. It's just right to avoid the chaos. After all, I'm sitting on a mountain of gold now, and it's ridiculous to fight for a few copper coins. Fang Xing touched his chin. Now that monsters are rampant, I really don't feel at ease if I don't get a laser gun. In addition, A-level martial arts also need to be obtained and mastered as soon as possible. As for the way to A-level martial arts, in addition to the unreliable black market channels, he now has only 2 goals. The first one, of course, is Teacher Xiao Long. You can call and ask. It may disturb the other party's vacation, but Teacher Xiao Long should not care, right? The second one is Gu Yun. This future junior must have the inheritance of the Ghost Sword. Of course, the inheritance of the Ghost Sword is nothing. After all, the Ghost Sword, Crazy 18 Strike, and Crazy Magic Stick Method are public textbooks in high schools. As long as the realm is reached, you can apply to learn. But the other party should have some preliminary teachings to allow you to get started smoothly. If there is no magic sword, it will be difficult to get started with the Ghost Sword. But I have the attribute panel. Maybe I can challenge it? Fang Xing thought about it, and felt that Teacher Xiao Long was more reliable. So he called the other party first. Ding. The user you called is out of service area. Please call again later. Soon. A sweet voice replied. Out of service area? Fang Xing was stunned. Teacher Xiao Long won't go to an alien planet. Interstellar communication is quite expensive, and it is impossible to popularize the entire Eagle Star. If Xiao Long went to an alien planet for vacation, it is normal that his phone is not accessible. It seems I can only see Teacher Xiao Long after school starts? Damn. I also want to travel to an alien planet. The entertainment industry in the Federation is actually quite developed, and there are even planets dedicated to enjoyment. After mumbling for a while, Fang Xing called Gu Yun again. This genius top student has always been there. And the message was connected in a few seconds. It's you. What's the matter? Gu Yun's expression was cold. And she had a straightforward attitude. It's like this. I want to learn the ghost sword. Can you send me the detailed information? Fang Xing knew Gu Yun's style. And he would speak for himself. Ghost sword? Have you mastered the magic sword? Gu Yun's eyes lit up. No. I haven't learned it. Fang Xing shook his head. Gu Yun was silent for a moment before sending a few videos and materials. I send you my private teaching videos. But this version of the ghost sword is richer than the textbooks and has many tricks. But I must tell you. This is what my teacher taught me. With my style. It may not be suitable for you. And if you don't control the devil, it will be very difficult to get started with the ghost sword. And even if you get started, you may go astray. I know. I'm just previewing the new course in advance. Thank you. Fang Xing smiled at Gu Yun and hung up the call. Of course. He knew that the best martial arts is to teach by example. And the other party was teaching Gu Yun. Although the information was definitely richer than the public textbooks. But it might also have a strong personal style. What suits Gu Yun may not suit him. And he may make more mistakes the more he practices. But I have the attribute panel. So I can still give it a try. If it doesn't work, I can hire a private instructor. Although a private instructor costs tens of thousands of yuan per lesson. I have some money. Fang Xing calmed down and clicked on a piece of information sent by Gu Yun. First, of course, it was the entire secret book of the ghost sword. And there were many annotations. He read it roughly first to get a clear idea. And then clicked on a video. The light screen appeared. And in it was a woman in her 30s, wearing a black tights and a centipede-shaped scar on her face. With the medical technology of the Federation, scars can be completely removed without leaving any traces. The scar was left intentionally. Obviously because it was very memorable. But I don't know whether it was love or hatred. A-level martial arts is a brilliant achievement created by many martial arts masters in the Federation. It can simulate the power of artistic conception-level martial arts and protect one's own spirit. It involves many disciplines. The ghost sword can actually be divided into several stages: meditation, hypnosis, killing ghosts, killing gods, fighting ghosts and gods. If you want to get started with the ghost sword, it is best to first master the demon sword. Control the demonic nature. And send and receive by heart. The first step of meditation is to meditate on the artistic conception of the ghost sword, which is with a sword in hand. Ghosts and gods will not stay. Some warriors cannot understand and replace it with the slaughtering state of mind, which is ultimately proven to be the wrong path. When meditating, distracting thoughts are everywhere, and the killing intent is shocking. At this time, the magic sword needs to be subdued. The black-clothed woman told a story, which made Fang Xing feel very benefited. Sure enough, the ghost sword does not have to be a prerequisite for the magic sword. In fact, you can get started directly. But it is very difficult and requires extremely high meditation skills. And the spirit must reach the state of no law and no thought to replace the magic sword's magic. The key is, what kind of state of mind is this with a sword in hand? Ghosts and gods will not stay. Fang Xing wanted to complain. In the video, the black-clothed female swordsman just pulled out her sword and let Gu Yun feel it. Across the screen, he couldn't feel anything at all. Sure enough, teaching by example. Teaching by example. This is the role of a good teacher. If it was Xiao Long, he should be able to trigger a state of mind and let me feel it. But now, Fang Xing shook his head. Even if the Federation releases the permission for learning devices, this mysterious state of mind may not be learned through consciousness indoctrination. Ghost sword. Ghost sword. If you want to get started, I'm afraid you have to hire a warrior who masters the ghost sword to demonstrate the state of mind. Most of the other A-level martial arts are like this. Demonstrating artistic conception is just to obtain the qualification to practice, which is far from the entry level. The difficulty of getting started with A-level martial arts made Fang Xing sigh. The next day. Old Town. Black Market. After a disguise, Fang Xing came here again. No way. He was still short of money. Therefore, he used spiritual sand to buy a lot of gold at the price of picking up garbage in the market, and prepared to sell it here. The gold and money laundering went smoothly. When passing by the blood cage fighting field, Fang Xing heart moved and walked in. The bunny girl was still at the front desk of the fighting field today. Hello. Meet Bun. This code name is a bit out of place. Can you change it? Fong Xing's eyes moved down from the bunny girl's plump red lips. Saw two big white meat buns. And spoke immediately. You can call me Zhang Jiarwei. Zhang Jiarwei smiled and replied, the guests came early again today. And the blood cage fighting has not started yet. Ahem. If I want to see. Is there any way to understand the artistic conception of the ghost sword? Fong Xing coughed and said what he wanted. Ghost sword? As one of the 3 most popular A-level martial arts. Many fighters in the fighting field have mastered it. The most famous ones are Black Sparrow, Iron Hand, and Multi-Arm Sword. Zhang Jiarwei thought for a while and replied, the guests can make an appointment for an equipment fighting match. With these 3 boxers participating, there is a great possibility to see the artistic conception of the ghost sword. But the artistic conception stimulated during this kind of fighting is completely different from that during teaching. Wanting to understand the artistic conception by watching a fight is almost like a fool's dream. Is that so? Very good. Book a fight with 3 people for me recently. Fong Xing took out his black market communicator. Okay. The next one is 2 days later. At 9 o'clock in the evening. Taisho will appear. Zhang Jiarwei checked the information and immediately reported the time and place. Ordinary seats are 5,000 star yuan per person. VIP seats. Just ordinary seats. Fong Xing waved his hand. The prices on the black market were heart-pounding no matter how many times he looked at them. He got an invitation to the fighting arena, wandered around the black market, and then walked towards the new city. In the darkness, a lizard seemed to glance at him, then flicked its tail, went into the sewer, and disappeared quickly. In the sewer, all kinds of pipes crisscrossed, with a pungent smell. The underground pipeline design of the old city had long been buried in the dust of history, and now it had become a mess that no one could explore. In a hidden room, a rough-skinned big hand grabbed the lizard, and a smile appeared in its triangular eyes. Finally, there is a suitable target? You should have a net worth of at least 500,000 star yuan after these moves. Right? To be honest, this level of money can't attract any powerful guys. And it's unlikely that black market guns will be used. And even the capital can't be recovered. But he doesn't mind making a move once. After all, the opponent looks pretty weak. Scavenger. Lance is just an insignificant person in the black market. Even so, he is a warrior at the Jade Realm. He has even awakened a special ability and gained the ability to communicate with some small animals. This time, he set his sights on Fong Xing. Chapter 33 Fighting. Something is wrong. Fong Xing was walking in the ruins of the old city, and his heart suddenly started beating wildly. He turned around suddenly, and saw a dark figure chasing him at the end of his sight. The opponent was extremely fast, and his body movements were amazing. He is a Jade Realm warrior. A Jade Realm warrior from the Federation. And his combat power is definitely higher than that of a congenital warrior. Not only that, he is also wearing a nano-protective suit. Fong Xing's sight fell on the opponent's nano-protective suit, and then began to move up, and saw the opponent's face with a high-nosed bridge and triangular eyes. I can't beat him. And he's chasing me. So he must have bad intentions. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket and secretly tore open a wind control talisman. The next moment, whoosh, a breeze floated and lingered around him, making him feel that the resistance in the air was instantly reduced by half. He jumped lightly, and the whole person suddenly flew over 20 meters. Oops. When the scavenger Lance saw this scene, his eyes widened immediately. I didn't expect it to be a wind-type mutant. That's right. How dare he come to the black market without a few special skills? Fong Xing secretly tore open the talisman in his pocket, and to outsiders, he looked like a wind-type mutant. He didn't dare to neglect it, and accelerated quickly. He fled a long distance, then went into a building and pasted 2 more talismans on himself. Anonymous talisman. Invisibility talisman. It wasn't long before he saw Lance chasing him, and he remembered the appearance of this pursuer firmly in his heart. Then, Lance called a group of mice, as if asking them to search for something. Unfortunately, these mice could not find Fong Xing's trace at all. White male, triangular eyes, can manipulate small animals. I will remember you. Fong Xing gritted his teeth secretly. Now he may not be his opponent, but he should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. For him, it will not take long to become stronger. When the time comes, today's revenge must be avenged. 2 days later, at night, Fong Xing came to the old city again. There is no way. After all, He has to come after spending money. Moreover, this time he is a guest. And the blood cage fighting field should have arrangements. The dividing line between the old city and the new city. A long-abandoned bus stop. When Fangxing came here, he found that many people were already standing here, most of whom were white-collar workers and small businessmen who looked a little excited. Beep! Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of ancient car horns, a yellow bus drove over. This antique has obviously been modified. Iron railings are welded on the windows, and there are barbed wires on the edges. It looks a bit like a prison van for transporting serious criminals. Clang! The bus stopped at the platform, and the door opened with a bang, revealing a middle-aged man in a black suit. He wore sunglasses and had a formal smile on his face. Hello, guests. I am the customer manager of the blood cage fighting arena. Now, please get on the bus and go to the fighting arena to enjoy an exciting night. This bus is boarded with tickets, and you will be safely sit back here after the fight is over. Of course, if you leave the fighting arena on your own, you will not be within our protection. After he explained the rules clearly, he waved his hand. Get on the bus. A young man with yellow hair on his head immediately stepped forward, took out the fighting arena ticket he bought, and got on the bus smoothly. Seeing this scene, other passengers also stepped forward. Fangxing observed silently and lined up in the middle of the team. After getting on the bus, he randomly chose a seat and found that the person sitting next to him was the yellow-haired guy. Is this the black market area? After the car started, the yellow-haired guy looked around with an excited look on his face. I've wanted to come and see it for a long time. I heard that the nightclubs here are very exciting. Yes, it's so exciting that I almost lost my life, thinking of the hunt he suffered 2 days ago. Fangxing interrupted with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Of course, now he is a guest of the fighting arena and is protected by the fighting arena. Even if the attacker has 10 times the courage, he would not dare to come and rob. The blood cage fighting arena can have such a big reputation and monopolize the nearby black boxing market. Naturally, it has a background and is not a vegetarian. Really? Hearing Fangxing words, the yellow-haired guy seemed to be more excited. My name is Hao Qi. What about you? When I go out, I never say my real name. Fangxing closed his eyes and waited silently. Blood cage fighting arena. Compared to the daytime, the blood cage fighting arena now seemed to have come alive, with colorful neon lights flashing everywhere and countless figures gathering. Bunny girls and cat girls wandered around, holding trays with various gambling chips and alcoholic drinks. In the center of the original stadium, it was transformed into a huge arena. Around the arena, there was a hideous iron cage covering it, which was rusty and even had pieces of meat and blood stains hanging on some places. A primitive, wild, bloody breath just hits you in the face. The audience around saw this scene, but it seemed that some kind of wild instinct from ancient times was ignited, and their voices became 3 times louder. Iron Hand's fight is at 9 o'clock. Fangxing held a glass of juice, rejected cat girl's betting proposal, and stood outside the iron cage and observed silently. Good evening, audience. Welcome to the blood cage fighting field. At this time, many searchlights focused on the ring, and a host wearing a white suit and a blood-red rose on his chest appeared. He looked excited, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the audience's eardrums. Good guy. At least he is a rough jade warrior, and he has practiced martial arts such as lion's roar. Fangxing rubbed his ears and heard the host continue. The first to go on stage are Flame and Killer Croc. Come on. Please us with blood. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 sides of the iron cage opened, and a boxer walked in from each side. Lion wore a red cape and had bandages tied around his fists, looking lean and skinny. Killer Croc was a 2-meter-tall black man with dreadlocks on his head and all kinds of tattoos on his body. The fight begins. With a loud shout from the MC, the iron cages on both sides were directly closed. Then, Lion tore off his cape and fiercely collided with Killer Croc. Fists, feet, elbows. The 2 figures seemed to have turned into killing machines, and every part of their bodies could be hiding a terrifying murderous intent. Not very strong. Both are around the 2nd realm, but their actual combat experience is far more than mine. If they are not allowed to use equipment, I may not be able to beat them. Fangxing looked very solemn. Bang! At this moment, he saw Yan's fists go in the middle, and a move of double peaks piercing the ears hit Killer Croc's temple. This punch was obviously very heavy. And Killer Croc, who was like a little giant, lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. A true life and death duel can decide the winner with just a few moves. Fong Xing saw this scene and felt that he had learned a lot. Congratulations. Lion won this fight. Next, it's the audience's choice. Do you want to kill Killer Croc? The MC stood at the edge of the iron cage, his expression becoming more and more fanatical. Those who support the execution of Killer Croc, please raise your right hand. Kill him. Kill this piece of shit. He made me lose a lot of money. Kill. 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 As soon as the MC finished speaking, most people raised their right hands, clenched their fists, and looked crazy. Kill. 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 Amid the roars of many spectators, Lion did not hesitate, grabbed Killer Croc's head, and twisted it hard. Crack. With a sharp sound of fractures, Killer Croc's body fell heavily to the ground. Fong Xing saw this scene, but he couldn't help but remain silent. Damn. Lu Wei and I were almost tempted by the generous rewards and prepared to become black market boxers. Based on our original strength, we would definitely be eliminated in the first round, and we might even be slaughtered for fun. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for the original owner's choice. Next, there were several more fights. Bloody, brutal. There were also various strange martial arts and moves, which opened Fong Xing's eyes. Next, it's the most exciting part of this night's fight. The MC pulled off his bow tie and looked very excited. Let's invite Iron Hand and King Kai. Oh! Everyone cheered together, as if two superstars were on stage. Iron Hand, finally on stage. Fong Xing's expression moved, looking at the iron cage fighting field. On the west side of the fighting field, a sturdy warrior was slowly entering the field. He was naked on the upper body, revealing lean muscles, especially his right arm, which turned out to be a mechanical arm full of science fiction and steel. Mechanical warrior. This Iron Hand is actually a mechanical warrior? Seeing this scene, Fong Xing was thoughtful. Mechanical warriors are a small branch of warriors. Warriors in this system feel that flesh and blood are weak, so they like to use various mechanical prostheses to replace their limbs, even eyes, ears, and internal organs. It can be said that they are all semi-transformed people. The advantages of the system are obvious. As long as you have money, you can crush ordinary warriors in the early stage. Of course, it is a bit hard to say in the later stage. After all, the more organs are replaced, the closer they are to robots. But the Federation can completely manufacture robots by itself. So why does it need this kind of semi-transformed type with many weaknesses? As for the King of Armor, he should be a superpower. And his superpower is the iron skin on the defensive side. Although these two are only in the unpolished Jade realm, their respective bonuses are very powerful, and their strength is extremely strong. There will be a good show to watch. Fong Xing put down the juice cup in his hand and stared at the arena intently. It seems that under the influence of the aura of these two powerful men, the originally noisy blood cage fighting arena has also become quiet. Many people feel a little stuffy, and it is difficult to breathe. The power of the master? Fong Xing seemed to have gained something, and suddenly heard a bang. In the arena, the King of Armor moved first. He shouted, as if he turned into a steel giant, and rushed towards Iron Hand. Chapter 34 Goes Sword. Although his whole body seemed to have turned into steel, the speed of the King of Armor was amazing. Like a breeze, floating in front of Tai Shou in an instant. The next moment, he swept his right leg across, so fast that it seemed to disappear. B-level martial arts shadowless leg. Seeing this scene, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Fong Xing's forehead, because he knew that if the King of Armor used this move, he would definitely not be able to resist. The opponent's legs were too fast, too strong, even the whole thigh seemed to have no leg bones. Bang bang. Facing the King of Armor's leg technique that seemed to blend into the wind, Tai Shou only made a very ordinary move. That is, blocking the right mechanical arm in front of himself. Snap! The next moment, as if the iron whip hit the shield, a violent metal collision sound resounded throughout the ring. The piercing sonic boom made all the spectators feel a tingling pain in their eardrums. Fong Xing was fully focused, watching the two figures constantly changing positions on the ring. Crack! Countless strong winds were overflowing, causing cracks to appear on the edge of the ring. These two Jade-level warriors are the top ones among the Jade-level warriors. Right? Maybe they can challenge some weak 4th-level warriors? A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. I'm tired of your leg skills. The next moment, the mechanical warrior Taisho, who seemed to have been defending and was forced to the corner of the ring, had a ferocious look on his face. Swish! On his mechanical right arm, in the middle of his palm, a blade suddenly appeared. A cold light flashed and fell on the leg whip of the King of Armor, rubbing out a long string of sparks. The King of Armor immediately jumped a distance away and stared at Taisho vigilantly. It appears, Taisho's knife. The MC shouted excitedly. Is this fighting competition serious? One side can actually show its weapon directly. It's too unfair, isn't it? The yellow-haired Haochi waved the betting ticket in his hand. His eyes were a little red. He had bet heavily on the Armor King. Idiot. The Armor King is a superpower. Under his iron skin, his whole body is a weapon. Is he banned? A female white-collar worker next to him sneered. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Haochi was a little guilty at first, but he glanced at the betting ticket in the other party's hand and immediately refused. You who bet on Taisho, don't talk to me. Inside the fighting cage, Taisho raised his right hand blade. Kill. Instantly, Fangxing saw a knife light. This knife light was sharp and pure. It seemed to carry an inexplicable artistic conception. Even if it was just a simulated artistic conception, it was enough to shock every audience. Is this the ghost sword? With a knife in hand, ghosts and gods will not stay. Fangxing's eyes lit up. Isn't this why he came to watch the blood cage fight? Indeed, it's not killing. If you want to say it, it's more like confidence, but it also includes killing. Feeling this artistic conception silently, Fangxing suddenly had more ideas about the entry of the ghost sword. Sure enough, martial arts still needs a good teacher. If there is a teacher who is proficient in the ghost sword to demonstrate it personally, the effect will definitely be better than this. Although he felt the artistic conception in a battle, Fangxing knew that he still couldn't get started with this. At this time, his eyes were attracted by this dazzling and crazy sword light. Just watching, he was captivated. So what about the Armor King facing this sword light? The next moment, Fangxing saw it. King Kai was grinning in the light of the sword. I have known for a long time that your killer move is the ghost sword. But unfortunately, my superpower has just evolved to the second stage. I can resist it. But can you resist my heaven-destroying and earth-destroying leg? Almost at the same time as he spoke, King Kai's skin, which was originally steel-colored, changed again. Under the skin, diamond-shaped scales emerged, like a scale armor, with unparalleled defensive power. Not only that, King Kai himself was like a poisonous dragon, soaring into the sky in the light of the sword. And his legs were like poisonous dragon fangs, falling madly. A mood that was not inferior to the ghost sword emerged, sweeping across the ring with the meaning of extinction. A-level martial arts, heaven-destroying and earth-destroying leg. Oh no! Taisho is going to lose. The female white-collar worker, who spoke before, wailed, and angrily tore up the betting ticket in her hand. Haha. Come on. King Kai. When Huang Mao Haochi saw the scene, he shouted excitedly. Then, Fangxing saw a flash of knife light. This knife light was not very bright, but it was quite pure. It directly cut through countless leg shadows and hit the chest of King Kai heavily. Impossible! King Kai roared, and the black iron scales on his body seemed to gather towards his chest, turning into one heart-protecting mirror after another. But it was useless. No matter how many iron armor scales there were, they were eventually cut open by that knife light. The blade was cold, cutting through the flesh, causing blood to flow, leaving a deep wound on King Kai's chest that could be seen to the bone. The way of the sword is to move forward. Taisho stood in front of the fallen King Kai, with a resolute expression, and said calmly, Ah! The audience screamed like crazy, and the female office worker almost collapsed. Taisho, you donkey. Although you won, I have already torn up the bet ticket. When the yellow-haired Haochi next to him heard this, he suddenly felt much better in his heart, and he felt a lot more pleasing to the eye when he looked at the female office worker. He stepped forward and wanted to say something else, but the female office worker hugged his head and kissed him deeply. Well, this kind of environment is indeed very suitable for venting. Fangxing felt that the surroundings were getting crazier and crazier, and even some customers directly grabbed the bunny girl next to them and started to touch her. He looked at the field again, and found that someone was carrying King Kai off the field. And there was a doctor next to him to treat him. Obviously, for masters of this level, the fighting arena will not deliberately lose them, and hand over the right of life and death to the customers. At least, it must be a real VIP. Fang Xing looked at all this, and suddenly felt a little bored. He walked out of the fighting arena, and prepared to get on the bus, and wait for departure. He didn't have the strength to leave the black market at night. Did the customers enjoy themselves? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Fang Xing turned around, and saw that it was Zhang Jiarui, the meat bun, who was still dressed as a bunny girl with deep purple eyes. What? You're not going to serve the guests? He pointed to the fighting arena, which was now bustling. I'm also serving the guests. Zhang Jiarui licked her lips. Her tongue was short and pink, and inexplicably charming. No. Thank you. Fang Xing waved his hand. Anyway, he didn't plan to get off the bus before reaching the destination. That's a pity. I hope that the performance of Iron Hands tonight will satisfy the guests. Zhang Jiarui got off the bus and walked towards the fighting arena. Fang Xing stared at the other person's back, and suddenly his eyes fixed. A security guard in a black suit was welcoming Zhang Jiarui into the fighting arena, and even bowed slightly, looking very respectful. And that security guard seemed to be the account manager who was responsible for escorting the car before. As if she noticed his gaze, Zhang Jiarui glanced back at the end, revealing a naughty smile. It seems that this meat bun has a complicated background. She even works as a reception girl, playing the role of a pig eating a tiger? Fang Xing closed his eyes, and didn't think much. After all, the blood cage fighting arena has a strong background, and it is not advisable to provoke it easily. But tonight, I finally saw the simulated artistic conception of the ghost sword, and I need to grasp it well. A-level martial arts is through meditation and hypnosis, so that ordinary third-level warriors can simulate a trace of artistic conception in advance. With a knife in hand, ghosts and gods will not stay. First meditate, then hypnotize yourself. Get closer to this artistic conception. When you can slightly simulate the prototype, it should be the entry of the ghost and god knife. Next, you can consider the stage of killing ghosts, killing gods, and fighting ghosts and gods. I have not received the words and deeds of an excellent teacher. I have to watch the battle and explore by myself. I don't know how to use the magic knife yet. It will be very difficult at the beginning. Fang Xing sighed secretly, just as he was trying to figure out the meditation method of the ghost and god knife. Some passengers gradually sat on the bus, all of whom were customers of the fighting field. When the fight is over, they will be sent back to the station where they came today, and then go home, and continue to be social animals tomorrow. Fang Xing looked around and found that many people were missing. It is obvious that these guys were aroused by the fight tonight, and they want to play in the black market next. After all, the entertainment venues here are more exciting than you can imagine. I wonder how many of them can survive until tomorrow. Fang Xing just glanced at it, and stopped thinking about it, looking at the scenery outside the window. Boom! Not long after, the car engine started, and the bus slowly drove away from here. Qinglanfang City. Shed number 57 in Dingxi District. Basement. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and made a strange hand seal with both hands. According to the theory of meditation, the 10 fingers of the hand are the keys to open the mind. So different hand seals often have different effects. Making a seal at this time is helpful for meditation. No thoughts. No ideas. No methods. No thoughts. Gradually, Fang Xing's mind became condensed and his heart was clear. Then, he began to visualize the knife that Iron Hand had swung before. With a knife in hand, no ghosts or gods will stay. Tick! In an instant, his calm heart lake suddenly became turbulent, and the originally clear lake water instantly became dark, and countless distracting thoughts swarmed out. No! Fang Xing opened his eyes, and one of his eyes turned blood red. He forced himself to calm down, and then shook his head, without the control of the devil's nature before the magic knife. I would have a lot of demons in my heart in this first level, and I couldn't pass it at all. Glancing at the attribute panel, he found that, as usual, there were no extra columns, which made Fang Xing very helpless. If you can't even go up to the attribute column, and there is no blood bar, then you really can't grind. Chapter 35 Solution. Alas! Fang Xing opened the door inside. The difficulty in getting started with the ghost sword means that the combat power cannot increase dramatically in the near future. And there is really not much sense of security. What's more, the revenge in the little notebook cannot be avenged yet. Brother Fong. At this time, Meng Yi from next door just came out and greeted him immediately. I haven't seen you for a long time. I saw that the monster bird was powerful before, so I chose to hide in seclusion. I wonder how it went later. Fong Xing asked directly without any embarrassment. The monster bird has already been captured by the ancestor of the Zheng family. The foundation building cultivator's action is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that Brother Fong didn't see the scene at that time. Meng Yi answered with some lingering feelings. I think you are not excited to see the foundation building cultivator take action, but excited about the big gains from the robbery. Right? Fong Xing, who saw the scene, couldn't help but complain in his heart. When they met the demon bird that day, Meng Yi asked his wife to hide in the market, and he rushed out excitedly. He was definitely not going to help shoot the bird, but to pick up bargains. He chatted with Meng Yi for a few more words, and then talked about martial arts. After all, there are many advantages in the other world. Combining the strengths of the two worlds is the wonderful use of his golden finger. Oh! So Brother Fong is practicing a magic skill, but is trapped by distracting thoughts and evil thoughts? Meng Yi looked normal. After all, he is also a warrior, and he has practiced some secular so-called magic skills, so he has no prejudice against this. Brother Ming, do you have any ideas? Fong Xing's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Yi's expression, and he said sincerely, please teach me. Haha. You must know that most of our martial arts are extremely crude in the eyes of immortal cultivators. Even the magic skills that dominate the martial arts world are the same. Meng Yi laughed and said, the inner demons of immortal cultivators are much more terrifying than the distracting thoughts we encounter when practicing magic skills. It is even rumored that when high-level immortal cultivators break through the realm, there will be extraterritorial demons that will become entities and come to block the way. Therefore, immortal cultivators have more experience in dealing with such situations than us. Whether it is practicing special skills or searching for related elixirs and magic tools, they all have certain effects. Brother Fong can go and search for them, and there should be gains. After all, we are just warriors. The elixirs and magic tools that can work on chi training cultivators, even those that are not so effective on chi training cultivators, are enough for us. So immortal cultivators are best at dealing with such situations? Thank you. Fong Xing bowed and went to the market immediately. Of course, he would not completely believe Meng Yi's words, so he was going to ask someone else. That old man Ding Bus Han is a good candidate. A few hours later, King Danfeng. Fong Xing looked up at the plaque and the green leaf mark, and strode into it. He had just gone to Ding Bus Han and asked some questions in a roundabout way in the name of buying spiritual rice. According to this mid-stage chi training cultivator, there are indeed many ways for cultivators to deal with inner demons, but most of them are not what ordinary chi training cultivators can dream of. As for warriors, that goes without saying, but Fong Xing is still ready to give it a try. The secret technique of the immortal cultivators, the special magic weapon to protect the soul. I can't use it even if I am given it. It's just bullying me because I don't have spiritual roots. Besides, it's hard to find this kind of thing, and the price is very expensive. As for the talisman, there is a kind of calming talisman that is particularly suitable for this situation. Unfortunately, it requires at least innate true chi to perform it. The only thing left to try is the elixir. While thinking, Fong Xing looked at the welcoming girl. He was lucky. This time he met a girl he met for the first time in Qinglin Market. She had a good personality. What kind of elixir do you need? Guest? The girl smiled sweetly. For warriors, to deal with distracting thoughts when practicing martial arts. Fong Xing stated his request. After hearing this, the girl pondered for a while. For the guest's situation, only the calming pill in our store is more suitable. This pill can slightly increase the spiritual awareness of the cultivators in the chi training period and has the effect of clarifying the mind. But, as for the price, everything is easy to talk about. How many spirit stones do you want? Fong Xing looked like he didn't lack spirit stones. In fact, it was true. After all, he had a drone to collect herbs. Even if he was short of spirit stones, he could just take more herbs to sell. Moreover, due to the recent beast tide, the danger of going out to collect herbs increased greatly, and the price of spirit medicine increased a lot. Fong Xing could still easily take out dozens of spirit stones now, if he hadn't needed the Ningxin pill. He would have bought a Sciention pill first to stock up. I just don't know if the pills in the world of immortal cultivation have a shelf life. The Ningxian pill used to be sold at 30 spirit stones per bottle. But now the Ningxian pill in our store is out of stock. The girl smiled apologetically. What? Out of stock? Fong Xing was slightly surprised. Why is that? To refine the tranquilizing flower, you need a magical medicine called Huan Xianlan. Originally, the store could occasionally receive a few plants. But now the beast tide is rampant. And Huan Xianlan has high requirements for the place where it grows. Most of them are deep in the wilderness. And no herb collectors can go there. So they are naturally out of stock. The girl explained seriously, maybe after the beast tide, customers can come and have a look. Thank you. But I haven't asked for your name yet? Fong Xing was a little disappointed and was about to leave. But looking at the girl, he still felt that it would be good to build a good relationship with her. After all, he now appeared with his real face. If he wanted to explore the potential of this world as much as possible, it was also important to manage every relationship well. Cultivating immortals is not just about fighting and killing. My name is Xiao Rui. The girl smiled like a flower. Next time you come, you can just say you are looking for me. Okay. I remember. Fong Xing nodded seriously. Although he knew this, Fong Xing was still a little reluctant to give up. After all, although the Ningxian pill was not available in the pill shop, there might be some stocks that had been sold before, and they might also be sold at the stall. But after a look, he gave up a little. As for the character of casual cultivators, they basically swallowed the pills that were beneficial to their cultivation to increase their strength. And there were few left. Moreover, even if there were 1 or 2 pills on the casual cultivator stalls, Fong Xing might not dare to use them. You have to buy enough at one time, and then ask the mice to do a test, and then try it. Right? Of course. It would be better if the original jade bottle was not opened. If the pills on the casual cultivator stalls were bulk goods of unknown origin, they would definitely be much cheaper than the unopened genuine goods. There were very few stalls selling pills in Qinglin Market. Among the 4 arts of cultivating immortals, the art of alchemy ranked second. And it was not only difficult to inherit, but also the consumption was terrifying. Basically, there will be no casual cultivators who would go to great lengths to assist in the cultivation of alchemy. Even if there are 1 or 2 alchemists, they are specialized in 1 or 2 kinds of elixirs, which is very niche. In fact, their competitiveness is often not as good as that of large elixir shops. Because of this, stalls selling elixirs are very rare. Fong Xing searched for a long time before finding a few stalls, and there were only a few elixirs on them. May I ask if there are any tranquilizing pills for sale here? He came to a stall, and the stall owner was an old man with a bun made of ebony on his head and a robe with a shining aura. Hearing Fong Xing question, the old man's eyes lit up and smiled. Dao, you really asked the right person. There are very few channels for tranquilizing pills in this market, and I am one of them. Oh, you have tranquilizing pills? How much do you sell them for? Fong Xing became excited. It's still in the furnace. The old man stroked his beard, looking like a Taoist master. Fong Xing turned around and left. Hey, wait a minute. Little brother. The old Taoist priest immediately jumped up. Listen to me. I am indeed an alchemist. I got the recipe of the Ningxian pill in my early years. I have a 60% to 70% chance of making the pill. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around for my name. Wan Feng Lin. Fong Xing paused for a moment. So, do you have any pills? This. Master Wan Dan smiled. I and several other Taoist friends have worked together to gather the materials for several furnaces of Ningxian pills. The only missing ingredient is Huanxinlin. It's the same as not saying anything. Fong Xing continued to turn his head. Why are you so anxious? Little brother? I have already found a place where Huan Xianlan grows. But it is a little dangerous there. With a group of purple-winged scorpions entrenched there, I am preparing to invite fellow Taoists to get rid of this scourge. By then, Huan Xianlan will be sufficient. And Ningxian Dan will be within easy reach? Then I will buy it when you refine the elixir. The price is negotiable. Fong Xing nodded and looked at the old man deeply. Hey, do you want to help? If it works, I can reduce a lot of expenses. Master Wan Dan tried to speak. I am just a postnatal warrior. What can I do to help? Fong Xing sneered, turned around and left without hesitation. The old man looked at Fong Xing back, trying to keep him. But he couldn't say it, so he could only sigh. He continued to set up the stall. selling some low-level pills such as the Bigu pill, until sunset, then slowly closed the stall and returned to his shed. Master Wandan did not notice that in the corner of the shed, a beetle the size of a fingernail had appeared, lying quietly there. Because of its small size, it was more like a dead object, without any spiritual energy. This beetle-shaped monitor, in Fangxing view, is simply a magical weapon. Today, the old man's whereabouts are a bit suspicious. After all, if he is just selling pills, he should be allowed to come back in a few days. What the hell is it to win over a postnatal warrior? Unless the other party knows that he is not simple. Therefore, Fangxing immediately sent out the beetle eavesdropper after leaving. The old man returned to the shed, first meditated to rest, and then swallowed a Bigu pill, and then came to the workshop next to it to process some medicinal materials. Everything looked very normal. It was not until late at night that there was a knock on the door. 3 long and 2 short. The old man immediately got up and went to open the door. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a figure. "You're here?" When the old man saw the person coming, a hint of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 36 Purple-Winged Scorpion. Brother Juan. Why is that? The man is quite old. And more importantly, Fangxing knows him. He is Chen Yi, the leader of the 5 righteous men of Sanshan. He was surprised to see Master Juan's expression. Master Juan snorted, "Today, you saw that kid looking for the tranquilizing pill in the market and informed me. I did what you said and sent an invitation. But that kid ignored me and made me lose face. How should I compensate him?" Chen Yi was speechless. But he also knew that Master Wan Fenglin was stingy and liked to take advantage of others. The key point is, he really couldn't afford to offend a master. So he smiled bitterly and bowed. "It's my fault. I will definitely apologize to Brother Juan in the future." "No need to apologize. But the share of spiritual medicine for this operation needs to be changed." Wan Fenglin's dagger was revealed. I have to discuss this with my forsworn brothers." Chen Yi showed a hint of hesitation. "Humph. I still don't understand why you want to win over a postnatal warrior. He doesn't look like a genius in cultivating immortals." Wan Fenglin was a little curious. "Alas, this person has a mysterious origin. I didn't want to provoke him, but he recently lived next to my 4th brother and 5th sister. I can only test him. Brother Juan, don't underestimate this person. He has at least one blood-refined magic weapon." Chen Yi sighed. "That's why I think this person can be of great use in this operation. But I didn't expect. This person doesn't seem to care much about the tranquilizing pill. Blood-refined magic weapon?" Wan Fenglin's greed flashed in his heart. And then he said, "That's a pity. This person should be of great help in dealing with the purple-winged scorpion. As for whether he wants to make friends or kill people for money, it is unknown." Even Wan Fenglin believed that Chen Yi and he had the same idea now. No one is a fool if they can survive as casual cultivators. If that kid really has a great background, then they will worship him and flatter him, hoping that something good will come out of his fingers. If he has no scruples and falls into danger while hunting monsters, then there is no need to hesitate to add insult to injury. "It seems that Brother Juan is ready to take action soon?" Chen Yi said with bright eyes when he heard this. "Of course. Not to mention that the blooming period of the Huanqin orchid is about to end. Even if it is just the purple-winged scorpion, the scorpion venom produced is also a good material for alchemy. How can Juan give up?" Wan Fenglin glanced at Chen Yi deeply. "I have heard of the great name of the Sanshan 5 righteousness for a long time. This time it depends on you." Okay. Chen Yi agreed and turned to leave. Wan Fenglin watched Chen Yi leave, slowly sat down and tasted the spiritual tea. The beetle was motionless, like a dead thing. Anyway, Fangxing was not afraid of losses, so he directly ordered to hide. Half an hour later, another figure pushed the door open and entered, Master Wan Xian. When Wan Fenglin saw the person coming, a smile flashed across his face. "These cultivators, 6 of them have 7 minds." In the shed, in the basement, Fangxing looked at the surveillance cameras, and a speechless expression appeared on his face. Because in addition to the alchemist Wan Fenglin who was plotting, Chen Yi immediately rushed to another place after leaving Wan Fenglin's residence, and was surprisingly plotting with other cultivators. Although he was afraid that the cultivators would find out, Fangxing ordered the monitored hummingbird not to get close. But he knew what they were plotting after thinking about it. "Fortunately, I didn't agree to go. Otherwise, I might not be able to play tricks with such a group of old men." As for now, give me gold coins one by one. Fang Xing felt that he had always acted cautiously, and the most important thing was to know himself. At least there is a certain order in the market. With a golden finger that can shuttle between the two worlds, you can always get ahead slowly. If you go out of the market to take risks for a bottle of elixir, you are too stupid. The son of a rich man should not sit in the hall. The white dragonfish is asking for trouble. Therefore, he was not moved at all. For Fang Xing, the worst case is that he can't get the elixir and can't get started with the ghost sword. If so, he can slow down his plans at most, and then wait until the next semester to go to teacher Xiao Long to learn crazy 18 strikes, which is still an A-level martial arts. At most, it will delay his own practice, but he can still be admitted to a good university in the future, which is enough. If he encounters danger this time, or even dies, it will be the worst loss. This alchemist, as well as the 5 righteous men of Sangshan, and the people behind them, are really interesting. For a little monster material and a few Huangxinlin, they can calculate to this extent. The cultivators in this world are really hard. Fang Xing sighed and prepared to watch the show. Although he did not leave the market, he still had the courage to arrange a few drones to follow him secretly. The next day, Fang Xing stood in the courtyard surrounded by a fence, silently practicing the 12 styles of military boxing. At some point, a little kid was lying next to him, his eyes sparkling. "Uncle, are you practicing martial arts?" "Zijin, how can you be so unruly?" Mengyi pulled his son aside. The boy was very timid at first, but since he ate someone else's barbecue, he wanted to run to the neighbor's house every day, which was really worrying. He looked at Fang Xing and smiled apologetically. Fang Xing ignored him, and his blood and qi circulated throughout his body. Every move seemed to be full of power. He circulated his blood and qi throughout his body, gradually from his skin to his bones. After finishing a set of moves, he looked at the attribute column. 12 styles of military boxing, 61 out of 100, proficient. The proficiency has increased again. Not bad. Since the ghost sword was difficult to get started, Fang Xing still put most of his energy on military boxing. To this day, this martial art has made rapid progress. This may be because he has been promoted to the second level of martial arts. Many obscure aspects of military boxing seem to be clear now. The higher the level, the easier it is to practice martial arts. As for the problem of being seen, not to mention the contempt of martial arts by martial artists here. If the martial arts of the Blue Star Federation can be mastered by watching and practicing a few times, then teachers like Xiao Long would have been unemployed long ago. "Brother Ming." Fang Xing saw Mengyi and greeted him. "Are you ready to go out?" "No. Just going out to set up a stall." Mengyi waved his hand and said casually, "My wife is taking Zijin with her. And I, the head of the family, have to go out to get some spiritual sand." "I see. I wish you a prosperous business." Fang Xing sincerely wished, but in his heart, he complained that the other party was lying. According to the surveillance outside his house, Shen Yusen sneaked out in the middle of the night. Obviously, the 5 heroes of Sangshan and the alchemist were preparing to go out and pick Huangxinlin. But Mengyi deliberately acted to deceive me. Obviously, he was worried about his neighbor. But it was normal. In this world where people are so cunning, if you don't pay attention, you will die without even your bones left. Fang Xing understood this and watched Mengyi go away. Meng Zijin returned home and closed the doors and windows, looking very well behaved. She is so sensible that it makes people feel pitiful. Fang Xing sighed in his heart, returned to his basement, and looked at the monitoring screen. In the wilderness, beetles, lizards, and hummingbird-shaped drones were ready to go. Although I won't go, I will watch the whole battle and cheer for you. Deep in the wilderness, a few hummingbirds flew through the jungle. Through their small eyes, you can vaguely see the traces of a team of immortal cultivators moving forward. Fang Xing looked at the screen on the surveillance screen and nodded silently. They are all a bunch of noobs. They can't even find my hummingbird drone. But it's not their fault. After all, it's a reconnaissance method beyond cognition. People can't make money beyond their cognition. So naturally they can't find enemies beyond their cognition. According to his experience in the Xiuxian market, he now has a better understanding of Xiuxian. Most of the cultivators in the Qi training period don't have spiritual consciousness, and can't project their spiritual consciousness to lock the enemy. What they have is spiritual consciousness, which can only look inward and read jade slips at the same time. Although this kind of spiritual consciousness ability has made Fang Xing a poor warrior envious. Being able to look inward and see clearly represents absolute control over the body. For a warrior, it is the posture of a peerless genius. Even so, if the spiritual consciousness cannot be projected, it is difficult to find small enemies in the distance. Not to mention, in the concept of immortal cultivators, even the smallest puppets should be controlled by mana and carry mana fluctuations. And the simulators of the Interstellar Era obviously don't have any mana fluctuations, and even don't have the slightest breath. So they are easily overlooked. Their destination. Fang Xing ordered a hawk-shaped drone to fly high, and saw a valley more than 10 miles ahead. The valley was extremely steep, and the black stones on the cliffs exuded a golden and iron luster, as if they were cut by a knife and an axe. There was only a rugged path to enter. It was called a path, but it was actually just a gap in the canyon. And there were many strange dangers. It should be here. A hawk landed and saw that the valley was shrouded in mist. It was about to approach, and suddenly heard a rustling sound. Then, a purple shadow flashed, and the hawk-shaped drone fell from midair. Chi-chi. The wreckage of the drone fell to the ground, and immediately made a hissing sound of corrosion. All the simulated bird feathers fell off, and even the mechanical skeleton was covered with tiny sparks, and began to dissolve. The last screen image transmitted was only a purple scorpion shadow. Purple-winged scorpion? What a powerful poison! Fang Xing mobilized the computer computing power to restore the blurred image, and saw a purple scorpion the size of a wash basin. It had wings on its back, and its whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of purple armor, and it disappeared in flight. Purple-winged scorpion. A first-level middle-grade demon beast. An adult can rival a cultivator in the middle stage of chi training. Has a strong poison. Likes to live in groups. Once encountered, even a cultivator in the late stage of chi training dare not easily provoke. Fang Xing silently recited the basic information of the purple-winged scorpion, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. Master Wan Dan. Sanshan 5 Righteousness. Come on. Chapter 37 Yellow Bird. Outside the valley, Shin Yusin raised her hand and swung her sword. A sword beam flew out, cutting a small snake covered in jade into 2 pieces. Emerald snake? Snake gall is worth a spiritual sand. This sister is really lucky. We will definitely return victorious this time. Seeing this, Hua Feiyue immediately laughed and twisted her slender waist to collect resources from the jade snake. Wan Fenglin Wandanchi looked at Hua Feiyue's slender waist and towering hips, and couldn't help but smile. Brother Chen is so lucky. If this woman is right in my eyes, she should be charming and coquettish. I and my sworn brothers and sisters are loyal to each other. Chen Yi's expression did not change. Chen Hantian followed behind Chen Yi, carrying a huge iron hammer, but glanced at his second sister. His eyes were also a little intoxicated. Meng Yi didn't notice the subtle atmosphere, but lagged behind the team a few steps and grabbed Shin Yusin's right hand. You seem to be a little uneasy. Normally, you won't let the little snake get within 7 steps of you. I'm worried about Zijin. Shin Yusin replied with a wry smile. He's fine. There is a law enforcement team in the market. Besides, didn't we tell him not to go out? Relying on the talismans left behind. It's not a problem to protect himself. The market has its own order. At least the act of breaking into the house and killing people by force should not happen before the Qinxian sex law enforcement team is dead. Right? I specifically told Zijin not to trust the people next door, and nothing serious should happen. Shin Yusin also murmured. Now that we have arrived at the 5 Scorpion Valley, we can go back as soon as we finish our work. Meng Yi comforted his wife. A group of 6 people entered the deep valley. The weakest among them were innate warriors. They had amazing body skills and easily passed through several natural dangers and entered the valley entrance. Be careful. There is poisonous fog here. Why don't you take some anti-poison pills first? Master Wan Dan handed over a jade bottle. Thank you. Chen Yi took it with a smile, swallowed a pill, and then handed it to Hua Feiyue. After everyone took the pill, Master Wan Dan said, there are many purple-winged scorpions living here. Let's follow the previous plan. Okay. Chen Yi nodded, took out a small flag, and handed it to everyone. We have practiced this set of small maze formations. When the time comes, you should pay attention to your steps and continue to inject innate true energy, which should be able to trap the purple-winged scorpion. Don't worry, big brother. Hua Feiyue threw a coquettish eye and took it with a smile. Not long after, A layer of hazy white fog emerged at the mouth of the valley, gradually merging with the mist in the mountains, and it was no longer possible to distinguish them. Crack! Crack! A monkey-like puppet suddenly walked out of the mist. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with arms over the knees, and various spiritual patterns flashing on its body, emitting powerful mana fluctuations. At this time, the puppet monkey suddenly beat its chest, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Puff! A yellowish-brown beam of light emerged from its mouth and rushed into the valley. Buzz! The terrifying sound of wings vibrating sounded, and several purple scorpion shadows emerged and rushed towards the puppet. The monkey puppet immediately screamed and fled backwards. The purple-winged scorpion chased closely, and the two sides chased and fled. And soon they broke into the maze array. The purple-winged scorpions disappeared as soon as they entered the small maze array, and only the flashing of magic spirits and the occasional explosions were heard. After a while, a slightly broken monkey puppet came out again and went to lure the purple-winged scorpion. Not bad. You can actually use puppetry? Fong Xing looked at this scene and was very excited. After all, formations and puppetry are quite rare. Of course, these people are not formation masters and puppeteers, but bought formations and puppets. But it is enough to see that they have invested a lot of money, comparing ordinary monsters with immortal cultivators under the same strength. Immortal cultivators are better after all. Immortal cultivators can use tools and strategies. Fong Xing only took a few glances and knew that if they continued to lure like this, the purple-winged scorpion group would definitely be helpless and could only be wiped out. Gradually, as one purple-winged scorpion after another was killed, the mist covering the valley dissipated a lot. In the misty haze, a spiritual lake in the center of the valley can be vaguely seen. At the edge of the lake, there are several strange orchids, which are covered with fluorescent light. Some of them have bloomed and exude a mysterious fragrance. You can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary orchids. More importantly, next to the Huanqin orchid, there is a purple-winged scorpion lying. This purple-winged scorpion is the size of a millstone, and its entire body looks like a piece of purple crystal. The translucent armor reflects colorful colors in the sun. At this time, the purple-winged scorpion king also found that something was wrong. It vibrated its wings and turned into a purple stream of light, leading the remaining purple-winged scorpions to the valley entrance. Oh no! This purple-winged scorpion king is not right. At least it is a first-class upper-grade demon insect, which can rival a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. In the small maze array, Master Wan Dan, who was waving a small flag, saw this scene and his face changed immediately. Let's fight. Let it enter the array. Chinny gritted his teeth. What about a first-grade top-grade demon insect in the array? We may win if we join forces. Before he finished speaking, the purple stream of light had already rushed into the small maze array. Purple poisonous mists appeared instantly and enveloped it, as if corroding the original white mist. Mei and other innate warriors changed their faces and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling that the innate true energy in their bodies was flowing away at a speed 10 or dozens of times faster than before. Now, it seems to be a good opportunity. But the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. I'd better be a boy. Fong Xing, who was far away in Qinglin Market, saw this group of people fighting so hard, but a strange expression appeared on his face. Boom! A few minutes later, a flash of fire appeared on the surveillance screen, and then the small maze array exploded. The thick fog dissipated, revealing the figures of San Shangui and Wan Danqi, although they all looked very embarrassed. Hua Feiyue and Shen Yusin clothes were stained with blood, but the purple-winged scorpion king, which was as big as a millstone, had already fallen to the ground. How many spirit stones does a first-grade top-grade demon insect cost? There are also other demon insect materials. And Huangxinlin. I'm rich. Mengyi looked at his wife's injuries and pressed a few acupoints for her to stop bleeding. Seeing the scorpion corpses on the ground, his breathing became a little heavy. After this job, we could all rent a stall in the market. In the future, we will not have to do this bloody business. And we can also train Zijin. Yes. A loving smile appeared on Shen Yusin's pale face. The next moment, her and Mengyi's smiles froze on their faces. Third brother. You? In their sight, Chen Hongtian had a grim smile on his face, and the iron hammer at his hand smashed towards the eldest brother Chen Yi. Dang! A golden light appeared on Chen Yi's body, turning into a golden bell. The black iron hammer hit the golden bell, and the innate true energy was agitated, causing the golden bell to roar loudly. Golden bell cover talisman? Chen Hantian missed the attack and immediately flew back. The iron hammer weighing hundreds of pounds was impenetrable under his dance, like a dark light curtain, protecting himself firmly. You have been prepared? Third brother. You really colluded with Wan Fenglin. Chen Yi looked distressed. Third brother. Why? Hua Feiyue was originally seriously injured, and now he quickly retreated, looking at the fourth brother and fifth sister, who were also at a loss, and secretly moved away a little distance. The situation has changed suddenly, and no one can be trusted now. Why? Chen Hantian glanced at Hua Feiyue greedily and sneered. Of course, it's because this old man relies on his status as a cultivator to take the lion's share every time. Why? A man who knows the current situation is a hero. I think you should just surrender obediently. Wan Fenglin looked confident. Fellow Taoist Hua. What do you think? My slave. Hua Feiyue's face, which had lost blood, showed a trace of sadness, and she looked particularly pitiful. But before she could say anything, a layer of black air suddenly surged up. Oh no! You actually poisoned me? The anti-poison pill from before? Yes. It is the anti-poison pill. Wan Fenglin laughed. How does the pill specially made by this alchemist taste? He looked at Mengyi and his wife, and found that the two innate warriors were even worse and had collapsed to the ground. But when he turned his eyes and saw Chen Yi, he was suddenly startled again. The other party was full of energy. His face was ruddy, and he didn't look poisoned at all. At this time, he took out several attack talismans, and the magic power in his hand surged. Not good. He subconsciously crushed the talismans in his hand, and a golden light protected himself firmly. But the next moment, roar! Accompanied by the roar of a tiger, a pitch-black tiger-headed broadsword suddenly emerged from the dense forest, pulled out a blade of several feet long, and chopped heavily on the golden light. Wan Fenglin's expression changed drastically. Tiger-headed knife? Black Tiger Gang standard magic weapon? You actually defected to the Black Tiger Gang? In the jungle, a strong man wearing a black robe with a ferocious tiger head embroidery on his chest walked out slowly, with a ferocious smile on his face. Master Wan Dan. Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang is polite. Our Black Tiger Gang wants to invite Master Wan Dan to be a guest official. Why has Master Wan Dan refused? Seeing this scene, Chen Hantian knew something was wrong, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Fu Qing was stuck at the entrance of the valley, leaving him no way to escape. What's more, the other party was a great master in the late stage of Qi training, although he was not as good as the four great elders who founded the Black Tiger Gang. He was also very powerful. Ahem. I'm just considering it. Now I think it's good to be a guest of the Black Tiger Gang. Wan Fenglin coughed and suddenly raised his hand. Two black beads that looked like pills shot out. Is that pill thunder? Fu Qing's eyes jumped, and he saw one of the pills exploded suddenly. The purple-red thunder and fire instantly hit the tiger-headed sword, blowing the magic weapon away heavily, and making a mournful cry. He knew something was wrong, so he turned around immediately, slapped his waist again, and a black tortoise-shell-like shield emerged and blocked him firmly. Finally they started fighting. In the monitoring room, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Then it's my turn. Chapter 38 Results. The entrance to the canyon. Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang was controlling a tortoiseshell shield and a tiger head knife. Two magic weapons, one for attack and one for defense, and was entangled with Wan Fenglin, who took out a magic weapon that looked like a pill cauldron. Both of them were cultivators. Fu Qing was at a higher level, but Wan Fenglin was an alchemist after all, and had a rich family. In addition to the previous pill thunder, he actually took out a stack of first-level top-grade talismans. Countless talismans flashed and turned into wind blades, golden arrows, boulders and other attacks, which actually restrained Fu Qing firmly, and he seemed to be at ease. Third brother. I will clean up the door today. Chen Yi looked at the battlefield, and his face was extremely gloomy when he looked at Chen Hantian, and a green wind blade appeared in his hand. Brother. We are brothers in this life. Are you really going to do it? Chen Hantian roared, and hurriedly injected his innate true energy into a defensive talisman, and the two also fought together. Generally speaking, innate masters are at most equivalent to cultivators in the early stages of Qi training, and only the best innate peak warriors can barely compare with cultivators in the middle stages of Qi training. Therefore, Qin Hantian knew that he was no match for his eldest brother, and all he had to do at this time was to delay. Hua Feiyue, Mengyi and Shen Yusen, who fell to the ground, were looking at the battlefield while circulating their innate true qi to expel the poison, with some confusion on their faces. Why? Things turned out like this? How did the situation develop? The third brother betrayed, and the eldest brother even kept them in the dark. Mengyi felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. But Hua Feiyue frowned, thinking about whether he could survive. No one noticed that there was an eagle in the sky above the canyon, where the mist had dissipated. It circled twice, and suddenly dived, like a pitch-black arrow. Whoosh! The next moment, the falcon rushed to the lake, stretched out its claws, and grabbed a Huang Xinlin. What a beast! When Master Wan Den saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot. However, Fu Qing was right in front of him, and he couldn't get his hand away at all. Not to mention that the falcon flew too fast and was too far away. Several cultivators could only watch it leave. Boom! The next moment, although several cultivators were still hostile, they all moved into the valley at the same time. If the spoils they had finally obtained were taken away by irrelevant beasts again, they would vomit blood. Qinglin Market. Fang Xing pretended to carry a basket on his back, dressed like a herbalist going out. As a resident of the market, there is rent pressure every month. Many innate warriors find it difficult to survive in the market. They can only sign a contract to sell themselves and go to the nearby spiritual fields to be tenant farmers. Those who can stay either have a skill or want to fight for their lives. They often have to go out to pick herbs and hunt monsters. There are many benefits to living in the market. Not only safety and order, but also the concentration of spiritual energy. Nourished by spiritual energy, not only can the cultivation of internal functions progress rapidly, but also prolong life. Fang Xing's spiritual stones are of course enough to pay the rent, but it is also quite eye-catching. Besides, Huan Xinlan will arrive soon. Therefore, he decided to go out to the temporary camp. Many spiritual medicines picked by drones in recent times are also stored in the temporary camp, so they can be taken together. When he came to the entrance of the market, he saw many warriors. Most of them were like him, dressed as if they were about to go into the mountains, and even face the tragic and heroic spirit of life and death. After all, the beast tide is rampant now. Once you go deep into the wilderness, you are simply playing with your life. Alas, Song Laozi is also dead. Seeing several warriors carrying a corpse back, the people around felt sympathetic. At this time, a warrior saw Fang Xing and immediately came over. This little brother is also a herbalist. Do you know that the outside world is more dangerous now? A large number of monsters have noticed that this place is densely populated, and they have migrated to the Qinglin Mountains, simply treating this place as a hunting ground. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Fang Xing sighed. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Yes, that makes sense. The warrior's eyes lit up. How about we work together? No need. Fang Xing waved his hand, with an expression of keep away from strangers, and used his body skills to quickly get into the dense forest. With the high-altitude reconnaissance of drones, he is unlikely to encounter danger. But there is also danger. Therefore, he can't help but be careful. Of course, Fang Xing doesn't need to run directly to the temporary camp. He only needed to walk out of Qinglin Market, avoid other people's eyes, and then he could collect the gift of nature brought by the drone. Strictly speaking, the danger was not great. He only went out for half an hour, and he returned with a basket full of herbs. Of course, for disguise, it was covered with a layer of debris. And because of the lesson of the old man with the pipe at the beginning, the smell of medicinal herbs was specially processed. When Fang Xing walked into the market with the basket on his back, he happened to see that the warrior who had spoken to him before had become a corpse, and even most of it was mutilated. This is, alas, their team is unlucky. They didn't go far before they ran into a fire element jackal. Listening to the discussion of the nearby warriors and looking at the charred marks on the man's incomplete wound, Fang Xing shook his head. Huh? Didn't this brother just go out? A warrior saw Fang Xing and glanced at his basket casually. He saw the plant roots disguised on it and couldn't help but sneered. So brother didn't go out to collect herbs, but dug up potato roots to fill his stomach? Alas, in this world now, let alone spiritual rice, ordinary rice is almost unaffordable. Fang Xing sighed and walked away in the disdainful eyes of everyone. Room 57. Dingzy. Fang Xing glanced and found that the door of the next room was still closed. Only when a sound was heard. And I would carefully check through the crack of the door. Like a pitiful little beast. Alas, it's also a poor little guy. Fang Xing ignored Meng Zijin, closed the door, and went to the basement. Throwing the top layer of the sweet potato rhizome aside, he saw the full of medicinal materials inside. Every plant that was lost would make the innate warriors jealous. Especially that Huangxinlin. This orchid is beautiful like a dream. With a layer of luster on the stems, leaves and petals. Just a light sniff. Fang Xing actually felt a little tipsy and confused. As if drunk. It's really a good thing. As long as you take it to King Danfeng and entrust it to be refined, there will be no problem to get Ning Shindan. But this spiritual medicine was robbed by me. And there are one Danqi and the Black Tiger gang watching behind. Will King Danfeng keep it secret for me? Although King Danfeng has a good reputation, Fang Xing is still a little hesitant. At this time, he opened the monitoring log to check the follow-up of the Sanshan 5 heroes. Master Wan Dan and Fu Qing. Huh? In the picture, Ming Yi was pierced through the chest by a tiger-headed knife. But he pushed his wife Shen Yusen hard. In Shen Yusen's hand, there was still a Huanqing orchid. Huh? This is a mess. Fang Xing, who saw the end, barely sorted out what happened. Chen Yi had a backup plan and was not poisoned. After Hua Feiyue and the other two were detoxified, they quickly joined the battle. Wan Fenglin was only an alchemist after all, and his fighting power was insufficient. Chen Hantian was only an innate warrior, and was besieged by the remaining 4 warriors and died on the spot. Seeing that things were not going well, Wan Fenglin cast a life-saving talisman and escaped successfully. It seemed that the winners were Fu Qing of the Black Tiger gang and the 4 warriors of Sanshan. But when dividing the spoils, Chen Yi took the lead and attacked Fu Qing. Hua Feiyue and the other 2 had no choice but to help. And then Meng Yi was stabbed through the heart and died. Before he died, he created an opportunity to let Shen Yusen take the harvest away. Fu Qing was first consumed by Wan Fenglin, and then attacked by Chen Yi, and besieged by several innate warriors. He did not dare to fight, and directly took the bulk of the harvest and left. A herb-collecting operation finally came to an end. But 2 innates died. The remaining few were basically all injured. How miserable it was. The treasure hunt and exploration in the world of immortal cultivation is really dangerous. Don't participate in such inexplicable activities in the future. Fang Xing silently warned himself, and then started steaming rice, cooking, and grilling meat. With the superior spiritual environment and spiritual rice and monster meat supply in the market, he insisted on practicing martial arts every day. In addition, the continuous increase of various data in the attribute column gave him a pleasure of fighting monsters and upgrading in the game of his previous life. It was simply a bit unstoppable. Night. Fang Xing was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry next to him. Dad! Woo! I want Daddy. Is it Meng Zijin? Are they back? They are so slow. He lay on the bed and turned over. Well, I asked too much. After all, they can't fly back directly. They have to avoid many dangerous places on the way. Although he knew what happened, it would undoubtedly be strange to come to the door at this time. Therefore, Fang Xing stretched his waist, waited for 3 seconds, and let a ball of silver light wrap himself. He chose to go back to the Eagle Star to sleep. It must be said that the security of the Blue Star Federation is still good. Except for the evil god believers. It is usually very safe. Living in such an environment, even sleeping is better than Qinglin Market. If he hadn't coveted the spiritual environment of the market, he would probably have rested here all the time. The next day, Qinglin Market. Fang Xing walked out of the house and saw a long white flag erected outside the shed next to him. This is the local funeral custom. A white banner is erected at the door of the house, indicating that a relative has passed away. He walked over and saw that the center of the shed had been converted into a mourning hall, with a memorial tablet and clothes. Obviously, Meng Yi's body was not retrieved. After all, Shen Yusen escaped in a hurry, and she couldn't expect anything from him. Ah? What happened? Fang Xing was shocked when he saw the scene. My head of the family was out picking spiritual herbs, and unfortunately died. Shen Yusen's eyes were slightly red, and she was wearing mourning clothes. She answered calmly, This is fate. I don't want to stay in this sad place, and I'm ready to take Zijin away. Chapter 39, Calming Pills. Leave this place? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Madam, do you have enough money? Qinglin Market was established by Qinxian sect to reclaim the wilderness. It is located deep in the wilderness, and is full of dangers on all sides. Except for the flying boat caravans of Qinxian sect every once in a while. There is no other way to leave. It is relatively easy for casual cultivators to come to Qinglin Market. But if they want to leave, the boat ticket alone is very expensive. We can always get enough by selling our property. Shen Yusen replied indifferently. But her tone was very firm. And it was obvious that she had already made plans. Now, the 5 righteous men of Sanshan are not only destined to fall apart, but also have greatly offended the Black Tiger Gang. In the future, they may not even dare to go out of the market. Staying here will only put themselves in danger. The only way out is to leave. Here is a spiritual stone. Just as a funeral gift. Please don't think it's too little. Fang Xing thought about it, and took out a low-grade spiritual stone. How can I do this? Shen Yusen's eyes turned redder, and her voice was choked with sobs. After so many years of sworn brotherhood, you are not as good as Brother Fang. A neighbor who I just met for a few days. Hee hee. Loyalty. But she was also very smart. After thanking him, she took Fang Xing to the back hall. My husband and I have all our belongings here. Brother Fang, if you like anything, just take it away. Fang Xing gave a big gift. In fact, for this, he glanced at it, and saw the property of Meng Yi and his wife. In fact, it was not much. Just a few weapons, 5 secret books, and some elixirs, talismans, herbs and other sundries. Huh? There is actually a Huanqin orchid? Fang Xing pointed to the orchid that he had just picked. And his tone was surprised. This thing was obtained by my husband, and I at great length. If Brother Fang wants it, take it with 10 spirit stones. Shen Yusen replied that if there were these 10 spirit stones, plus the usual savings, it would be enough to buy 2 boat tickets. Although she and her son were not afraid of the Black Tiger Gang in the market, how could they guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Of course, the sooner they left, the better. 10 spirit stones? It's not expensive. I just need the tranquilizing pills to practice martial arts. Fang Xing sighed, took out 10 spirit stones, and took the Huan Xian Lan in his hand. A low-grade spirit stone is only the size of a fingernail, and a small purse can hold a lot of it. But these 10 spirit stones are also quite rare among casual cultivators. Even Shen Yusen couldn't help but look at Fang Xing twice, but didn't say much, and completed the transaction happily. Got it. Leaving Shen Yusen's house, Fang Xing's mouth curled up a smile. It seems that he already has Huan Xian Lan, and buying another one seems redundant. But in fact it is very different. At least, the origin of Huan Xian Lan in his hand has been cleared. He didn't steal food from the Black Tiger Gang, but bought it. No matter how arrogant the Black Tiger Gang is, it's not good to trouble him for this. As for Huan Xian Lan, who knows how many plants Shen Yusen sold him? When the mother and son leave, it will become a matter of no evidence. King Danfeng. This guest, a maid with a sweet smile, came up to greet him, but was ignored by Fang Xing. Is Miss Xiao Rui here? Xiao Rui. I call her now. The maid's smile froze slightly. After a while, Xiao Rui came to Fang Xing. Is this guest the one who asked to buy the Ningxin Dan last time? She had a good memory, and even knew Fang Xing. Yes. Do you have any in the store? Fang Xing asked. I'm really sorry. The Ningxin Dan is still out of stock. Xiao Rui smiled apologetically. Oh, but I recently bought a Huan Xian Lan. What if I entrust it to be refined? He spoke again. What a good opportunity. You can actually buy Huan Xian Lan? Xiao Rui was slightly surprised, and then smiled. If you entrust it to refine, there is naturally no problem. The customer provides Huan Xian Lan, and the auxiliary materials are prepared by our store. If it succeeds, you can get 50% of the pill. If it fails, you don't need to pay extra spirit stones. Fang Xing frowned slightly, feeling that this store was a bit of a scam. But there was no way. Other private alchemists were even more deceptive, and their skills were not very good. Please rest assured, the success rate of our alchemists in refining Ningxin Dan has exceeded 70%. As if seeing Fang Xing hesitation, Xiao Rui immediately said, forget it. Let's just do it. Fang Xing took out a Huan Xian Lan and prepared to try it. After all, he still had one in his hand, so he was not very panicked. Even if this shop was cheating, it would make him see the credibility of these shops in the market thoroughly. Anyway, there will always be a time for reckoning in the future. After strolling around the market, Fang Xing returned to his shed. He was about to open the door when he was suddenly startled because a lot of people suddenly came to the door of Widow Shen's house. These people were fierce and ferocious, with tiger heads embroidered on their chests. They were obviously members of the Black Tiger Gang. Where did the woman and the child who lived here go? The leader glared at Fang Xing in a bad tone. Widow Shen's husband died, and she is said to be leaving Qinglanfang City with her children. Fang Xing trembled all over, as if he was very scared, and sold Shen Yusen out directly. Leaving is smart. Let's go! This group of black tigers seemed to have questioned other neighbors long ago, and now they were completely sure, and left immediately. Sure enough, if you kill one person in the gang, you will basically not make mistakes. Fang Xing closed the door and shook his head. Now that he is not strong enough, he naturally needs to be patient. When he can crush this place in the future, he can do whatever he wants, which is also his martial arts. Although Xiaolong also talked about the spirit of martial arts, such as the weak punching the stronger, Fang Xing was not very interested. His martial arts is just to become stronger and protect himself, and then do what he can when he has the power to protect himself. Practice boxing. Practice boxing. Fang Xing stewed a full pot of spiritual rice for himself and started practicing the big dragon pile again. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door. Huh? Who is it again? He was a little impatient, and he leaned over to the crack of the door and was startled. After thinking about it, he opened the door. A woman with peach cheeks, almond eyes, curved eyebrows, and charming eyes walked in. She had the temperament of a mature woman, like a plump and sweet peach. She was Hua Feiyue, the second of the 5 righteous men of Sangshan. Miss Hua. No. Fellow Taoist Hua. We meet again. Fang Xing and Hua Feiyue had only met once, so he acted very coldly. What's the matter, Brother Fang? I just came to see my 5th sister. I didn't expect that my 5th sister had left. You are really a wise man. Hua Feiyue's breath was a little unstable, and it was obvious that her injuries had not yet fully recovered. Miss Shen didn't elaborate, but just said that Brother Ming had an accident while collecting herbs. She was an orphan and a widow, and she didn't know how the Sanshan 5 heroes would arrange it. Fang Xing chattered about what Shen Yusen had done today. Leaving? That's fine. There will be no such name as the Sanshan 5 heroes in Qinglin Market in the future. Hua Feiyue smiled bitterly, and then looked at Fang Xing with her bright eyes. Brother Fang is upright and brave, and I admire him very much. If you have free time in the future, you can come to number 66 Yitzi to sit. She bowed gracefully and left. Fang Xing's expression became a little strange. It's impossible that this woman fell in love with me after just 2 meetings. She has a private contact with Shen Yusen, and is testing me again? Or is she really ready to retire and stop doing bloody work? But how can a warrior in the market survive if he doesn't do this? It was originally very dangerous to be a herbalist, and now the beast tide is rampant. The situation is 10 times more difficult. For warriors without savings, it is even more so. I heard that many beautiful female warriors have to do half-closed door work in addition to their daily work to supplement their family income. Fang Xing touched his chin, thinking. 3 days later. Is this the Ningxin pill? Fang Xing picked up a jade bottle and poured out a pill. The pill was emerald green, but it had a strange spicy smell. He waited for 2 days and went to Qingdanfang. Fortunately, the other party did not break the appointment and told him that the pill was successful, with a total of 4 bottles of pills. According to the original agreement, he was given 2 bottles. Actually, who knows what the alchemist's real success rate is? But being able to give me pills is already a good reputation, and I can't ask for too much. Who makes the bottom line of people in this world too flexible? Fang Xing shook his head and prepared to try the effect of this hard-won Ningxin pill. He sat cross-legged. His heart was as calm as a well, and tried to enter a meditative state. Immediately, he silently visualized the artistic conception of with a knife in hand. No ghosts or gods will stay. In an instant, his originally clear heart lake suddenly had a lot of ripples, and the originally clear lake water turned black, with endless thoughts, turning into faces of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. Just meditating is so troublesome. If it is a real inner demon, how terrifying would it be? Fang Xing sighed in his heart, and his hands moved quickly. swallowing an ancient pill. As the spicy taste spread between his mouth and tongue, he suddenly felt a clear mind. The many distracting thoughts that had originally emerged were suppressed in an instant. He even felt that he seemed to be able to look inside every part of his body. See the tendons, bones, internal organs, and even the most subtle parts. Could it be that this is the spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivator? Under this state of absolute control, Fang Xing successfully calmed his mind and overcame the first difficulty of using the ghost sword. Then he began to hypnotize himself, making his spirit gradually like a ghost. This hypnosis is not a simple hypnosis, but a real change in one's own mental characteristics. Even the huge potential buried deep in the body is stimulated. With a knife in hand, I can kill ghosts, kill gods, fight ghosts and gods. It's just a thought. Fang Xing mind moved, and a 100-tempered steel knife fell into his hand. The whole person suddenly jumped up and chopped with a knife. Kill ghosts. Swish. It was like electricity in an empty room. Suddenly, an inch of bright knife light appeared in the void. The true energy is released and turned into knife light. Fang Xing put away the knife and stood up. His eyes slightly bright, of course. This is not my promotion to the innate. But I finally got the ghost god knife and possessed the innate combat power. Chapter 40 Extreme Passion Sword. The next day, in the early morning, the mist was hazy. Fang Xing picked up the tempered steel knife that he bought from the stall and slowly practiced the sword moves. The key to the A-level martial arts ghost sword is to simulate the artistic conception, meditation and hypnosis. Once this aspect is mastered, the moves are very simple. After practicing the sword skills, Fang Xing's eyes flashed and stared at the attribute panel. This ancient pill can not only assist in practicing the ghost sword, but more importantly, when the drug takes effect, I seem to enter a strange state, which is similar to the spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivator, and can completely control every part of myself. This is the peerless posture of martial arts. Unfortunately, this state only exists during the period when the pill takes effect, and it will be gone in the future. Even so, the ancient pill will definitely benefit my martial arts. Looking at the increase in various data on the panel, Fang Xing's eyes brightened. He felt more and more that there were many treasures in Qinglanfang City, waiting for him to discover. Practice martial arts. Practice martial arts. With such good conditions, it would be a pity if I don't work hard. According to my progress, I will definitely beat Gu Yun to tears before school starts. For Fang Xing, other things are not important. Only practicing martial arts is the most important. Now with the batch of herbs he picked, he has no shortage of spiritual stones. Daily spiritual rice and monster meat nourish him, with spiritual environment and occasional tranquilizing pills to assist in practice. Under the multiple effects, his martial arts progress is advancing by leaps and bounds. He is even immersed in this crazy martial arts practice, not knowing the passage of time in the outside world. This day, Chi, in the courtyard made of fences, the sword energy is coming and going. On the steel knife in Fang Xing's hand, the 1-inch blade light suddenly increased to about 3 inches, blooming with a bright light. After getting started with Ghost Sword, it's just like ordinary martial arts. Just practice it daily. Its realm is probably the same as other martial arts. First get started, then become proficient, then master. Above the mastery level, it should not be a simulation of artistic conception, but a thorough mastery of this artistic conception, and then upgrade to a true artistic conception martial arts. Although the realm of the Jade Realm Warriors of the Blue Star Federation is similar to that of the innate realm, their combat power is definitely higher. Then what about the strength of the 4th realm of Courage Warriors? At least, they should be able to compete with masters in the late stage of Qi training. Right? Or, have they reached the perfection of Qi training? Fang Xing guessed in his heart. The innate masters of this world, even the most peak ones, can only be equal to the mid-stage cultivators of Qi training. When they reach the late stage of Qi training, they are considered masters in Qinglin market. And there are only a few hundred people in the entire market. Not to mention the existence of perfect Qi training. I just don't know how it will compare to the foundation building cultivators. Forget it. I'm thinking too much. Fang Xing was about to go back to the house when his expression suddenly changed. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. He looked up suddenly and saw that the formation that originally covered Qinglin market was opened, and countless spiritual lights fell like raindrops. Flying boats were more than 10 meters high and hundreds of meters long, like war beasts. slowly leaving the market. The terrifying aura and pressure made Fang Xing think of the Federation's aerospace fighters, although they were the smallest models. According to the order of the sect, wipe out the beast tide. An old, deep voice came, and it actually resounded throughout the market. The first time Fang Xing heard this voice, he shuddered. Foundation building cultivator? It's a foundation building cultivator. Finally, the Qingxian sect can't help it and wants to take action. Haha. Let's go together to wipe out the beast tide. There are a lot of spiritual stones. The cultivators in the market cheered and jumped, and followed excitedly one by one. For them, they are not afraid of danger, but they are afraid of staying the same and having no chance. Roar! Just then, a terrible beast roar came from outside the market. The sound was like thunder, and it carried a completely different pressure from the first-level monster. It's a second-level monster, someone among the casual cultivators exclaimed. A mere monster dares to be presumptuous. The old voice sounded again, with a hint of anger. Coming? Fang Xing saw that from the fleet. A yellowish-brown light surged out, like a long rainbow, shooting towards the direction of the beast's roar. Then, a terrifying muffled sound followed, accompanied by the roar of the previous second-level monster. A moment later, an old man wearing a green Taoist robe, with 3 strands of long beard, and with a face full of immortality, returned dragging the corpse of a second-level monster as big as a hill. This second-level monster was a huge ape, about 16 meters tall. Even if it fell to the ground, it was still as majestic as a mountain. One claw could easily crush many cultivators into meat paste. The hair on its body was cold, like a sharp sword, and there was still a little spiritual light that had not dissipated. Blood kept gushing out of the wound, and the corpse occasionally twitched, but it still died in the hands of a foundation-building cultivator. Sure enough, cultivators still have a certain advantage when dealing with monsters of the same level. But such a crushing victory may be due to a small realm gap. This ape may be just a second-level low-grade monster, while the Qingxian sect's foundation building may be in the middle stage or even higher. Fang Xing thought to himself, and looked at the ape's corpse with a hint of eagerness. I wonder how effective the second-level monster meat is. Go to war. At this time, accompanied by the voice of the foundation-building old man, the flying boat army continued to advance, followed by many casual cultivators and warriors who brought their own dry food. Although they were spontaneously recruited, they would also receive rewards if they were meritorious in killing monsters. In fact, it was unusually generous. This was a gluttonous feast, although it was bloody. Forget it. This situation is not suitable for me. Fang Xing finally glanced at the team, shook his head, and returned to the house, ready to hide on the Eagle Star. Although this expedition to the Qingxian sect must be fully prepared, the chances of winning are very high. There are many benefits to fighting with the wind, but he just doesn't want to. The world is big, and I am the biggest. This kind of dangerous situation must be avoided. Eagle Star. Happiness Garden Community. August is here. Looking at the thunder and lightning and heavy rain outside, Fang Xing looked at the calendar and murmured, school will start in September. It was not until then that he seemed to come back to his senses from the atmosphere of the market. People should have their own independence and should not be easily swept away by the general trend. If they are simple-minded, they may see the scene just now and get excited and fight with others. What good can I get from fighting? Fang Xing muttered to himself, while picking up the communicator to see who has contacted him recently. During normal communication, there are not many people who come to see me. After all, Lu Wei was my only best friend before, and now Lu Wei doesn't want to play with me anymore. But Ouyang Qianqian actually asked me to go to the gym for a martial arts competition? It seems that this girl is still not giving up. He looked at several missed calls, replied one by one, and then picked up another communicator and entered the password. This is a communicator obtained from the black market. The positioning function has been erased, and it is not registered under his name, which can avoid a lot of trouble. On the black market communicator, there are even fewer messages. Only one. Zhang Jiarui? Is there any activity in the blood cage fighting arena? He looked at the contact and couldn't help but feel a little strange. But he also knew that this meat bunny girl was not an ordinary person. So he immediately answered the message. Ding! A holographic effect emerged. It was Zhang Jiarui. At this time, the other party was wearing a small black suit, and her temperament looked much more capable. Guest, He has been promoted to manager now. As for the A-level martial arts you asked me to search for before, I have also found some clues. You should have heard of the name of Jiqing Sword. Right? There's a coach in the fighting arena recently who is good at Jiqing Sword and is willing to be a private coach. If you want to make an appointment, you can contact this number. This is a recorded video. Fang Xing closed it directly, and then thought, Jiqing Sword? It's a bit late. I have already started learning Go Sword. And you are telling me this again? He remembered that he had mentioned something similar to Zhang Jiarwei before, but he didn't expect that the other party actually remembered it and found it. Jiqing Sword. Thinking of this, Fang Xing immediately went online and searched for content related to Jiqing Sword. Extreme Emotion Sword, an A-level martial art, was created by martial arts master Yuan Lang. It is known for its exquisite sword techniques and amazing power. When practicing, you need to simulate extreme emotions, which can be friendship, love, or hatred. Because it is too extreme, it is not included in the high school teaching scope. Fuck. It is actually considered to have more extreme emotions than other A-level martial arts. Isn't this a bit dangerous? But I do like swordsmanship. And it is rare for Zhang Jiarwei to find a private tutor. After thinking about it, Fang Xing still covered his true face first, and then used the black market communicator to make a call to express his gratitude and ask about the price. In the picture, Zhang Jiarwei is still wearing a small suit, sitting in the office, like an ordinary urban white-collar worker. Hearing Fang Xing inquiry, Zhang Jiarwei smiled. Coach Ping is easy to talk to. This time he agreed to give a cost price. One class will be 100,000. One class. 100,000? I think about it. Fang Xing felt quite a toothache. Oh, and the client's previous commission has also been found. He has triangular eyes, is white, and is good at communicating with small animals. In the black market, only scavenger lance is a match. This is a free message. If you want detailed information, the price is 200,000. Zhang Jiarwei continued to smile. Really? Thank you. I will come to trade later. Fang Xing hung up the call expressionlessly. Scavenger lance? A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 41. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, it's worthy of being the blood cage arena. It has great power. I must take revenge. And these 200,000 can get detailed information about the enemy. So I can't save it. In addition, I can also learn private lessons. Fang Xing closed his eyes and thought slowly. Money is not a big problem. It only adds up to 300,000. He had sold gold on the black market before, and was targeted by Lance for this. So he still has this little money. As for why it's 300,000? Of course, it's because he plans to buy only one lesson. The information about the Extreme Love Sword is available on the internet. Not to mention that I only need to comprehend the artistic conception of the Extreme Love Sword once. And it's enough to get started. After that, I can completely rely on the attribute column to grind by myself. Strictly speaking, it's free. Learn another sword technique, which can be used mainly as a disguise. And it's also pretty cool to be a master of both swords and swords. At night, after putting on a mask, Fang Xing came to the blood cage arena again. Since the last attack, he found that the shuttle bus of the fighting arena was the safest. Welcome. Zhang Jiarwei wore a small suit with a bright red bow tie on her collar, put her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed slightly. Hello. I'm here to trade, Fang Xing said in a deep voice. Okay. Please follow me. Zhang Jiarwei took Fang Xing to an office. After opening it, there was a lot of space inside, but there was only a lonely desk. The money has been deposited into the fighting arena account, Fang Xing said in a deep voice. Well, this is intelligence. Zhang Jiarwei pointed her finger at the air a few times and sent a message to Fang Xing Black Market Communicator. At the top, there was a personal image. Very three-dimensional. Lance Knott, 37 years old. A cyborg from San City. Graduated from San City High School. Then served in the military. Awakened his superpowers on the battlefield. Retired at the age of 34. A warrior in the Jade Realm. His awakened superpowers are suspected to communicate with small animals. He can only drive small animals, and cannot use large dogs. Favorite activity areas: Maple City Black Market, Blood Dance Bar. Fang Xing took a glance and found that the information was very detailed. This is quite good. Knowing these is knowing a person's weaknesses. Even now, he is sure to set traps for these and kill Lance. Of course, doing so is a bit dangerous. So Fong Xing will definitely wait until he is fully prepared before taking action. Thank you. He sincerely thanked Zhang Jiarwei. After all, this level of information is not something that ordinary organizations can get. You are my guest after all, so... Private coach? Zhang Jiarwei asked again with a smile. Well, pay for one lesson first. Fong Xing nodded in agreement and watched Zhang Jiarwei go out. Not long after, the office door opened again, and a female warrior walked in. She was burly, dark-skinned, and looked unremarkable. But if you looked closely, you could find the hidden danger. Just like a female leopard lurking in the bushes, ready to pounce on its prey at any time. My last name is Ping. You can call me Coach Ping. Do you want to learn the Extreme Love Sword? How much do you know about this A-level martial art? Coach Ping asked. Fong Xing expressed his understanding. After listening, Coach Ping frowned. All the content is public. I understand. You have no foundation at all. In this case, I suggest that you use 10 classes to consolidate the basics first, and then conduct advanced training. It is estimated that you can get started in about 50 classes. Fong Xing's face immediately darkened. Well, I haven't decided to practice the Extreme Love Sword, so I plan to buy an experimental course first. Can Coach Ping first talk about the entry points of the Extreme Love Sword, and then demonstrate the sword meaning of the Extreme Love Sword? 100,000 for one class. 50 classes is 5 million. He must be crazy to spend so much money. This time I bought a course just to sort out the key points, and then break through the threshold one by myself. Of course, the most important thing is to feel the artistic conception of the Extreme Love Sword once. Yes, the essence of the Extreme Love Sword lies in extreme love, sincerity, heart and mind, and love and body. In your case, Coach Ping looked at Fong Xing. A sneer flashed in his heart, and then he started to talk. This A-level martial art is also profound. If there is no master to guide, Fong Xing feels that he can't understand it. At this time, after listening to the private lesson, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that you get what you pay for. Okay, finally, I will show you the artistic conception of the Extreme Emotion Sword. The practice of the Extreme Emotion Sword requires you to dig out the most memorable and profound emotions in your heart. The stronger the emotions, the stronger the simulated artistic conception. Coach Ping stretched out his hand and touched his waist. Roar! In a flash of white light, a sword sound like a dragon's roar emerged. A soft sword was wrapped around her waist. The sword light flashed, as if carrying a strong emotional appeal. Fong Xing was a little dazed, and before he knew it, he felt a glimmer in the corner of his eyes. The word love is really hard to understand. Coach Ping had already put away his sword. Today's class is over. Next time, remember to pay the tuition in full. She was actually a little short of money. Otherwise she would not agree to this private teaching request. And showing a hint of artistic conception is the bait for fishing. In her opinion, how could she master A-level martial arts in just one experimental class? In the end, she still had to practice from the beginning. Thank you, Coach. Fong Xing remembered the feeling just now. At least he had a direction. As for paying for a lot of courses, that's naturally impossible. And it's impossible in this life. Although this time it's not free. But after having a direction, he may not be unable to get started with some tricks in the world of cultivation and the help of the attribute panel. Subsequent courses will definitely not cost money. After leaving the office, Fong Xing looked at the time and immediately walked towards the store and weapon shop where the stolen goods were sold. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so I sell the gold as soon as possible, and then buy the Dragon Class laser gun I've been dreaming about, and finally take the fighting arena shuttle bus home, killing two birds with one stone. There is a lot of gold in Qinglanfeng Market, and Fong Xing brought another batch this time, adding the remaining gold from before. It can barely make up 2 million. More importantly, there is no need to launder money. Just buy weapons directly, and then bring the weapons back, which saves a lot of money. Sure enough, the black market doesn't want me to take a penny home, but without the step of laundering money, it feels so good to spend. I feel like I've made a profit for some reason. Happy home community. Laser gun. In the room, Fong Xing played with the gun in his hand. This Dragon-class laser gun came from the black market, and the gun body showed a silver-white metallic feel, and it felt heavy in his hand. More importantly, it can be used on people. The speed of the laser gun is close to the speed of light, and its destructive power is enough to penetrate the nano-protective suit. Fong Xing showed a few standard gun aiming postures. It should be enough to take it for revenge. Anyway, that lance will definitely not be able to stop it. I have nothing to do there now, so I put this gun here first, and take it over after revenge. Although the owner of the weapon shop swore that there were no secret doors on this gun, Fong Xing didn't believe it at all. Without the manufacturer's secret hand, there may be a secret hand in the black market. Therefore, if this gun is taken to another world, it will definitely not be brought back. Fong Xing therefore planned to let it work first, and then throw it into another world after revenge. By then, he would not be able to rest easy in Qinglinfeng City, but he would not be too afraid. At least, apart from the Foundation establishment cultivators. The Chi Perfection cultivators themselves can be killed by sneak attacks. As for whether the Foundation establishment cultivators can resist, Fong Xing didn't know, and didn't want to try. After all, at that point, he was afraid that his situation would be very dangerous. A few days later, Black Market, Blood Dance Bar. Scavenger Lance came out drunk, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Since retiring from the interstellar battlefield, he needs strong liquor and even psychotropic drugs to soothe his soul. Even that memory has become his taboo. Forcing himself to forget and not wanting to think about it again, he turned into an abandoned street, opened a manhole covered very familiarly, and crawled in. The sewer was narrow, blocked, dark, and there was a stench. For some reason, in this environment, Lance felt very safe. Squeak! Squeak! Just then, two mice suddenly crawled over and made a squeaking sound. Gulyalu. Lance picked up the bottle and took another sip. His steps were shaky, like a drunkard who was drunk. Ugh! The next moment, he covered his mouth, as if he was going to vomit, and held on to the wall next to him. Suddenly, Lance's legs exerted force, and the whole person was like a cheetah, rushing toward somewhere in the darkness. His hands became claws, tearing the strong wind, and with amazing killing intent. It was the Crazy Eagle style from the A-level martial arts Crazy 18 hit. Humph! If I was just a drunkard, I would have been killed in the black market long ago. A trace of pride flashed in Lance's eyes, since the two mice reminded him that someone was hiding. He deliberately pretended to be a drunkard and vomited, just to reduce the vigilance of the ambushers. At this time, a sudden attack. Even when he pounced, his whole body was covered by the nano-protective suit, and the defense was airtight. The next moment, he saw the attacker hiding in the dark. Although the other party was wearing a mask, his figure and eyes still made him feel familiar, and he immediately locked onto the target, the fat sheep that ran away that day dared to assassinate me. Today, I will let you know what it means to be an elite warrior who survived 100 battles on the battlefield. The other party was only in the muscle and bone realm. How could he be the opponent of his unpolished jade realm, who also performed A-level martial arts? Lance could already imagine what the other party would look like after his death. But in midair, he suddenly saw the attacker's right hand in his arms, something covered by his clothes, and his eyes were full of teasing. At this moment, he, who had experienced many battles, suddenly remembered something, and a trace of horror appeared on his face. You have no martial ethics. Goodbye. Fong Xing pulled the trigger, and a white laser flashed. The laser instantly hit Lance, melting the defense of the nano-protective suit, and turning the other party's head into nothingness. Bang! The headless body fell to the ground, causing the nearby mice to scream and flee. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you can still knock him down with one shot. Fong Xing blew on the muzzle of the laser gun and said with some emotion, I have avenged my great revenge. It's time to go. Chapter 42 Old Friend. Qinglin Market. I didn't expect that this revenge would be smoother than expected. Fong Xing looked at the silver-white laser gun in his hand, and a smile flashed across his face. If I can't find the other party, I'm also going to use the Qi-seeking talisman and other means. It must be said that although these talismans in the world of cultivation are not as destructive as ordinary weapons in the Interstellar Era, they are very useful in other aspects. For example, this Qi-seeking talisman, as long as there is a person's breath, the other party can be found within a certain range, and the last time the hidden talisman saved Fong Xing life. Otherwise, he might be found and killed by Lance's little animals. But if that happens, he would rather risk exposing the secret of crossing and hide in another world. Fang Xing walked out of the door and stretched comfortably. At this time, the house next door that was originally owned by Widow Shen opened, and a strong man in black walked out. When he saw Fang Xing, he was also startled. And then he bowed and saluted. This Taoist fellow is polite. I am Yu Xia, the monster catcher. I just moved here. We will be neighbors in the future. It turns out that it is Taoist fellow Yu. Fang Xing returned the salute and said with a smile, I was in seclusion before. I only knew that the upper sect sent people to clear the beast tide. I wonder how the battle is going. It turns out that Taoist fellow has been in seclusion these days. Yu Xia cracked his mouth. With the help of the foundation building master, it is natural that we won a great victory. The upper sect's foundation building master and the Zheng family ancestor took action and killed several second-level monsters in one breath. Without the leader, we killed a lot of the remaining first-level monsters, and the beast tide was naturally resolved. So the beast tide has been resolved? Fang Xing was a little dazed when he heard this, and secretly sighed in his heart that this is the world of immortal cultivation after all, and the victory or defeat of high-level combat power determines everything. Yes, the prices of those common living materials can finally be reduced. Damn it. I just hate that there are too many monster materials. And the price has plummeted, which has affected my livelihood. Since Yu Xia calls himself a monster catcher, it is natural that hunting monsters is his main business. But when he said it now, he did not feel decadent, but rather proud. The previous beast tide was encircled and suppressed, and the upper sect must have rewarded generously. I think it will be enough to live for a while. And in the future, the price of monster materials will slowly rise. Fang Xing said with a smile. That's right. It's a pity that you didn't go with me. In 2 days, the Zheng family will hold an auction to celebrate the successful end of the monster tide. And you must go? Yu Xia said. Auction? Thank you for your reminder. Fang Xing bowed and walked towards the street of Fanshi. Monster meat. Monster meat is on sale. The best black spiritual fruit. Only 1 spiritual sand for 1. Animal skins, animal tendons, and animal bones are on sale. The market is still as lively as before. Fang Xing even saw many more stalls, with a dazzling array of various monster materials on them, which made people feel overwhelmed. Well, you can buy more monster meat of various kinds, or even store them up. It's rare that the price has dropped so much. Fang Xing walked around and nodded thoughtfully. Maybe I should find an agent. Whether it's setting up a stall to sell spiritual medicine for me, or finding out all kinds of news in the market. I'm practicing martial arts alone, so I'm a little out of touch with the news. I only know about the auction from others. Now that he has a laser gun for self-defense, his actions have become bolder. Only with enough strength can you recruit others to do things for you, without fear of backlash, because you can suppress it in a snap. But there's no rush for this. You can arrange and consider it slowly. At least, before I start school, there's no rush. Once school starts, Fang Xing time here will be much shorter. He has to practice every minute and every second. It will be much more convenient to have a character to use. Fang Xing came to a stall selling monster meat. How much do you sell this monster meat for? The meat stall owner was a sturdy man, waving a bone-cutting knife, with a flash of knife flowers. A bone was cut out without a trace of flesh and blood. Hearing this, he answered without raising his head, 1 spiritual stone for 15 caddies. How about a cheaper one? 30 caddies for 1 spiritual stone? Fang Xing began to bargain. After staying in Qinglanfang market for a long time, he gradually got used to the local customs and knew that if he didn't bargain when doing business, he would definitely be ripped off. Are you kidding? At most 18 caddies. The meat stall owner glared at him with a fierce look. Judging from his cultivation, he might be a late-stage Qi training cultivator. Unfortunately, Fang Xing, who was armed with a laser gun, could not be frightened at all. 25 kilograms? He talked about the price for a long time, and finally sold it at around 20 kilograms. Okay, give me 100 kilograms. Fang Xing took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and secretly decided to pickle the meat after returning. Are you a pig demon? Give me leg meat. I want the hind leg. You're asking for too many things. The butcher was a little speechless, but he still cut the meat according to Fang Xing's request. After all, there are too many stalls selling monster materials now, and meat will easily go bad if left for a long time. So the more you can sell, the better. This leg meat is good. You can make ham when you go back. As a warrior, Fong Xing took the burden of 100 kilograms lightly, and walked around twice more before preparing to return to his shed to eat meat and practice, and wait for the auction. While on the way, he passed the B-shaped area of the shed area. When Fong Xing walked by, he could see several heavily made-up women from time to time, half leaning against the edge of their own doors. His eyes seemed to have hooks, staring at every visitor. Occasionally, 1 or 2 warriors came forward, negotiated the price, walked into the door, and closed it heavily. Damn. They are all committing adultery in broad daylight. Fong Xing spat, and couldn't help touching his purse. There is only 1 spiritual sand here, which is much cheaper than the price of a low-grade spiritual stone in Tingyu Tower. But that's not right. The fairies in Tingyu Tower are real fairies, and they have cultivated special charm techniques. The people here are warriors. We warriors don't have many opportunities to suppress cultivators. As they were walking, there was a sudden noise in front. Bang! A figure was thrown out and fell to the ground in a mess. Fortunately, the person who attacked did not want to hurt anyone. He just rolled over and stood up, patting the dust on his body. Stinky bitch. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you still attacking me? Humph. Don't you see what kind of stuff you are? You still want to eat my blood? Go back and drink your mother's foot-washing water. Hua Feiyue leaned lazily against the door, laughing and scolding in a charming manner. She was wearing a lotus leaf skirt, revealing a large area of snow-white and plump chest. Her skin was really as white as cream, beautiful and moving. And in this kind of place? No wonder people misunderstood. After she finished scolding, she mistook the guy for the half-closed door, and saw Fong Xing again from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but giggle. If you look as handsome as this guy, I'm not afraid to consider it. I give you half a spiritual stone for free. The prostitute's facial features were not ugly, but he was not good-looking. He glared at Fong Xing fiercely, obviously hating him as well, which made Fong Xing speechless. Is this an unprovoked disaster? He complained in his heart, but smiled. Fellow Taoist Hua, what you said is wrong. Oh, what's wrong? Hua Feiyue chuckled. I am handsome and elegant. At least I am worth a spiritual stone. Fong Xing answered naturally. Not bad. Not bad. I give you a spiritual stone. Hua Feiyue hooked her finger. Fong Xing immediately walked into the door, and slammed the door shut with a leopard tail kick. The prostitute could only curse and call adulterers, and leave in a huff under the contempt and mockery of others. Why? Do you really want to take care of your sister's business? Hua Feiyue saw Fong Xing kick the door shut. Her eyes flashed with strange colors, and she asked with a sweet smile, how did fellow Taoist Hua fall to this point? Fong Xing looked around. At a glance, I saw that there was still some rice in the blue and white porcelain bowl on the stove, which was just ordinary rice. Alas, I have offended the Black Tiger gang and broke up with the boss. How dare I go out hunting? I can only stay in the market to protect myself. I spent most of my savings before, and used a small part to buy healing pills. Isn't it hard to make ends meet? Hua Feiyue's tone was a little resentful, staring at the pork in Fong Xing's hand. Little brother, you live a carefree life. You can even have monster meat every meal. I'm just doing a small business, and the situation has been a little better recently. Fong Xing was just planning to come over and chat, but seeing Hua Feiyue's current situation, he was a little tempted. This guy is also an innate warrior after all. But his mind was not right at the beginning. He tried to befriend the immortal cultivators, and finally lost miserably. As a result, he has been in such a state that he is coveting his body, flesh. It is the dream of many cultivators and warriors to have a living in the market, but it's a pity. Hua Feiyue didn't know what she was thinking about, and she was really a little bored. Perhaps she should leave the sad place like the fifth sister? Otherwise, if she continues to mess around, she might really end up selling meat. Don't be discouraged. Fellow Taoist Hua, here are 10 pounds of monster meat. Please accept it. Fong Xing thought about it, and prepared to give some sweet treats first. After all, it's the first time to visit, so you have to bring some gifts. This elder sister Hua is now helpless, and good at socializing. Maybe she will be a good candidate for the shopkeeper in the future? Even if the two sides fail to make a deal in the future. It's nothing to give some monster meat now. It's not worth much anyway. Little brother, Hua Feiyue was really touched. Her eyes flickered and she chuckled. Could it be that you are attracted to me? It's a pity that I don't have spirit stones. Chapter 43 Dancing Sword. Haha. Fellow Taoist Hua is joking. Fang Xing shook his head. I still have some questions about martial arts. I want to ask a few. Thinking that the advice given by Meng Yi last time was really useful. Fang Xing would not be so proud as to look down on the ancients just because he came from the Interstellar Era. After all, in terms of realm, the innate realm in this world is equivalent to the unpolished jade realm. Strictly speaking, Hua Feiyue is one realm higher than him. He immediately told some of the difficulties he encountered in practicing the extreme emotion sword. The main thing is that meditation and simulated artistic conception are difficult to get started. After all, the extreme emotion sword is different from the ghost sword. It needs to arouse the deepest emotions in the heart. The stronger the better. It is completely contrary to the Ningxian pill that can clear the mind. So the experience of practicing the ghost sword is useless here. And another way is needed. If I heard it correctly, the reason why fellow Taoists cannot get started with that martial art is because it cannot arouse the strongest emotions in the heart? Perhaps because of the benefits received. Hua Feiyue's address became much more formal. That's right. Fang Xing thought that he had the foundation of ghost sword in meditation and hypnosis. As long as he passed this level, he should be able to get started with extreme emotion sword. Once he got started, the health bar would light up on the attribute panel. And the rest was just a matter of how to work hard. This is simple. Dao you know that among our warriors, there are some unconventional spiritual martial arts. Hua Feiyue smiled. To be honest, I have also practiced a spiritual method called 7 emotions, which can arouse the emotions of other warriors. Spiritual martial arts? That's a way. Fang Xing eyes lit up. In addition, if this kind of spiritual martial arts cannot be stimulated, Dao can also seek help from those immortal cultivators. Immortal cultivators have many means in this regard, such as attacking the illusion of the mind, talismans, etc. Hua Feiyue continued to suggest. But it is a little dangerous to stimulate yourself in this way. Fang Xing frowned slightly, thinking that it would be better not to provoke immortal cultivators for the time being. As for Hua Feiyue's 7 emotions, I can try it myself. Anyway, I have the Ningxian pill as a guarantee. Even if the spirit is damaged, it can be recovered. How about you try it first? Fang Xing put down the monster meat and became interested. Okay. Look into my eyes. Hua Feiyue's eyes were a little blurry. Fang Xing looked over and felt that the other's pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of glass color. This is the first of the 7 emotions. Joy! Accompanied by Hua Feiyue's voice. Fang Xing suddenly felt a great joy coming. It's a bit interesting, but it's not enough to completely arouse my inner emotions, he murmured. It seems that Dao's character and will are very firm, and it must be combined with other means to be effective. Hua Feiyue bit her lip. This is the second style. Anger. The next moment, Fang Xing's eyes were a little red, and he felt like a raging fire burning in his body. After several hours, Fang Xing carried the monster meat and walked out of Hua Feiyue's shed with a somewhat shaky step. This woman's tongue skills are really amazing. I've decided to ask her to be the female shopkeeper in the future. But you don't have to buy a shop first. Just be a female stall owner. After practicing the 7 emotion sutra today, Fang Xing can't say that he has mastered the extreme emotion sword, but he has roughly figured out some tricks. As long as he perseveres, he will surely be able to reach that mysterious state and successfully master the extreme emotion sword. 10 kilograms of monster meat for these. It's not a loss. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. 2 days later, Zheng family auction venue. The venue is very large, and there are various spiritual patterns on the walls, swimming like fish. This is the day when the Zheng family auction opens. The 6 gates of the auction venue are wide open, like a giant beast, swallowing people from all directions. Fang Xing is wearing a gray mask and a hat, looking at the surging flow of people, and he can't help but sigh in his heart. He walked into the door and immediately saw a receptionist. Does this guest want a private room? It only takes 10 spiritual stones. If you take the item you like, you can go to the private room to trade immediately. There are also several roads and secret doors, which can be. You can leave the auction venue at any time. This welcoming speech was very quick, and it was obvious that the same words had been said many times. No need. Fang Xing waved his hand. He originally had this idea, but when he thought about it, He was not even a congenital cultivator. And booking a private room would be very eye-catching. Not to mention other immortal cultivators. The two foundation building cultivators in the market must be able to project their spiritual consciousness and see many things. Of course, I am just an ordinary acquired warrior. Even if a foundation building cultivator sees me, he will not care, and may even treat me as an ant. The premise is not to jump too much. Feng Xing touched the laser gun in his arms. This laser gun has no spiritual fluctuations. I am afraid that in the spiritual consciousness, it should be a more sophisticated secular mechanical creation? To be honest, with the characteristic of laser guns that have no mana fluctuations, I might be able to sneak attack a foundation building period. But I don't want to do that. It's more important to practice steadily. He walked to the hall and found that it was quite spacious, with many mahogany tables, and tea and snacks on the tables. The snacks were made of spiritual rice and other materials, with exquisite shapes and fragrant tea. The Zheng family is still very attentive. Feng Xing found an empty seat at random, sat down safely, closed his eyes, and waited for the auction to start. Half an hour later, the entire hall was almost full of people, most of whom were cultivators. And there were also many innate and acquired warriors. In the box, one fist-sized pearl after another shone brightly, with the sound of 3 gongs. All eyes were focused on the high platform. Feng Xing looked around and saw a tall and thin old man in a khaki robe. His eyes were deep and seemed to have a ray of golden light. He was bowing and saluting to all sides. I am Zheng Yuanao. I welcome everyone to participate in this auction. I wish you all can auction the things you like. Zheng Yuanao has profound magical powers, and his voice can be heard throughout the venue. It's him, Zheng Yuanao, the golden-eyed eagle of the Zheng family. A cultivator who has perfected Qi training. No wonder it seems like he is talking in my ear. He is indeed very powerful. Not only that, this person presides over the Zheng family auction and pawn shop. It is said that he has a sharp eye and golden pupils. And he has never missed a single thing. He has picked up many leaks. Listening to the discussion of the two cultivators next to him, Feng Xing couldn't help but become interested. It seems that this person's eyes are golden. Has he practiced a special pupil technique? If you run an auction and pawn shop, you will lose a lot of money if you don't have a good idea. The foundation building cultivation of the Zheng family ancestor is enough to keep the place in check. With this person, no wonder he makes a fortune every day. He couldn't help but look forward to this auction. At this time, Zheng Yuanao also asked a maid with bright eyes and white teeth to bring the first item of this auction to the stage, top-grade magic weapon Iron Feather Sword. It is a rare set of magic weapons. The most precious live feathers of 7 iron feather eagles are mixed with iron essence and gold essence. There are a total of 7 flying swords in a set. They are extremely sharp and indestructible. They can form a sword formation. Feng Xing looked over and saw a black flying sword the size of 7 palms floating in the air under the opponent's magic power. And the sword energy broke through the air. But he is not a cultivator anyway, so he has no interest in this kind of magic weapon. On the contrary, those great masters who have reached the late stage of Qi training, or even the perfect stage of Qi training, are very interested in this set of flying swords. After all, a set of 7 flying swords, if they are combined into a sword formation, are really powerful. The Iron Feather Sword. The starting price is 2,100 spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 10 spirit stones. Zheng Yuanao had just finished speaking when an impatient voice rang out. 2,200 spirit stones. 2,300 spirit stones. The price of spirit stones went up all the way. And finally, it was won by a cultivator in a private room at the price of 3,100 spirit stones. After the first lot was sold out, Zheng Yuanao's face immediately turned redder. He clapped his hands and ordered the maid to bring the second lot, first level medium quality formation, small wind and fire formation, including 7,749 formation flags and formation plates, tokens, etc. The formation range is 3 to 5 acres. It can release the spirit fire technique, the beacon smoke technique, and has the effects of trapping enemies and covering. The starting price is 1,500 spirit stones. Feng Xing can't use this formation either. After all, he is not a cultivator. Even if he is a cultivator, he doesn't have so many spirit stones. So he can only watch this formation being bought by the leader of a Qi training gang at the price of more than 2,000 spirit stones. Next, there are also skills. robes, elixirs, spirit pets, etc. All of them are fine products. Especially the robes made of various monster leathers as the main material. And items such as spirit beast eggs. The number is obviously much larger. And the price is also relatively cheap, which attracts those cultivators to make moves one after another. Some innate warriors occasionally bid for things they could use. Blood-refined magic weapon Danqing sword. After dozens of auction items, a long sword appeared in Zheng Yuan's hand. This sword is more than 3 feet long and about 1 inch wide. It is shining with green light and cold. There are blood-red lines on the sword body. Just looking at it, people feel a sharp aura coming towards them. Looking at the rich materials, it is indeed a blood-refined magic weapon. A wasteful thing for warriors. A cultivator next to Fang Xing complained. Generally speaking, most cultivators' magic weapons are very small, especially flying swords, which are mostly the size of a palm or even about 1 foot long. This not only uses less materials, but also, in Fang Xing opinion, can minimize air resistance and facilitate control in the air. Of course, when there is a special need, the magic weapon can naturally activate functions such as size as desired, which is very unscientific in Fang Xing opinion. But with immortal cultivators, it seems that there is no need to talk about science. But to be honest, the material of this Danqing sword is enough to make 4 or 5 low-grade magic flying swords, which is indeed a bit wasteful. However, this is how warriors are. Even if a congenital warrior has congenital true qi, he can only use some low-level talismans to inject a certain amount of energy into the formation flags, etc. It is basically impossible to drive a low-grade magic weapon. Therefore, there are weapon refiners who have designed a blood-refined magic weapon specifically for congenital warriors. This blood-refined magic weapon is at most as powerful as a low-grade magic weapon, but it can be injected with congenital true qi or even blood essence to activate it, which is very convenient for warriors. Even Fang Xing was a little jealous when he saw it. It must feel good to chop people with such a sharp edge. It can also be sacrificed, if it is not expensive. Chapter 44 Foundation Building. Danqing Sword. Starting price is 100 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Xing's heart suddenly turned cold after hearing Zheng Yuan's offer. Even if he is more profitable, he only has dozens of spirit stones at most. For a postnatal warrior, it is already very eye-catching. Snatching this Danqing sword again may cause some trouble. Besides, I don't seem to need this good sword now that I don't leave the market. Fang Xing just thought about it, and saw a congenital warrior stand up excitedly. 100 spirit stones. 101. Other warriors also began to scramble for it. Blood-refined magic weapon. For a congenital warrior, if he cultivates to the peak of the congenital realm and obtains a blood-refined magic weapon, his status is almost equivalent to that of a mid-stage chi training cultivator. This is also the limit of secular warriors. It's a pity that warriors are all poor ghosts. And the price of this Danqing sword is rising very slowly. 120 spirit stones. A voice sounded, causing Fang Xing's heart to move slightly, and he looked towards the square. The speaker was wearing a black robe and a mask, and his demeanor was solemn. But he did not have the masculine aura of an innate warrior. It's a cultivator. Why would a cultivator want to steal a blood-refined magic weapon from us? It's probably for his descendants or slaves. A group of innate warriors cursed in their hearts. But Fang Xing recognized the owner of the voice. Is it him? Chen Yi, the leader of the Sanshan 5 righteous men. He is here too. No. Why is he buying a blood-refining magic tool? 130 spirit stones. Hey, fellow Taoist Chen. You finally showed up. You hid your head and showed your tail. Do you think I can't recognize you? At this moment, a somewhat arrogant voice sounded from the box. Why did you buy a blood-refining magic tool? Do you still want to renew your relationship with those brothers? It's a pity that your 2 brothers seem to be dead, and only 2 women are left, and they are unwilling to be with you. Is it him? Fu Qing? Fang Xing's heart moved. He actually didn't quite understand why Chen Yi first looked for Fu Qing to partner up and ambush Wan Finglan, and then turned against him. The only thing that can make immortal cultivators turn against each other is profit. Could it be there are still some secrets in that nameless valley? 140 spirit stones. I don't need to explain to you what I do. Luckily, Chen Yi stopped pretending after being discovered, and directly pulled off the veil, revealing his old face. After not seeing him for a while, he seemed to be more haggard. 150 spirit stones. Old man, if you dare, get out of the market. Fu Qin seemed to hate Chen very much, but he didn't dare to do it because of the rules of the market. There were many concerns in his words, which made Fang Xing think about something. Well, this is the Zheng family auction. Please don't bring personal grudges. Zheng Yuanao suddenly spoke. The deterrent power of the foundation building family is still there. And Chen Yi suddenly fell silent. 150 spirit stones. The Danqing sword is obtained by the guest of the 16th box of the Jiazi. With Zheng Yuanao's voice, this little farce came to an end. But Fang Xing looked at Chen Yi and suddenly felt that the other party was deliberately exposed. Not only did he not cover up his voice, he was even more brazen in his hostility towards the Black Tiger gang. Was he fishing? Or attracting big players to join? As for whether the bid was successful, it didn't matter at all. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. Just watch the show. Fang Xing was leisurely, leaning back in his chair. But soon, he couldn't be so leisurely anymore. Dragon blood pill is made from the blood and bone marrow of the jade blood dragon carp. Although the jade blood dragon carp is not of high grade, it is rumored to be a dragon species with a trace of Jialong blood. Therefore, the dragon blood pill contains dragon power, which can help warriors or cultivators to temper their bodies. Zheng Yuanao held a jade bottle and said calmly, since my Zheng family has wiped out a group of jade blood dragon carp, this pill can be sold in the Zheng family pill shop in the future. Now I will release 10 bottles first, with a reserve price of 50 spirit stones per bottle. You can bid secretly, and the 10 with the highest final price will be the successful auction. For the Zheng family, this is a small game during the intermission of the auction, and they also promote their own pills. After all, after the jade blood dragon carp was wiped out, they intercepted some fry and are trying to cultivate them, and then expand them into an industrial chain. Jialong blood? Fang Xing was a little interested. My big dragon pillar has been progressing slowly since it entered the mastery level. I wonder if this pill will work. The big dragon pillar is just a simulation of a dragon, but there might really be a trace of dragon blood in the dragon blood pill, even if it's just a breath. It's not bad. At least it's definitely suitable for me to comprehend the dragon's artistic conception. What is a dragon? If you haven't even seen a dragon, and you still want to comprehend the dragon's artistic conception, isn't it a joke? He thought about it, and put a piece of paper in the plate brought by the maid, on which was written the maximum spirit stone he could pay and the number of the seat. If it works, you can go and trade with your seat number. Not long after, Zheng Yuanao took a list with a smile on his face. Congratulations to the following 10 Taoist friends for bidding for Dragon Blood Pill. Number 27 Ding. Number 65 Bing. Not bad. I won. Fang Xing below nodded slightly, and then smiled bitterly in his heart. 67 spiritual stones are more expensive than Xiantian pills. If it doesn't work, I will lose a lot. But Xiantian pills only make people advance to Xiantian, while Dragon Blood pills may make people comprehend the artistic conception, which is the ability of the fourth realm. So if it works, it's still a profit. He continued to look and saw one precious item after another, from the breakthrough pills of the Qi training period to puppets, spiritual plants. It's all-encompassing. Everything is available. Unfortunately, most of them are only suitable for cultivators. Next, here is one of the 3 finale items of this auction. Suddenly, Zheng Yuanao's voice became solemn and slightly excited, and he asked the maid to present a small gray brocade bag. A low-grade storage bag, with 3 spaces inside, can store things, but not living things. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before he finished speaking, there was some noise in the auction hall. Storage bag? It's actually a storage bag? So expensive. Such a storage treasure. I'm afraid that except for the foundation building cultivators, there are not many Qi training cultivators who are qualified to own it. Space props? Fang Xing eyes lit up. The Blue Star Federation is actually quite average in terms of space technology. It was not until those extraterritorial evil gods invaded from the imaginary space that they had to catch up. But they were unable to intercept all attacks 100%. I'm afraid that even the Federation Martial Saint and Martial God may not be qualified to own such a small space prop. More importantly, this represents another civilization's interpretation of the way of space. If it is sold to a top consortium or laboratory, Even trillions of star yuan are not a big deal. Well, I dare not. Fang Xing shook his head and listened to Zheng Yuanao's introduction with interest. Only then did he know that this storage bag was an extremely special magic weapon, tanned with some kind of monster leather with void attributes. It was difficult for ordinary magic weapons to damage it. But the key was, it still required mana and even spiritual consciousness to use it. I feel the malice of the world. This world of immortal cultivators is too unfriendly to me, he complained in his heart, watching the price of the storage bag slowly rise. And finally, it was bought by an immortal cultivator in the box at the price of 6,800 spirit stones. This penultimate finale item is a contract. Someone is willing to resell a shop in the market, which was originally Qingyun's shop, with a reserve price of 4,500 spirit stones. Zheng Yuanao said with a smile on his face. It's actually a land deed? This kind of thing is only useful to big forces. Right? Fang Xing shook his head and watched the big forces in the box compete for it, and finally quoted a sky-high price. Although the price seems high, the big forces have been passed down from generation to generation, and they can eventually make money by getting the market shop, which is a hen that lays golden eggs. This inevitably reminds Fang Xing of those infrastructure projects, which are all high investment and high return. But the time needs to be extended. Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little wrong? Fang Xing was about to watch the excitement, but found that the atmosphere in the auction hall was a little wrong. In the void, there seemed to be an inexplicable pressure. He even felt as if there was a ferocious beast right beside him, staring at him all the time. It's a foundation building master. The Zheng family ancestor is here. It seems the rumors are true. So it seems that the owner of Qingyun's shop is selling his property for this last auction item. Fang Xing heard the conversation between the two cultivators next to him, and his heart was moved. Buzz! On the auction table, array patterns emerged one after another, converging into a silver-white translucent bowl, which was turned upside down and protected the entire table tightly. Then, Zheng Yuanao came forward with a tray in his hand, looking extremely solemn. The last lot. A bottle of Qianyuan Fire Demon. A spiritual object for foundation building. In the tray, there was only a jade bottle, which seemed to be filled with a sticky red liquid. A stream of red light penetrated through the jade bottle and directly penetrated to the outside, with streams of hot air. It's a spiritual object for foundation building. Is there really a foundation building opportunity at this auction? The cultivators present seemed to go crazy, especially those cultivators in the late stage of Qi training and those in the perfect stage of Qi training. They all stared at Zheng Yuanao on the high platform, or the jade bottle in Zheng Yuanao's hand. If it weren't for the fact that the Zheng family ancestor had deliberately leaked his aura to deter others, and the existence of the formation, I'm afraid someone would have rushed up to rob it. Foundation building. This is the lifelong pursuit of all Qi training cultivators. Once successful, they can live for more than 200 years, fly in the flesh, and be called the ancestor of the sect, and act tyrannically. But it is extremely difficult to break through the foundation building. If there is no foundation building opportunity to assist, it is almost impossible to succeed, and even failure will lead to death. The best foundation building opportunity is naturally the foundation building pill, which is said to increase the success rate by 20 to 30%. Next, there are various foundation building spiritual objects that are useful for the 3 stages of foundation building. Zheng Yuanao's voice was trembling. It took a lot of willpower to move his eyes away from Qianyuan Fire Evil. Qianyuan Fire Evil can cleanse the body and refine the magic power. It is very helpful for breaking through the physical level of the 3 levels of foundation building, and slightly helpful for the magic power level. Overall, it can increase the probability of a Qi cultivating cultivator who practices fire-attributed techniques to break through the foundation building by half to 10%. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 45, Taking Dragon Blood. Crazy. All crazy. Watching the crazy bids from the Qi training monks. Even the VIPs in the box who were calm and composed were arguing with each other. Fang Xing felt a chill. Aren't they suitable for the monks of fire attribute? Why are you all so crazy? He didn't know that for these Qi training monks, this is the Tao. No matter what, it's worth a try. What's more, Qianyuan Fire Evil is most suitable for the monks of fire attribute. But it doesn't mean that the monks of other attribute can't use it. For example, according to the theory of the 5 elements, fire generates earth, so the monks of Earth attribute can barely use it. But the effect will be weakened by 20% to 30%. If it is a cultivator who practices Yang attributed techniques, it may only weaken by 10% or 20. Even for other cultivators, as long as they are not the most incompatible water attributed practitioners, it is worth fighting. Maybe it will work. Once it works, it will immediately become a foundation building ancestor, on par with the Zheng family ancestor, and can be the fourth largest force in Qinglin market. Even if it fails, it is just a death. In the market, death is extremely common. This place is not suitable for me. Let's go! A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Fang Xing immediately stood up and walked out of the auction venue. He came to a counter, took out his token, and immediately handed over 67 spirit stones in exchange for a bottle of dragon blood pill. After doing all this, Fang Xing did not hesitate at all, randomly chose a door to leave the auction venue, and then went straight to his home. Perhaps most cultivators focus their attention on the auction of foundation building spiritual objects. Or perhaps the value revealed by Fang Xing was not high. Or perhaps the deterrence of Qinxian sect has always been there. Anyway, Fang Xing got home safely without any incident. He let out a long breath and then looked at the dragon blood pill in his hand. After pulling out the cork, he poured out the red pills from the bottle. It turns out that there are 5 pills in a bottle of dragon blood pill. Fang Xing sniffed and did not smell the blood. Only a rich fragrance. It's still the old rules. Test the poison first, and then try slowly. He has always been very cautious about what he eats. Let's go to the Eagle Star to sleep first. The momentum of the foundation building cultivator at the end is really exciting. A few days later, Shantytown. Hua Feiyue was sweating and looked a little exhausted. Sir, I can't hold on any longer. Fang Xing sat on the chair, breathing a little heavy, but a little regretful. It's almost there. Your 7 emotion sutra is not good. It failed to fully arouse my inner emotions. That's right. He hired Hua Feiyue to help him practice at the cost of spirit stones. At this point, Fang Xing had already gained a lot of knowledge about the realm of the extreme emotion sword, and was just one step away from entering the realm. Sir, in this situation, I suggest you buy a Chaos God talisman, which is a talisman for cultivators, and its effect is better than my 7 emotion sutra. Hua Feiyue wiped off her sweat and made a suggestion. Well, this is possible. Fang Xing nodded. It's just that the market has been a bit chaotic recently. After all, it's a foundation building spiritual object. If I were not a warrior, but a cultivator, I might also fight for my life. Hua Feiyue smiled with her lips covered, and it seemed like she was gloating. With the suppression of the foundation building cultivators that day, the auction ended smoothly in the end. But after it ended, the security situation in the market suddenly became much worse, and some cultivators even fought in the stall area, and were finally suppressed by the Qinxian sect's law enforcement team. It is said that the fight outside the market was even more intense. Fang Xing touched his chin. The Qianyuan fire liquid was finally auctioned at a sky-high price, and the Zheng family made a fortune. Hee. If there was a choice, how could the Zheng family be willing to sell the foundation building spiritual objects? It is probably the pressure from the Qinxian sect. If there is a winner this time, there is only one, and that is the Qinxian sect. Hua Feiyue has other understandings. Looking at it this way, it does make some sense. Fang Xing nodded, and suddenly asked, Did Chen Yi contact you? Hua Feiyue's body trembled slightly, and then said, I have no relationship with that person anymore. Although he had contacted me before, I didn't reply. It can be seen that Hua Feiyue has broken off all ties with Chen Yi. In addition, this woman is also very smart. She knows that it is absolutely bad to get involved with Chen Yi, and she doesn't want to provoke him. The immortals have always looked down on warriors like us. Chen Yi's sworn brotherhood with you seems to be a deliberate act. Fang Xing smiled slightly. Forget it. Let's not talk about that person. This is today's herbs. You can sell them at the market. Then buy a Chaos God talisman. If you set up a stall to sell spiritual medicine, the price will of course be higher than the purchase price of the store, and the income can be higher, but it will take some time. Therefore, Fang Xing chose to hire Hua Feiyue to set up a stall and then give him a commission. The transaction is done every once in a while. Even if the other party absconds with the money, the loss is only the recent harvest. For him, it doesn't matter at all. I understand. Don't worry, young master. Hua Feiyue looked at the elixir that Fang Xing took out, her beautiful eyes flickering. She knew that this young master was definitely not simple. There might be a group of herbalists standing behind him. Or at least, he had a channel to buy herbs at a low price. But of course she couldn't ask about this kind of thing. Otherwise it would become a peeping into the boss's secrets. Preparing to defect. And never stop. After experiencing the previous difficulties, she realized how valuable it is to get a job now. And she didn't want to lose it. Although this woman is a little involved, she can still be used. After all, she looks good, is congenital, and is good at spiritual martial arts. She is also good at speaking, suitable for setting up a stall. Watching Hua Feiyue leave, Fang Xing nodded. He lives in the market, has the rules of Qingxian sect, and more importantly, he has a laser gun by his side. So he is not afraid of ordinary risks now. It's better to practice. Thinking of this, Fang Xing immediately glanced at the attribute column. Dragon posture, 15 out of 200, mastery, go sword, 2/100, beginner. The dragon posture is very slow, and the go sword is even slower. I feel like I should go out and chop more people or monsters to make faster progress. Fang Xing was thoughtful. The next moment, he raised his hand slightly, and a 100 tempered steel sword fell into his hand, and a several-inch-long blade light burst out from the blade. Now my strength is comparable to that of a martial arts innate. Even without the nano-protective suit and laser gun, I can still fight ordinary cultivators in the early stage of Qi training. If I add the protective suit, even cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training may not be unable to fight. With the electric baton, maybe I can threaten cultivators in the late stage of Qi training? If I encounter a stronger opponent, there is nothing to say. Just use the laser gun. Swish. The sword light overflowed, and a figure was like a swimming dragon. The person followed the sword, and each sword seemed to carry a terrifying killing intent. The surrounding land rolled, as if it had been plowed, and countless weeds were cut across the sky. After a set of Go Sword dance, Fang Xing looked at the attribute bar that did not increase at all, and couldn't help but be a little speechless. Then, he took out the dragon blood pill. We have already done the poison test and the mouse experiment. There should be no problem. The Zheng family wants to make a name for themselves, and the pills they release should all be top quality. Thinking of this, Fang Xing no longer hesitated, raised his neck, and swallowed the dragon blood pill. Roar! In a trance, he seemed to hear a dragon roar from ancient times. A terrifying stream of heat swept through his limbs and bones, and even made his repeatedly tempered body begin to sweat. In the sweat, there were even strands of bright red blood. It's worthy of being the dragon blood pill. It's so effective, Fang Xing exclaimed, and immediately set up the big dragon stake. Roar! His bones all over his body moved, making sounds similar to dragon roars. Not knowing whether it was an illusion, he felt that these dragon roars were constantly approaching the dragon roar he heard in a trance before. Fang Xing's spine moved like a dragon. The bones of his limbs turned into dragon claws. His head tilted up, and his tail swung. Dragon, what is a dragon? To strive for self-improvement is a dragon. To dominate the world is also a dragon. The Federation's dragon posture is named after the ancient dragon, which is mainly a spiritual change. It is said that after the great interstellar era, some dragon-like creatures were found on other planets, but they can only be called dragon beasts. The Jiaolong in the world of immortal cultivation is even more similar. After standing on the dragon posture, Fang Xing habitually looked at the attribute bar and was stunned. Dragon posture, 20/200, mastery, 1 dragon posture. 5 points of proficiency increase. This is the effect of the dragon blood pill? I used up a grain of powder scraped off from the bottle of dragon blood pill in the experiment. I just ate 1 grain, and there are 3 left. Doesn't it mean that I can increase my proficiency by 15 points? If I buy 7 or 8 more bottles, my dragon posture can enter the 4th stage and fully comprehend the artistic conception? Of course, Fang Xing also knows that any pill is best when swallowed for the first time, and the efficacy will inevitably decrease afterwards. But he was still very optimistic about this prospect. Once the great dragon pillar enters the 4th stage, you will comprehend the dragon's artistic conception. The courage and spirit realm will be completely unobstructed, with the addition of the Xiantian pill. I will achieve the 3rd and 4th realms of martial arts at an astonishingly fast speed. It is said that the martial arts of the Blue Star Federation will burst out with a different kind of splendor after the fourth realm, and the combat power will explode exponentially. Although I have no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortals, relying on martial arts training, I may not be unable to compete with the late stage of Qi training perfection, and even foundation building cultivators and Dan formation cultivators in the future. Fang Xing clenched his right fist, as if grasping the future and grasping hope. Chapter 46 Sword and Knife. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. It is the end of August. Outside Qinglan Market, on the edge of the wilderness. Since the beast tide has ended, the density of wild monsters has dropped significantly, and many warriors dare to go out in groups to hunt monsters and pick spiritual medicine. Huff, accompanied by a terrifying nasal sound. A 3-meter-long wild boar with a pair of tusks rushed out of the dense forest. It was like a heavy tank, and trees fell, and the ground was open wherever it passed. Opposite it was a young warrior with a sword on his back. With a sword in hand. No ghosts or gods will stay. Kill! Fang Xingru was like a god or a demon, and the steel sword in his hand burst out with a dazzling sword light. He followed the sword, and the whole person seemed to turn into a straight line, colliding fiercely with this first-level inferior monster. Whoosh! When he was about to collide with the wild boar monster, he twisted his waist and suddenly bent at the last second, like a paper man doing a movement that violated human mechanics. Swish! He dodged the wild boar's charge by leaning sideways, and the steel knife in his hand flashed, slashing fiercely on the wild boar monster's neck. This monster had a thick layer of grease and mud as a defense, and after being mixed with the monster's talent, it was even stronger than iron armor. But at this time, under the blade, it was cut open like tofu. The blade cut open a thick layer of outer shell, followed by flesh and bones. Nothing can be cut. In this knife, Fang Xing seemed to understand the characteristics of the ghost knife more clearly. That is, to move forward without hesitation and cut everything. Puff! In the end, a huge pig head flew high, and blood gushed out like a fountain. After being beheaded by a knife, the headless body of the wild boar monster actually rushed out dozens of meters until it knocked down a giant tree, and then barely stopped. Ghost Sword, 7 out of 100, beginner okay. The proficiency of Ghost Sword has increased a little bit. It turns out that martial arts still need actual combat. Fang Xing was a little excited, since he got started with Ghost Sword and Extreme Love Sword. He occasionally came to the wild to try out his moves. Many martial arts require actual combat to make rapid progress. Also, there is another advantage in this world of cultivation. That is, human life is worthless. Even if several or dozens of people die, it is not a big deal at all. There are basically battles every day. If it is on the Eagle Star, let alone wanton killing. Even if one person dies, nearby neighbors will have detectives coming to the door. Unless it is in the black market. But everyone in the black market wears protective clothing, which is really difficult to kill, and it is more likely to overturn. In the wilderness of the world of cultivation, the probability of overturning is lower. The way of martial arts. One step faster. Every step faster. Not to mention the college entrance examination. He got started with A-level martial arts in the first year of high school, so his progress speed is naturally much faster than those who came into contact with A-level martial arts in the second or third year of high school. With this alone, he can surpass many people and get into a better university in the future. School will start tomorrow. With some melancholy, Fang Xing stepped forward and harvested the materials from the wild boar monster. The price of monster meat has been rising recently, so pork cannot be wasted and can be handed over to Hua Feiyue to sell slowly. This time he went out, still in the name of contacting herbal medicine channels. So he had to go to the temporary camp to get a batch of herbs. The things here will be mainly handed over to Hua Feiyue in the future. This woman seems trustworthy for the time being, for some reason. The Black Tiger Gang and Shindy have stopped fighting recently, but there is no trouble. Fang Xing was cutting a pig thigh, and suddenly stood up and looked at the dense forest. Who? This little brother has good hearing. A figure flew out. A young man in black. He was tall and thin, with a heroic face, standing on the treetops. His figure rose and fell with the treetops, showing an extremely wonderful light skill. At this time, looking at the fallen wild boar corpse, his eyes flashed. According to the rules of the market, we share a share when we meet. Little brother, you, after all, He is an innate warrior, and he has a superb light skill, so he can't help but look down on Fang Xing. What's more, this first-level low-grade monster is worth a lot of spirit stones, although it is nothing to some cultivators. For every warrior, a piece of spirit sand cannot be ignored. Looking for death, Fang Xing's face sank, and the steel knife in his hand flew out directly. Whoosh! The steel knife pierced into the tree behind the young man and went straight into the handle. A mere acquired warrior, I don't know whether he relied on traps or poison and good luck to kill a low-grade monster. And he dared. The figure of the young man was like a ghost, and he suddenly transformed into 3 figures, and came to Fang Xing's side silently, with a trace of cruelty in his eyes. Clang! The next moment, Fang Xing's long sword was unsheathed. This long sword was naturally not a blood-refined magic weapon, but a Qifeng sword that he bought at random at a stall. The material is considered good in the secular world, and it can barely be called a sharp weapon. But in the eyes of immortal cultivators, it is just broken copper and rotten iron. Shwa! The sword flashed. The young man was suddenly startled, and in a trance, he seemed to see the willow trees in his hometown, the moonlit lotus pond, and her under the willow trees. Sorry, Ling. I am still. A tear fell from the corner of the young man's eyes. Poof! Immediately, he covered his throat and couldn't speak at all. A section of the sword tip was pulled out by Fang Xing. Not a bit more or less. Bang! The young man's body immediately fell to the ground. The acquired nature is against the innate nature. That's all. I don't even need a protective suit. The extreme love sword seems to be more powerful than the ghost sword, but it's too difficult to get started. Fang Xing put the sword back into the sheath and glanced at the attribute column. Extreme love sword. 5 out of 100, beginner, since he got the help of the Chaos God Talisman. He practiced day and night, and finally got started with this A-level martial arts. Even if this sword is just for entry, its power is amazing. Under the simulated artistic conception, even the innate masters will be dazed for a moment. Masters fight, and the moment of confusion is enough for Fang Xing to kill the opponent 10 times. I just don't know if it will work on immortal cultivators. Chi training cultivators have spiritual awareness, and their mental defense may be stronger than that of warriors. But my extreme love sword is just an entry-level sword, and it can be improved later. At least, the real artistic conception can definitely have an impact on immortal cultivators. While Fang Xing was daydreaming, he covered his hands with a layer of nano gloves and began to touch the corpse. Bah! He is really a poor guy. He only has a few spiritual sands. Where is the martial arts secret book? I think he has good light skills, but I didn't expect him not to bring the martial arts secret book with him. Bad review. After searching for a while, Fang Xing went back to the market cursing. These market warriors are naturally far less wealthy than the black market warriors. At least they don't have any high-tech equipment such as protective clothing or even laser guns. Recently, even the secret books have not been released, which makes him even more speechless. Shed. Young master. You're going to hunt monsters alone again? Hua Feiyue felt that she couldn't see through this young master anymore, although she knew that the other party had a blood-refining magic weapon. Why would she risk her life when she had the source of herbs? Starting tomorrow, the spirit stones will be paid every 3 days. Fang Xing didn't say much and handed the prepared herbs and monster materials to Hua Feiyue. At this point, he could trust the other party a little, so he could extend the payment date a little. After all, even if he lost 3 days of income, it didn't matter to him, just as the price of recognizing a person. Besides, after going to school, he couldn't stay here day and night, and he had to give up his power. Please rest assured, young master. Hua Feiyue took it with a smile and threw Fang Xing a wink. After this period of time, with the assistance of the 7 Emotion Sutra, she and Fang Xing have become very familiar with each other. However, Fang Xing had no interest in chatting more today, so he directly served tea and sent him away. After Hua Feiyue left, Fang Xing was silent and began to cook spiritual rice, while setting up the big dragon pile for practice. After eating the spiritual rice, he began to practice the Ghost God Sword and the Extreme Emotion Sword. The greatest effect of A-level martial arts is to protect the mind. It can directly face the spiritual impact and pollution of the evil god's servants. The swords are paired, and Fang Xing figure wanders in countless sword lights and shadows. But he thinks a lot. When I was practicing, I found that when facing the 7 Emotion Sutra, Once I simulated the artistic conception of the ghost god sword. Hua Feiyue's spiritual martial arts would have no effect on me. When the extreme emotion sword is practiced, even if the immortal cultivator's chaos god talisman, as long as I intend to resist, I can be exempted. So it seems that in the future, when facing some immortal cultivators who are good at spiritual attacks, such as the charming cultivator, I can also remain calm? The reason why immortal cultivators are powerful is that they have many means. But this kind of secret technique of attacking the mind is also an extremely important one among them. But why do I always think about how to fight with immortal cultivators? As a true warrior, am I destined to crush everything with my fists in another world? Fang Xing sighed, went to the basement, and looked at his assets. Laser guns, nano-protective clothing, electric batons, various monitoring equipment, and a batch of spiritual herbs in reserve, worth about 50 low-grade spiritual stones. In addition, I still have 37 spiritual stones in my hand, 8 spiritual sands, various elixirs, martial arts secrets, poison powder, hidden weapons, and other sundries. There are still 3 days of payment for goods from Hua Feiyue, worth about 15 or 16 low-grade spiritual stones. Finally, it's this bottle of Xiantian Dan. Fang Xing picked up a jade bottle, which contained a milky white pill, and the mouth of the bottle was sealed with a foam ling fu. After learning from Xiao Rui, the maid at King Danfeng, that after this kind of Xiantian pill is refined and placed in a special jade bottle with a sealing spirit talisman, it can maintain its efficacy for about 5 years. Fang Xing immediately spent 50 spirit stones to buy a Xiantian pill. After all, he estimated that he would be able to complete the second realm within a year. When the time comes, the Xiantian pill can be put to use, and he can enter the unpolished jade realm directly. After the unpolished jade realm, I can use my true chi to activate many talismans in this world. I will have more means. A hint of expectation flashed in Fang Xing's eyes. Chapter 47 Martial Arts Golden Elixir. September 1st. Eagle Star. The sky was blue. Fang Xing stretched his body comfortably and walked along the river bank to Yucai High School. As a freshman in the second year of high school, he had to report to school today. After 2 months of hard training during the summer vacation, I can now fight with my eyes closed 10 summers ago. Fang Xing clenched his fists, felt the strong power coming from his muscles and bones, and nodded slightly. The muscle training is more than half completed. Before the end of this semester, the Xiantian pill will probably be useful. In addition, I have learned 2 A-level martial arts and the 12 military boxing styles to the mastery level. Of course, the biggest improvement is the Big Dragon Pile, since he found that the new Dragon Blood pill launched by the Zheng family is beneficial to the Big Dragon Pile. Fang Xing went to buy a few more bottles. As a result, he found that the effect of the Dragon Blood pill was gradually decreasing. Even now, it has reached the point where one pill can only increase proficiency a little bit, and it has become completely useless. However, Fang Xing is very open-minded and plans to let Hua Feiyue purchase some other things related to Jiaolong, which should continue to stimulate the improvement of Delongzu and finally comprehend the artistic conception of dragon. I feel that top-notch universities are waving at me. Maybe I should apply to Blue Star University and fulfill the original owner's wish to buy a house in Blue Star. Fang Xing was thinking when he suddenly heard a dog barking. Woof woof. He looked up and saw a tall beauty wearing sportswear, who seemed to be doing morning exercises. And next to the beauty, there was a bully dog. See you again. Jingxi smiled and greeted Fang Xing with his pet dog Ginger. What a coincidence. Do you come to do morning exercises every day? Fang Xing was a little surprised. Yes, mainly walking the dog. Jingxia answered seriously. Then I will investigate the case, because it is very close to Yucai High School. An agent from the Blue Star Federation is walking around here every day, which makes me feel uneasy. Fang Xing complained in his heart and chatted for a few more words. School starts today. I'm leaving first. Well, come on, little brother. Jing Xia smiled and said, don't grow up like the group of people under your sister and become useless. Useless. Fang Xing looked very speechless, waved and left. But he felt relieved in his heart. It seems that there should be no major discovery. Alas, I just want to live a peaceful life and wait quietly for the college entrance examination. Why are there always such troubles around? Yucai High School. Classroom of Class 2. Grade 2. Fang Xing entered and saw that many classmates had already arrived. Oh, Yang Qianqian, Bai Lang, Xianxuan, Ian were all there. And of course, Cole was indispensable. But at this time, Cole was sitting in the corner, with a decadent temperament on his face, as if he had been hit hard and had not recovered after a summer vacation. Fang Xing. Ouyang Qianqian saw Fang Xing and went up to greet him. Did you have fun during the summer vacation? We biochemical people have to work and practice martial arts. Unlike you natural people. Fang Xing shook his head, raised his chin slightly, and pointed in the direction of Cole. Ouyang Qianqian understood immediately and lowered her voice. It is said that his family paid too much for his martial arts training. But his grades were not good. And his parents had a conflict and wanted to divorce. So that's it. Fang Xing wanted to say something, but saw Bai Liani and Lu Wei walked in. Huh? Bai Liani's temperament was still as pure as a lotus, which easily aroused people's desire to protect her. But Lu Wei's changes were too big, not only in terms of figure, but also in temperament, which was sharp and fierce, which made Fang Xing think of those black market warriors. No, not a black market warrior, but a black boxing warrior, with a bloody smell. Did he go to fight black boxing this summer? Or even kill someone? Looking at his martial arts level, I'm afraid he has made rapid progress. Muscle activation is originally very suitable for training meat. Could it be that he is now in the second level? Is actual combat really the most suitable for martial arts improvement? Oh, he probably hasn't killed as many people as I have? That's fine. Fang Xing retracted his gaze, and saw the projection of teacher Lan Fei appear again. Hello, students. Welcome to the second year of high school. And now we will start to call the roll. Lan Fei wore a black suit, and looked no different from before. The changes of time seemed to leave no trace on her, being able to be used as a unified textbook. This teacher Lan Fei's body is obviously extraordinary. Not only is he an excellent education scholar, but he is probably also a real professional. His life has evolved, and he may live for hundreds of years. After the cultural courses, there are martial arts courses as usual. Xiao Long strode into the classroom, his hawk-like eyes sweeping across the room. Today we will start with a survey. You will come to the practice room one by one according to your student number. I want to see if you have wasted your summer vacation. Bai Lang went in first, and then came back almost crying. After all, Xiao Long education has always been simple and rough. Then it was Ouyang Qianqian, who was relatively calm when she came back. It seems that she practiced a lot during the summer vacation and barely passed. As for Cole, he went there but didn't come back. It is said that he was sent directly to the infirmary. Fang Xing looked at them one by one, and when it was his turn, he walked into the practice room with a calm face. Boom! As soon as he entered the practice room, he saw a fist covering him. With one punch, he actually felt that the whole world was compressing him. The horror of death made his flesh and blood swell, his tendons stretch, and his 5 fingers come together to form a fist. Bow step cannon punch. Boom! A cannon sounded suddenly in the void, and the two fists faced each other. Fang Xing suddenly felt as if he had punched cotton. His whole body was empty, but there was no strength to rebound. The second level of tendon refining. Even the tendons are elastic, like a strong bow. It means that the tendons have been refined more than half. And this bow step cannon fist, I am afraid it has reached perfection. How come you have become so strong after not seeing you for a summer? What medicine did you take? Xiao Long stood with his fists closed, looking at Fang Xing with a strange look, and a smile of surprise appeared on the corner of his mouth. Teacher, I have been practicing hard during the summer vacation, and I was lucky enough to win a lottery ticket. So I bought nutrient solution to assist in my practice. Fang Xing answered calmly. He went to the black market to launder money just for this. Even with the help of nutrient solution, you are making rapid progress. I'm afraid that the dragon pillar has reached an extremely high level. Xiao Long was quite emotional with your progress. As long as you persevere, you will be promoted to the unpolished jade realm in the 3rd year of high school. And it will not be difficult to get into college. Haha. My class has produced several college seedlings at once. The principal must be envious of me when he knows about it. It's funny to say that our principal thinks the school's enrollment rate is too bad. And just now, he spent a lot of money to dig up a freshman in high school, just to rush to college. I didn't expect that there is also a college seed in my class. Digging up a college seed? The freshman. Wouldn't his surname be Gu? Fang Xing expression moved. Yes. Do you know that little girl Gu Yun? Her father is also a martyr. and many schools have extended olive branches to her. Our principal has also tried his best to recruit her for admission. He has given away full scholarships, personal training resources, and support promises. In the end, it is better to cultivate talents in our school. Xiao Long laughed. Don't worry. You have made such progress. And the scholarship this year is stable. It's not even an ordinary scholarship. You could apply for a special scholarship. I can be here today, thanks to the guidance of the teacher. Fang Xing was very humble. After all, Xiao Long had sponsored him before, and this drop of water should not be forgotten. Well, now that we are in the second year of high school, everyone's martial arts progress has been pulled apart, so it is impossible to teach one by one. You come here after martial arts class every day, and I will teach you individually for 10 minutes. Xiao Long made teaching arrangements. Those in the class, who are still wandering in the first realm, can naturally be taught together. But Lu Wei, Bai Lianyi and Fang Xing, the three who have broken through the second realm of martial arts, can have special treatment. Anyway, they won't learn anything from the classes of those first-level students. You are now in the second level. You can learn an A-level martial art. In addition, you have to practice the tiger subduing posture, which is similar to the dragon posture, but is more suitable for strengthening the muscles and bones. Xiao Long sighed. You have such a solid foundation. The tiger subduing posture will definitely improve rapidly. The dragon posture cannot be left behind. The dragon and the tiger subduing posture are the foundation of the martial arts of our Blue Star Federation. The all-knowing brain is obtained through thousands of hammers and tempers. If you can practice these two major posts to the fourth stage, or even merge them into the dragon and tiger artistic realm, your future prospects will really be limitless. How limitless? Fang Xing became interested. Forget it. I tell you about it today. Federation Martial Arts. The first level is skin and flesh. The second level is tendons and bones. The third level is rough jade. Rough jade is actually still the foundation and needs to be polished. Only when you reach the fourth level of courage and spirit, you can be a real professional. It is considered to be entering the door of martial arts. Xiao Long smiled slightly and relegated many innates in the other world to dust. And the fifth level of martial arts, called external scene, is the culmination of one's own artistic conception, forming the prototype of the field, which can manifest wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and various supernatural powers. Only when martial arts reach this step can it be considered to have truly broken away from the barriers and entered a new realm. After all, the artistic conception of martial arts is illusory and only exists in the enemy's mind. But a warrior in the external scene realm can really raise his hand to release wind, fire, thunder and lightning. For example, a warrior in the flame realm can release real flames, which is a model of the spirit affecting matter. Then comes the sixth realm of martial arts, the golden elixir. To condense the martial arts golden elixir, you need to harmonize the dragon and tiger yin and yang. And the most orthodox and promising way is to achieve the great success of the big dragon pile and the tiger subduing pile. Merge them into the dragon and tiger realm, and then condense a dragon-tiger golden elixir. Skin, bones, unpolished jade, courage, external scene, golden elixir. Fang Xing felt that the secret of the federal martial arts was unfolding in front of him for the first time. The omniscient brain is really amazing. It is actually building the foundation of the martial arts golden elixir when it is skin, bones and tendons. Chapter 48 Fu Hu. In the Blue Star Federation, although martial arts is regarded as cannon fodder, its future is actually very bright. It is also a path of human evolution. If you can become a martial arts golden elixir, you will be a big shot in the Eagle Star. Xiao Long seemed to say casually, a martial arts golden elixir master can live for 400 or 500 years even without any genetic surgery. As for those who are older, those martial saints and gods in our Blue Star Federation only died in battle, not old age. Martial arts golden elixir. 400 or 500 years. Fang Xing was stunned. After many years in Qinglin Market, he also heard that above the foundation building stage is the ancestor of the Jindan stage. There is such a person in the Qingxian sect, who is said to have lived for more than 400 years. And it seems that in the Jindan stage, there are also fake elixir, real elixir, and golden elixir. The immortal Dao golden pill should be different from the martial Dao golden pill. Right? But it sounds a bit similar. Fang Xing was puzzled. I just don't know what will happen if a Marshall Dow Golden Pill expert faces a Gene Dan ancestor in the world of immortal cultivation. So you understand? If you want to attack the Marshall Dow Golden Pill in the future, the Big Dragon Pill and the Subduing Tiger Pill are the top priorities. And you must rush to the 4th stage or above. I think you are very talented in the Big Dragon Pill. And you can't miss it. Xiao Long's voice was extremely solemn. Although even if you achieve the Dragon and Tiger realm, it is only the most basic condition for attacking the Dragon and Tiger Golden Pill. And there are still many difficulties ahead. But if you can't even achieve the Dragon and Tiger realm, let alone the Dragon and Tiger Golden Pill, therefore, even if Fang Xing now only seems to have a glimmer of hope, he will solemnly remind him. Thank you, teacher. I wonder what realm you are in. Fang Xing was a little curious. Me? Xiao Long smiled slightly. And silver-white arc suddenly appeared around him. Swish. Lightning flashed, making the surroundings seem like they were in a lightning purgatory. Fang Xing suddenly felt as if his whole body was slightly electrified, and his hair stood up. In order to make it easier to move in ancient times, he had deliberately started to grow his hair, and the result was a more funny hedgehog head. The prototype of the field. The exterior scene. Fang Xing understood. No wonder. Professionals have a certain status in the Federation, and the 4th level of martial arts can be certified as professionals. Xiao Long is actually a master of the 5th realm. No wonder he looks arrogant at ordinary times. He can go to an alien planet for vacation during the summer vacation. The inner thoughts are manifested outside the body, and the spirit affects the material, which can be called the exterior scene. Xiao Long smiled slightly and looked at his watch again. You haven't said which A-level martial arts you are going to practice. The school textbooks only have 3 choices: Ghost Sword, Crazy 18 Strikes, and Crazy Magic Stick Method. From your attainments in the 12 styles of military boxing, I suggest you choose Crazy 18 Strikes. These 2 martial arts are of the same origin and are both the military way killing fist series. There will be more advanced martial arts in the future, which can be seamlessly connected. I choose Ghost Sword. Fang Xing said his choice in a deep voice. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Long frowned, and a sense of oppression followed. In the embryonic form of the domain, even the courageous warriors will be suppressed. Even though Xiao Long has restrained himself, Fang Xing still feels a little breathless, and even unconsciously wants to obey the other party. Is this the prototype of the domain? Sure enough, it's domineering. He was slightly moved in his heart, but he still insisted. I choose the Ghost Sword. Reason? Xiao Long showed a trace of doubt. Because I have already mastered the Ghost Sword. Fang Xing felt the pressure was gone, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What? Xiao Long's eyes widened. It was unbelievable. Because I met Gu Yun when I was working before. I got some advice. And then, I went to the black market to observe black boxing fighting, and speculated on the artistic conception of the Ghost Sword many times. Maybe I am more talented in this martial art. And I quickly got started with meditation and hypnosis. So I successfully entered the door. If you don't believe me, I will show you 2 swords. Fang Xing gave his explanation, so that even if he was found out that he had been to the black market in the future, he could openly explain that he was observing the Ghost Sword. Show me. Xiao Long's face was extremely serious, and his body did not move. But a ghost-headed sword automatically flew down from the wall and fell into Fang Xing's hands. With a knife in hand, Fang Xing's expression suddenly changed, and a layer of knife light burst out from the blade. Okay. No more playing around. You kid. You kid. Xiao Long pointed at Fang Xing. But the smile on his mouth became wider and wider, and finally turned into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. It's really a big surprise for me. Xia. In the final exam of the 100 stars at the end of the 2nd year of high school, you must give those students from San High School and Phoenix High School a good look, and then fight for a good ranking for our Eagle Star. Yes, teacher. Fang Xing solemnly agreed that the better's ranking, the more benefits Xiao Long should be able to get. In this way, it can be regarded as a return for the previous investment, since you have already mastered the Ghost Sword. Today you will mainly learn the tiger subduing posture. Xiao Long seemed to have a new understanding of Fang Xing, and then adjusted the teaching plan. At this time, as he pressed a button, a huge 3D projected black tiger suddenly appeared in the classroom. Although it was known that it was a projection, the black tiger's demeanor, steps, and even its breath seemed to be leaked out with a natural tiger power. which was chilling. The tiger subduing posture requires observing the tiger's form, and then communicating with the spirit. Xiao Long began to explain the tiger subduing posture. The posture is dead, but the spirit is alive. Only when the tiger's form is practiced into the bones can it be considered a real achievement. This section of the projection of the Black Nightmare tiger is specially made, and it can almost perfectly simulate the demeanor of the tiger beast back then. Originally, the tiger subduing posture was just an ordinary chi and blood posture on Blue Star. But after entering the Interstellar Era, we found many tiger beasts on other planets, among which the Black Nightmare tiger was judged to be the most suitable interstellar creature for visualization. Those ancient warriors were good enough to leave 1 or 2 meditation pictures, which is not comparable to such an immersive experience. In addition, you must remember that this kind of special projection is only the most formal in schools, and other videos on the internet may not be accurate, but may be harmful. So if you want to observe it, you have to be here. After saying that, Xiao Long directly made his hands into claws and fell forward. Roar! Fang Xing instantly felt a tiger rushing towards him. It seemed that Xiao Long was not a human, but a tiger demon in disguise. I learned from him. He got on all fours and began to imitate Xiao Long movements, and even observed the Black Nightmare tiger, memorizing the other's demeanor firmly in his heart. The Fuhu posture is the same as the Dalong posture. It is just a sea-level martial art, and it is not very difficult to get started. Therefore, when school was over, Fang Xing glanced at the attribute bar and saw that it had a very calm health bar, Fu Hu Zhuang, 1/100, beginner, with the foundation of De Long Zhuang. Fu Hu Zhuang should make rapid progress in the early stage. What's more, I have other resources. There are many tiger monsters around Qinglanfeng City, and Fang Xing has even eaten tiger monster meat. There are tiger bones given by Mengyi at home. The bones of the monster tiger should be good for soaking wine. In addition, you can also go to Qinglanfeng to see if there are any bone-hardening elixirs such as tiger bone pills. When it comes to tiger beasts, Blue Star seems to be inferior to the other world. If you can find a descendant with a trace of blood of the 3rd level tiger monster like the dragon blood pill, and refine it into a special pill, it will be helpful for comprehending the artistic conception of the tiger. Obviously, it is quite beneficial. I will definitely get the dragon and tiger realm, which is the golden elixir seed. Maybe it will give me extra points for the college entrance examination. Sure enough, my Blue Star martial arts is to defeat the immortal martial arts of the other world. Fang Xing has always believed in the principle that the butt and the interests are consistent. Now that he has no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortals, he is a firm martial arts school. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. If the benefits are enough, then just wipe the skin and say it's really delicious without losing a piece of meat. The boat turns. It's flexible. Walking out of the school gate, on the road beside the river bank, Fang Xing looked at himself reflected in the river, and couldn't help but silently nodded a thumbs up. Just then, Lu Wei also came out. The two met, just nodded calmly, and then went their separate ways. The sunset was setting, and the two shadows were infinitely elongated. Happy home community. It's rare for school to start, so take a rest first. Fang Xing ordered takeout for himself, then put on holographic glasses and began to indulge in games. When he was eating takeout, he remembered something and sent a congratulatory text message to Gu Yun. After all, it was her first day in high school today. If Xiao Long hadn't mentioned it before, he would have almost forgotten about it. After Fang Xing finished eating, Gu Yun's reply came. Huh? You actually called me? Go ahead. Fang Xing put on holographic glasses, and a tea house appeared in front of him. Gu Yun was wearing a school uniform and 2 buns, and was slowly making tea. When she saw Fang Xing come in, there was no expression on her face. Just nodded, thank you. Senior? Well, as a freshman, you can ask me if you don't understand anything. I am quite familiar with Yusai High School. I know exactly which auntie in the cafeteria has the best nutritious meals, although they are not very good. Fang Xing sat down and took a sip of tea. This virtual tea actually has a fragrance. I heard today that several top students emerged in the 2nd year of high school, the kind that can enter university. Gu Yun got straight to business. One of them is you? I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Fang Xing was a little surprised. The principal has put a lot of effort into the enrollment rate. Gu Yun looked at Fang Xing with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. It seems that you have made a lot of progress this summer vacation. It's just right. I also want to try it. Let's make an appointment for a fight another day. Okay. Okay. Fang Xing waved his hands, feeling a little helpless. He knew that Gu Yun had something to do with him. In addition, I have also applied to the principal for an off-campus internship opportunity. If your strength satisfies me, I can recommend you to join. Gu Yun then talked about something, which made Fang Xing raise his eyebrows. Oh, is this the prize for the martial arts challenge? If you think it is, then it can be. Chapter 49 Battle. Off-campus internship. TSK. Worthy of being a natural person living in the brilliant Jiang mansion. It's okay to have money. The key is to have connections. Take off the holographic glasses. Fang Xing was quite emotional. Although he and Lu Wei had ridiculed the Gu family as a middle-income family before. In fact, on the Eagle Star, the Gu family background is indeed quite good. And even Gu Renwang is a real professional. Strictly speaking, Gu Yun's family is much better than Fang Xing original classmates. This off-campus internship was arranged by the school. And Gu Renwang's original unit was connected to Gu Yun's work-study program, which is actually to take care of the orphans of martyrs. More money, less work, and close to home. It's really good. Fang Xing pondered for a while. Even so, he still doesn't like it now. But personality is very important. Fang Xing, who has resources from another world, doesn't like it. But the original Fang Xing would definitely like it. It's better to follow the gangsters and get some legitimate star yuan. And you don't have to launder money. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. This is also to expand the network here. After all, Gu Yun's background is at least much better than his. Fang Xing martial arts still mainly rely on the Blue Star Federation. So he can't ignore the business here. The next day, Fang Xing went out early in the morning and went to school. On the road, he still saw Jingxiu doing morning exercises. This made him sigh secretly. Unless Jingxiu lived nearby, he would obviously have other intentions if he wandered around every day. It is even possible that he came to the neighborhood specifically to investigate something. In addition to Yusai High School, this area is the residential area for teachers and students. And there is no more conspicuous target. Good morning. Even so, he still looked normal and greeted. Good morning. Jingxiu nodded and passed by with the bully dog. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. It was Saturday. Glorious Jiang Mansion. Villa training ground. Fang Xing and Gu Yun, who was wearing training clothes, stood opposite each other. This time, I won't hold back. Gu Yun's face was serious, and she completely regarded Fang Xing as her opponent. She held a shiny wooden sword in her hand, without any weight on her body, and could definitely exert her full strength. Well, please feel free. Fang Xing came to the wooden rack in the training ground and chose a wooden sword. I forgot to tell you that I have already mastered the Go sword. Hearing this, Gu Yun's eyes became more eager to fight. You were hiding your abilities before? You haven't learned the magic sword yet. You can also master the Go sword without learning the magic sword. Maybe I am more talented in this sword technique. Fang Xing whispered, you go first. Okay. Gu Yun agreed. And as soon as the voice fell, a wooden sword broke through the wind and came to Fang Xing, as if it was killing at the sound. The sword comes with a sound. Your sword moves are still magic sword moves. Fang Xing smiled slightly, turned his body to the side, holding the sword in his right hand, and interlocked the thumb and middle finger of his left hand, and flicked the blade of Gu Yun's wooden sword lightly. Dang! In the dull sound of the collision, Gu Yun's figure was like duckweed, drifting away with the wind, and her little face was full of surprise. What realm? We are all training muscles. I may be a little better than you. After all, I am a few years older than you. Fang Xing smiled without changing. Now his realm and sword skills are better than Gu Yun, and he has rich practical experience. Combined, he can already beat Gu Yun. After all, when it comes to martial arts, the higher the realm, the more different it is in actual combat. I don't believe it. The next moment, Gu Yun's eyes were deep, like a god or a demon, and the wooden sword in his hand seemed to blend into the wind. Go's sword. Fang Xing's face was slightly solemn, and he felt the other party's simulated artistic conception. Practicing artistic conception martial arts will eventually increase the spirit, and even cause the spirit to change qualitatively, and produce spiritual power. This is also the biggest difference between the courage of the fourth realm of martial arts and the unpolished jade of the third realm. In Fangxing view, the innate masters of the other world have actually found the way. That is spiritual martial arts. If the spiritual martial arts are sublimated again, the spirit of the self transformed, and the spiritual power is mastered, perhaps a breakthrough above the innate realm can be achieved. A-level martial arts can make the spirit of the second realm martial artist begin to change slightly, which really lays the best foundation for a breakthrough to the fourth realm in the future. Federal martial arts, interlocking, is a whole system, and it is quite mature. Is this the power of time and the collective? If a person, no matter how amazing and brilliant, can open a path on his own, it will definitely be crude and have flaws in many places. This is the case with martial arts. And the immortal path is also the same. Fangxing sighed in his heart, but the movement in his hand was not slow at all. He swung the wooden sword horizontally, and a blade light emerged. Swish! The two wooden swords crossed each other, and the blades collided with each other, and a terrifying explosion sounded. It was as if the two sides were holding not wooden swords, but some kind of magical weapon. Impossible. Compared to Fangxing, Gu Yun was even more amazed. Not only did the other party learn the Go sword in one summer vacation, but also because the blade of Fangxing wooden sword was half an inch longer than hers. This means that the other party's practice in the Go sword is even more advanced than hers. But Fangxing obviously asked for the information about the Go sword from her. How come he is now more powerful than her? Gu Yun's face showed a trace of determination, and she raised the wooden sword in her hand, killed a ghost. The sword fell, and the blade light overflowed. With amazing power, Fangxing also swung a sword, with the sword intention of moving forward and cutting everything. The next moment, two figures crossed each other. Then, the wooden sword in Gu Yun's hand broke in the middle, and the gap was as smooth as a mirror. I lost, Gu Yun murmured. Victory and defeat are common in the military. I have lost to you several times before. Fangxing smiled and put down the wooden sword. Sure enough, going to high school is the right decision. There are more goals worth pursuing. Gu Yun let out a long breath. Since I lost, I will abide by the agreement and take you to practice outside the school. Wait, I won't do anything dangerous. Fangxing thought of something and said hurriedly. He has a bright future now, and he won't fight to the death. Don't worry. If you want to be dangerous, my uncles and aunts are unwilling to let me take risks. Gu Yun seemed to roll her eyes. That's good. Fangxing was not embarrassed at all. Then do you want to treat me to a meal next? I'm hungry. It's inconvenient. Gu Yun directly refused. You can go. I will call you when the work starts. Alas, this junior sister is still so unsociable. Fangxing shook his head and walked out of the villa. When he went out, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and seemed to see another figure on the second floor. Oh, maybe it's Gu Yun's mother. Although Gu Renwang is dead, her mother will still take care of her, no matter what. Biochemical people are the most pitiful. Thinking of this, Fangxing didn't have any interest in teasing Gu Yun anymore, and left directly. After returning to the happy home community, Fangxing received a message with information about off-campus internships. I thought it was an out-of-town job, but I didn't expect it to be an office. Faith Theory Department? Does the Federation have such a department? Fangxing searched the internet for this department and was a little surprised. It is affiliated with the Prevention and Control Bureau and is responsible for reviewing some alien texts and other products to prevent the spread of pollution. Because it has a certain degree of danger, at least a warrior who has mastered an A-level martial art can take the civil service exam for this department. This is just right. Gu Yun and I have both mastered the Go sword and are not afraid of ordinary spiritual pollution. But, isn't this job too important? As we all know, the plan of the extraterritorial evil god to descend has never succeeded. However, many sects have developed among humans, and there must be some things like the preaching of doctrines. In addition, there are also exchanges with many alien races. Maybe an alien race looks very normal, but secretly believes in a certain foreign evil god, and even hides some rituals and sacrificial information in many cultural products, and dumps them into the human territory. This kind of thing can cause chaos if you are not careful, and it is not uncommon in the history of the Federation. More importantly, can I do this kind of work? Don't you need to review the qualifications? Fangxing thought about it, and directly dialed Gu Yun's contact number and expressed his doubts. Oh, that? Don't worry. It was arranged by an aunt who took good care of me before. There will be no real work for us. Just serving tea and water. Gu Yun answered indifferently. If you stay there for 2 hours every day, you will get a generous salary. And the school will also subsidize it. Which is considered an excellent experience. Damn. A traitor. Fang Xing cursed in his heart. This kind of operation within the rules has never been associated with the biochemical group. It sounds okay. Fang Xing nodded slightly. Which is in line with his principle of more money, less work and closer to home. Moreover, the money earned is fair and honest. And there is no need to launder money. Alas, since the last lottery prize was used to buy nutrient solution, my living expenses are almost not enough. The scholarship is not issued so quickly. And I really need a way to make money in the open. After all, I can't win the lottery 2 or 3 times in a row. Right? Fang Xing sighed in his heart. Okay. My mother called me to eat. Chat later. Gu Yun hung up the call with some impatience on her face. Chapter 50 Tailing and Visiting. Qinglin Market. Fang Xing prepared the meal and ate it alone. Although the chefs on the Eagle Star were good, the raw materials were far inferior to those here. For the sake of his own martial arts, he still tried to choose to eat in Qinglin Market. Only occasionally went to Eagle Star to order takeout to satisfy his hunger. Of course, in order to pretend, he occasionally had to store some daily necessities at home on Eagle Star, and then brought them all here to be destroyed. He was eating rice with a big bowl in his hand, and a string of silver bell-like laughter came to his ears. When the fragrant wind passed, Hua Feiyue came slowly. Young master. She wore a well-cut pink dress, showing her proud chest and peach-like buttocks. But her face was very serious, giving people the feeling of a good woman. But combined with a charming and enchanting figure, there is a contradictory temperament. In short, it is to tempt people to commit crimes. Next to him, the neighbor Yu Xia, a monster catcher who was going out, saw the scene and his eyes were a little straight. You're here. There's no rice for you here. Did you bring the spirit stones? Fang Xing quickly finished eating the spirit rice and asked. I brought it. Hua Feiyue laughed and walked into the house, closing the door. Outside the house, Yu Xia retracted his interrupted gaze and took a breath of cold air. Brother Fang is really an extraordinary person. How can such a beauty fall for him? Thinking about himself, he is also handsome. 8 feet tall. And handsome. Why didn't any female cultivator like him? It's really annoying to compare people. He took a long breath and prepared to go to Tingyu Tower to criticize him. Sir, 3 snake orchid fruits, 1 golden dragon ginseng, 3 green bone flowers have all been sold. And a total of 13 spirit stones and 8 spirit sands have been obtained. In addition, there are 13 Julong grasses left that are unsaleable. The market originally bought Julong grass at a high price, but now it seems that the trend has passed. Do you want to reduce the price? Hua Feiyue sat upright and began to report the accounts. The price of Julong grass has dropped? Fang Xing was a little surprised, but he knew that Hua Feiyue would not lie to him if he asked about this matter. Maybe a certain force was exploring a new recipe, or discovered the effectiveness of Julong grass in feeding monsters and other aspects, and needed a large amount of Julong grass to try. But failed? Hua Feiyue put a few strands of black hair behind her ears. This kind of thing is actually quite common. Okay. Fang Xing pondered for a while, took out a low-grade spirit stone from the small pile of spirit stones given by Hua Feiyue, attached 4 spirit sands, and handed it back. This is what you deserve. Although he had to give Hua Feiyue a commission, it was troublesome for someone to run errands for him, and it was still more profitable than selling all to the store. So Fang Xing was willing to give it up. Thank you, young master. Hua Feiyue played with the low-grade spirit stone the size of an ordinary dice, and her eyes were smiling like crescents. For warriors, it is actually quite difficult to earn spirit stones in the market. Not to mention her situation. How many innate masters would envy her for having such a livelihood? The more so, the less she would mind letting Fang Xing take advantage of her. And she wanted to keep this business firmly in her hands. Well, I like fair trade. As long as you run the business sincerely, I don't have to worry about anything. Fang Xing knocked again. Went back to the room to get a wooden box. This is the medicinal materials this time. Hua Feiyue's eyes lit up. Opened the wooden box, and began to count them carefully. Fang Xing liked this about this woman. She was knowledgeable and fair. If you think that you can be a welfare girl by selling him some meat and giving him some benefits, and you don't work seriously, or even take advantage of him, then you underestimate him too much. After a while, Hua Feiyue finished the careful appraisal. These herbs should be able to sell for about 16 low-grade spirit stones. She was very curious. What kind of channels did this young man have? Is there a team of herbalists silently supporting him? Otherwise, how could there be so many good herbs every now and then? Even so, the joy on her face gradually faded, with a hint of solemnity. What? Is there any trouble? Seeing this, Fang Xing asked immediately. A dozen low-grade spirit stones in 3 days. About 100 in a month. This profit is indeed a bit big. According to common sense, it is very dangerous for a cultivator in the early stage of Qi training to have this income. And it is barely acceptable for a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training in the short term. But not for a long time. Only masters in the late stage of Qi training can really keep it. This is the result of him secretly suppressing the output of spirit medicines. Unexpectedly, there are still some troubles. It's just a little bit of snooping. The Qingxian Sect's law enforcement team is suppressing the market. So there won't be many problems. But you need to worry about the channels outside the market. Especially when it comes to handover. Hua Feiyue reminded. I know. Fang Xing nodded silently, knowing that he might have attracted the attention of some people with ulterior motives. And he should be extra careful when leaving the market in the future. Those who can be attracted by this little benefit should not be masters. In his heart, he sneered, I don't even need to disguise myself to leave the market. I just want people to try the sword. As for the rollover problem, with the 3 treasures of electric batons, protective clothing, and laser guns, even the perfect cultivators can hardly threaten him. So he is naturally fearless. Even Fang Xing deliberately didn't use them, just deliberately fishing to increase his practical experience. After Hua Feiyue left, Fang Xing adjusted the surveillance and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, there are stalkers. Near his residence, there is naturally a high-density surveillance area, which is more strict than the temporary camp outside. Many seemingly harmless birds, beetles, and even earthworms together form a tight network. As long as it is not a foundation-building cultivator who is stalking with his spiritual sense, the flaws will basically be discovered. At this time, there were actually 3 groups of people on the screen. A business of 100 spirit stones a month. Is it necessary to attract so many people? Fang Xing glanced at it and couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion, and then issued an order. A monk with a thin figure and ordinary features, who could not be distinguished in the crowd, stared at Hua Feiyue returning to his home, and nodded immediately. Do you only interact with these people? He turned and left, but did not notice a mosquito-sized drone moving with the wind, following him. On the top of the shed, a spirit bird with bright eyes stared at Hua Feiyue, and glanced at the side with some doubt. On the eaves, a yellow bird appeared at some point. For some reason, the spirit bird looked at the dead eyes of the yellow bird, and suddenly shuddered, and quickly flapped its wings and flew high. The yellow bird tilted its head, and also flew up, following the spirit bird. 3 groups of people. 1 group has no technical content. It should be a gang in the shantytown. Gangs are rampant in the shantytown, and everyone dreams of becoming a giant like the Black Tiger Gang. But the result is often that they are wiped out within a few months. And then more gangs appear like cockroaches, and they can't be wiped out. Such a small gang is amazing to have a leader in the late stage of Qi training. This is the kind of stuff that may be interested in my business. Fang Xing touched his chin and looked at another group of people. Black Tiger Gang? One of the 3 major forces in Qinglanfang City. They are interested in my small business? No, the Black Tiger Gang is quite big. There are several Qi training perfect monks alone. Maybe it's just a private job of one of the deacons or elders? Or is there another reason? Staring at Hua Feiyue? To be honest, Fang Xing thought that Chen Yi only offended Fu Qing at first. But now, he is not sure. Fu Qing is only in the late stage of Qi training, and he can't mobilize so many Black Tiger Gang members. There is indeed a hidden secret. It's a pity that I could only watch from a distance when I released the surveillance at the beginning, and I couldn't record their every word and every subtle movement in detail. Otherwise, I would definitely find something. He felt a little regretful, and saw the yellow bird following the spirit bird slowly landing on a shed. Not long after, the shed opposite opened, and a middle-aged monk walked out. The spirit bird landed on his shoulder, chirping. The middle-aged monk took out a few pills from his arms, and fed his own spirit pet to eat. And a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Then, he actually came to the T-shaped area. Shed number 57. I'm here. Fang Xing walked out of the underground monitoring room and came to the living room thoughtfully. Almost as soon as he arrived, he heard a knock on the door. Dong dong. The knock on the door was not fast or slow, showing that the person who came was very confident. Who is it? Fang Xing asked deliberately. An old friend has come, and I hope to see you again. The middle-aged cultivator spoke. His voice was surprisingly old, and even a little familiar. Fang Xing opened the door, and the middle-aged cultivator immediately flashed in. Who are you? Fang Xing's face showed a trace of doubt. But he was not worried. He never believed in the rules of the market, so he always wore the nano suit when he was here. In addition, when a cultivator and a warrior get close, the latter is never the one to worry about. The middle-aged cultivator smiled slightly when he heard the words, and stretched out his hand to wipe his face. A layer of green light flashed. In an instant, his face changed and froze on an old face. It's you, Chen Yi? Fang Xing was surprised. Dao Yuchen and I have only met once. Why are you looking for me? Alas, back in the Five Scorpion Valley, I was estranged from several sworn brothers because of a single thought. Now I think about it, I really regret it. Chen Yi's face was full of bitterness. It's just that I have something to hide. I heard that Dao Yu rescued my fifth sister's family of orphans and widows, and later took in my second sister. I came here to thank you. Thank you? Aren't you here to kill people? Fang Xing complained in his heart. However, he keenly felt that Chen Yi seemed to be more dangerous than before. He was not a cultivator, and he didn't have any spiritual eyes to clearly see the other party's cultivation level. He only had the intuition of a warrior, but he believed in his intuition. Isn't this Chen Yi a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training? Even if he was in the 6th level of Qi training, he couldn't give me a sense of danger, unless he broke through to the late stage of Qi training recently. Fang Xing's heart moved slightly. This was a very incredible thing. After all, most of the immortal cultivators in the market have poor spiritual roots, and some are even stuck in bottlenecks for their entire lives. Chen Yi had been trapped for half his life, and could only associate with innate warriors and call them brothers. This shows that he not only has poor aptitude, but also poor luck. He may be in the middle stage of Qi training until his death. How could a true immortal genius be willing to associate with warriors? But nothing is absolute in the world. At such an age, he can still break through the bottleneck from the middle stage to the late stage of Qi training. Obviously, he has encountered a great opportunity.